As the world's only 6s and shadow assassin, I was betrayed by my girlfriend just as I was about to ascend to godhood. She personally delivered a fatal blow to me. While I fought through secret realms, shedding blood to gather equipment for him, he was secretly colluding with my brother. My protection and my resolve to stand against the gods for him were merely chains binding his freedom, as I used the last of my strength to pull the dagger from my skull. I glanced at Luo Qingcheng, sitting high on her throne. Filled with anger and resentment, I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I found that I had been reborn before the awakening of the entire population. According to the time display, there are 10 minutes left until a great change occurs on Blue Star, when the divine rules will descend and the entire population will rise. Thinking of my tragic past life, my heart ached like a knife. Since I was given a second chance, I would walk the path of ruthlessness this time. Any woman who dared to provoke me would be killed. Ding! System detected your desire to walk the ruthless path, initiating the sister system loading. Loading successful, sister system binding has begun. I was taken aback, even the system was against me. Just as I was ready to walk the ruthless path, you give me a sister system? If you're not binding, get lost. Sorry, the system has forcibly bound you. Binding successful, current system level, bronze. For every 5 sisters added to your team, the system will upgrade once. When each sister's favorability reaches 100, an additional sister slot is unlocked. The system has levels and can upgrade, but what does that matter if I'm not taking sisters with me? With the bronze level system enhancement, for every sister added to your team, monster killing experience, luck, and loot drop rates are all doubled. The higher the system level, the stronger the buffs provided. Please work hard to upgrade the system. Listening to the voice echoing in my mind, I fell into deep thought. The benefits this system provides are truly outrageous. This is just a bronze level system. If it upgrades further, it could enhance even more attributes. To be honest, I was a bit tempted. A strange wave of energy suddenly surged from deep within me. The awakening began. I carefully felt the energy flowing within my body. It felt like returning to the womb, receiving warmth and nourishment. In the next moment, the awakening was successful. As expected, I was still a shadow assassin, just like in my past life. I clenched my fists, feeling the abundant energy within me. This time, I would not repeat my mistakes and let those who harmed me go free. Luo Qingcheng, just wait for me. Please input your ID, and a status panel appeared before me. After thinking for a moment, I wrote down my ID, Ruthless Killer. Name, Ruthless Killer. Class, Shadow Assassin. Hidden Class, Unique. Level, 1, Strength, 150, Speed, 200, Spirit, 150, Body, 80, Equipment, none, Skills, none, Talent Skill, Ethereal Level 1, with a 5% chance to trigger a critical hit with each attack. Looking at my status panel, I couldn't help but smirk. Just my 4-dimensional attributes surpassed those of an ordinary assassin by a large margin. Not to mention, I possessed a talent skill, Ethereal, that regular assassins lacked. Once I maxed this talent, it would guarantee a 100% critical hit chance. Even beings of much higher levels would struggle to withstand my explosive attacks. As the hidden class of the assassin profession, the shadow assassin truly deserved the title of King of Assassination, God of Assassins. In the next second, a boy stood in place, shouting excitedly, "Ha! I can control fire." His palm was engulfed in flames, burning intensely. "Wow! I can actually summon lightning. I can even uproot willows." The crowd erupted in cheers, filled with joy, all immersed in the fantasy of becoming superheroes like in TV shows. They had no idea what awaited them. If nothing unexpected happened, by the end of the night, at least 2/3 of them would be dead or injured. If Luo Qingcheng doesn't have me in this life, I'll see how far she can go. It would be pointless if she dies in the first wave. Look, the moon has turned blood red. This exclamation pulled the joy-filled crowd back to reality. They looked up at the sky, stunned, as the moon turned a deep blood red and emitted a seductive, evil glow. The divine rules have arrived. I looked up at the sky, my indifferent face showing a hint of seriousness. A dramatic change was about to begin. Detecting Blue Star's awakening. Meets divine standards. Beginning transformation. A cold, mechanical voice echoed through the skies, spreading across the globe. Everyone was confused, wondering what the transformation was about. In the next moment, Blue Star underwent a violent transformation, and the sky darkened instantly. It felt as if the apocalypse had descended upon us. This situation didn't last long. Just 15 minutes later, everything returned to calm. Everyone breathed heavily, some even collapsing to the ground in shock. Transformation complete. The divine rules state that all awakened ones can enter secret realms through monster kills to enhance their power. Before the crowd could cheer, an even bloodier rule was announced. In 1 month, each region will be invaded by 150 level moonbeasts. If a region cannot withstand their assault, it will be destroyed. After this rule was announced, Beams of rainbow light shot from the blood-red moon, dividing the land into several regions. Everyone was trapped within these areas, and my area was designated as Zone 97. What the hell is this? Watch me break through. Many tried to smash the barrier to escape, but ultimately failed. Why panic? We're all superpowered now. Didn't you hear the rules? As long as we kill monsters, we can get stronger. A mere 150 level beast is nothing. We can easily take it down and then leave. Everyone realized it. Yes, as long as we kill monsters, we can get stronger. After a brief panic, excitement spread among them. They were no longer ordinary people, they were superheroes now. They just needed to treat the monsters as stepping stones, and they could quickly surpass level 150 easy as pie. They began to fantasize about the wonderful visions of their newfound powers. This caused the monsters to respawn, and everyone became energized, charging wildly towards the monsters. All I can say is that their fantasies would soon be shattered. In my past life, a month later, the moon beasts descended, destroying 7 or 8/10 of Blue Star's regions. This region was relatively lucky. Several powerful awakened ones appeared, and only with everyone's combined efforts did they barely defeat the moon beast, but at the cost of nearly 90% of their forces being killed. Let alone 150 levels. Among these people, if a few managed to reach their 30s in a month, that would be considered good. In fact, tonight, many E-level awakened ones would be easily slaughtered by E-level monsters. Because they had just awakened, these people were unfamiliar with their newfound abilities, while the level 1 monsters could perfectly control their own abilities. At the start of the battle, a level 1 monster could easily kill at least 3 level 1 awakened ones. By the time humans became familiar with their classes and learned to work together, many would already be dead. As expected, the first wave of attackers was instantly killed by the monsters. Wow, the level 1 monster is so strong, it's completely different from the game. We couldn't even defeat a level 1 monster, and everyone wailed in despair. The earlier bravado vanished instantly as they realized this isn't a game, it's a real battle for survival. Losing means death. At that moment, a level 1 monster appeared right in front of me. The level 1 venomous bee is extremely fast, skilled at stinging with its tail, and has potent venom that can paralyze its victims. I remained calm and quickly identified the monster's attributes. As soon as the venomous bee appeared, it immediately launched its tail sting at my neck. I swiftly dodged the bee's attack and reached out with 2 fingers to pinch the tip of its tail sting. With a slight exertion, I heard a crisp snap as I broke the bee's tail. The venomous bee let out a painful screech and flew backward. I didn't hesitate, kicking the venomous bee away. Then I smashed my fist into its head, triggering my special ability. Critical hit 200. The bee's brain exploded on impact, and the instant damage overflowed. The level 1 venomous bee had a defense of 100 points, and with my attack power, even without a critical hit, one strike would be lethal. For other classes that couldn't even reach 100 in power, it would be difficult to breach defenses, let alone kill it. After killing the level 1 venomous bee, I gained 10 experience points and 10 attribute points. 3 venomous bees seemed to sense my presence and lunged toward me together. Someone noticed the situation here, and another was about to die. Faced with the attack of 3 venomous bees, I remained completely unflustered, relying on my rich combat experience and positioning skills from my past life. I blocked all 3 venomous bees' attacks, and with swift movements, I struck them down 3 times in quick succession, earning 30 experience points and attribute points. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded. How is this guy so strong? I feel like we're fighting for our lives while he's just playing a game. Those moves are something I can't even pull off in a game. I also awakened as an assassin, so why does it feel like we're not in the same class? Oh, grade 1, please take me under your wing. They were struggling to deal with a single monster, while I took out 3 in an instant. The gap was so immense that it felt like we were in different dimensions. These people invited me to join their team through the panel, realizing they needed to cling to the strong. However, I outright refused them, saying, "Sorry, I only prefer to be alone." The crowd exclaimed, "What the heck? Are you looking down on us for being a burden?" I ignored them and continued searching for monsters, switching to farming mode. My primary goal now was to level up to level 2. I wouldn't waste time sharing experience in a team. An hour later, I finally reached level 2, a speed that was a full day faster than in my past life, but the drop rate was ridiculously low. During the initial period when monsters descended upon Blue Star, the drop rate was extremely high to ensure that novice players could survive better. On average, every 3 to 4 small monsters would drop 1 white-level novice equipment. Yet after killing 10 level 1 small monsters, I didn't get a single piece of equipment. My farming efficiency increased, but my luck worsened. Without suitable equipment, leveling up quickly became much harder. At that moment, a message popped up: Pure-Hearted White Rabbit requests to join the team. The name sounded familiar. I instinctively wanted to refuse, but upon realizing it was a girl, I thought of the system bugs and my current bad luck. In the end, I agreed. Pure-hearted White Rabbit successfully joined the team, and soon, this awakened class changer appeared before me. A petite girl, who seemed like a normal-sized JK uniform, appeared to be wearing a skin-tight outfit. With her double ponytails and innocent, clear autumn-like eyes, she truly resembled a big rabbit, just as her ID suggested. Wait, the mage died. I think I know who she is now. After joining the team, I can see each other's class, but I can only see the main class of the other person. For example, I'm a shadow assassin, and they can only see that I'm an assassin. Similarly, I could only see that she was a mage, but I knew her true class was a necromancer, just like me, a hidden class, and one of the top hidden classes. In my past life, this person was known as the Necromancer Queen, capable of summoning 1,000,000 undead legions with a mere wave of her hand. One person was like a nation. Under her command, there was no one who could rival her. But I simply couldn't connect this adorable and naive girl in front of me with that terrifying being. I could not associate her with the being who would later command billions of undead, cold and merciless, and nearly obliterate half a star system. However, I could confirm that this little girl would become the Necromancer Queen in the future, as hidden classes are unique. I remembered that the Necromancer Queen didn't seem to be in my area. I began to wonder, during the boss battle back then, she didn't appear. Had something changed after her rebirth, or did she hide away during that battle? Hello, brother assassin. The others know I'm a necromancer and refuse to team up with me. The little white rabbit ran up to me, blinking her bright eyes. Brother assassin, don't worry, I'm not a disaster. I absolutely won't hold you back. Please don't kick me out. We can huddle together for warmth. Although the combination of an assassin and a mage is really fragile, I can help you tank the damage, the little white rabbit said, patting her chest confidently. He had just joined a few teams, but they all ended up kicking him out. Seeing me alone, he thought I was just as pitiful and rushed over to team up with me. Looking at the pitiful little girl in front of me, I said, I don't need anyone to help me tank. I won't take damage that others need to absorb. After saying that, I continued farming. I didn't care who she was. As long as she was a girl who could provide me with a system buff, that was all I needed. After slaying a level 1 venomous bee, I gained 16 experience points and 16 attribute points, along with 2 white gale daggers. I smiled, it was getting better. Killing a single monster would give me 10 experience and 10 attribute points, but in a team, even if the little white rabbit did nothing, she'd still earn 2 points. With the system buff in place, I received double experience and attribute points, so I didn't just break even, I actually profited significantly, which could greatly shorten the time I needed to level up. While others need to kill 10 monsters to gain 100 experience, I only need to kill 6. The efficiency increases by nearly half, and this is just because I have only one girl in my team, and the system is still at bronze level. I couldn't imagine what it would be like if I maxed out all these upgrades. First, I set a small goal. I want to solo the Moon Beast a month later. Although the sealed knife doesn't provide much in terms of attributes, it's still much better than wielding a fruit knife. The sealed knife is the lowest level of white gear. It only grants me a boost of 15 attack power. Alright, continue farming. I tightened my grip on the wind knife as a skeleton emitting a green glow suddenly appeared beside me. As a top assassin, I instinctively sprang away from the undead skeleton. I recognized it as the little white rabbit's summon, which eased my mind a bit. However, despite it being her summon, the little white rabbit kept at least 3 meters away, her eyes filled with disdain and fear. She looked at the other mages and summoners with their cute or impressive summons. The little white rabbit was filled with envy, while the undead skeleton beside her emitted an eerie green glow. The sound of its bones grinding against each other could startle her in the silence. As an adorable girl, it would be a lie to say she wasn't scared or disgusted by being around skeletons all day. The only comfort was that the skeleton she summoned was strong and tough. This skeleton is tough, brother assassin. Although it looks scary, its bones are rock solid and can tank damage excellently. I was the meat shield in my previous team. Later, when we fight monsters, I'll draw the aggro and tank, and you just focus on dealing damage. We'll definitely be able to kill the monster. I set my sights on 4 venomous bees. Don't be reckless. The little white rabbit panicked as she saw me charge out. Brother assassin, don't be impulsive. Assassins are fragile. If you get hit by a monster, you're basically done for. Back when he was in a team, he summoned a skeleton to tank in front while others dealt damage from behind. Even so, the assassin in that team still got killed. Facing 4 venomous bees, I thought I could handle everything alone, drawing aggro, tanking damage, and dealing the kill. In the little white rabbit's eyes, this was an impossible task. Even just taking down 1 venomous bee would require quite an effort for the 2 of them. This assassin is truly reckless. The little white rabbit anxiously stomped her foot. I ignored her words and, like a ghost, swiftly closed the distance to the 4 venomous bees. The 4 venomous bees were enraged by my sudden approach, emitting sharp buzzing sounds like a war horn. They quickly dispersed, charging at me from different directions. Their speed was astonishing, and their stingers glistened with a deadly cold light, aimed to pierce me. Oh no, I'll have to find new teammates again. The little white rabbit watched me surrounded by 4 venomous bees, feeling helpless. An assassin actually dared to recklessly charge at 4 venomous bees. This was simply asking for death. One bee alone could take his life. With the divine rules having been in effect for so long, how could there still be someone foolish enough to think they could solo a monster? He had thought that surviving alone meant at least I wouldn't be brainless. Now, it seemed there was a reason no one wanted to team up with me. Being this reckless would inevitably get my teammates killed. He shook his head helplessly, preparing to turn and leave this dangerous place to continue searching for new teammates. However, just as he turned around, a strange sound suddenly came from behind him. He instinctively looked back, and that glance left him utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Chen moved like a ghost, weaving between the 4 venomous bees. His movements were incredibly fast, resembling a blurred shadow. Facing the poisonous stingers coming from all directions, Zhang Chen sidestepped, bent, and leaped at impossible angles. Each time, he seemed to narrowly escape the bees' attacks with calm composure. The sharp knife in his hand struck at critical moments, precisely slicing at the wings or the body joints of the bees. The divine fall was triggered. A critical hit of 500 damage. One bee had its wings severed in an instant, losing balance and falling. Instant kill. Big White Rabbit? Is this guy a rookie assassin? Why do I feel like he's an experienced veteran who has gone through countless life and death battles? Although she wasn't an assassin, she had been in a team with one before. The skills displayed by both sides were not even on the same level. Just a simple dodge showcased Zhang Chen's extreme precision and timing. His body seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, every movement fluid and natural, without a hint of sluggishness. The situation just now would have been fatal for other assassins, or even warriors. Zhang Chen not only dodged effortlessly but even counter-killed one. Big White Rabbit began to reassess this assassin she once thought reckless. A big shot. This is a big shot. I must cling tightly to this big shot's thigh. Ding! Teammate Pure-Hearted Big White Rabbit's affection for you increased by 10 points, initial value 30, current affection 40, the system's voice rang out. Zhang Chen felt a slight joy. At this rate, reaching 100 points would come quickly. His movements became even swifter. Slayed 4 level 1 venomous bees, gained 64 experience points, 64 attribute points. White grade equipment, B armor *2, defense plus 20, no special attributes. Blue grade equipment, B blade dagger *2, attack plus 100, no special attributes. A level 1 monster actually dropped blue grade equipment. A glimmer flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. He glanced at the sharp knife in his hand. He didn't expect to receive an upgrade so soon. The probability of a level 1 monster dropping blue grade equipment was 1 in a million. At least in his previous life, he had never encountered it. With the team buff, the drop rate and luck skyrocketed. He obtained 2 pieces of blue grade equipment in one go. This was a huge boost to his strength in the early game. Equip and allocate points. Name, Zheng Chen. ID, Ruthless Killer. Class, Shadow Assassin. Hidden Class, Unique. Level, 2, 70/500. Strength, 150, 100. Speed, 370. Spirit, 150. Body, 80, 20. Equipment, B armor *1, durability 100%. B blade dagger *1, durability 100%. Skills, none. Talent skill, Divine Fall level 1, 5% chance of critical hit with each attack. With my current strength, taking on a level 3 monster is a piece of cake. However, the respawn of level 3 monsters requires the next day. Zhang Chen squinted slightly, already planning his next move in his mind. Brother Killer, you're amazing. Big White Rabbit ran over, her face full of excitement. You are the king of assassins in my heart. No, the god of assassins. Big White Rabbit spared no praise. From now on, I'll be your partner, you can't kick me out. Previously, she had teamed up with a group to hunt monsters. After exhausting battles, they only gained 1 or 2 experience and attribute points. But teaming up with Zhang Chen, she got 8 points without doing anything. It was simply a top-tier leveling team. She had to hold on tight. You're so noisy. Am I noisy? That's not it, big brother, you. The little white rabbit's pretty face clearly showed a moment of shock. Was my flattery not good enough? I'll improve next time. The little white rabbit muttered to herself. She steadied her mind and decided to focus on more practical matters first. Equipment. Previously, when they teamed up, they had to kill 4 or 5 monsters to get 1 piece of equipment. Naturally, it had nothing to do with her. This time, they effortlessly dropped 4 pieces of equipment. Truly impressive, the drop rate was higher than anyone else's. That dagger was clearly not her equipment, and she didn't want it out of greed. As for the leather armor, the big shot already had one. If she asked for this one, surely the big shot wouldn't be stingy. The pure-hearted little white rabbit instantly filled her face with a cute smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang Chen, and sweetly asked, "Killer brother, can you give me that cloth armor? My defense is really low right now. With the cloth armor I can help you tank better." After saying that, she deliberately straightened her posture to showcase her value. "You think you can't get it from me?" The little white rabbit was very confident. With her youthful face and ample bosom, plus her sweet voice, it was no wonder she could charm a straight man. Unfortunately, it was ineffective against Zhang Chen. Women are all deceivers. The prettier the woman, the more they lie. No, Zhang Chen's rejection was concise and swift, without any hesitation. The little white rabbit's smile instantly froze. At that moment, she began to doubt her own charm. "Killer brother, please just give it to me, I really need it. You already have one, having another will just gather dust." The little white rabbit continued to plead softly. "If you want equipment, kill for it yourself." Zhang Chen's emotionless voice rang out again. The little white rabbit was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at Zhang Chen. "Big brother, are you a miser? Not even giving me more?" The little white rabbit felt a bit speechless. Big shots always have strange personalities. Looks like I still have to rely on myself in the future. Of course, she had no intention of leaving the team. Just Zhang Chen's terrifying monster-killing speed alone provided her with experience that no other small team could compare to. The monsters around here have been cleared out. Unfortunately, monsters above level 2 won't appear until the next day. The high and mighty deity feared that if 2 powerful monsters appeared all at once, it would lead to the extinction of humanity. Some settings were quite considerate. For example, the monsters that descended on the first day were all level 1, giving ample reaction time. Only on the second day did the real monsters arrive, the beginning of humanity's nightmare. Of course, there would also be a place for humans to catch their breath, the safe zone. No monsters would appear in the safe zone. It allowed people to rest and recuperate. Where there are people, there is no absolute safety. The safe zone couldn't provide shelter indefinitely. When the moon beast descended, the safe zone would be the first to be destroyed. Zhang Chen clearly remembered. Some job changers had been hiding in the safe zone since it appeared. When the moon beast arrived, they were directly crushed like ants. Only by striving forward could there be a glimmer of hope. At the same time, their panels would gain 2 new functions the next day. Trading and chatting functions. Unwanted equipment or items could be sold. However, a handling fee would be charged. This fee was quite expensive. In the past, he always conducted transactions face-to-face offline. It saved a lot of money. This was also the reason Zhang Chen kept the equipment. He didn't want it, but he could sell it. Cheap women are not to be trusted. As for the chat channel, "Luo Qingcheng, this time if I don't come looking for you, how will you deal with the upcoming situation?" Zhang Chen recalled the experiences of his past life. Pain. So painful. The deity transformed Blue Star. All communication was completely cut off. When this chat channel appeared, he exhausted all his efforts to find Luo Qingcheng. Several times he found himself in dire straits, almost losing his life. At that time, he had only one thought in his mind: he must find Luo Qingcheng and confirm whether she was safe. When he finally managed to find her, Luo Qingcheng was flirting with a class changer from their team. After donning her top-tier equipment, she turned around and gifted it to him, completely disregarding his well-being. She called it a form of compensation for the care she had received during that time. Compensation. Zhang Chen later realized what kind of care it was. Unfortunately, at that time, he trusted Gu Qingqing 100%. He even felt grateful to that person, calling him brother. Now, he only felt disgust, a sycophant, who would end up dying a miserable death. In this rebirth, he would never make the same mistake again. "Let's go." "Where to?" "To find monsters," Zhang Chen said, moving forward on his own. The level 1 monsters in the area had already been cleared. They needed to go elsewhere to find new monsters, grind for experience, and level up. Find monsters? The big white rabbit didn't know what to say and gave Zhang Chen a thumbs up. The boss was indeed a boss. While others were hiding from monster attacks, the boss was chasing monsters to kill. "Boss, wait for me." The big white rabbit hurried to catch up. The place Zhang Chen was heading to was called Rocky Forest. He chose this location because the next day, the first boss of the entire area, the Stone Rock Tyrant, would respawn here. Although this tyrant was only level 5, the benefits it brought to class changers as a first kill boss were unmatched even by level 50 bosses. In his previous life, the first kill was completed by a hidden class Blood Rage warrior. After the kill, that person's cultivation level skyrocketed by more than 2 levels, and they received the first treasure chest in the entire area. From it, they opened the first purple equipment in the first A-level skill book, instantly making them the strongest boss in the entire area. Since he was reborn, he had every reason to claim the rewards from this first kill boss. From my current position, to reach the rocky forest, I first need to pass through the monster frog swamp. The types of monsters that spawn in the same area are different. They were currently in a location with level 1 poison bees. The level 1 monsters in the monster frog swamp were small frogs. Although these level 1 monsters were less aggressive than poison bees, their danger level was no lower. The environment of the monster frog swamp provided them with natural cover. Taking advantage of the terrain, they often jumped out from unexpected places, catching people off guard. The small frogs primarily attacked using their long tongues for ambushes. Once hit, a person would be tightly ensnared, making it difficult to escape, ultimately being dragged into the swamp to die. In his previous life, he traversed this monster frog swamp in search of Luo Qingcheng and almost died inside. Treasure chest levels: bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, immortal. Equipment: white, blue, purple, red, gold. Skill book levels: D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Boss, this swamp gives me an ominous feeling. Are there monsters inside? The big white rabbit frowned tightly, her eyes showing a hint of unease. The oppressive environment around them made her feel anxious. If it weren't for following Zhang Chen, she would never have come here on her own. Zhang Chen replied expressionlessly, yes. Then let's take a detour. She quickly said, it's too dangerous here. If we encounter a powerful monster, we might not be able to handle it. As an assassin, with high burst damage and agility, sometimes the requirements for terrain were extremely high. Fighting in the swamp undoubtedly poses a significant limitation for assassins. The muddy ground of the swamp severely affects their speed and agility. For assassins who strive for a one-hit kill, their explosive advantage is greatly diminished. It becomes difficult to find the right moment and angle to launch a fatal attack. In the swamp, an assassin's combat effectiveness is at least reduced by 2 levels. Without Zhang Chen as a strong ally, it is utterly impossible for her to deal with the monsters in the swamp. Zhang Chen remained unfazed. Choosing to take a detour to the rocky forest would at least delay him by a day. The boss might be snatched away by someone else. He had no time to waste. Given his current state, carving a bloody path out of the monster frog swamp was not difficult. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold. Someone's coming. At that moment, a few people emerged from the nearby bushes, led by a burly man with the idea hammer to smash you, who looked at Zhang Chen and the white rabbit with a mocking expression. Mage, assassin? This monster has been around for almost a day, and you still have such a fragile lineup? Are you here to seek death? The burly man's companions burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain. The monster frog swamp is not a place for weaklings like you to wander into. Another tall, skinny guy with the ID Skinny Pole added. Their group consisted of 7 people. They had just lost 2 in the monster frog swamp due to a careless mistake. The 2 weaklings, who hadn't even grasped the team rules yet, didn't even know how they died. Mind your own business, Zhang Chen said coldly. The burly man was enraged by Zhang Chen's attitude. Kid, you're quite bold. Who do you think you are? Just the 2 of you fragile ones dare to be so arrogant? The 4 people around him closed in. The newcomers were not friendly. The white rabbit glanced at Zhang Chen beside her and saw that he remained calm and composed. She felt a bit reassured. With a big shot around, these small fries are nothing to worry about. However, the next words from the other side made the white rabbit furious. Hammer bro, this mage looks pretty good. If we pull her into our team, we can, ha ha ha. One of them leered at the white rabbit, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. You, come join us, the burly man said arrogantly, in a commanding tone to the white rabbit. The white rabbit was infuriated. Why was she attracting such unsavory characters? Hurry up and come over. What are you dawdling for? Skinny Pole urged when he saw the white rabbit hesitating. Let me tell you, teaming up with us is a bargain for you. If our team says we have the second highest monster killing efficiency, no one would dare claim the first. Our Hammer Bro is already close to level 2 in less than a day. So, who else is there? Hammer Bro beamed with pride at the compliments. They could kill a level 1 monster in just an hour working together. Who could match that speed? Ha, not even at level 2 yet? What are you pretending for? The big shot is already level 2. And soloing. You look good. We guarantee you'll have a chance to earn experience points. By then, you can level up quickly too. Hammer Bro's lips curled into a sinister smile as his gaze roamed over the white rabbit. However, to gain such great benefits, you have to pay a price. One of the teammates glared fiercely at Zhang Chen and added, "As for that useless assassin, just go die." The white rabbit's face turned red with anger upon hearing this, and she shouted, "You shameless scoundrels! Dream on! Even if I die, I won't sink to your level." Without hesitation, she summoned her skeletal minion, the eerie green light from the skeleton startling those around her. "You are that necromancer?" Brother Hammer said in surprise. "I heard that your previous team-up led to the team's destruction. You really are a disaster star." The big white rabbit felt helpless and quickly explained, "That has nothing to do with me. They were careless themselves. I have always been fighting hard, not dragging anyone down." She was afraid that Zhang Chen would abandon her because of what these people said. After all, she couldn't afford to lose the hard-won support. The tall, skinny guy saw this and said ominously, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. In this monster frog swamp, you have no other choice. If you don't obediently listen, you'll regret it." As he spoke, they were about to make a move. The big white rabbit stood firmly beside Zhang Chen and said resolutely, "I only follow my boss, don't get any delusions. If you have the guts, come at us and see if we're afraid of you." "Boss, help!" Brother Hammer laughed heartily, as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Asking an assassin for help? You must be stupid." Exactly, assassins have the highest mortality rate among professions. Not only are they fragile, but they also have to fight up close. In this monster frog swamp, assassins have no room to perform, they're just a liability. Another person chimed in. They utterly belittled the assassin profession. The big white rabbit cursed them in her heart. "Ordinary assassins are trash. What does that have to do with the boss?" Zhang Chen turned around with a blank expression. "These people insult the assassin profession and want him to die? Very well, very well." In the next moment, the big white rabbit only felt a flash before Zhang Chen's figure shot out like lightning. "The boss is making a move. The boss is fighting for me." A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in the big white rabbit's heart. Even though the boss is strong, fighting 5 alone is still dangerous. "I have to help." The big white rabbit summoned her skeleton warriors to charge forward. She didn't have much in terms of attack methods, she was just tough. Withstanding damage, temporarily holding off 2 was still no problem. Ding! Team member Pure-Hearted Big White Rabbit's favorability increased by 15 points, reaching 55 points. Accompanied by the system's voice in her mind, Zhang Chen's figure had already rushed to the enemy's front. His gaze was cold, and the blade in his hand glimmered with a chilling light. "You say assassins are trash? Assassins are the nightmares of everyone on the battlefield. Today, he would prove the power of the assassin profession. Why is this assassin so fast?" Brother Hammer and the others were taken aback. Before they could react, Zhang Chen had already charged in front of them. This was completely different from their perception of an assassin. Although assassins are known for their speed, they definitely did not possess such terrifying speed. The tall, skinny guy noticed the equipment on Zhang Chen and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Boss, this guy has equipment. And it's blue grade, it might have special attributes. Otherwise, his speed couldn't be this fast." The tall, skinny guy said eagerly, his words laced with envy. Brother Hammer also noticed the bee armor and the sharp dagger on Zhang Chen. "I was wondering why your speed was so fast. Turns out it's thanks to the equipment." Among them, the sharp dagger glimmered with a cold light under the sun. Its exquisite patterns and sharp edge made it clear at a glance that it was extraordinary. Blue-grade equipment. Brother Hammer's eyes were fixed on the sharp dagger, and his greed intensified. "Your luck is really good, you trash." They had killed so many monsters and only got 3 pieces of white gear. An assassin, this trash profession, could never have killed more than they did. One could only say that the luck of this assassin in front of them was simply exaggerated. Not only did he drop equipment, but he also dropped a blue item. "Boss, if we kill him, the equipment will be ours." The tall, skinny guy's voice was filled with urgency and greed. Their team, apart from the captain, Hammer Brother, who had 2 pieces of equipment, only the mage had 1. The rest were as poor as church mice. Now, one of the most useless professions in their eyes actually had equipment, and it was 2 pieces. One of them was even a blue item they hadn't dared to dream of. Instantly, their hearts felt unbalanced. Why was that? However, as long as they killed this assassin, the opponent's equipment would be theirs. As the tall, thin man's voice fell, a flash of cold light passed by, and a line of blood appeared at his throat in an instant. He was finished. Zhang Chen's gaze was icy, and the sharp dagger in his hand was still dripping blood. Died. A few seconds later, Hammer Brother and the others finally snapped out of their shock. They looked at the thin man lying on the ground, breathless, and their hearts instantly chilled. The greed in their hearts was quickly replaced by fear, and they began to unconsciously step back, afraid that the next to die would be themselves. Even the big white rabbit who had come to support them was stunned at this moment. Looking at Zhang Chen's cold back, she felt a twinge of fear at his decisiveness in killing. Zhang Chen, however, seemed as if nothing had happened. nearly coldly staring at Hammer Brother and the others. Killing and looting? He was an expert at it. Hammer Brother and the others trembled at Zhang Chen's gaze. They knew they had kicked a metal plate today. This assassin's strength far exceeded their imagination. It was not wise to act. Run, quickly, Hammer Brother said, his voice trembling. Run? The assassin wouldn't let go of anyone wanting to hunt him down. He flashed and instantly blocked their path. Today's incident is a misunderstanding? Hammer Brother spoke up. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again in the mountains and rivers. Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. Misunderstanding? Isn't it too late to say it's a misunderstanding now? He slightly raised the sharp dagger in his hand, the cold light flickering. Hammer Brother's face turned extremely ugly, and after a moment, he steadied his mind. Let's go together. He's just one person, we still have a chance. There were 4 of them, 2 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 archer. Dealing with 1 assassin, even if that assassin had blue gear and was far stronger than an ordinary assassin, in a situation where the opponent had already exposed themselves and lost the initiative, they were still capable of handling it. Exactly, just 1 assassin. What are we afraid of? Let's go together and take him down. The group's eyes gradually turned fierce as they fixed their gaze on Zhang Chen and charged at him. Hammer Brother and another warrior took the lead, drawing fire. The mage and the archer stayed back, launching their attacks from a distance. This 4-person team, it must be said, had a decent level of cooperation. An ordinary assassin would probably fall into a passive position the moment they faced them, caught off guard and killed in an instant. However, Zhang Chen was not an ordinary assassin. Facing the charge of Hammer Brother and the warrior, Zhang Chen moved like a ghost, skillfully dodging. Hammer Brother and the warrior missed their strikes, their hearts sinking. They quickly adjusted their positions and launched another attack at Zhang Chen. But would Zhang Chen give them the chance? He flashed and instantly appeared beside the warrior. Before the warrior could react, Zhang Chen's dagger had already sliced across his throat. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly fell. Seeing his companion go down, a strong fear surged in Hammer Brother's heart. What are you all doing? Why aren't you attacking? Hammer Brother roared. Big brother, this guy is too fast. We can't lock onto him at all. The mage and the archer were sweating profusely. This assassin before them was completely different from anyone or any monster they had dealt with before. He moved like a ghost in the night, weaving effortlessly between attacks, giving them no chance to lock onto him. Brother Hammer watched as Zhang Chen approached, his fear growing stronger. He knew this couldn't go on. He had to find a way to turn the situation around. Mage, use area magic. Archer, fire indiscriminately. Brother Hammer roared. His plan was simple. To wear Zhang Chen down with his warrior's toughness. As long as the opponent was hit once, with the fragility of an assassin, he would instantly lose combat effectiveness. At that moment, it would be his chance to counterattack. The mage and archer, hearing the command, quickly sprang into action. The mage chanted incantations, waving his staff, as a massive fireball gathered above his head. With a low shot from the mage, the fireball flew towards Zhang Chen. The archer no longer aimed but quickly pulled back the bowstring, shooting arrows like raindrops in Zhang Chen's direction. You're not that fast. Let's see how you dodge this time. Brother Hammer sneered. You've got some ideas, but it's useless. At level 1, both the mage and archer had no skills and could only rely on basic attacks. Even with indiscriminate area attacks, hitting him was a pipe dream. Not good, the boss is in danger. The innocent little bunny, after a brief moment of shock, regained her senses. This was no longer the peaceful era of the past. Only the ruthless and quick could survive. The boss's legs had to be held tightly. Brother Killer, I'm here to help you. The little bunny shouted, immediately controlling a skeleton warrior to charge forward. This skeleton warrior was truly tough. Whether it was fire or the archer's attacks landing on it, they only produced dull sounds and failed to inflict any substantial damage. The skeleton warrior marched forward with heavy steps, charging towards the mage and archer without hesitation, relieving pressure on Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen slightly turned his head to glance at the little bunny and her controlled skeleton warrior. Meanwhile, he had already rushed in front of Brother Hammer. Damn it! I forgot that Necromancer is a meat shield. The attack aimed at Zhang Chen was blocked. The plan fell apart. Brother Hammer panicked. Faced with Zhang Chen right in front of him, he could no longer evade. If he couldn't dodge, then he wouldn't. I don't believe you can break my defense. Brother Hammer roared. His defense was as high as 180, plus the 30 points from his armor, breaking 200. The archer, with the strongest burst damage in their team, had an attack power of only 130 points. Even if this assassin's attack power was boosted by blue gear, it was absolutely impossible to break 200. As long as the opponent didn't have a single move to take him down, with the innate advantage of a warrior's thick health, he could counterattack. Assassins were just that weak, but he didn't know that Zhang Chen was not an ordinary assassin. His power, boosted by the razor-sharp dagger, had already reached 250 points. Even at level 2, he could be taken down in one hit. Godfall triggered. Critical hit of 578 damage. Why is your attack power so high? Brother Hammer's voice was filled with despair and unwillingness as he widened his eyes and slowly fell. Zhang Chen looked expressionlessly at Brother Hammer's corpse, the razor-sharp dagger in his hand still stained with a trace of blood. He slightly tilted his head to look at the stunned little bunny not far away. The little bunny's mouth fell open, her face full of disbelief. She had never seen such powerful attack power. This mysterious assassin was constantly reshaping her understanding of strength. Boss, you're amazing, the little bunny stammered. Zhang Chen picked up the equipment dropped by Brother Hammer. White grade equipment, Thorn armor, defense plus 30, no special attributes. White grade equipment, Thorn bar, attack plus 15, no special attributes. He equipped the Thorn armor and tossed the Thorn bar into his backpack. Full? This is full already. Is this backpack really so small? Zhang Chen was somewhat puzzled. He had only packed a few pieces of equipment, and the storage space was already insufficient. I can only wait until tomorrow when the trading system opens to clear it out. Zhang Chen's gaze shifted to the remaining mages and archers. Their faces instantly turned pale. Even their leader, Hammer Brother, had been killed in an instant, and the last bit of fighting spirit they had vanished without a trace. The mage's staff trembled slightly in his hand, and the archer's bowstring slackened as they looked at Zhang Chen in terror. Don't kill us, we can team up, the mage said, his voice trembling, and the archer quickly nodded in agreement. The big white rabbit looked at Zhang Chen, but Zhang Chen coldly shook his head. In his team, he only needed girls. The mage and archer saw Zhang Chen's response and their faces showed despair. They knew that today, they were doomed. In that case, don't blame us for fighting to the death, the mage gritted his teeth and said. He raised his staff. The archer also tightened his bowstring, aiming at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen's eyes turned cold, and the sharp dagger in his hand slightly lifted. He would not give them a chance to counterattack. Just as the mage was about to cast a spell, Zhang Chen's figure flashed and he dashed in front of the mage like a ghost. The mage's eyes widened in terror, and before he could react, Zhang Chen's dagger had already pierced his chest. Seeing this, the archer quickly shot an arrow, but Zhang Chen easily sidestepped. He swung his dagger backhandedly, slicing through the archer's throat. The archer clutched his neck and slowly fell down. After dealing with the mage and archer, Zhang Chen sheathed his dagger and turned to the big white rabbit. The big white rabbit was still lost in the fantasy from earlier, and when she saw Zhang Chen looking at her, she came back to her senses. Big boss, you are really amazing, the big white rabbit said sincerely. Pick up the mage's equipment, Zhang Chen said, and then fell silent. Didn't the big boss say the equipment? The big white rabbit was taken aback, and a happy smile appeared on her face. The big boss is willing to give me the equipment he dropped. The big boss doesn't want them, but wants me. It seems I still have a bit of charm. Equipping the staff, the big white rabbit thought happily. This was simply because Zhang Chen's backpack couldn't hold anymore. Ding, host's teammate favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability 70, just 30 points away from unlocking the next position for a girl. Zhang Chen wiped the sharp dagger in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, two long, whip-like attacks suddenly whistled from the swamp in front of them, striking towards Zhang Chen and the big white rabbit. The little monster frog's long tongue attack. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing this as an attack method from the monster frog. He slightly sidestepped to avoid the strike, then grabbed the long tongue and pulled with all his strength. The monster frog was yanked off balance by the sudden force, part of its body pulled out of the swamp. The sharp dagger in his hand pierced through the little monster frog's head, nailing it to the ground. On the other side, the big white rabbit had no time to react to the little monster frog's long tongue attack. The long tongue came rushing in like lightning, about to hit the big white rabbit. In a critical moment, the skeleton warrior suddenly stepped forward, using its hard body to block the monster frog's long tongue. With a dull thud, the long tongue struck the skeleton warrior, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Although the skeleton warrior was slightly shaken by the blow, it successfully protected the big white rabbit. The big white rabbit was still in shock, her face pale. As expected of the summon creature of the undead queen, just a level 1 summon, yet it possesses the automatic protection ability that only level 10 creatures have. Zhang Chen observed the scene, moving like a light swallow. He swiftly pulled out the sharp dagger and almost teleported in front of the little monster frog, eliminating the one that had tried to ambush the big white rabbit. Thank you, big brother killer, for saving my life, the big white rabbit said gratefully. Ding, team member affection level increased by 20 points, current affection level 90. It has nothing to do with me, I'm just killing monsters." Zhang Chen did not take credit for something that wasn't his. This big shot's personality is really quite likable. The big white rabbit smiled. She was starting to understand Zhang Chen's temperament a bit. An arrogant lone wolf. At this moment, Zhang Chen was already steadily moving towards the swamp. "I will clear out a safe area, stay close to me." Zhang Chen left this message and dashed into the depths of the swamp like a bolt of black lightning. "Hey," the big white rabbit instinctively wanted to retort. But after witnessing Zhang Chen's actions a few times, her throat rolled, and she swallowed the words that were about to come out. The big white rabbit hurried to catch up, feeling both nervous and excited. She wanted to see how this big shot would solve the challenges in such a terrain that severely limited an assassin's abilities. As Zhang Chen stepped into the swamp, 3 small monster frogs attacked simultaneously. With a leap, Zhang Chen soared into the air like a swift swallow, evading the lightning-fast tongue attack. Soaring into the air, with no foothold, how will the big shot dodge the next attack? The big white rabbit's heart tightened. The swamp was not solid ground. Falling from such a height would inevitably lead to sinking. An assassin's movements were restricted. What was the difference from being dead? The big shot wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The big white rabbit watched in shock from a distance. In midair, Zhang Chen quickly assessed the positions of the 3 monster frogs. To the big white rabbit's astonishment, Zhang Chen used the long tongue of one of the monster frogs as a landing point. He accurately landed on the long tongue that one of the frogs had shot out, like a highly skilled acrobat. The monster frog clearly did not expect Zhang Chen to make such a move. It suddenly whipped its tongue, trying to throw Zhang Chen off. He followed the direction of the tongue's movement, tracing an arc in the air as he flew towards another monster frog. During the flight, Zhang Chen's sharp dagger was already poised for attack. As he approached the other monster frog, the dagger shot out like lightning, striking the frog's eye with precision. Using the mud splashed up by the frog's fall into the swamp as a landing point, Zhang Chen leaped into the air again. This series of maneuvers left the big white rabbit dumbfounded. It can be played like this? She had never imagined that in such a perilous swamp, Zhang Chen could still move as if on solid ground. The swamp terrain could not restrict Zhang Chen's actions at all. The god of assassins. Truly the god of assassins. Zhang Chen's gaze locked onto the last monster frog, using the air currents to adjust his body and rapidly close in on it. Whoosh! As Zhang Chen approached the monster frog, it suddenly extended its long tongue, attempting a final resistance. However, Zhang Chen had anticipated this. He nimbly sidestepped and easily avoided the tongue's attack. Immediately after, Zhang Chen's dagger shot towards the monster frog's vital spot like a meteor. The monster frog let out a desperate scream, its body slowly collapsing into the swamp. After dealing with the 3 monster frogs, Zhang Chen landed steadily on the ground, killed 3 level 1 monster frogs, gained 48 experience points, and 48 attribute points, obtained a D-level skill scroll. A skill drop. A level 1 monster actually dropped a skill. This was rarer than Blue Gear. Zhang Chen examined the skill scroll. D-level assassin skill scroll, skill, Shadow Escape. Can enter a stealth state for a short time, duration 10 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Zhang Chen squinted slightly. Although it could only provide 10 seconds of invisibility, this skill was undoubtedly the best D-level skill for an assassin. Even some C-level skills might not be as practical as Shadow Escape. Better safe than sorry, stay close to me. They continued onward. Zhang Chen was at the front, clearing the way and defeating enemies. The big white rabbit nervously controlled the skeleton warriors behind him, ready to provide support when necessary. However, she also knew that with Zhang Chen's strength, he might not need her help. In the end, the two of them passed through the swampy area at an incredibly fast pace. Level up! Arriving in a safe zone, Zhang Chen began to tally his gains. He had killed a total of 12 small monsters. The big white rabbit also took the opportunity to slay 2. They collectively earned 200 attribute points and experience. Additionally, they found 2 pieces of white-grade equipment. Level up! Name, Zhang Chen ID, Ruthless Killer Class, Shadow Assassin, Hidden Class, Unique, Level 2, 270/500, Strength, 150, 100, Speed, 370 plus 180, 20, Spirit, 150 Body, 80 plus 20, 20, Equipment, White Grade, Thorn Armor *1, Durability 80%, White Grade, Monster Boots *1, Durability 100%, Blue Grade, Sharp Dagger *1, Durability 80%, Skill, D-Grade Skill, Shadow Escape Talent Skill, Godfall Level 1, 5% chance of critical hit on each attack. The harvest on the first day is not bad. Zhang Chen exited his attribute panel. In his previous life, he was still on the brink of death at this time, far from level 2, with only 1 piece of white grade equipment. Now, he had a complete basic set. One of them was even blue grade. Moreover, he had gained a skill. To put it bluntly, with his current level and all his equipment and skills, excluding combat experience, he could firmly occupy a top 3 position in this area. And this is just the first day. From now on, I will level up faster and my equipment will become stronger. On the first day, whether in terms of the number of monsters or their types and levels, it was not high. It was basically impossible for him to level up quickly. After the second day, the number, types, and levels of monsters would increase exponentially. That would be the time for rapid progress. The big white rabbit beside him was also happily counting her spoils. It's so great to be following a big shot. Her face was beaming with excitement. Before teaming up with Zhang Chen, she had only gained a few experience points in total, and had no equipment at all. In just a short time behind Zhang Chen, she had accumulated dozens of experience points and even obtained 2 pieces of white-grade equipment. She couldn't have imagined this before. No wonder they say it's nice to be in the shade of a big tree. Brother Killer, I'll stick with you from now on. The big white rabbit looked at Zhang Chen with sparkling eyes. Zhang Chen slightly turned his head to glance at the big white rabbit but said nothing. The memory of the undead queen was of a taciturn and cold ruler. Why was this one so talkative? The two continued on their way to the rocky forest. At this moment, the second day arrived. The chat and shop systems appeared on everyone's panels. Finally, I can clean out my backpack. Zhang Chen began to sort through the equipment he didn't need. One by one, he uploaded them to the shop. It's a pity I have to go to the rocky forest now, otherwise, I would definitely trade in the safe zone. Zhang Chen sighed. Selling items in the shop incurs a 20% service fee. Truly heartless. At this moment, the entire chat channel erupted. People were discussing the newly appeared chat and shop systems, excitement and curiosity flowing through the words. This panel actually has a chat and shop system, how amazing. I can finally contact my family. The signal was cut off before, it drove me crazy. Why can't I still reach my family? This chat can only be with people in our region. Others can't join for now. I hope they can open cross-region chatting in the future, so we can learn more about what's happening outside. Xinchun, now that the chat system is open, don't you have anyone you want to contact? A voice rang in Luo Qingqing's ears. Ever since the chat system opened, almost everyone had been checking in with familiar faces. The image of Zhang Chen unconsciously surfaced in Luo Qingqing's mind. This guy always restricts my freedom. Now that I can finally enjoy a few days of freedom, I don't want to contact him. I hope he isn't in the same region as me. That way, he won't bother me. She shook her head, trying to drive Zhang Chen's image from her mind. Luo Qingqing looked at the handsome teammate beside her and smiled happily. Zhang Chen, you'd better not come to bother me now, or I'll stab you. The chat system is open, but it doesn't seem to make much difference for me. Zhang Chen looked at the messages popping up in the world channel with a calm heart. In his previous life, when this system was released, he was so excited he almost jumped up. Finally, there was a way to get news about Luo Qingqing. But now, having experienced rebirth, his mindset had changed. Let Luo Qingqing fend for herself. What's the use of this shop system being open? Who has equipment or skills to sell right now? Exactly. I haven't even seen any equipment. How could anyone be rich enough to sell it? Even if there were, no one would be foolish enough to sell their equipment. Monsters have descended. Anything that could increase strength might save your life. It can't be sold. Look, there really is a fool selling equipment. No way? There really is. Let me see who it is. A group of people opened the shop. They were instantly dumbfounded to see several extra white items posted by Zhang Chen. Is he selling so much equipment by himself? This isn't a fool, it's a big shot. Selling one piece of equipment might be foolish, but selling so much equipment indicates that the person must have better gear or simply doesn't need these items. Everyone secretly speculated about how powerful Zhang Chen really was. Who is this big shot called Heartless Killer? How does he have so much equipment to sell? Someone raised a question in the chat channel. He definitely didn't get it all by himself. There must be a team behind him. That's obvious. But even if it's a team, that team must be terrifyingly strong. Exactly, my squad has only 2 pieces of white gear so far. We don't even have enough for ourselves. How could we sell? Which team is this big shots? I want to join. The discussion among the crowd grew more intense, and their curiosity about Heartless Killer deepened. The big white rabbit couldn't help but chuckle at these comments. What team does the big shot have? It's always just him. The big white rabbit edited this text and looked at Zhang Chen beside her, feeling a surge of pride. No, the big shot does have teammates. That's me. So, she silently deleted that text again. Wow, someone bought all this equipment. Who is this? So extravagant. Whoever it is, being able to buy so much equipment at once means their strength can't be underestimated. The chat channel instantly erupted. Everyone began to speculate about the identities of the buyers and sellers. The big white rabbit's pupils widened slightly. She turned to Zhang Chen and said, "Big shot, your equipment was bought so quickly. Who is the buyer? Their financial power is astonishing." Looking at the ID named Thorny Rose, Zhang Chen was also slightly surprised. The total value of his equipment exceeded 5 million. The fact that the other party could buy it all at once clearly indicated they were not an ordinary person. Soon, he remembered who this ID belonged to, a very powerful tycoon. Or rather, before the arrival of the divine rules, her family had the authority to dictate everything. She herself was also a powerful hidden class player. In her previous life, with her immense financial resources and strength, she earned the title of Goddess of Life. Money in hand is real. Zhang Chen did not delve deeper into this issue. 5 million. An ordinary person might not earn that much in a lifetime. And after the arrival of the divine, in just one night, he became a millionaire. And this was thanks to the system's double loot drop. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have that much equipment to sell. The handling fee is really expensive. Zhang Chen felt a bit pained. The store deducted a 20% handling fee, directly costing him $1 million, which made him feel quite dejected. From now on, I must go for offline transactions. Damn, otherwise it's too much of a loss, Zhang Chen thought to himself. At that moment, a message popped up in his private chat window. "Thorny Rose, killer, do you have any equipment left?" Zhang Suxin, in a black silk high-heeled skirt, looked at the chat box named Heartless Killer that replied with none and felt a slight disappointment in her heart. She had thought she could obtain some more equipment from this mysterious Heartless Killer to enhance her and her team's strength. Zhang Suxin bit her lip and sent a message. "When will you have new equipment? We can offer a high price to buy it." Zhang Chen thought for a moment and replied, "When I have it, I will list it in the store." Zhang Chen exited the private chat interface, and a post instantly caught his attention. It was a blurry video. The video showed a stone monster battling a team of class-changing players. "It's the Stone Rock Tyrant. This boss has already been engaged." Zhang Chen's heart tightened. This boss was supposed to be his easy prey. Now, someone had already started fighting it. It made him feel a bit anxious. Fortunately, with the Stone Rock Tyrant's high level of 5 and its special boss attributes, there was still no one, or rather no team of class-changing players in this area, capable of taking it down. "We still have time. Let's go," Zhang Chen called to the little white rabbit as they headed towards the rocky forest. "Boss, we aren't really going to fight that boss, are we?" The big white rabbit also saw that video and instantly understood Zhang Chen's intentions. "Fight the boss?" "Yeah," Zhang Chen nodded, closing the chat interface and leading the way ahead. "You really are going?" The big white rabbit's voice trembled slightly. The two quickly advanced towards the rocky forest. "Boss, are we really confident we can defeat that Stone Rock Tyrant?" The big white rabbit, who had been holding back, finally couldn't help but ask again. That boss was extremely powerful. A 7-person team couldn't even break its defenses with all their might. And with just one strike, that 7-person class-changing team was wiped out. Its strength was completely beyond what the small monsters they had encountered before could compare to. The big white rabbit knew Zhang Chen was very strong, but she didn't think he could be strong enough to single-handedly defeat a boss. "I want to clarify, I absolutely do not mean to underestimate you, boss. I just think we should be a bit cautious when fighting the first boss. How about we enhance our strength a bit more before coming back?" The big white rabbit quickly explained, fearing that Zhang Chen would be unhappy and kick her out of the team. After all, it was hard to find such an efficient monster hunting team. Or rather, there was none. "If you're scared, you don't have to go." Zhang Chen spoke calmly, not slowing down. He had no time to waste. If he waited a little longer, the stone tyrant might very well be killed by someone else first. One step slow, every step slow. Zhang Chen understood this principle well. To rise quickly in this bloody world, he had to seize every opportunity he could grasp and strive to climb up. If the undead queen was afraid, he would have to give up on her. Although it was a pity to lose the system buff, it was still much better than losing everything. The big white rabbit looked at Zhang Chen's determined back, and her hesitation instantly vanished. Gritting her teeth, she quickened her pace to catch up with Zhang Chen and shouted, "Big guy, wait for me." Zhang Chen slightly turned his head, glanced at the big white rabbit, and said nothing, but his eyes held a hint of approval. After hurrying along, they finally arrived at the stone forest. "This is the first time I've seen a forest completely made of stone," the big white rabbit exclaimed, gazing at the peculiar scenery before her. The stone forest was formed by countless piles of rocks. These rocks varied in shape, strange and bizarre. They were scattered in a seemingly random manner, as if nature had carelessly dropped its pieces. Zhang Chen casually scanned the area. At that moment, a massive rock in front of them suddenly shook. A rock lizard with a broken tail and damaged scales crawled out from behind the boulder. Lucky us, we encountered an injured rock lizard. The big white rabbit's eyes sparkled as she commanded the skeleton warrior to prepare for battle. Zhang Chen was faster than her. By the time she noticed the rock lizard, Zhang Chen had already taken action. Wow, the big guy is still so quick. The big white rabbit sighed, crossing her arms and watching from the side. With Zhang Chen's speed, she wouldn't even get a sip of soup if she went over now. The monsters in the stone forest mainly consisted of rock lizards and stone-armored beasts. Rock lizards were long and covered in hard, stone-like scales. They moved swiftly, able to dart quickly between the rocks and launch surprise attacks. Their attack methods were similar to those of small frog monsters, with tongues that shot out like arrows to strike enemies. Stone-armored beasts, on the other hand, were massive, resembling moving hills. Their bodies were covered in thick stone armor, making them extremely defensive. Ordinary attacks struggled to inflict damage on them. To break through their defenses, at least a group of level 1 class changers would need to surround them, or a level 3 main attacker could do the job. Their attack method was a charge. With incredible strength, they could easily smash large boulders. As a level 2 class changer, if hit by one of their charges, one would basically be done for. Bang! In the next moment, the injured rock lizard turned into a warm corpse. Slayed a level 2 monster, rock lizard, gained 50 experience points, 50 attribute points, white grade equipment, stone boots *2, stone boots, white grade equipment, speed plus 30, no special attributes. The total experience and attribute points provided by a level 2 monster was 30. When teamed up with the big white rabbit, if the other party did not take action, he could gain 25 experience and attribute points. With the system's boost, it directly became 50. The Undead Queen's favorability towards me has now reached 90, almost 100, which means I can unlock the next team slot soon. After allocating his points, Zhang Chen felt a slight anticipation in his heart. One girl could make his gains far exceed those of ordinary people. What about 2 girls? Killing a level 2 monster would directly yield 80 experience and attribute points. That was equivalent to the rewards of soloing a level 3 monster. This was without even considering drop rates and luck. With 400 luck points and quadruple drop rates, just thinking about it was terrifying. What about 3 girls, 4 girls? After upgrading from bronze to silver and then to gold? Wouldn't that mean that killing an ordinary small monster would yield rewards comparable to others soloing a boss? Even more. Thinking a bit too far ahead. First, let's raise the Undead Queen's favorability to 100. Zhang Chen calmed his slightly excited emotions and began to equip and allocate points. Name, Zhang Chen ID, Ruthless Killer Class, Shadow Assassin, Hidden Class, Unique, Level 2, 320/500, Strength, 250 plus 50, 100, Speed, 500, 30, Spirit, 150 Body, 120, Equipment, White Level, Thorn Armor *1, Durability 80%, White Level, Stone Boots *1, Durability 100%, Blue Level, B-Blade Dagger *1, Durability 80%, Skill, D-Level Skill, Shadow Escape Talent Skill, Divine Fall Level 1, 5% chance of critical hit on each attack. This time, Zhang Chen did not allocate points to speed. Instead, he put all points into strength. With the enhancement of the Shadow Escape skill, his current speed was enough to deal with the stone tyrant. However, his attack power was still lacking. 2 white level equipment dropped. This guy's luck is unbelievable. The big white rabbit expressed speechlessness at Zhang Chen's luck. Being strong is one thing. He's also a lucky one. What window did the heavens close for Zhang Chen? At this moment, the giant rock ahead shook again. The big white rabbit instantly became excited. His gaze fixed ahead, commanding the skeleton warrior to prepare for action. This time, it's definitely my turn to kill the monster. Captain, that rock lizard ran off in this direction. Soon, we will be the first team to achieve a first kill on a level 2 monster. We owe a lot to that small team fighting the monster for us. The warrior with the IDL kill you beamed with joy. They had just entered the rocky forest and happened to encounter a small team dealing with a rock lizard, suffering heavy losses. They took over the other party's equipment and prey. They thought it would be a sure win against the injured rock lizard, but unexpectedly, it got away. They had been tracking it for over 2 hours. They absolutely could not let it escape. With the captain whose ID was "I'm a master" shouting loudly, "Everyone, stay alert, we cannot let that rock lizard get away." The team members nodded in agreement and quickly chased after the direction the rock lizard had fled. However, when they rounded a huge pile of rocks, they were instantly dumbfounded. There stood a man and a woman, with a dead rock lizard lying beside them. I'm a master turned pale with anger, glaring at Zhang Chen and the big white rabbit, saying, "Who are you? Why are you stealing our monster?" The big white rabbit, who initially thought it was a monster, saw 6 people suddenly appear. The smile on her face vanished instantly. Now being questioned, her mood soured even more. Is it yours? What do you mean stealing monsters? Whoever kills it owns it. You're talking nonsense. The female mage with the ID pink little pig couldn't hold back and started to rant. We've been fighting this monster for 2 hours, finally close to killing it, and you just come out to pick up the scraps. So shameless. Why don't you just die? Zheng Chen remained expressionless. Slowly speaking, in this rocky forest, monsters are inherently ownerless. Whoever has the ability to kill it owns it. You chased for so long but couldn't kill it, which only shows your lack of strength. I'm a master, was infuriated by Zhang Chen's words, his face turning red, but he had nothing to say. If they were strong enough, they would have taken down an injured rock lizard long ago. Dude, your combat power is impressive too. The big white rabbit gave Zhang Chen a thumbs up. She thought he was cold-hearted. His ability to hand over the knife was no worse than hers. After 2 hours of fighting, we only managed to scrape a bit of skin. You guys are really trash. Even if you were given another day, you wouldn't be able to kill this monster. Maybe you'd even get counter-killed. The big white rabbit was also unrelenting in her verbal assault. When it came to trash-talking, she was the queen. Who are you calling trash? Pink Pig was so infuriated by the big white rabbit's words that she stomped her foot hard. What are you babbling about? There are only 2 of them. Just kill them. All the loot will be ours. The 6-member team instantly moved closer to Zhang Chen and the big white rabbit, clearly ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Are we going to fight? Zhang Chen frowned slightly, a hint of impatience in his eyes. The big white rabbit glanced over and instantly understood that the boss was annoyed. She straightened her chest and said, "Come on then, who's afraid of who? You 6 can come at us together." Those 6, who took ages to kill even a level 2 monster, wouldn't stand a chance against her and the boss. If she had known that the other side had been chasing a half-dead rock lizard for 2 hours without taking it down, rather than being the ones who had injured it, she probably wouldn't have wasted time talking and would have just attacked. "I'll kill you." One of them stepped forward, threatening, "Humph, don't think you're impressive just because you killed an injured rock lizard. If we hadn't heavily injured that monster, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Just look at you. A squishy mage and a trash assassin, you'd probably be dead by now. It was us who saved you." The other team members nodded in agreement. Although they hadn't actually injured the lizard, they had tracked it for so long. They were sure they had drained its health. Otherwise, it would have been these 2 mages and the assassin who would be dead. In an instant, they felt they were on the high ground. "We are your saviors. Not only do you not show gratitude, but you also steal our monster. Ungrateful little people," Pink Pig said angrily. The big white rabbit was amused by their twisted logic. Were these people fools? Not to mention a heavily injured level 2 monster. Even a fully healthy level 2 monster wouldn't stand a chance against the boss, and her. She was too tired to argue with these people. Zhang Chen directly walked into the rocky forest, completely ignoring them. His target was the boss, not to waste time with these clowns babbling nonsense. Trying to leave? The 6 formed a circle, surrounding Zhang Chen. "We don't want much. Just hand over all the equipment on you. Consider it compensation and a reward for saving your lives." Their eyes were fixed on the equipment on Zhang Chen, burning with desire. So much. Soon it would all be ours. These people were going to die. The big white rabbit mourned for them. The previous team that had tried to rob the boss was already 6 feet under. At that moment, the ground shook. Then a monster, resembling a giant rock, appeared before everyone. "It's a rock-armored beast." The 6-member team was instantly filled with terror. They recalled the fear they had felt when they first arrived in this rocky forest and were dominated by the rock-armored beast. An 8-member team had confidently thought they could easily handle a level 2 monster. However, they couldn't even break through its defenses. After 1 round of attacks, 2 of their members had died. Terrified, they fled in panic. "Run! Quick, escape!" I'm a master didn't hesitate for a second before turning to leave. "What about the assassin's equipment? Hey, where's that assassin? Disappeared? What the hell? It's broad daylight and we're seeing ghosts." When they turned back, they found that Zhang Chen's figure had already vanished. Zhang Chen used shadow escape. His body instantly disappeared from the spot. With incredible speed, he lunged toward the rock-armored beast. The rock-armored beast did not have a skill to detect hidden enemies. They were completely unaware of Zhang Chen's arrival. Still glaring fiercely at the group in front of them, "I am a master." This stone-armored beast has armor all over its body, with no obvious weaknesses. Only the neck is slightly softer. With my attack power, it would take at least 3 hits to break its defense. Zhang Chen, holding the B-blade dagger, quickly closed in, analyzing the battle situation. Although the stone-armored beast had high defense, its speed was relatively slow. With his agility, he could easily kite it to death. Moreover, in his invisible state, he could land several free attacks. That should be enough to severely injure or even kill it. Bang! The dagger pierced the stone armor. The godfall triggered. Critical hit 1298. The armor that would normally require at least a level 3 awaken to break was like tofu in front of Zhang Chen. The B-blade dagger easily penetrated the stone armor on the stone-armored beast's neck, stabbing into its flesh and severing its spinal cord. The stone-armored beast cried out in pain but didn't even have time to roar. Its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lucky me, a one-hit kill. Zhang Chen sheathed the B-blade dagger. What happened to the stone-armored beast? It's dead. The 6-member team, preparing to flee, were drawn in by the sound of the stone-armored beast falling. They turned back to see it lying motionless on the ground. How did it die? It can't be another heavily injured one, right? Loot, loot. The once panicked 6-member team, after a moment of stunned silence following the stone-armored beast's death, erupted into wild joy. Just as they were about to rush forward to loot, the shadow escape time was up. Zhang Chen's figure appeared next to the stone-armored beast's corpse. What the hell? Is this guy a ghost? How does he appear and disappear like that? The 6 of them abruptly stopped in their tracks, looking at Zhang Chen as if he were a ghost. Suddenly appearing and then vanishing. What else could it be but a ghost? Skill. This guy is an assassin with skills. I am a master, instantly realized. Zhang Chen's sudden disappearance and reappearance must undoubtedly be an assassin skill. Moreover, it was related to invisibility. The other members of the 6-member team, upon hearing I am a master explain, were shocked and instantly felt unbalanced. Skill? Assassins have skills now? Why is that? This assassin not only had equipment they didn't possess but also skills they had never even seen. Damn, people are infuriating. The white rabbit quickly approached Zhang Chen, glancing at the stone-armored beast that had been killed in one hit, slightly surprised. The boss's attack power has increased again. Even the stone-armored beast couldn't withstand a single hit from him. She then turned her gaze to the 6-member team, the sarcasm on her pretty face becoming more pronounced. See that? The level 2 monster you all struggled to take down, our assassin brother can kill in an instant. We are your saviors, so hurry up and come thank us. Pink Little Pig was so angry she was shouting. She glared and said, "Don't be so smug, so what if you have skills? We have 6 people, 6 people. The white rabbit mimicked her, we have 6 people, 6 people. This act not only infuriated the opponents but even made Zhang Chen unable to hold back a smile. The undead queen had a knack for getting on people's nerves. I am a master took a step forward. Zhang Chen's gaze instantly turned sharp as he quietly gripped the B-blade dagger. As long as the other side made the slightest move, the dagger would appear at their throat. Unexpectedly, the other party bent down and apologized to Zhang Chen. Boss, we were blind and offended you. Sorry, we were wrong. Everyone present was taken aback by I am a master suddenly admitting fault. Captain, what are you doing? Why apologize to these idiots? They should be the ones admitting fault. Pink Little Pig was furious. I'm going to kill you, said I am a master directly. Captain, kill them. Then all the good stuff will be ours. I'm a master, yet he reached out to stop them. In their team channel, he spoke, look at that assassin's ID. Heartless killer? Pfft, how shameless. Wait, isn't that ID from the first big shot who sold equipment? What? It really is him. We ran into this big shot. As the first to sell a bunch of equipment, a brief wave of discussion erupted in the entire channel. They discussed his profession, team, and so on. They didn't expect that such a big shot was actually an assassin class that everyone had forgotten. The entire team only had 2 people. Captain, how did those 2 get so much equipment? They can't be looting other people's corpses, right? Definitely. Do you expect a mage and an assassin, 2 fragile characters, to kill enemies? If we kill him, won't all the equipment be ours? What to do? I am a master directly interrupted their conversation. Foolish. Didn't you see that guy one-shot a stone-armored beast? Even with our numbers, we can't withstand that kind of attack. It's better to pull them into our team than to be enemies with them. So many benefits. The captain has great vision. I am a master smiled at Zhang Chen and the white rabbit. Just now, we didn't recognize the killer big shot, I apologize. Saying this, he actually bowed in apology. He also urged the other team members to apologize to Zhang Chen. Only Pink Pig looked unwilling and angry. Big shot, you see, there are only 2 of you. We still have 2 spots left in our team. How about you join us? Ha, the white rabbit sneered. These people have good eyes, they know the big shot is powerful and want to recruit him. Unfortunately, with the big shot's vision, he probably looks down on them. Sure enough, not interested. Zhang Chen's tone was very cold. Besides girls, he had no interest in teaming up with anyone. And generally, ordinary girls wouldn't catch his eye either. Big shot, how about this, you join our team. I'll give you my captain position. we'll all follow your orders. I am a master continued to persuade. He even offered up his captain position. The captain is so sincere, the big shot should agree, right? He'll definitely agree. Zhang Chen didn't respond to their intentions at all and turned to leave. Being ignored, Pink Pig and the others were instantly furious and were about to step forward, but were stopped by I am a master. Captain, we're so sincere. Why is that guy acting so high and mighty? Can you swallow this anger? I am a master looked at Zhang Chen's back, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. Big shot, are you going to find the boss? I know the location. I am a master shouted at Zhang Chen's back. Hearing this, Zhang Chen stopped in his tracks. The rocky forest was vast. The boss's respawn location was not fixed. If he had to search for it himself, it would take a lot of effort. By then, the first kill reward might have been taken by someone else. Of course I know. I can tell the big shot. Seeing Zhang Chen turn around, I am a master revealed a knowing expression. Anyone who has played the game knows that the first kill of a boss comes with many benefits. Therefore, since that boss appeared, many teams that considered themselves strong went to search for and challenge it. They had this thought before as well. However, they were instantly deterred by that level 2 stone armored beast and ended up looting corpses. During this process, they inadvertently discovered the location of the boss. Just a distant glance, and they slipped away. Captain, the boss's location is something we worked hard to find. What should we tell them? If he's so tough, let him find it himself. The team members instantly expressed their dissatisfaction with I'm a master. Big shot, I can tell you the boss's location, but you have to give me something in return. I'm a master rubbed his hands, his meaning clear. As expected, a weasel paying a New Year visit to a chicken, not with good intentions. The white rabbit showed a knowing expression. Name your price. Zhang Chen spoke up. Captain, ask for 1 or 200,000. Better to ask for some equipment. You're a tiger, can others really give equipment? Well, how about you just give me some equipment? After I'm a master said this, he dared not look directly at Zhang Chen, but couldn't help sneaking glances. You really are asking for a lot. The white rabbit was furious. Something that could be found with a little time, and he dared to ask for a piece of equipment at such a high price. Did he really think others were fools, willing to trade equipment for such an unimportant piece of information? This. Scolded by the white rabbit, I'm a master felt embarrassed. He knew he was asking too much and felt uneasy. However, the timid starves while the bold thrive. If the big shot didn't agree, he could always negotiate later. Deal. Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and directly tossed a white-grade piece of equipment into I'm a master's hands. At the same time, the voice reached his ears. The detailed address of the boss. He really gave it? Damn, this guy has so much equipment? If I had known, I would have let the boss ask for a few more pieces. His combat power might be good, but his brain isn't working, trading a white item for such an unimportant piece of information. What a fool! The team members visibly smiled. I'm a master looked at the white equipment in his hands, his mood instantly excited. He didn't expect Zhang Chen to actually give him equipment. What a big shot! Big shot, you! The white rabbit was stunned. Big shot, having equipment shouldn't be wasted like this. This information was clearly not worth a piece of white equipment. Although it wasn't her equipment, that didn't stop her from feeling heartbroken. Zhang Chen's expression remained calm. To him, a discarded piece of white equipment was indeed worth less than this piece of information. The urgent task was to find and kill the boss before everyone else. Soon, I'm a master told Zhang Chen the exact location of the boss. After receiving the information, Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and headed straight for the destination. We'll follow too. I'm a master spoke up. Boss, why should we go alone? That boss is too strong. With our strength, it would be like giving it away. Just as I'm a master finished speaking, I'll kill you asked in confusion. Captain, you don't really think that assassin can take down the boss, do you? Pink Little Pig laughed. That boss had caused several teams to fail miserably. No matter how strong that assassin was, 2 people going to take on the boss would likely end in regret. Of course not. Then why are we following? If that guy gets killed by the boss, we can just pick up his equipment. You think I'm so kind as to tell him the boss's location for nothing? I'm a master revealed a sly smile. This was his true intention. Damn! As expected of a big shot, I thought the captain was on the ceiling, but it turns out he's on the top floor. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and follow. That guy is fully equipped. I've been envious for a long time. That assassin is just a pig brain, all strength but no skill. Our captain is amazing. He can easily take him down. The team members showed excited expressions, already fantasizing about the scene after getting Zhang Chen's equipment. Really? Suddenly, a chilling voice exploded in everyone's ears. Who? Instantly, the 6-member team was thrown into a panic. They looked around, trying to find the source of the voice. However, all that responded to them was silence. It's that assassin's invisibility skill, someone realized. The next moment, a dagger flashed before his eyes, drawing blood from his neck. The man widened his eyes, filled with fear, and slowly fell down. The other team members were terrified upon seeing this. Zhang Chen appeared, his expression cold as he stared at them. After leaving, relying on his years of experience as an assassin, Zhang Chen sensed that something was slightly off. At the same time, to verify whether the location given by the other party was real, he shadow stepped back. Sure enough, what are you doing? I'm a master, he shouted in shock and anger. Why did you kill my people? What have we done to deserve this? Why do you have to resort to such poison? To their questions, Zhang Chen merely coldly raised his dagger. He quickly closed the distance between them. I hate being plotted against the most. This was the last sentence heard by I'm a master in this world. The next moment, Zhang Chen showed him his brain matter. You can't do this, you're killing innocents. Pink Little Pig was also scared to the point of turning pale. Demon! You're a killing demon. A demon? Zhang Chen shook his head. It didn't matter. After resolving the remaining people, Zhang Chen's figure disappeared. Captain, let's retreat. We can't take down this boss. If we continue, the casualties will be even worse. In the rocky forest where the Stone Rock Tyrant resided, a 5-member team led by an ID named Blood Fury Warrior was struggling to withstand the Stone Rock Tyrant's attacks. Strictly speaking, it should be an 8-member team. 3 had already permanently laid on the ground. The 5 who were still alive were all injured. Missing arms and legs, they were constantly coughing up blood. Severely wounded. This was still because Blood Fury Warrior, as a shield warrior, had taken on the majority of the damage. Otherwise, among the 8-member team, apart from Blood Fury Warrior, they would have all perished. 2A damn it. I didn't expect this boss to be so hard to fight. Blood Fury Warrior spat out blood, staring intently at the towering 5-meter boss, his eyes bloodshot. Their team had 3 level 2 experts. Each of them had at least one piece of white gear. Plus, with him as a hidden class, they were definitely the top existence among all teams. They thought they could handle this boss and earn the first kill reward. Unexpectedly, they ended up in such a miserable state. He understood why all the previous teams had come back without success. This was simply not meant for people to fight. Retreat! There was no other choice. Blood Fury Warrior issued the retreat order. If they stayed any longer, they would all perish here. He could confidently say that at this stage, no team could solo this boss. At this moment, Zhang Chen and the Big White Rabbit also arrived at the battlefield. Sure enough, someone has already come, but they don't look like they're a match for the boss. The Big White Rabbit said, "It really is this guy." Zhang Chen's gaze fixed on Blood Fury Warrior, and after checking the other party's ID, he felt somewhat relieved that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, there won't even be a bowl of soup to drink. In the previous life, it was this Blood Fury Warrior who got the first kill on the boss. With the rewards from the first kill of the first boss, he soared to great heights. He once dominated, ranking first on the level leaderboard. His strength was unmatched. "Captain, more people are coming." "I'm a big handsome guy," spoke up. The other 4 looked towards Zhang Chen, their eyes revealing a hint of expectation. If another small team came, there might still be a glimmer of hope to deal with this boss. But when they checked the classes of Zhang Chen and the Big White Rabbit, the hope that had risen was instantly extinguished. Damn it, only 2 people showed up, and they're a squishy mage and a trash assassin. Looks like we really can't take down this boss. Strawberry Soft Bear chimed in, with just 2 squishies, how dare they come to fight the boss? Their small team of 8 was fully equipped and powerful. They had been turned into dog food by the boss. 2 squishies trying to take on the boss, one didn't know whether to say they were bold or brainless, just looking for death. Maybe their teammates all died, and they accidentally stumbled in. The Blood Fury Warrior shouted at them, "Get out of here. Otherwise, you too will die here." After saying that, he dashed away without looking back. "Big guy, are we really going to take on this boss?" Looking at the 5-meter-tall Stone Rock Tyrant, which stood like a small mountain, the Big White Rabbit swallowed hard. She felt her skeleton warrior could be slapped to death by this boss. "How about we retreat first? Level up a bit and come back?" the Big White Rabbit tentatively asked. Zhang Chen shook his head. That Blood Fury Warrior would definitely not let this boss go. If he waited until his strength increased to come back, who knows how many small teams would have gathered to kill this boss. The reward for the first kill would slip through his fingers. Although a level 5 boss was an untouchable existence for any team or individual at this moment, he already had a plan. "You stay back and be safe. I'll handle it alone." Zhang Chen said this and without hesitation charged towards the Stone Rock Tyrant. "The big guy is concerned about my safety. It's the first time he's told me to be careful." Would Zhang Chen care about the Big White Rabbit? Obviously not. He just felt that having the big white rabbit join him would only hinder him and affect his gameplay. But the big white rabbit didn't think so. In an instant, a happy smile appeared on her face. Paired with her pure looks, it was quite lethal. My damn charm, my sword is still sharp. Ding dong, the host's teammate pure-hearted big white rabbit's favorability increased by 15 points. Current favorability 105 points. The host's favorability with pure-hearted big white rabbit has reached 100, unlocking the second sister buff. Please have the host quickly team up with a second girl. The sudden system notification left Zhang Chen momentarily stunned. The favorability had reached 100? That was fast. It seemed he could soon bring two girls along and gain even more powerful team buffs. However, the immediate priority was still to claim the reward for the first kill of the boss. Rumble. The Stone Rock Tyrant, enraged, chased after the Blood Fury Warrior team, its massive body trampling the ground, sending rocks flying. Damn it! If it catches up to us, we're dead for sure. They ran desperately, trying to shake off the pursuit of the Stone Rock Tyrant. The speed of the Stone Rock Tyrant, compared to its other attributes, was not outstanding, but as a level 5 boss, its base stats were enough to obliterate them. The speed of the Stone Rock Tyrant was increasing, getting closer to them. Captain, what should we do? We can't escape. It's over. It's over. At this moment, the Stone Rock Tyrant had already caught up with a priest in the team, its massive hand coming down directly towards the priest. No! The priest's desperate scream echoed. This guy is done for. The big white rabbit shook her head. This strike would be fatal even for an ordinary warrior, let alone a fragile priest. Damn it! At this critical moment, the Blood Fury warrior instantly turned around. He raised his shield high, simultaneously activating his innate skill, Blood Fury, increased defense by 50%, reduced damage by 30%. His eyes turned red, and he was filled with rage. Bang! The Stone Rock Tyrant's enormous claw came crashing down. However, it did not shatter the shield. The golden light on the shield flickered, blocking the blow. This guy has such strong defense. He actually withstood the boss's attack. The big white rabbit exclaimed. The skeleton warrior she summoned was also quite tough, but it definitely couldn't withstand the boss's strike. Just now, his shield flickered with red light. Could he also be a hidden class? The big white rabbit speculated. Roar! The Stone Rock Tyrant roared in anger and swung its massive arm down again. Bang! The shield still did not break, but this attack was too fierce. Puff pain shot through the shield, and the Blood Fury warrior spat out a mouthful of blood. Roar! The Stone Rock Tyrant howled at the sky. Run! The Blood Fury warrior shouted angrily, pulling the stunned priest to safety. They turned and ran, not daring to stop, but the Stone Rock Tyrant had locked onto them. It was a fight to the death. Damn it! This boss has set its sights on us. The five felt the tremors and pressure coming from behind. Their hearts sank instantly. They had drawn the boss's hatred, and it would not rest until they were dead. Look at that assassin, still daring to think about killing the boss. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. People die for wealth, birds die for food. He's really got some guts. But this is good too. With him attracting the boss's hatred, we can escape. Seeing Zhang Chen charge forward, the other four couldn't help but mock him, aside from the Blood Fury warrior. Besides the ridicule, there was a hint of joy. With Zhang Chen helping them attract the hatred, they wouldn't have to die. Sacrificing one assassin to save them all was a huge profit. Shadow escape. Once he was at a sufficient distance from the Stone Rock Tyrant, Zhang Chen activated the shadow escape skill. His figure instantly vanished before everyone's eyes. This scene left the Blood Fury warriors team dumbfounded. What just happened? He disappeared just like that? Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be an assassin who can use skills. No wonder he dared to charge forward. Turns out he was relying on his skills. His ID looks so familiar. Ruthless killer? Isn't that the big shot who sold equipment? The big shot is an assassin? They checked Zhang Chen's ID, revealing a hint of surprise. Their team had speculated about this big shot's class. They guessed it was a hidden class like their own big shot, but they never guessed it was an assassin. It was simply because this class was too weak at this stage, too fragile to take damage, not comparable to a warrior. The output wasn't as high as a mage's, and it had to engage in close combat, increasing the danger level sharply. It couldn't amplify the whole team like a priest. The setting was quite awkward. So what if that big shot is involved? He definitely wouldn't be a match for this boss. Their captain, the Blood Fury warrior, was a hidden class of the warrior profession, far stronger than ordinary classes. Yet, under the coordinated assault of their small group, they still suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the boss before them. 3 teammates would remain here forever. Assassins, even those of the hidden class among them, were still stronger than ordinary assassins. But that did not change the current weak situation of assassins. It was simply impossible to take down that boss. They couldn't even break its defenses. Oomph, Just because you can't do it, doesn't mean the big shot can't. The White Rabbit was very dissatisfied with their remarks. She stared at the battlefield and then opened the attributes of the Stone Rock Tyrant. It was a shock to her. Race, Stone Rock Tyrant, Bronze level boss, level 5, Strength, 1700, Speed, 400, Mentality, 400, Body, 1200, Talent skill, Rock Armor, increases defense by 50% for 10 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. This boss's attributes are just too insane. How could anyone possibly take it down at this stage? The White Rabbit couldn't help but gasp. As expected of the first boss, these attributes were utterly despairing. At a stage where the average person's 4-dimensional attributes hovered around 1 or 200, the lowest 2 attributes of the opponent had already exceeded 400. The strength and body attributes were as high as 1700 and 1200. Even if they just stood there and let them hit, no one could break through its defenses, let alone kill it. Truly a boss. Terrifying indeed. The big shot is going to crash this time. The White Rabbit looked at the Stone Rock Tyrant, her expression darkening. She admitted that Zhang Chen's attack power was strong and his movements were flashy, but it couldn't withstand the insane attributes of this boss. With a defense of 1200, it was simply not something a human could break through. Moreover, after the Stone Rock Tyrant used rock armor, its defense could directly soar to 1,800 points. What kind of concept was that? Even a group of level 5 job changers attacking together might not be able to break its defenses. Not to mention, the big shot was only level 2 now, still fighting solo. With the big shot's flashy movements, even if he can't kill this boss, he should still be able to retreat unscathed, right? The White Rabbit herself had little confidence in this statement. Although the opponent's speed was a weak point, it was relative to its own body and strength, which were over 1,000. A 400-point attribute value could easily overwhelm almost all level 2 job changers. After using Shadow Escape, Zhang Chen had already reached the flank of the Stone Rock Tyrant. To inflict fatal damage on the Stone Rock Tyrant, I can only rely on Divine Fall. Long before he prepared to deal with the Stone Rock Tyrant, he had already devised a strategy. The simplest and most effective, kite strategy. With his current attack power, it was unrealistic to deal damage to the Stone Rock Tyrant. The only thing he could rely on was the critical hit damage from his talent skill, Divine Fall. Zhang Chen's gaze locked onto the top of the Stone Rock Tyrant's head. The dagger in his hand glimmered with a faint cold light. Just before Shadow Escape wore off, he struck. Swish! The dagger sliced through the air, darting towards the Stone Rock Tyrant's neck like lightning. Ding! A clear collision sound echoed around. The dagger struck fiercely at the Stone Rock Tyrant's neck. Useless. Our entire team's combined attack can't break its defenses. An assassin could never inflict damage on the tyrant. Divine Fall triggered. Critical hit 1357. The dagger pierced through the Stone Rock Tyrant's neck armor. A massive wound appeared. Bright red blood gushed out. Very good. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He didn't expect to trigger Divine Fall on the first strike. What a great start. Not a big shot, this is a boss. A boss with a defense value of 1,200 points. How did you break its defense in one hit? The big White Rabbit's beautiful eyes widened. Just a second ago, she was worried about the big shot, thinking that this time it was looking grim. But what the hell was going on? She felt like the big shot was continuously refreshing her understanding of the assassin profession. How is this guy possible? Am I seeing things? What kind of operation is this? The entire Blood Fury Warrior team was also dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. They had just given their all, yet not a single attack could break the Stone Rock Tyrant's defense. And this guy, he actually broke its defense in one hit. How could that be? How could this guy have such high attack power? This meant that all of them combined were not as strong as this guy alone. They couldn't believe it, nor did they want to believe it. 2 skills. He's also a hidden class. The Blood Fury Warrior reacted the fastest, immediately coming to a realization. But Captain, even if he is a hidden class, he shouldn't have such outrageous damage. The Stone Rock Tyrant's defense was as high as 1,200. The highest among them was only around 200. Even if assassins had high burst damage, and hidden class characters had slightly higher base attributes than ordinary assassins, their strength would max out at around 500 points, which couldn't break the defense at all. His talent skill is probably related to increasing attack power. The Blood Fury Warrior continued. As a fellow hidden class, he knew more. His class was a shield warrior, and his talent skill was related to increasing physical strength and damage reduction. For the opposing assassin, it was normal for the talent skill to be related to increasing attack power. Moreover, the dagger in his hand is a blue-grade weapon, which probably boosts his attack power significantly. Thanks to the Blood Fury Warrior's reminder, they finally noticed the dagger Zhang Chen was holding. A blue-grade weapon. Even their team leader didn't have one of these, yet this guy did. Damn, What kind of luck is this? So envious. I underestimated this assassin. Everyone was filled with jealousy. Roar! An angry roar came. The Stone Rock Tyrant, whose defense had been broken by Zhang Chen, immediately went into a frenzy, swinging its arms and charging at Zhang Chen. The tyrant is enraged. The aggro has shifted. We are safe. The Blood Fury Warrior team members all breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally shaken off the Stone Rock Tyrant's pursuit. They could survive, but that assassin is probably going to die. The mage with the ID Little Bear Gummy couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The others also sighed. There was no helping it. Someone had to die. They didn't want to die, so someone else had to. Facing the enraged Stone Rock Tyrant's attack, Zhang Chen's expression was grim. His heart was as calm as water. After dodging the Stone Rock Tyrant's strike, he quickly retreated, trying to create distance between himself and the Stone Rock Tyrant. It's useless. With the Stone Rock Tyrant's speed, this guy won't escape. The Blood Fury Warrior shook his head. The Stone Rock Tyrant had a movement speed of 400 points, capable of crushing all level 2 awakened classes. From his understanding of assassins, they would have allocated all their attribute points to attack. This one before him would be no exception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such high attack power to injure the Stone Rock Tyrant in one hit. It's a pity our team is all heavily injured. Otherwise, teaming up with this assassin might really have given us a chance to kill this boss. The Blood Fury Warrior sighed. But now, everything had turned to foam. However, their worries did not exist for Zhang Chen. His speed reached 530 points, and the Stone Rock Tyrant could never catch up to him. As long as he dodged the tyrant's attacks during that time, he would basically be fine. Close combat was the place where all assassins faced the highest risk of death. Why is this guy's speed so fast too? The Blood Fury Warriors widened their eyes. They realized that the assassin's speed seemed to be even faster than the Stone Rock Tyrant's. Could it be that his speed exceeded 400 points? Impossible. Unless this guy had allocated all his attribute points to speed. Otherwise, there was no way he could be this fast. But if he had put everything into speed, why was his attack power so terrifying? What kind of monster was this guy? Just as they were puzzled, Zhang Chen made a shocking move that left them baffled. After dodging an attack from the Stone Rock Tyrant, he advanced instead of retreating. Has this assassin gone mad? Is he trying to commit suicide? Looking for death, not running at a time like this, but charging into the line of fire. Isn't that just asking for it? Alas, what a pity. A talent like this assassin, if only he would join our team. The Blood Fury Warriors all expressed their regret. Now's the time. Zhang Chen seized the opportunity after the Stone Rock Tyrant's attack had a recovery time and swiftly closed in. His dagger accurately pierced the neck where he had previously inflicted injury. Put! A splash of bright red gushed out. What a pity. No critical hit this time. After landing the hit, Zhang Chen showed no hesitation and quickly withdrew, creating distance. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and seamless, leaving the Blood Fury Warriors dumbfounded. Damn! What amazing skills! Is this something a human can do? I've already said Big Shot is awesome so many times I'm tired. The Big White Rabbit was excited. I feel like the Big Shot really has a chance to solo this boss. Just thinking about it made her even more thrilled. She was currently teamed up with the Big Shot. Although she hadn't contributed anything to taking down the boss, if the Big Shot got the meat, she could at least have some soup. Such terrifying battle awareness, to be able to catch the opponent's attack gap in an instant, completing the attack and safely retreating. This is simply the quality a top assassin should possess. The Blood Fury Warriors stared at Zhang Chen with burning eyes, full of admiration. I really feel like this assassin has the ability to solo this boss. At that moment, this thought suddenly popped into everyone's minds. Impossible. The Stone Rock Tyrant can make countless mistakes, but if he makes just one, he will die. Even a top assassin would meet the same fate. They instinctively shook their heads again. Assassins were too fragile, and the Stone Rock Tyrant's attack power was too high. Just one hit could send an assassin to the afterlife. No matter what hidden class you were. With Killer Brother's positioning, he definitely won't get hit once. The Big White Rabbit immediately retorted. How is that possible? Even in a game, it's impossible to not make a mistake even once. Exactly. The others shook their heads, not believing it. The Big White Rabbit chose not to argue further. The Big Shot would prove it to them with his strength. In Zhang Chen's eyes, the Stone Rock Tyrant was just a moving stone lump. A stone lump with cracks. Next, I just need to keep attacking its wounds. Even without critical hits, I can still deal damage. Enough to kite it to death. A smile crept onto Zhang Chen's lips. Everything was going according to his plan. And next, he showcased to the Blood Fury Warriors what true agility looked like. He calculated every dodge and attack trajectory, even predicting the angles. It could almost be said that not a single drop of water could leak through. Again and again, blade after blade, the HP of the stone rock tyrant kept decreasing. Damn, what the hell are we even fighting for? So strong, incredible, simply unbelievable. The Blood Fury warriors were completely stunned. Is this even human? Is this the kind of ability an assassin should possess? They would make mistakes while playing the game, but Zhang Chen seemed to be using a script, not making a single error from start to finish. Every time, he effortlessly dodged the stone rock tyrant's attacks. The tyrant's strikes couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. Even more terrifying was that every time Zhang Chen attacked, he struck precisely at the wound, not missing by a hair. Such a level of precision in attacks was simply suffocatingly abnormal. After all, sometimes when they chopped bones, 2 strikes would leave 2 cuts. The boss's movement is simply amazing. Now I understand why he could become the first to sell a large amount of equipment. The Blood Fury warrior was in a daze for a long time. Is this the kind of power that comes from developing a hidden class to its extreme? He was also a hidden class, but the gap between them was not just a little bit. It could be said that if he were in that position, he definitely wouldn't have done as well as Zhang Chen. Or rather, he would have likely been smashed to death the moment the Stone Rock Tyrant's first attack landed. Up until now, he hadn't fully utilized his own power. Meanwhile, the opponent had already achieved a perfect unity of body and spirit, as if they were one. This is the gap. What an impressive guy. At that moment, the Blood Fury warrior sincerely exclaimed. Seeing their shocked expressions, the big white rabbit revealed a proud look. I told you the boss is amazing, do you believe it now? As time passed, under Zhang Chen's kite-flying strategy, the Stone Rock Tyrant's wounds became increasingly severe, blood pouring from its neck. Even a small section of its cervical bone had been severed by Zhang Chen, looking horrifying. Generally, someone suffering such heavy damage would have long fallen to the ground, losing their combat ability. But the Stone Rock Tyrant still stood strong, seemingly tirelessly attacking like a madman. This is a boss. Zhang Chen remained completely calm. He knew that the Stone Rock Tyrant was merely struggling in its death throes. Just hold on a little longer, and it would be doomed. Roar! The Stone Rock Tyrant let out a furious roar, once again casting the rock armor technique, making its last desperate struggle. With the Stone Rock Tyrant's stamina, this is its last time using the rock armor technique. Zhang Chen quickly distanced himself. As long as he waited for the rock armor's duration to pass, he could output damage again and slowly wear down the Stone Rock Tyrant. The tyrant's eyes were bloodshot, roaring madly. It seems this boss is really going to be soloed by him. The feelings of the Blood Fury warriors were somewhat complex. However, they couldn't blame anyone else. After all, they were simply outmatched. Everyone knew the kite-flying strategy. It seemed simple, but not everyone could pull it off. Or rather, at this stage, only Zhang Chen could do it. First, their movement and speed couldn't keep up. If they were hit by the Stone Rock Tyrant, they would either die or be injured. Secondly, only Zhang Chen's attacks could break through defenses. The skills of others were merely scratching the surface, unable to inflict damage. No matter how fancy their positioning, it was all in vain. Now's the time. As soon as the rock armor buff faded, Zhang Chen instantly accelerated, charging towards the Stone Rock Tyrant, delivering a strike. Crack crack, 2 crisp sounds rang out. One was the sound of the Stone Rock Tyrant's bones shattering. The other was the sound of Zhang Chen's B-blade dagger breaking. I didn't expect this boss to have such thick health. It completely wore down the durability of my blue gear. Zhang Chen muttered. The Stone Rock Tyrant in front of them was still alive, still breathing. His weapon is broken. Strawberry Soft Bear spoke up. The crowd was taken aback. An assassin without a weapon was like a tiger without teeth. Their combat power was reduced by at least half. The Stone Rock Tyrant can't possibly fail to kill him, right? It shouldn't be the case. The tyrant barely has any breath left, and without a weapon, he should still be able to kill. Captain, should we move forward? The sight of the wounded boss and the unarmed assassin instantly stirred some unusual thoughts among the team. Dare to touch the boss's prey, and you can wait for death. Big White Rabbit shot them a glance. How could the boss be without a weapon? What are you thinking? The Blood Fury warrior frowned and scolded. Don't act recklessly. If it's not ours, don't take it. He was also eager for the reward of the boss's first kill. But he understood very well that this boss must not be touched. The opponent was only weaponless, not injured or dead. Not to mention whether they could snatch the boss's first kill from the opponent. Even if they did manage to snatch it, so what? The feeling of being targeted by a top assassin was definitely not pleasant. In fact, the moment they made a move, they would already be facing the threat of death. Eliminated by the opponent. Not stupid after all. You've saved your own lives. Big White Rabbit summoned skeleton warriors to guard nearby. As long as these guys showed any signs of movement, she would have to buy some time for the boss. Ah, what a pity, such a good opportunity. Although they followed the Blood Fury Warrior's advice and ultimately chose to hold their ground, there was still some regret and unwillingness in their hearts. However, when they saw Zhang Chen pull out a blue-level dagger, all their unwillingness and regret instantly turned into cold sweat, streaming down. How does this guy still have another blue piece? Good thing we didn't act just now, otherwise. The team members breathed a sigh of relief. If they had acted earlier, they would probably end up like the boss, lying flat. At the same time, they cursed themselves for being foolish. How could a big shot who could sell so many pieces of equipment in one breath not have a backup weapon? Not only did he have a weapon, but it was also blue level. This is just a wealthy landlord. After Zhang Chen took out another B-blade dagger, he delivered the final blow to the Stone Rock Tyrant's neck. Critical hit, 1578. A heavy strike. Boom! The massive body of the Stone Rock Tyrant collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Is he dead? He really soloed it. The crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. An assassin actually managed to kill the first boss just by kiting? Although they had already anticipated such an outcome, the moment the Stone Rock Tyrant's corpse lay on the ground, the visual impact on them was still immense. Their helpless boss was easily toyed with by the opponent like an old man playing with a child. Not only did he solo it, but he also did it without taking any damage. The gap was not just significant. Big shot, so cool. Big White Rabbit gave a thumbs up. Relentless Killer has achieved the first kill of the bronze level boss, Stone Rock Tyrant, and will receive a large reward. All awakened class changers, please continue to work hard and strive to catch up with him. A message instantly spread throughout the entire 97 area. Whether they were grinding monsters, resting, or preparing to take on the boss, everyone was stunned at that moment. What's going on? This boss actually went down? Am I still asleep? How is this possible? Just a second ago, they were discussing how this boss was unbeatable, and now it was just taken down. This is just too damn exaggerated, right? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Awesome! So awesome! I'm still battling level 1 monsters, and this big shot has already taken down the boss. Some players jumped up in excitement. Who knows who this heartless killer boss really is? So strong. First selling equipment, then taking down bosses. This is simply amazing. I'm offering a high price for information. I want to team up with the boss. +1. It's just teaming up to farm bosses. I can do it too. The internet is full of keyboard warriors and trolls. Some are envious and resentful, while others express disdain. You think you can do it too? I just saw you almost get killed by a level 1 monster. Instantly slapped in the face, he was met with a chorus of boos. Zhang Tian exited the chat channel, his face filled with anger. What's there to worship? I just haven't encountered a boss and don't have strong teammates. Otherwise, the first kill reward for the boss would definitely be mine. Xingcheng, don't you think so? Luo Qingcheng smiled slightly. Whatever you say is right. Her thoughts drifted far away. This Zhang Tian isn't that strong. He's just good at bragging. Besides his looks, he's useless. I'm so tired of it. I wonder who this heartless killer boss is. I really want to team up with him. That bastard Zhang Chen hasn't contacted me yet. Fine, I won't contact you either. Let's see who can hold out first. Quick, contact Heartless Killer. Spare no expense to get the rewards he obtained. Thorny Rose sprang into action the moment this announcement appeared. She knew the first kill boss rewards must be incredibly generous. If she could get these things, her strength would definitely improve. In an instant, the ID Heartless Killer became a hot topic. Many job changers began frantically searching, hoping to join this boss's team. Ding! Your teammate Heartless Killer has slain the boss Stone Rock Tyrant. Congratulations, you have received 200 experience points and attribute points, white level equipment *2. Big White Rabbit looked at the 2 extra white items and 200 experience points in her backpack. Her eyes instantly lit up. She struck gold, big time. How many monsters would she have to kill to get these things herself? And now, all she had to do was cling to the boss's thigh, doing nothing and effortlessly gaining rewards that others worked themselves to death for. This feeling was simply exhilarating. I wonder what rewards the boss can get. Big White Rabbit looked at Zhang Chen with delight. She hadn't helped at all, yet she received such incredible gains. Zhang Chen, who soloed the boss the entire time, definitely received rewards beyond everyone's imagination. Ding, you have slain the boss Stone Rock Tyrant and gained 1200 experience points and attribute points. Blue level equipment *2, special items *2, silver level treasure chests *2. As expected of the first kill boss reward, it's indeed abundant. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. His efforts were not in vain. Slaying a level 5 monster usually only grants around 200 experience points and attribute points. The chance of dropping blue equipment is extremely low. special items are even less likely, and as the first level 5 boss, the Stone Rock Tyrant not only had experience points and attribute points skyrocketing by 6 times, it dropped blue equipment and special items 100%. Moreover, because he was the first kill, this originally bronze level boss dropped silver level treasure chests. With the boost from his system's team buff, all his gains were doubled from the original. It was as if he had completed 2 first kills. Such terrifying rewards were enough to put him far ahead, gaining the upper hand everywhere. Now it's time to tally the gains. Blue level equipment, Stone Rock Armor, body plus 270, no special attributes. Blue level equipment, Stone Rock Dagger, strength plus 270, no special attributes. These 2 blue items are the top tier even among blue gear, truly worthy of being dropped by a boss. Although these 2 blue items are top notch, Zhang Chen did not equip them immediately. Special item, Tyrant's Eye *2 Tyrant's Eye, dropped by the Stone Rock Tyrant, grants the user a boost of 100 mental power, with special effects unlocked after level 30. It's actually the Tyrant's Eye. Zhang Chen was overjoyed. Aside from the 100 points of mental power boost, the special effect of the Tyrant's Eye after level 30 could only be described as extraordinary. Its value is comparable to a silver treasure chest. Moreover, because it is a special item, it does not occupy an equipment slot and can be used in conjunction with other gear. Zhang Chen equipped the Tyrant's Eye and immediately felt much more refreshed. His gaze turned to the 2 silver treasure chests quietly lying in his backpack. A slight thrill coursed through him. The main event was here. Open. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and opened the chest. The silver treasure chest dropped from the first kill boss is guaranteed to yield 1 purple item and 1 A-level skill. If luck is exceptionally good, it might even yield multiple purple items and special items. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, as the probability is too low. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained purple level equipment *1, A-level skill book *1 purple level equipment, Tyrant's Dagger, excellent, attack power plus 400, special attributes, attack speed plus 20%, armor penetration plus 25% as expected from the first boss's silver treasure chest. It's truly extraordinary. Once equipped at the purple level, items are categorized into normal, fine, and excellent. Generally, a silver treasure chest can yield a normal level purple item, which is already quite good. Excellent level purple items usually require a gold level treasure chest to obtain. A-level assassin skill, Shadow Assault, damage increase 30%, armor penetration increase 60%, grants a 3-second stealth effect, teleportation within a 50-meter range, cooldown time 10 minutes. This skill, Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned, then became excited. It's simply an assassin's divine skill, truly worthy of being an A-level skill. Using this skill in conjunction with the Tyrant's Dagger can achieve 85% armor penetration, which is almost to the point of ignoring the opponent's armor defense. Moreover, the 30% damage increase effect is even more formidable. Of course, what Zhang Chen valued the most was teleportation. As an assassin, a profession that requires close combat, the hardest part is how to approach the enemy to deliver a fatal blow and how to safely escape after attacking. Teleportation provides the greatest assurance for the assassin. Attack when needed, retreat when necessary, it's simply unbeatable. Coupled with the stealth effect, it can be said that these are the 2 abilities most suited for an assassin. This one skill encompasses them all. How could it not be considered a divine skill? With this skill, my strength will at least double. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile. There's another silver treasure chest. Open. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained purple level equipment *2, A-level skill book *1 jackpot. I actually got 2 purple items. Zhang Chen did not expect his luck to be this good. He actually got 2 purple items. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. Purple level equipment, Tyrant's Armor, excellent, body plus 400 points, special attribute, reduces 40% damage. Purple level equipment, Tyrant's Boots, fine, speed plus 350 points, special attribute, increases movement speed by 50%. The enhancements brought by these 2 pieces of equipment could also be described as extraordinary. Wearing the armor, even a warrior's defense cannot compare to mine. Unless it's a hidden class shield warrior like the Blood Fury warrior, no one can compare. As a fragile assassin, his defense was even higher than that of a warrior. Can you believe it? A-Class General Skill Book, Phantom Clone Technique. After learning, you can condense a clone with 80% of the main body's strength. Equipment skills cannot be shared. Existence time, 1 minute, cooldown time, 15 minutes. Divine skill, another divine skill. Zhang Chen's face was filled with surprise. The Phantom Clone Technique summons a clone equivalent to 80% of the main body's strength. What does this mean? Such a terrifying clone can be a game changer in battle, whether for offense, defense, or luring enemies. It can sway the tide of a fight. Moreover, Zhang Chen was confident that the clone he summoned could sweep away all the current stage's awakened classes. Whoever encountered it would die. A great harvest, indeed. Even someone as composed as Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This first kill boss was definitely going down. Equipment points. Name, Zhang Chen. ID, Ruthless Killer. Class, Shadow Assassin. Hidden class, Unique. Level, 4, 500/700. Strength, 300 plus 500, 400. Speed, 500 plus 500, 350. Spirit, 150 plus 100, 100. Body, 100 plus 100, 400. Equipment, Purple Equipment. Tyrant's Dagger, excellent. Attack Power plus 400. Special Attribute, Attack Speed plus 20%. Armor Penetration plus 25%. Durability 100%. Purple Equipment, Tyrant's Armor, excellent. Body plus 400, Special Attribute, 40% damage reduction, durability 100%, Purple Equipment, Tyrant's Boots, fine, speed plus 350, Special Attribute, increases movement speed by 50%, durability 100%. Special Item, Tyrant's Eye, Spirit plus 100, Special Effect activates after level 30. Skills, A-Class Assassin Skill, Shadow Assault, damage increase 30%, Armor Penetration increase 60%, bonus 3 seconds of stealth effect, teleport within 50 meters, cooldown time 10 minutes, A-Class General Skill Book, Phantom Clone Technique, condenses a clone with 80% of the main body's strength, equipment skills cannot be shared, existence time 1 minute, cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent Skill, Divine Fall Level 1, 5% chance of critical hit with each attack. With my current attributes, I'm practically stronger than a boss. Looking at his attribute panel, Zhang Chen smiled. With his current attributes, without using skills, relying on combat experience, he could take down the Stone Rock Tyrant like a small monster. Such an increase could only be described as against the heavens, far stronger than in his previous life. In his past life, when he was level 4, he had just managed to gather a full set of white gear. He didn't even have a single skill, let alone anything else. Awesome! A full set of purple gear? Is the first kill reward for this boss that generous? At this moment, whether it was the Blood Fury Warrior team or the Big White Rabbit, they all looked at Zhang Chen's equipment shimmering with purple light. Their eyes were filled with only 2 words: envy. Envious to death. They were still struggling to obtain a single piece of white gear. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen had discarded the white gear. He had also tossed aside the blue gear. He went straight for the purple gear. Not to mention anything else, just the huge gap in equipment was enough to leave them in the dust. Truly, people are infuriating. How can they live like this? Killer brother, awesome, awesome. The Big White Rabbit beamed with a radiant smile, running over to flatter him. What are you planning? Tell me. Zhang Chen glanced at her sideways. Brother, you've already got purple gear. Can you sell me those useless blue ones? The Big White Rabbit blinked her eyes, asking pitifully. She knew that with the Big Shot's money-loving personality, it was impossible for him to just give them away, so she directly offered to buy. The Blood Fury Warrior and his team also jogged over, saying, Big Shot, we want to buy too. What are you all doing? My brother's gear won't be sold to you. The Big White Rabbit panicked when she saw someone coming to snatch them away and immediately blocked their way. The Blood Fury Warrior and the others hesitated at her obstruction. Indeed, they were a team. Good items should naturally be prioritized for teammates. What could they use to compete? Highest bidder wins. Just as the Blood Fury Warrior and his team were about to give up, Zhang Chen spoke up. Ha! The Big White Rabbit was stunned. Not the Big Shot. Am I not cute enough to have even a little privilege? The Blood Fury Warrior and the others, who were originally ready to give up, suddenly became excited upon hearing this. Highest bidder wins. Yes, yes, yes. Highest bidder wins. At that moment, a message popped up in Zhang Chen's private chat window. Thorny Rose, congratulations, Big Shot, on your first kill of the boss. Heartless Killer, what's up? Thorny Rose looked at the chat window, her mouth twitching slightly. This guy is really straightforward. Thorny Rose, since you completed the first kill, you must have received amazing rewards. I want to make a deal with you and buy your reward. You want to buy my first kill reward? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Heartless Killer, not for sale. Thorny Rose, I'll offer 100 million. 100 million? This woman is really extravagantly ruthless. Zhang Chen was also shocked. Just casually throwing out 100 million, that's too rich. However, Heartless Killer, not for sale. Not selling even that? This guy is interesting. Thorny Rose was slightly surprised. She originally thought 100 million would be enough to entice him, but clearly, this Big Shot was not so easily swayed. She continued to raise her offer. 200 million. Heartless Killer, do you think I'm a fool? Not selling at any price. True. Thorny Rose shook her head helplessly. As a reward for the first kill of the boss, it was definitely the top tier in the entire region. A normal person wouldn't sell it. She thought 100 million would be enough to impress him. It seemed she was overthinking it. Heartless killer, the reward for the first kill of the boss cannot be sold, but I can sell the eliminated gear. The purple gear is definitely not for sale. The blue gear doesn't matter. Zheng Chen was unwilling to let go of Thorny Rose, the true rich woman. Eliminated gear? Thorny Rose sneered. What good gear could be eliminated? However, to get closer to the big shot, she decided to make an offer to buy. Thorny Rose, what kind of gear? I'm willing to make an offer. Heartless killer, top tier blue gear. Saying this, Zhang Chen uploaded the stone rock armor, stone rock dagger, and other blue gear to the store for her to view. I want to see what kind of gear it is. Thorny Rose clicked on the gear page with a hint of curiosity. Soon, her eyes widened. Blue gear, stone rock armor, body plus 270, no special attributes, durability 100%, blue gear, stone rock dagger, strength plus 270, no special attributes, durability 100%, this, are you sure this is eliminated gear? Thorny Rose felt dizzy for a moment, and she even doubted if she had read it wrong. Where the hell is this discarded equipment? This is simply top-notch. The enhancements, the durability. Are you sure this isn't something dropped from just defeating a boss? The gear she spent a fortune on pales in comparison to these two. What kind of incredible benefit did this guy get to sell such top-tier equipment? Thorny Rose murmured. She was now certain that the reward for the boss's first kill was terrifyingly generous. Otherwise, how could this guy possibly sell such premium blue gear? Maybe he got a purple item. Thorny Rose took a deep breath, trying to keep herself calm. Zheng Chen frowned. Isn't that obvious? Ruthless killer, of course. Thorny Rose, alright, I'll offer 100 million, and I'll transfer the money to the big shot right now. 100 million is just a matter of a finger flick for her, but it could bring her closer to the big shot. A huge profit. 100 million, what a rich lady. Zheng Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Ruthless killer, are you free? We can do an offline trade in the safe zone. 100 million, with a 20% transaction fee. Zheng Chen felt a pang in his heart. Offline trade? Thorny Rose agreed without hesitation. She also wanted to see the true face of this ruthless killer. What kind of powerful team could achieve a first kill on a boss so quickly? The two sides reached an agreement. At this moment, other awakened players saw the top-tier blue gear in the ruthless killer's shop and their eyes turned red. The big shot is selling equipment again, damn, and it's still top-tier blue gear. No way, I just dropped a blue item, and compared to the big shots, it's just trash. You're lucky, I just got a white item, and my teammates don't even have a white item. Is the big shot sure he didn't accidentally click? I'm really curious about what good stuff the big shot got from the first kill to dare sell such top-tier blue gear. Could it be a purple item? How is that possible? Purple gear doesn't drop that easily. Various speculations emerged. Why am I not a member of the Ruthless Killers team? Otherwise, all this equipment would be mine. Luo Qingcheng felt envy, jealousy, and hatred. Recently, she had been following Zhang Tian, living a life full of anxiety. She had had enough. First, set a small goal to find the big shot and become a member of his team, then, sorry, someone just messaged me privately. The equipment has been sold. Zhang Chen exited the chat box, looking at the Blood Fury Warrior and Big White Rabbit in front of him, revealing an apologetic expression. The Blood Fury Warrior and Big White Rabbit's faces twitched violently. It's sold. We can also make an offer. Strawberry Soft Bear spoke up, wanting to compete a bit. Not bad. We still have some money. Let's make an offer. Blood Fury Warrior also chimed in, his tone somewhat urgent. The attributes of that stone rock armor perfectly matched him. If he could have this top-tier blue gear, paired with a set of white gear, he felt his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, his monster farming efficiency would be absolutely top-notch. Big White Rabbit glanced at them and chose to give up. She could roughly guess which rich lady was buying the big shots equipment, just casually taking out a few million. What competition were they talking about? Zhang Chen looked at them and calmly said, that person offered 100 million. What? How much did that person offer? 100 million? Everyone nearly jumped up. They couldn't even speak clearly. Cough, cough, cough. Even Big White Rabbit, who had been mentally prepared, was shocked. My goodness, 100 million. Crazy. She thought the other party would offer a few million, maybe up to 10 million, and that would be the end of it. But she could never have imagined that the other party would actually offer 100 million. This is either a madman or a rich woman. A mad rich woman. Ahem, we won't participate. The Blood Fury Warrior chuckled awkwardly. What a joke, 100 million, even if they sold everything, they couldn't gather that much money. Zhang Chen glanced at them and was about to turn and leave. Watching Zhang Chen's back, the Blood Fury warrior hesitated for a moment and said softly, can I ask if the boss is willing to team up with us? After he spoke, not only the Blood Fury warrior but also his teammates looked at Zhang Chen with hopeful eyes. What do you think? Zhang Chen smirked and countered. The Blood Fury warrior immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking. Clearly, this boss wouldn't join their team. The big white rabbit, with a satisfied smile, followed Zhang Chen's footsteps toward the safe zone. Safe zone. I've arrived. Zhang Chen sent a message to Thorny Rose and then turned to the big white rabbit. I'm going to find the seller. Are you going to browse around? I also have equipment to sell. I'll go find a buyer. The big white rabbit hesitated for a moment before speaking. Following behind Zhang Chen, she had also killed a few monsters and looted some equipment. Plus, with the first kill reward, she had extra gear that needed to be sold. Okay, let's meet up later. With that, the two parted ways, each going their own way. Zhang Chen walked toward the location sent by Thorny Rose. As he walked down the streets of the safe zone, the surrounding awakened ones glanced at him casually at first, not paying much attention. However, when their eyes fell on the equipment that Zhang Chen wore, which faintly emitted a purple glow, everyone was taken aback. What is that? That glow? Could it be? An awakened one widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. The people nearby were drawn in by his reaction and followed his gaze. Upon seeing it, they gasped in shock. Purple gear! It's actually purple gear! Someone exclaimed. How is this possible? How could he have purple gear? Am I seeing things? No way! Is this for real? Purple gear! They instantly became excited, their eyes burning with intensity as they stared at Zhang Chen. At this stage, having a full set of white gear or even a single piece of blue gear was considered a big deal. Purple gear, and a full set of purple gear. They couldn't even dare to imagine it. A giant. This was a giant. It really is him. That giant who completed the boss' first kill. Someone checked Zhang Chen's ID and instantly recognized his identity. At this stage, the only person who could possibly drop purple gear was the ruthless killer who had completed the boss' first kill. Holy crap, it really is. Am I dreaming? Someone rubbed their eyes and looked again. Oh my god, the boss is so powerful. He actually got purple gear. Damn, is this going to be outrageous? A group of people instantly erupted. I want to see what profession the boss is. How can he be this strong? It's probably a hidden profession among warriors or mages. Now, they already knew that there were hidden professions among the various classes. Among them, the hidden professions of mages and warriors were the most formidable. Assassin? The boss is actually the weakest assassin profession? After checking Zhang Chen's profession, the surrounding noise abruptly stopped. Everyone looked at each other, stunned. Assassin? How is that possible? Isn't the assassin the weakest profession at this stage? How could the boss who killed the boss first be a weak chicken assassin? Could it be that this profession isn't actually weak, we just haven't discovered its strengths yet? Impossible. Are you saying the boss was killed by a big shot teammate? Then how could all the purple gear belong to a big shot? Regardless, this big shot has given us a new understanding of the assassin class. Maybe the assassin class will rise in the future. Some began to look forward to the future development of the assassin class. Some who had originally awakened to become assassins were ready to give up. At that moment, Zhang Chen shone like a light, instantly reigniting their fighting spirit. I knew it. I knew it. Assassins can't be weak. It's my method that's wrong. The big shot has set an example for me. I will make the assassin class shine in this world. The king of assassins trembled with excitement. Not just him, almost all assassin players were moved to tears, invigorated. Finally, the assassin class would not remain silent forever. I want to find the big shot and become his disciple. Me too. I must become the big shot's disciple. In the safe zone, many players were discussing Zhang Chen, while a few others cursed under their breath. Assassin? I thought the first kill of the boss was some powerful player. I didn't expect it to be a trash assassin. Damn, this guy is really lucky. If only I had encountered good teammates and the boss, all the rewards for the first kill would have been mine. Zhang Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. If a trash assassin could get the first kill of the boss, he could have done it even more easily. He had only just gotten 2 pieces of white gear, while the other had a complete set of purple gear. Comparing people makes one furious. Assassin? Who cares about the class? I want to join the big shots team. Luo Qingchun thought to herself. She had already added the big shot as a friend and applied to join his team. She began to fantasize about the various benefits she would gain after entering the big shots team, picturing herself soaring to great heights. Zhang Chen, however, seemed oblivious to the commotion around him, calmly walking towards the agreed location. He was only thinking about completing this transaction as soon as possible. In this challenging world, strength was the most important thing. Only by continuously becoming stronger could one survive in this dangerous world. As for those team invitations, Zhang Chen ignored and rejected them all. Xingcheng Ishio has requested to add you as a friend. Xingcheng Ishio has requested to join your team. Seeing these two messages, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. Without hesitation, he clicked to reject. In his past life, he had gone to great lengths to find Luo Qingcheng, but she had despised him, interfering with her freedom. She had mocked him coldly, humiliating him thoroughly. Now, he had given Luo Qingcheng her freedom, yet she shamelessly approached him. Luo Qingcheng, in my past life, I devoted my heart to you. But you betrayed me. You caused my tragic end. In this life, we are strangers. You rejected me? On what basis does he reject me? Luo Qingcheng looked at the rejection message, her expression instantly darkening. No one had ever dared to reject her from childhood to adulthood. You must not have seen me in person. Once you see me in person, you will definitely be captivated by my charm, Luo Qingcheng said confidently. She believed she was beautiful enough to attract any man's attention. Luo Qingcheng decided to head to the safe zone to find the heartless killer Big Shot, making him completely fall under her spell. Zhang Chen, of course, had no idea what Luo Qingcheng was thinking. At this moment, he had successfully met with the Thorny Rose. It really is her. Looking at the woman in front of him, dressed in a black professional outfit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, tall and exuding a mature charm, Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect the Big Shot who got the first kill on the boss to be an assassin. Thorny Rose scrutinized Zhang Chen with a gaze that assessed him from head to toe. She had always wanted to know who could sell so much equipment at once and achieve the first boss kill. What profession were they? Could she join their team? When she learned that he was just an assassin, she felt surprised, but more than that, she was disappointed. Do you look down on assassins? Zhang Chen frowned, his tone flat. No, I don't look down on any profession, but assassins are indeed very weak. From what I understand, assassins in all teams are a burden. They can't provide any help when farming monsters, Thorny Rose said. Previously, her team had an assassin as well, but every time they farmed monsters, either they went in recklessly or missed out on creating great opportunities, hindering their teammates' damage output. Assassins were weak, that was a consensus. Let your captain come out, I want to talk to him. After a pause, Thorny Rose spoke. She didn't believe that an assassin could kill a tyrant, even if this assassin had a hidden profession. In fact, no professional could solo a boss. There must be an incredibly powerful team behind them. She wanted to join that team. Therefore, she had to negotiate with the captain, not with some random member of the team. Captain? Zhang Chen glanced at Thorny Rose and spoke coldly. A trade? If there's no trade, then forget it. After saying that, Zhang Chen turned to leave. Don't go. Trade. Seeing Heartless Killer turn to leave without hesitation, Thorny Rose became a bit anxious. Those two blue items meant a lot to her, she had to get them. Pay up. Soon, the trade was completed. Zhang Chen traded the equipment he had dropped to Thorny Rose, and he received a whopping 100 million RMB. Zhang Chen's lips curled up. This was the speed of making money from selling equipment. After the trade was completed, Zhang Chen turned to leave again. Wait. Thorny Rose called out to Zhang Chen, who was about to leave, and said hopefully, can I apply to join your team? This was her second purpose for coming here, and it was the most important one. A team capable of taking down bosses at this stage must have terrifying strength. If she could join this team, not only would she quickly enhance her power, but her survival ability would also significantly improve in this era of divine beings and rampant monsters. Even if she ultimately couldn't join the team, getting to know these big shots would greatly benefit her future development. After all, even the things that such top-tier big shots discarded were the best in the world. For example, the blue items she had just purchased. Not possible, Zhang Chen replied coldly. Thorny Rose was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not reacting. Zhang Chen certainly knew what she was thinking. Look down on the assassin profession? No, I can pay for a spot, Thorny Rose quickly said. Zhang Chen saw the three words I have money on her face. How much can you offer? Can you make the decision? Zhang Chen nodded. Thorny Rose thought about the funds she could mobilize and after a moment, held up 5 fingers. 500 million. Deal. Hearing the offer, Zhang Chen was a bit stunned. 500 million. Damn. No wonder she was a wealthy landowner. A woman who could give her system buffs. Having money would make selling equipment convenient later, without needing to run around. Agreed. At the same time that 500 million arrived, Zhang Chen received a friend request and a team invitation. Agree. The moment Zhang Chen accepted, Thorny Rose seemed excited. They were in the team now, and soon they would meet those big shots. Why are there only 2 people in the team? Thorny Rose looked at the team members, seeing only Heartless Killer, the assassin, and Pure White Rabbit, the mage, and fell into a brief state of confusion. Where were the other big shots? You didn't leave the team and go solo, did you? Thorny Rose suddenly thought of this possibility. In an instant, she felt terrible. That meant she had spent 500 million to join a worthless team. So frustrating. Leave the team? It's always just been the 2 of us. Zhang Chen shook his head, dismissing her speculation. Just you 2, an assassin and a mage, and you can take down a boss? Thorny Rose still felt it was hard to believe. After all, it was too absurd. 1 mage, 1 assassin, 2 fragile characters, with no one to draw aggro or tank damage. How could they do it? Pure White Rabbit. It's not just the 2 of us, it's the big shot soloing the boss. I didn't do anything. Noticing the message in the team channel, the White Rabbit was momentarily stunned. The big shot was taking a girl along again. She felt a bit disappointed. Seeing it was a rich lady made it a little better. But questioning the big shot? Not cool. What? Thorny Rose widened her eyes at Zhang Chen. Soloing a boss? An assassin? Those 2 words just didn't connect in her mind. It was too outrageous. You can leave the team, but the money won't be refunded. Zhang Chen looked at Thorny Rose, whose face was full of doubt, and said something quite shameless. Alright, I won't leave. I want to see how you solo the boss. Thorny Rose deeply felt the shamelessness of this assassin in front of her. Having spent 500 million, she naturally wouldn't suggest leaving the team at this moment. She wanted to see if this assassin was really as impressive as he boasted, capable of soloing a boss. Zhang Chen ignored her. The system prompt sounded, Bronze Level System Enhancement. Detected 2 girls in the host's team, Monster Kill Experience *4, Luck *4, Loot Drop Rate *4. Outrageous! The system's enhancement could only be described as outrageous. It's like having 4 of me simultaneously farming monsters, and all rewards are quadrupled. Zhang Chen was secretly amazed. Although he had anticipated it, he still couldn't help but feel a tremor of excitement. 4 times the experience, 4 times the rewards. Not only could he leave all other awakened classes far behind, but even when facing the divine rule suppression, he would have ways to resist. He was becoming more and more confident about soloing the Moon Beast. Pure White Rabbit, Brother Killer, someone is trying to forcibly take my equipment and wants me to join their team. Help me in the team, the White Rabbit sent a message. Seeing this message, Zhang Chen instantly became furious. What? Someone dares to forcibly take his buff? They must not want to live. Without saying a word, Zhang Chen rushed towards the direction of the White Rabbit. I want to see how you handle this. Thorny Rose saw this message and followed Zhang Chen, heading towards the White Rabbit's location. After sending the message, the White Rabbit looked at the 8 scruffy men in front of her, her brows tightly furrowed. When she was selling equipment, this little team had set their sights on her. They not only wanted her equipment but even wanted her. Little girl, I think you look pretty good. That's why I'm letting you join our team. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a penalty. Our boss is a hidden class player. How many people are begging to team up with us? That's right, hand over your equipment obediently and serve us well, and maybe if we're happy, we'll let you go. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Ha ha ha, the laughter of these 8 men was lewd, their words crude, filled with threats. These 8 were originally local ruffians who ended up in jail. When the divine rules descended, they transformed from thugs into awakened class changers. Their leader was even a hidden class warrior, stronger than ordinary awakened class changers. This allowed them to act even more arrogantly. They had already harmed countless awakened class changers. The boss will come to save me, right? Looking at the 8 men in front of her, the White Rabbit gritted her teeth. The boss, true to her ID, could indeed be ruthless at times. She wasn't sure if he would come to her rescue. These guys were simply too much, but she felt powerless. She was a mage, and once a fight broke out, it would almost mean certain death for her. Get him! The leader, Sang Biao, snorted coldly upon seeing the White Rabbit hesitate. In the next moment, the group of thugs pounced on the White Rabbit like wolves, ready to tie her up first and then enjoy themselves slowly. Get away! The White Rabbit shouted, summoning her skeleton warriors. For skeleton warriors, 3 meters tall, robust and exuding a strong aura of death, stood before her. Like guards, they protected their queen. After leveling up to level 2, the number of skeleton warriors she could summon had also increased significantly. Each skeleton warrior's basic attributes were comparable to an ordinary level 2 warrior, or even stronger. What the hell is this? A girl, actually keeping company with skeletons. Why am I even more excited? Seeing the fierce skeletons, the 8 men were momentarily stunned, then revealed sinister smiles. They had played with women too much. They loved women who dared to resist the most. Charge! With a command from Sang Biao, the 8 men coordinated seamlessly, each with a clear role. With a hidden class warrior among them, this formation could make even a small team kneel, let alone just a weak woman. The 8 men charged forward with grins. No need for you to act, let me take care of her. One of the assassins, Black Wind, chuckled, brandishing his dagger as he approached. This was his chance to shine. If he could capture this beautiful girl, he would surely leave a great impression on the boss. Black Wind sneered repeatedly, closing in on the White Rabbit with incredible speed. It was as if she had lost the ability to resist, unable to catch his figure at all. She let him approach. Heh, looking for death. You little girl, lie down for me. Black Wind wore a smug expression. Mages and assassins were both fragile. Once an assassin got close to a mage, it usually meant death. However, just as he was about to touch the White Rabbit, a skeleton warrior suddenly blocked his path, raising its fist to strike. Not good. Black Wind quickly dodged, trying to evade the blow. But the remaining 3 skeleton warriors attacked from 3 different directions. The 3 skeleton warriors completely sealed off his movements. Die! The White Rabbit's pretty face was frosty, filled with coldness. Bang! The attacks of the 4 skeleton warriors landed almost simultaneously on Black Wind. Ah! A piercing scream rang out, a one-hit kill. A glimmer of pride flashed in the White Rabbit's eyes. Compared to the boss, you, assassin, play like a child. Following Zhang Chen to hunt monsters during this time had greatly improved her combat skills. She was not only familiar with the combat style of assassins but also knew quite a bit. Just setting a small trap would be enough for them to fall right in. After instantly killing Black Wind, the smiles on the faces of the other 7 job changers froze. You actually killed Black Wind, you're looking for death. The leader, Sang Biao, was furious. A little girl dared to kill his brother? Looking for death. Humph. The big White Rabbit let out a light snort. Faced with the siege of 7, she immediately made the most correct decision. 3 skeleton warriors defended, while 1 was responsible for the main attack. Delay as much time as possible. The battle was intense and dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Chen arrived at the battlefield with Thorny Rose. A mage actually blocked the attack of Sang Biao's team? Thorny Rose widened her eyes. Sang Biao was a hidden class, and his actions were notorious. His team had quite a reputation. Even a small team would avoid confrontation, unwilling to fight head-on. Yet now, a fragile mage had actually blocked the siege of 7. When her gaze fell on the assassin's corpse lying on the ground, the shock in her heart was overwhelming. Surrounded, yet still managed to kill an assassin. Is this possible? This can't be possible? Thorny Rose stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her. It was truly incredible, but it had happened just like that. Could the opponent be a hidden class? No, absolutely impossible. Even if it were a hidden class, it couldn't be that outrageous. The captain of Sang Biao's team was also a hidden class, a warrior-type hidden class. And yet, he couldn't take down a single mage. A mage is this strong. This guy can't really have the strength to solo a boss, right? At that moment, Thorny Rose felt her inherent understanding being severely challenged. Looking at Zhang Chen beside her, her expression was unpredictable. She had huge doubts about her previous thoughts. What are you planning to do? Thorny Rose spoke, waiting for Zhang Chen's response. Kill them. Zhang Chen's voice was cold and ruthless. There was no need for nonsense. Don't act recklessly. This team is not weak. I can pay to settle this for you. Thorny Rose hurriedly spoke. Sang Biao's team was not weak. They only had 3 people, and it was clearly unwise to have a conflict now. Things that could be settled with money were nothing in her eyes. But once a full-blown conflict erupted, it would be hard to clean up. Zhang Chen completely ignored her and walked straight towards the battlefield. Hey, did you hear what I said? Thorny Rose was furious. She was actually ignored by a man? Soon, she calmed down. I want to see if you really are as amazing as you bragged. The boss is here to save me. Looks like he still cares about me. The big White Rabbit, in the midst of the fierce battle, noticed Zhang Chen's figure, her eyes reddening. Spending these days with the boss had indeed had some effect. The boss is here, you're all done for. The big White Rabbit, who had been somewhat panicked, completely relaxed the moment she saw Zhang Chen. The boss was making a move. Those mere shrimp soldiers would all die. Ding! Your teammate Pure White Rabbit's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability 150. When your favorability reaches 500, it will trigger an emotional bond, granting you a mysterious prize from the system. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhang Chen was momentarily stunned. Favorability increase has benefits? Kid, do you think you can learn to be a hero saving a beauty like others? Who do you think you are? Get lost, or we'll kill you too. Sang Biao and the others revealed their fierce expressions, looking like they were ready to eat someone. Zhang Chen turned a deaf ear and continued walking towards the battlefield. The group led by Sang Biao was even more furious. Big brother, he's wearing purple gear. What? Is it really true? Sang Biao and the others exclaimed, their eyes turning red. They had only managed to acquire a piece of blue gear through killing and looting. But this young man in front of them was decked out in purple gear? How could they tolerate this? Go, kill him, and we'll get rich. Sang Biao's face lit up with excitement. They had originally just wanted to rob him, but now it seemed they could strike it big. Big brother, this guy is the one who killed the boss. Should we? A team member hesitated to speak. What big shot? He's just unlucky to run into me. With so many of us, we can't kill him, Sang Biao said nonchalantly. The moment he noticed Zhang Chen's purple gear, he understood Zhang Chen's identity. But so what? He might not be a match for him alone. With 7 brothers attacking together, how could they not kill him? Moreover, he didn't believe that one person could solo a boss. How do you plan to handle the current situation? Seeing Sang Biao and his 7 men charging at Zhang Chen, the Thorny Rose showed a curious expression. She was looking forward to Zhang Chen's next performance, and soon, Zhang Chen presented her with a scene she would never forget in her life. Using Shadow Escape and Shadow Strike, Zhang Chen activated both skills simultaneously. In an instant, he vanished from everyone's sight. A skill? Be careful, this guy might be a hidden class. Everyone form a circle to prevent him from ambushing. A serious expression appeared on Sang Biao's face. He immediately issued the most correct battle command. I have to say, he did have some skill. As long as the assassin dared to attack one of them, he would surely face the frenzied assault of the other 6 and die on the spot. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen was not an ordinary assassin. He was a god-level shadow assassin, the future god of assassins. By the time Zhang Chen went invisible, it was already too late. He had already positioned himself behind Sang Biao's team. Put! The sound of the tyrant's dagger-piercing flesh echoed. What's going on? My head! Sang Biao and the others turned around in unison, only to see their bodies had separated from their heads. Zhang Chen showed them their own corpses. Blood gushed out, staining the ground several meters around them red. In almost an instant, he killed all 7 of the clash-changed players, including Sang Biao. The Thorny Rose was dumbfounded. What the hell was this operation? She had never seen such a terrifying assassin. He had instantly wiped out a top-tier team like Sang Biao's. So fierce, so awesome, so terrifying. What kind of monster are you? At that moment, the Thorny Rose finally believed that Zhang Chen had soloed the boss. Cold sweat broke out all at once. An assassin, wiping out a team. He was simply a monster among monsters. I seriously suspect this guy didn't awaken at the same time as us. This ability is too outrageous. The Thorny Rose sighed. She prided herself on being a high-level player, but compared to Zhang Chen, she was nothing. Ding, your affinity with your party friend Thorny Rose has increased by 50 points, current affinity 80. A sudden increase of 50 points. It seems this guy has recognized my strength. Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly. Big shot. Thank you, big brother, for saving my life. Sister has no way to repay you, so I'll offer myself. The big white rabbit excitedly pounced towards Zhang Chen. Her bright eyes were watery, resembling a newborn baby. Zhang Chen frowned slightly and sidestepped. Get lost. Okay. Zhang Chen began to collect his spoils. Oh, what's this? It's actually a secret realm key. Zhang Chen touched something that had burst out from the lost beast and smiled. Looks like today is quite lucky. The secret realm is a place where the strength of clash changers can be rapidly enhanced. The rewards are far richer than typical monster farming. Moreover, being the first to clear the secret realm will yield a lot of benefits. This time, Zhang Chen hit the jackpot. So this secret realm requires the clash changer to reach level 10 to use it. No wonder this team didn't utilize it. Zhang Chen checked the attributes of the key and then put it into his backpack. Looking at the 10 white items and 1 blue item on the ground, Zhang Chen shouted to Thorny Rose, "How much are you buying these equipments for?" He knew that Thorny Rose was backed by a huge interest group. Although she had enough equipment, the others around her might not. Ha! What? Zhang Chen's words pulled Thorny Rose back to reality from her earlier shock. She was momentarily stunned and then quickly jogged over to Zhang Chen. Her attitude did a complete 180. Big shot, what can I do for you? Transaction successful. Another 10 million credited, so comfortable. Looking at the 9-digit balance in his account, a smile crept across Zhang Chen's face. The reason he was so eager to sell equipment and make money was for the rewards on the 5th day of the Divine Rule's arrival. On the 5th day, rankings like the level leaderboard and wealth leaderboard would appear. the top 100 would receive generous rewards from the divine. Moreover, at that time, a brand new currency system would emerge, divine coins. The exchange rate with Huaxia coins would be 1 to 100,000. Of course, that would be the exchange rate after divine coins appeared. The balance in his account would automatically convert to divine coins at that time, with an exchange rate of 1 to 1,000. 100 times difference. The billions he has now would be worth hundreds of billions then. Just thinking about it is exciting. In his previous life, when the currency system arrived, he had only about $10 in total. He couldn't do anything. Now, he at least has hundreds of thousands. In an era where the average person had only a few or a dozen bucks, having hundreds of thousands would definitely be considered a wealthy household. The purchasing power is extremely strong. He could buy out powerful items sold in some divine shops. Brother Killer, what are we doing next? The big white rabbit asked. Thorny Rose also perked up her ears to listen. Farming monsters, leveling up. The main goal at this stage is still to farm monsters and level up, to reach level 10 as soon as possible. Not only would it secure the top position on the level leaderboard, but it would also meet the level requirement for the secret realm to open. Most importantly, after reaching level 10, his talent skill, Divine Fall, would welcome its first upgrade. Let's go! After leaving the safe zone, Zhang Chen determined a direction and headed towards the area dense with monsters. After I slay the boss, the monster levels will all rise. Zhang Chen's eyes squinted into crescents. Higher monster levels are great. This way, his leveling speed would be faster. Farming efficiency would be higher. You all be careful. With that, Zhang Chen charged ahead. Roar! A level 5 monster roared and pounced over. A werewolf warrior. Its dual claws waved sharp blades. Level 5 monster, should we help? Upon encountering a level 5 monster right away, Thorny Rose was startled and said to the big white rabbit beside her, "No need, we can just watch the show." Really? Really? The big white rabbit was full of certainty. Just a mere level 5 monster. The big shot even killed a level 5 boss. Dealing with an ordinary level 5 monster is a piece of cake. Thorny Rose looked at the big white rabbit with suspicion. No longer entangled, I want to see how this level 5 monster is dealt with by the big shot. Thorny Rose crossed her arms and stood by, watching. Up until now, although she believed Zhang Chen could solo a boss to some extent, there was still a bit of doubt in her heart since she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. A level 5 monster could verify his strength. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the next second, ding, your teammate Heartless Killer has slain the level 5 monster werewolf. You gain 20 experience points and 20 attribute points. Ha! Hearing the sound, Thorny Rose was taken aback. She hadn't even reacted when the level 5 monster was killed. This, in an era where most people could only contend with level 3 monsters, a level 5 monster was taken down in an instant? Wow, that's insane! Thorny Rose exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. She finally understood why the big white rabbit was so confident. This is simply monstrous. At that moment, she was completely convinced of Zhang Chen's strength. Following such a big shot is really enjoyable for leveling up. Thorny Rose sighed inwardly. Not having to do anything, experience points and attribute points just kept rising. Who wouldn't like this delightful life? Thinking of this, she cast an envious glance at the big white rabbit, who had been following the big shot from the beginning, enjoying a treatment that was simply unimaginable. Big white rabbit, I believe you now, the big shot is really strong. At this moment, the big white rabbit had a dazed expression, as if she had turned silly. Wait, has the big shot's strength really reached such a terrifying level? The big white rabbit gulped. She knew that Zhang Chen would find it relatively easy to kill level 5 monsters, but she didn't expect them to be killed so quickly. Zhang Chen had taken a long time to kill the boss, and while level 5 monsters were not as strong as the boss, being killed instantly was still a bit. This man always managed to surprise her. Big white rabbit, what's wrong with you? Thorny Rose reached out and nudged her arm. Oh, the big white rabbit instantly snapped back to reality. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you, the big shot has always been strong. Thorny Rose nodded in agreement. Although the big shot is strong, we can't just follow him and do nothing. We also have to kill monsters. Thorny Rose spoke up. She was never a woman who would only rely on others. On the contrary, she was very competitive. The stronger the big shot, the more it ignited her fighting spirit. She aimed to catch up with the big shot's pace. My profession is the hidden class paladin, and my ability is. My profession is the hidden class necromancer, and my ability is. Rose and the big white rabbit introduced their professions to each other. As team members, they would need to advance and retreat together in the future. It was inevitable to share some details for better cooperation. Then let's start hunting monsters now. After getting to know each other a bit, Thorny Rose devised a battle plan. The big white rabbit would draw the monsters and tank damage while she was responsible for output. If we kill 1 or 2 more monsters, I'll be level 6. Zhang Chen looked at his experience bar, feeling pleased. He was originally still a bit short of level 5, but with the quadruple experience boost, it was as if he had killed 4 level 5 monsters in one go, and he was not far from level 6. This terrifying leveling speed made even him unable to help but click his tongue. Your teammates, Pure-Hearted Big White Rabbit and Thorny Rose, have slain a large number of monsters. You gain 40 experience points and 40 attribute points. Ding! The system detects you gained 40 experience points and 40 attribute points. Quadruple harvest. Congratulations, host. You have gained 160 experience points and 160 attribute points. Your level has increased to level 6. Level 6 already, that was fast. Zhang Chen exclaimed. I originally thought I would have to grind some monsters, but unexpectedly, on the second day, when everyone was at level 2, he was already at level 6, leading by a huge margin. These two work well together, not just for show. Zhang Chen nodded slightly as he looked at the battlefield of the White Rabbit and the Rose. Although he didn't intend to rely on the two, having teammates who could provide support was definitely more comforting than having those who would hold him back. The 4 skeleton warriors of the White Rabbit were responsible for drawing aggro and tanking damage. With their mobility and defense surpassing that of ordinary level 2 monsters, a single skeleton warrior could pull 2 to 3 monsters at once. After gathering these monsters together, the Rose Paladin's attacks were akin to area damage. With a single strike, she could deal significant damage to a cluster of surrounding monsters. Basically, after 1 or 2 rounds, the HP of these level 1 and 2 monsters would be nearly depleted. Ah, I'm level 3, Rose shouted excitedly. Me too, the White Rabbit smiled. Happy cooperation. Their monster grinding speed was not at all slower than that of some top teams. The 3 of them shared experience, and their leveling speed increased significantly. At this rate, I feel like I can level up twice today. I wonder how this leveling speed compares to the big shots. Rose's eyes sparkled, looking eager to try. When she opened Zhang Chen's level panel, she was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Level 6? The big shot is level 6? Wasn't he just level 4? Thorny Rose was filled with question marks. She was once again taken aback. It's okay, this is the big shot we can't compare to. The White Rabbit chuckled when she saw Rose's stunned expression. Thorny Rose sighed helplessly. She admitted that she really couldn't compare to the big shot. I can't compare to the big shot, but I have to be stronger than other players. Rose clenched her fists, roaring at that moment. A sudden roar came from not far away. A gigantic werewolf, 3 times the size of an ordinary werewolf, walked over slowly. Its fur was pitch black, its fangs protruding, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Is this also a level 5 monster? Why does it feel stronger than the previous level 5 werewolf? Rose frowned in contemplation. This werewolf is an elite monster, stronger than ordinary monsters, but weaker than a boss. Zhang Chen explained, I'll take care of this monster, you two handle the smaller ones next to it, okay? Without waiting for the White Rabbit and Rose's response, he activated Shadow Cloak and Shadow Strike, disappearing from sight. Leave it to me, Thorny Rose declared confidently. Sister, you gather the monsters, and I'll handle the damage, Rose said. After reaching level 3, her attributes had increased. The power of her skills had greatly improved, and her efficiency in grinding monsters had also increased significantly. Okay. The White Rabbit nodded and then summoned 6 skeleton warriors. 6? Weren't you just at 4? Rose was taken aback. Every time I level up, the number of summoned warriors doubles from the original. But right now, my mental power isn't enough, so I can only summon 6. The White Rabbit explained. Hiss. Rose gasped, thinking this was just too outrageous. Exponential growth. According to the White Rabbit, her combat power at level 3 was already comparable to that of a small team. If this continued, wouldn't it mean that in the end, she could summon millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of skeleton warriors? One person could form an army. So it turns out I'm the weakest one in the team. Rose felt her confidence take a hit. She had thought that with her powerful hidden class, she was only slightly inferior to the big shot. Others, including the big White Rabbit, are still quite strong. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. It seems she was a bit too arrogant before. Sister, you're amazing, I admit defeat, Rose sincerely praised. But I won't lose to you. Soon, Rose regained her confidence. The strength of her teammates put more pressure on her, and she should work harder to improve her abilities. She certainly didn't want to become a burden to the team one day. At this moment, Zhang Chen's figure quietly appeared behind the elite werewolf monster. The tyrant's dagger in his hand swung out violently. The sharp blade pierced directly through the werewolf's neck. The god fall triggered, critical damage 4251, one hit kill. Not bad, with my current damage, under good luck, I can one-shot a level 10 monster. Zhang Chen was very satisfied with his damage. Generally, a level 6 awakened class can deal a few hundred points of damage, which is already impressive. A slightly stronger main DPS and hidden class can barely reach 1,000. It is absolutely impossible to achieve the thousands of damage he just did. You have slain a level 5 elite werewolf, gaining 800 experience points, 800 attribute points, and 1 blue item. Ding! Team buff quadruple rewards triggered. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,200 experience points and attribute points. Blue item *4, your level has increased to level 7. So fast. Zhang Chen slayed a level 5 elite werewolf, and with the system's boost, it was equivalent to slaying 8 ordinary level 5 werewolves. His level jumped directly to 7. This speed of leveling up even surprised Zhang Chen. He remembered that in his previous life, when the ranking list was revealed, the highest level was only 8. At this rate of leveling up, by the end of the next day, he would definitely reach level 8. This means that now, just on the second day, his level was already on par with the top player from his previous life. By the time the ranking list was revealed on the 5th day, his level could very likely lead by a cliff-like margin. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. As for those 4 blue items, Zhang Chen glanced at their attributes. For him, who already had a full set of purple gear, they were of no use at all. But for ordinary players, they were very tempting. I'll sell them to a rich lady later. The battlefield of the Big White Rabbit and Rose also quickly ended. We actually dropped 5 white items, not bad luck. As Rose and the Big White Rabbit collected their loot, smiles appeared on their faces. Sister, let's split the earnings. I'll buy them from you, is that okay? Of course. The Big White Rabbit gladly accepted. These white items were of little use to her. Selling them for money was the right way. How much are you offering for these 4 blue items? Zhang Chen approached the two, revealing the 4 blue items he had just obtained. Their eyes immediately widened. Their group of werewolves had dropped 5 white items. You, an elite werewolf, dropped 4 blue items? The difference in drop rates was so huge? Brother, your luck is just too good. The Big White Rabbit was incredibly envious. Rose was also a bit speechless, but she decisively made an offer. 1.5 million for each. Deal. One hand exchanged money, the other hand exchanged goods. White Rabbit, this werewolf necklace matches you perfectly, I'll give it to you. Rose glanced at the attributes of the 4 blue items, picked out a necklace, and handed it to the Big White Rabbit. Werewolf necklace, blue level equipment, wearer can increase 200 points of spirit, no special attributes. Seeing the attributes of this necklace, the Big White Rabbit's eyes narrowed. Spirit attribute? Just as Rose said, this necklace matched her perfectly. The 200 points of spirit attribute boost could perfectly compensate for her current weakness of insufficient spirit points. After wearing the necklace, she would be able to summon all the skeleton warriors. But this value, Sister Rose, this necklace is too precious, I can't accept it. The Big White Rabbit hesitated for a moment and chose to refuse. Although she really wanted it, 15 million was more than she could afford, even if she sold herself. Just take it, Rose insisted, hanging the necklace around the Big White Rabbit's neck. We're teammates, if you get stronger, we can farm monsters faster. Upon hearing this, the Big White Rabbit thought for a moment, and it was indeed true. Thank you, Sister Rose. Having a wealthy teammate is truly wonderful. What are you thanking me for? It's a small matter. Rose flashed a captivating smile that could charm anyone. 15 million for a teammate with unlimited potential? A huge profit. The three continued their new round of monster farming. Zhang Chen was still soloing. Any monster that crossed his path, regardless of level, was instantly killed. Even mosquito meat is still meat. The cooperation between Rose and the Big White Rabbit became increasingly tacit. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed again. The levels of Rose and the Big White Rabbit successfully reached level 4. Zhang Chen was also close to level 8. I need to return to the safe zone first. Looking at her overflowing backpack, Rose smiled brightly. Not being able to fit all the equipment was something she had never dared to imagine before. Teaming up with a big shot, in just a few hours, her gains were dozens of times what they had been before. It was simply exhilarating. I want to go back too, the Big White Rabbit said. Her backpack was almost full as well. It was just right to return with Rose to exchange for money. The two looked at Zhang Chen. You guys can go back, Zhang Chen said, casually taking down a level 3 monster. He had no intention of going back with them. Since he had sold all his equipment to Rose, his backpack had ample storage space, and there was no need to waste time running back and forth. The big shot is really a leveling beast. I would call him a natural game saint. The two exchanged glances and prepared to leave. Little sister, we found a mysterious underground palace, hurry over. At that moment, a message came from the private chat of Thorny Rose. What's going on? The specific situation is unclear, but the monsters at the outermost layer of the underground palace start at level 3. The drop rate is also higher than other monsters. At the very least, it can be considered a monster farming sanctuary. A monster farming sanctuary? Rose's eyes lit up. She keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of this underground palace. If they could delve deeper, there might be unexpected surprises. But the fact that the starting monsters were level 3 made her a bit worried. Even if I go, I probably won't be able to go deep into the palace. Rose understood her brother's thoughts. If we bring the big shot along, the problem will be solved. With the big shot's current strength at level 7, as long as we don't encounter level 10 monsters, he should be able to handle it. But I don't know if the big shot is willing to go. Looking at Zhang Chen, Rose hesitated for a moment and informed him about the situation of the underground palace, seeking his opinion. She felt a bit anxious inside. Why not go? Zhang Chen immediately agreed after hearing the situation. That underground palace was a perfect leveling secret realm in the midstage of his previous life. Not only were the number of monsters several times that of other secret realms, but in the 9-layer underground palace, each layer had to have a boss. Those who obtained the first kill each day would receive extremely generous rewards. How could such a good opportunity be missed? With the big shot here, this trip to the underground palace will surely go smoothly. Seeing Zhang Chen agree, Rose immediately became excited. She gave a little compliment. Then I'll bring the team over right away. Rose sent a message to her brother. You can come alone. Your team is too weak. I found a few strong teammates for you. Seeing the message from her brother, Rose was completely bewildered. What was going on? Was the big shot weak? The most important thing is that she invited the big shot, and now she tells the big shot, you can go, I don't want you anymore. She wondered if she still wanted to team up with the big shot. Just as Rose thought about explaining, her brother's message came in again. How did your level go from 2 to 4? Seeing this message, Rose could imagine her brother's shocked expression, one that could fit an egg. I'm teaming up with the big shot, he helped me level up. Big shot? Which big shot? Nightcool was taken aback by his sister's message, then quickly realized, it can't be that heartless killer big shot, right? He knew his sister was looking for that big shot. It seemed she had succeeded. Now, do you still think my team is weak? Rose sent a message to her brother with a proud smile. Not weak, not weak. Hurry up, hurry up. After sending the message, Nightcool sighed inwardly. As expected of a big shot, he managed to get to level 4 so quickly. With my 3 level 3 hidden class players, the chances of opening the dungeon door are even greater. The 3 hidden class players he found were a priest, a warrior, and a marksman. They could tank, deal damage, and heal. It was an excellent team composition. Are your people not here yet? Do you know how many monsters I could have killed in this time? Maybe I've already become the first person in the entire region to reach level 4. The marksman named I Shot It Out said impatiently. They'll be here soon. Just wait a little longer. Then I'll wait for another 15 minutes. If they don't arrive, I'm leaving. No refunds. Nightcool shot a glance at him, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. He held his temper. After all, the other party was someone he had paid a lot to invite, and their skills and attributes were evident. Otherwise, don't rush, don't rush. We'll set off once everyone is here. The Blood Fury warrior reassured him. Humph. I Shot It Out snorted and stopped talking. The priest beside him was busy enjoying the fragrant ingredients in his hands, ignoring everything else. Brother, we're here. Rose, Zhang Chen, and the big white rabbit appeared before everyone. As he watched the 3 enter, Nightcool scanned Zhang Chen and the big white rabbit back and forth, feeling a slight shock. A rogue and a mage with such a fragile lineup, and they all managed to level up to 4? Although Nightcool had some doubts in his heart, he didn't voice them. Instead, he greeted them warmly. Big shot. You finally made it. He extended his hand to shake Zhang Chen's, his attitude extremely friendly. Zhang Chen responded lightly, his mind racing through the stories about Nightcool. Although he wasn't a hidden class, he had established the largest guild in the country with his exceptional intelligence and background. His own strength was not much inferior to some hidden class players, making him a very formidable character. In his previous life, he had a cooperative relationship with a killer organization. Big shot, these 3 are my teammates, all experts. This time, it's our 7-person team entering the dungeon for exploration. Nightcool pointed to the other 3 players and introduced them. Big shot, the one we were waiting for is actually a big shot. It's stable now. This time, the dungeon expedition is secure. The Blood Fury warrior felt all urgency and anxiety dissipate the moment he saw Zhang Chen. He had been rejected when trying to team up with the big shot before, but now he finally had a chance. Meanwhile, I shouted out couldn't hold back any longer when he saw that among the teammates he had waited for so long, there was even a useless class. What the hell? Is your brain broken? You made me wait for a rogue? What use is he? A very dissatisfied voice burst out from I shot the sun and put out the fire. He was a hidden class of the main character, yet he had to wait for an assassin? This was simply a great humiliation. What are you talking about? The Blood Fury warrior scolded. What did I say wrong? You guys can tank the damage for me. I can handle the main damage output alone. What can an assassin do for damage output? He probably can't even match my basic attack damage. I shot the sun and put out the fire, snorted coldly, clearly looking down on Zhang Chen. Not every assassin was the one who got the first kill on the boss, but when he opened Zhang Chen's personal information panel, he was instantly dumbfounded. The previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. This guy really is the assassin who got the first kill on the boss. He hit a brick wall. The Blood Fury warrior's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring angrily at I shot the sun and put out the fire. How dare he insult his idol? It made him furious. Rose and the White Rabbit frowned upon hearing this. I shot the sun and put out the fire was being a bit too arrogant. The White Rabbit even summoned her skeleton warrior directly. You say my brother is useless? Come on, let's have a fight. Her tone was icy. The already level 4 skeleton warrior exuded a strong aura of death, glaring fiercely at I shot the sun and put out the fire. Meanwhile, the protagonist Zhang Chen looked calmly at the archer in front of him. I shot the sun and put out the fire? Never heard of that ID. Probably won't last long. But this priest, I didn't expect it to be her. Zhang Chen looked at the beautiful priestess Little May loves to eat, who had been quietly munching on candied hawthorn, completely unfazed by the situation, a true foodie. A hint of interest appeared in his eyes. This priestess had also made a name for herself in later years, reputed to be able to eat a mountain in one meal. Just right, I can give her this third team slot. His favorability with Rose had successfully reached 100, unlocking the third layer of team buffs. Being stared at so closely by a skeleton warrior equivalent to a level 4 monster, I shot the sun and put out the fire showed a hint of panic on his face. I just misspoke earlier. He tried to argue. You didn't say that just now. Rose looked at I shot the sun and put out the fire with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. I shot the sun and put out the fire broke out in a sweat, stammering for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and admitted defeat. I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. He understood that he had indeed been too aggressive in his words. However, he still held a prejudice against assassins deep down. All right, since it was a misunderstanding, there's no need to dwell on it. Nidus Cool timely spoke up to ease the awkwardness. Don't forget, our main goal is to enter the underground palace. That's right. I shot the sun and put out the fire, quickly backtracked and shifted the topic. The White Rabbit was not convinced, still coldly staring at I shot the sun and put out the fire. I warn you, you'd better clean up your mouth. Otherwise, if you annoy me, I'll smash you. The words coming from the face of a lowly were hard to believe as a threat, but the skeleton warrior beside her was indeed filled with a palpable sense of oppression. I shot the sun and put out the fire felt extremely aggrieved. Damn it! He was a hidden class, a level 3 expert, yet he was being threatened, and by a little girl at that. How humiliating. But what could he do? Fight? He couldn't win at all. The skeleton warrior was right there beside him. At such a close distance, any slight movement from him would surely provoke it to pounce and tear him apart. So, the sun has been shot out by me, chose to endure in silence. Just wait until we form teams, you'll see. The sun has been shot out by me was seething with anger. At a safe distance, he could shoot a couple of arrows and easily take care of the opponent. Wait, bro, kick him out of the team. Just when everyone thought this matter was settled, Rose suddenly spoke up. This action left the others momentarily stunned. The Blood Fury warrior wanted to say something. He glanced at the big boss and fell silent. I'm just a hired hand. That's how it is. Little May loves to eat, continued munching. The big White Rabbit gave a thumbs up, approving. Zhang Chen glanced around and understood Rose's intention. No direct confrontation, no refusal. Sis, what are you doing? Nidus Slightly Cool was unaware of Rose's intentions. Rose's idea was simple, to draw closer to Zhang Chen. Although the big boss said nothing, it didn't mean he didn't care. She couldn't just do nothing. Kicking out a hidden class archer was completely different from dealing with a nearly godlike player. The sun has been shot out by me had an even darker expression, but he could only suppress his anger. Nidus Slightly Cool had given too much. Moreover, this underground palace was indeed a great place to farm monsters and level up. He didn't want to leave. If you kick me out, you better think it through. Without me as the main damage dealer, if you dare approach this underground palace, the monsters will tear you apart. The sun has been shot out by me, arrogantly raised his chin. The number of monsters in the underground palace was vast. Once they sensed someone approaching, they would swarm and attack. Without him as the main damage dealer to eliminate the monsters, how long could they withstand the onslaught? In the end, they would meet their demise. Kicking out the main damage dealer? Impossible. If Rose knew what he was thinking, she would only scoff. Main damage dealer? You think you deserve that? Kick. Rose looked at the other's arrogant expression, furrowing her brows slightly and snorting coldly. Damage output? Talking about damage output in front of the big boss? He could take out monsters with a basic attack. You get taken out by a monster's basic attack. Alright. Night is slightly cool, hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to trust her sister and kicked the sun has been shot out by me out. I hope this big boss doesn't let me down, otherwise, kicking out the main damage dealer was indeed a crazy move. You have been removed from the team by Night is slightly cool. The message that popped up on the personal panel turned the sun has been shot out by me's face ashen. Kicked out? He was really kicked out? Fine, you have guts. I'll see how you die later. The sun has been shot out by me glared at Zhang Chen and the others, filled with rage. Such a powerless threat seemed like a clown in Rose's eyes. She completely ignored it. Night is slightly cool gave the other a deep look, her eyes filled with an inexplicable coldness. Since a feud had already formed, then, now let's formulate a battle strategy. Night is slightly cool quickly gathered her thoughts. The priority now was to enter the underground palace. As for, the sun has been shot out by me, once they entered the underground palace, if the opportunity arose, she could directly send him back to his hometown to be reborn. My class is Ice Mage, not very offensive, mainly focused on control. Night is slightly cool actively introduced her class abilities. Then she looked at the others. My class is Shield Warrior, responsible for tanking. After the Blood Fury Warrior introduced himself, Little May loves to eat rarely put down her snacks and spoke. My class is Holy Priest, with healing abilities divided into single target and group. I can handle both simultaneously, specific effects. After Little May loves to eat finished, she glanced at everyone and then continued eating her snacks. After listening to the introduction of Xiao Mei loves to eat, everyone could only describe this profession with 2 words, perverse. Her healing effect is 3 times that of other priests, and it even comes with a buff effect. Moreover, she possesses an outrageous talent skill, Divine Protection. This protection lasts for 5 seconds and can immunize against any physical attack. Invincible for 5 seconds. What does that even mean? This profession is very strong. Its healing effect is practically a bug. Even Zhang Chen was quite surprised. My profession is Paladin, primarily offensive, with defense not as good as an ordinary warrior, but a wide attack range. Rose added about her profession. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Big White Rabbit and Zhang Chen. They already knew Big White Rabbit's profession and abilities. It was to summon a skeleton warrior to fight. This ability was decent, but compared to other hidden professions, it seemed a bit lacking. My profession is the hidden class of mage, the necromancer, and my combat style is to summon undead creatures. With my current ability, I can only summon the lowest level skeleton warriors, with a summoning limit of 16. As my level increases, it will double sequentially. Big White Rabbit said with a smile. Hiss. Except for Zhang Chen and Rose, Blood Fury Warrior, Nightcool, and even Xiaomei couldn't help but put down their snacks. Looking at this seemingly harmless little lowly in front of them, their hearts trembled. Wrong. All wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Lacking? Ordinary? This is the most outrageous profession. One person is equivalent to an entire legion. Moreover, the summoned undead are not just any weaklings. Take the so-called weakest skeleton warrior for example. It is a terrifying creature of the same level as the summoner. A million-strong army, all generals charging at you. In this world, what can stop their advance? Not to mention, there are even more powerful and bizarre undead creatures among them. To put it closer, now there are 16 level 4 undead creatures attacking them. Any one of them, or even their entire 4-person team, might not be able to defeat the opponent. Big White Rabbit alone is enough to rival all of them combined. Too strong. A big shot. This is the real big shot. Facing everyone's praise, Big White Rabbit shyly smiled, her expression carrying a hint of pride. Killer Brother is the real big shot. I was taken out in one hit. Nightcool and the others smiled but said nothing, all thinking that Big White Rabbit was being modest. With 16 level 4 skeleton warriors guarding you, who could take you out? But when they pulled Zhang Chen into the team and saw his level, they were dumbfounded. Level 7? Were they seeing things? Is this something a person can achieve? Wait, isn't the big shot level 4? How is he level 7? Nightcool reacted. Everyone was above level 4, and level 7 was above that. They were still feeling smug about leveling up to level 3, ahead of other awakened classes, but compared to the big shot, they were just relying on luck. Big shot, did you take drugs? How did you level up so fast? Blood Fury Warrior felt his worldview was severely impacted again. At first, they were at the same level, and less than a day later, the other party's level had already surpassed him by more than double. Little cow on a rocket, soaring to the sky. He really wanted to dissect Zhang Chen to see how he did all this. Big shot, could you introduce your profession to us, so we can understand the surrounding monsters and plan for entering the underground palace? Nightcool asked. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn in, including Rose and Big White Rabbit. They all looked at Zhang Chen with eager expressions. They all knew Zhang Chen was a hidden class among assassins, but they did not know just how powerful this profession was. It could actually allow Zhang Chen to surpass all assassin professions, even overshadowing the hidden professions of others. There's no need. Zhang Chen shook his head. As an assassin, revealing one's trump card meant death was not far away. Moreover, it was just a bunch of level 3 monsters. Was there really a need to devise a battle plan? Zhang Chen stood up and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, walked straight towards the direction of the underground palace. Big guy, don't. If these monsters are startled, they'll swarm us, and that would be a big problem, Yi Weiliang hurriedly shouted. He had just witnessed the terrifying scene of being attacked by these monsters in a swarm. The two small teams he had formed were wiped out here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered 3 hidden professionals and called Rose back. But his words were no match for Zhang Chen's swift actions. Almost as soon as his voice reached their ears, Zhang Chen was already in front of those level 3 monsters. Roar! In an instant, a series of furious roars echoed through the underground palace. Dozens of monsters were startled and pounced from all directions. It's over. Why is the big guy so impulsive? Yi Weiliang murmured, while Blood Fury Warrior and Xiaomei also showed worried expressions. With such a large number of monsters, even they, as hidden professionals, had to avoid the front lines. Although the big guy was high level, assassins were still fragile, and without area damage, once surrounded by so many monsters, the hope of survival was slim. The big guy who got the first kill on the boss. I see a brainless fool who dares to charge into a group of monsters alone. He's definitely going to die. Daylight has been extinguished by my shot, gloatingly thought. Facing a group of monsters alone, even a main C like him wouldn't dare to operate like that. Once this guy dies, if you want me to go back, you'll have to pay a bloody price. Daylight has been extinguished by my shot, glared fiercely at Yi Weiliang and the others, fantasizing about them begging him. Don't worry, with the big guy's skills, it won't be a problem. Rose smiled lightly. Little sister, are you sure? Yi Weiliang was somewhat skeptical. After all, this situation was truly terrifying. Rose snorted lightly. You all just enjoy the big guy's performance next. Big White Rabbit crossed her arms. In her eyes, these monsters were not even enough to fill the gaps in the big guy's teeth. With Rose and Big White Rabbit saying this, the three felt a bit more at ease and were secretly looking forward to it. The reason the big guy could become the big guy must be due to his unique abilities. They would soon witness it. Zhang Chen coldly looked at the monsters charging at him, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. He raised his left hand. The tyrant's dagger appeared in his hand. I can't even be bothered to use skills against you. Zhang Chen's lips moved. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. His actions made everyone's hearts race. Has he gone mad? How dare he take the initiative to confront the enemy? Doesn't he fear being beaten to death? However, the next scene left everyone shocked and speechless. Facing the dozens of monsters rushing at him, Zhang Chen continuously swung his dagger. Boom! A series of massive explosions. All the level 3 monsters at the front were blown to bits. What the hell? Damn it! Blood Fury Warrior, Yi Weiliang, Xiaomei, and Daylight has been extinguished by my shot. All stared wide-eyed at Zhang Chen, their expressions one of disbelief. At that moment, it was as if they had witnessed a miracle. A simple action had wiped out an entire wave of monsters, and it was done so cleanly and decisively. This was just too brutal. Until the sound of gaining a large amount of experience points and attribute points echoed on their panels, they were jolted from their shock. I leveled up to level 4? I just breezed through and leveled up to 4? Blood Fury Warrior and Nightcool exchanged glances, both finding fervor and excitement deep within each other's pupils. No wonder Big White Rabbit and Rose could level up so quickly. It turned out they were eating so well. They had to fight tooth and nail for a whole day to level up. With a big shot leading, they leveled up to 4 in just 10 seconds. The gap was painfully obvious. Nightcool felt regret in his heart. If he had known, he should have joined the big shot's little group. That way, he wouldn't have to grind monsters so hard to level up. Ha! I actually leveled up to 4 as well. The voice of Little Beauty who loves to eat rang out, filled with satisfied joy. She kept smacking her lips. How could this be? This guy's output is even higher than mine as a marksman. I was shot out, fell into a deep self-doubt. This isn't scientific, it doesn't make sense. Why is a guy playing an assassin stronger than me, a marksman? His damage definitely couldn't produce such explosive results. Otherwise, he would have entered the dungeon long ago. I knew one big shot was enough. Rose's expression was calm, but she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy has gotten stronger. Hey, that marksman over there peeking, why don't you scram? See, this is what a main C should look like. Do you even qualify? Big White Rabbit mercilessly mocked. I was shot out, making the latter's face flush red with anger. However, he couldn't refute anything. The rules of this world are like this. The strong are respected. Zhang Chen was stronger than them, so he naturally had the right to enjoy the fruits of victory. I was shot out, could only turn away in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Zhang Chen before leaving. Nightcool caught that fleeting gaze and frowned slightly. This guy actually harbors ill intentions towards the big shot. Looks like some maneuvering is needed. Zhang Chen paid no mind to others' opinions. He was already focused on grinding monsters. A casual move from him could ignite the entire scene. This was a massacre. With a swift stroke, any monster that came close was slaughtered as if they were cutting vegetables. In no time at all, the densely packed monsters all lay dead on the ground, and they successfully reached the entrance of the dungeon. Is it really that easy? What about all those times I organized assaults, with so many people dying? For the first time, Nightcool felt that this world was truly fantastical. The strength of a real top-tier big shot couldn't be measured by numbers. This guy was simply like a killing machine. It truly matched his ID ruthless killer. I wonder what's inside this dungeon. Big White Rabbit curiously surveyed the surroundings, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. The others also revealed expressions of desire. Just push the door open and you'll find out. Zhang Chen smiled indifferently. But before that, there was something very important to address. I killed all these monsters, and all this equipment on the ground is mine. You all have no objections, right? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, no problem. It should be this way. Nightcool, Blood Fury Warrior, and even Little Beauty who loves to eat nodded while munching on chicken legs. The monsters were originally killed by him. The equipment on the ground was, by rights, Zhang Chen's spoils of war. This distribution was perfectly normal. They followed behind Zhang Chen, quickly leveling up and already reaping the benefits. Why would I want more? Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Yi Wei Liang and said, Do you want these equipment? I can sell them to you. Of course, thank you, big boss. Yi Wei Liang smiled, forming a rough judgment of Zhang Chen in her heart. Another tens of millions have arrived. Now they could open the dungeon door. Roar! With a low, hoarse cry, the dungeon door slowly opened. The crowd's breathing suddenly quickened. Damn it, the lowest level of these monsters is actually level 5. What the hell? After all that effort, why is the blind box full of monsters? In an instant, everyone's mindset completely collapsed. This was clearly not a welfare handout, it was a death sentence. A level 5 monster, they could handle in a team. A level 6 monster could be barely managed. A level 7 monster's outcome was uncertain. As for a level 8 monster, they would probably kneel right away. Moreover, the most critical issue was that these monsters were not just one or two, they were a whole group. Do you understand? A group of monsters that are higher in level and greater in number than you, standing in front of you. How desperate would you feel? These monsters were like wild wolves in a dark forest, bloodthirsty and ruthless. The moment you stepped into their territory, you would face their merciless hunt. This was the true portrayal of this world. What was inside the dungeon? Of course, it was monsters. Seeing the slightly panicked expressions of the crowd, Zhang Chen remained indifferent. He already knew everything about the dungeon. However, these monsters posed no threat to him. The only potential threat might be those bosses. Should we retreat first? Yi Wei Liang spoke, her gaze fixed on Zhang Chen. Clearly, she had already regarded him as the core. I'll draw the monsters. You just need to find opportunities to deal damage from the edges. After Zhang Chen finished speaking, he took the lead and stepped forward. An assassin drawing monsters? Yi Wei Liang and the others didn't even dare to think about it. But Zhang Chen did just that. With a big boss dealing damage in front, as long as these monsters don't swarm us, we can still handle it, Yi Wei Liang said. Zhang Chen held a dagger and walked forward step by step. Roar! A level 7 monster suddenly lunged out. Its sharp claws tore towards Zhang Chen, who sidestepped to avoid it. Then, he raised his dagger and slashed across the monster's neck. Blood splattered. The 7 or 8 meter long monster fell straight to the ground, unable to get back up. Before Zhang Chen could pause, 4 level 6 monsters sprang out from various corners, frantically pouncing towards him. Yet Zhang Chen showed no fear, his figure dancing gracefully. He easily dodged and then delivered a dagger slash to the throat, taking down 1 level 6 monster. This series of actions was incredibly fluid, like flowing water. Even the splatter of blood seemed to be calculated precisely. It was as if he had rehearsed this scene 1,000 times and was familiar with it. Zhang Chen's strength had reached a terrifying level. Yue Liang and the others, who had originally prepared to follow Zhang Chen to kill monsters, were completely stunned. You can take down a level 3 monster with one hit. I won't bother you. After all, there's a level suppression. But you can take down a level 7 monster with one hit. That's just excessive. What terrifying reaction speed and predictive ability, Yi Wei Liang murmured. Zhang Chen's existence had surpassed his understanding. Do we still need to follow the big boss to deal damage? I feel like he can handle it all by himself. The Blood Fury warriors exchanged glances, unable to suppress their swallowing. Zhang Chen gave them the impression that he could solo the entire dungeon. Ding! You have slain a level 7 monster, gaining 1200 experience points and attribute points. Ding! 3 girls detected in the host's team, 6 times team buff activated. Congratulations, host, you have gained 7200 experience points and attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, your level has successfully reached level 8. As the prompt sound echoed in his mind, Zhang Chen's smile was radiant. Thanks to finding this underground palace, I wouldn't have leveled up so quickly otherwise. With his current strength, it was rare for him to hunt monsters. Instead, he was looking for them. In other places, it was not easy to find so many level 5 and above monsters gathered together. But the underground palace was different. It was a passage prepared for him to quickly level up. Moreover, at this stage, only he could utilize the underground palace for rapid leveling. Name, Zheng Chen, ID, Ruthless Killer, Class, Shadow Assassin, Hidden Class, Unique, Level, 8, 500/30,000, Strength, 6,700, 400, Speed, 9,800, 350, Mentality, 5,500, 100, Body, 5,500, 400, Equipment, Purple Grade Equipment, Tyrant's Dagger, Excellent. Attack Power plus 400, Special Attribute, Attack Speed plus 20%, Armor Penetration plus 25%, Durability 80%, Purple Grade Equipment, Tyrant's Armor, Excellent, Body plus 400, Special Attribute, Damage Reduction 40%, Durability 100%, Purple Equipment, Tyrant's Boots, Fine, Speed plus 350, Special Attribute, Increases Movement Speed by 50%, Durability 80%, Special Item, Tyrant's Eye, Mentality plus 100, Special Effect activated after level 30. Skills, A-Class Assassin Skill, Shadow Assault, Damage increased by 30%, Armor Penetration increased by 60%, grants a 3-second concealment effect, Teleportation within a 50-meter range, cooldown time 10 minutes, A-Class General Skill Book, Phantom Clone Technique, creates a clone with 80% of the main body's strength, equipment skills cannot be shared, duration 1 minute. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent skill, Godfall level 1, 5% chance of critical hit with each attack. With my current combat power, I can easily handle all monsters below level 15, Zheng Chen murmured. His combat attributes had already far surpassed other awakened ones in the same region, or rather, in all regions. I'm curious to see what the scene will be like when the various leaderboards arrive on the 5th day. However, I'm even more looking forward to the resource betting afterward. A faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Resource betting was another cruel yet highly tempting and reasonable rule under the divine regulations. After the golden list opened, every 5 days, 2 regions would randomly engage in resource betting. If victorious, they would gain half of the resources from the opposing region, and all awakened ones would level up by 1. Along with various divine rewards, the losing side would have to provide half of their resources as compensation. Moreover, everyone's level would drop by 2. Those who had just reached level 2 would die instantly. It's that simple, the weak are prey to the strong. This rule seemed bloody, yet it played a crucial role in helping some regions withstand the attacks of the moon beasts. Otherwise, with the terrifying level of 150 of the moon beasts, almost no awakened ones in any region could resist. If I remember correctly, the first resource betting for our region was against region 198. That region belongs to the Cherry Blossom Nation. Zheng Chen stroked his chin. In his previous life, during the first resource betting, they narrowly defeated the opposing region. This time, I will make them feel despair. The hatred for the Cherry Blossom Nation was etched in the bones of all Dragon Nation people. Losing to anyone was acceptable, but not to this damned group. However, let's level up first. Zhang Chen's gaze once again locked onto the surrounding monsters. Currently, he was just a little bit away from reaching level 10. Boom finally took down another level 5 monster. That's the 4th one we've killed. On the other side, the 5-member team consisting of Big White Rabbit, Xiaomei Ai Chi, Blood Fury Warrior, Rose, and Yue Liang had developed a preliminary synergy through their cooperation. Taking down 4 level 5 monsters in a row, they were definitely among the best in the current team. But when they saw the 7 or 8 level 6 and 7 monsters lying at Zhang Chen's feet, a bitter expression appeared on their faces. The boss is too fierce. Fighting monsters with him really makes you doubt yourself. Blood Fury Warrior shook his arm that was holding the shield, a wave of soreness spreading from his arm to his whole body. Zhang Chen's strength was too overwhelming. They couldn't keep up even as a 5-person team. That said, teaming up behind the boss feels great. Yue Liang looked at his increased level, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. Previously, he had spent millions to gather various experts for monster hunting. Not only was it highly dangerous, but the efficiency was far from comparable to Zhang Chen. He was already considering spending a high price to firmly bind the boss to his team. Let's take a break for a bit. I feel like my stamina is at its limit. Rose spoke up. The boss really is like a killing machine, never seems to tire. Big White Rabbit sighed. After continuous battles, the 5 of them were in very poor condition. In contrast, Zhang Chen, having killed so many monsters, looked as if nothing had happened. This was the huge gap brought by mental strength. With over 5,000 points in mental attributes, Zhang Chen could fight continuously for days without fatigue. Zhang Chen's level was rapidly increasing. After another 2 hours and slaying several monsters, his level had reached 27,000/30,000. Just one more level 6 monster and I'll be level 9. Zhang Chen was in a good mood. In these 2 hours, he had gained quite a bit, not only in experience points but also a lot of equipment. Among them, there were 12 pieces of blue-grade equipment alone. The white equipment was even more numerous, at least dozens of pieces. Another income in the millions, even small billions. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Chen's lips. However, what he wanted to do most now was to quickly reach level 10. The 5 members of Big White Rabbit found a corner to rest while watching Zhang Chen. The boss is already level 8. Truly a terrifying leveling speed, Rose exclaimed. Logically speaking, their leveling speed should be faster than the boss's, because the experience required to level up increased massively with each level. For example, the experience needed for them to go from level 4 to 5 was higher than the total needed to go from level 1 to 4. The experience required for Zhang Chen to go from level 7 to 8 was dozens or even hundreds of times what they needed to go from level 4 to 5. Yet, Zhang Chen leveled up while they were still stuck in place. Do you think the boss can reach level 10 if he clears all the monsters in this dungeon? Blood Fury Warrior asked. Doubt it. Xiaomei Ai Chi rarely stopped eating and shook her head. I also think it's unlikely. Big White Rabbit nodded in agreement. The density of monsters in this area was indeed much higher than outside, but it hadn't reached an exaggerated level of hundreds of times. Right now, Zhang Chen was at level 8, and to reach level 10, he would need at least tens of thousands of experience points. What does that mean? It meant that the monsters in the dungeon would have to be at least twice as numerous to provide that much experience. But what they didn't know was that Zhang Chen had a system buff that granted him 6 times the experience. For him, these monsters were not double, but 6 times. Just as they were talking, a chilling gust of wind suddenly swept through. What's going on? The Blood Fury Warrior scanned the surroundings warily. He gripped his shield tightly, ready to defend against any sudden situation. Not good, everyone stay alert. A monster is approaching. Be careful, a monster is coming. Rosa's expression was serious. She prepared for an attack. The Big White Rabbit summoned 16 skeleton warriors. 8 stood guard on the outer perimeter. The remaining 8 protected her, Xiaomei, and Yue Liang closely. Yue Liang waved her staff, and a wave of icy air spread out. Xiaomei was also ready to heal everyone at any moment. A level 15 boss is coming. Zhang Chen, who was in the midst of battle, sensed this aura. Be careful, this boss is a stalker. It excels at stealth attacks. Zhang Chen warned. What? A boss? And it's level 15? The Big White Rabbit and the others widened their eyes in shock. Damn, they struggled against level 7 monsters, and now a level 15 boss? Was this a joke? They probably wouldn't even survive the first round of attacks. What was the difference from throwing themselves into the fray? Its attack power isn't strong. You can withstand it, Zhang Chen said, giving everyone a shot of confidence. After hearing the big shot's words, their courage slightly increased. They had no choice, given the current situation, they could only brace themselves and push forward. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air came, and a shadow flickered into view. The Blood Fury Warrior reacted quickly, raising his shield in front of him, and at that moment, he saw the stalker's true form. It was entirely black, exuding a chilling metallic sheen. Its hands were as sharp as daggers, glinting with an eerie silver light. Clang! A crisp sound, sparks flew. In an instant, the Blood Fury Warrior felt a tremendous force surge through his shield and into his body, shaking his insides violently.
his innate skill activated instantly. The Blood Fury warrior's defense skyrocketed, but he still couldn't withstand the stalker's assault.
Bang! With a dull thud, the shield was knocked away, and a dent formed in the Blood Fury warrior's chest as his body flew backward, crashing hard to the ground. At that moment, Xiaomei immediately cast a healing spell. A golden light enveloped the Blood Fury warrior. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently a few times, spitting out the foul blood from his mouth. His face was filled with horror. Big shot. You misled me. In that brief moment, he had felt death closing in. If Xiaomei hadn't used the healing spell in time, he would have been done for. Even with the healing spell, he could only barely ensure his life was safe. He had lost the ability to fight again. Was this what the big shot meant by not strong attack power? The big white rabbit and the others looked at the severely injured Blood Fury warrior in shock. What had just happened? The Blood Fury warrior had almost died? They believed that if it had been them, they would have definitely been killed in an instant. This boss's strength was simply terrifying. After a moment of daze, Rose quickly reacted. Seizing the opportunity when the stalker attacked, she locked onto its figure, ready to strike. Unfortunately, in that moment of distraction, she had already lost her chance. The stalker's form vanished into the shadows, and her attack missed. Damn it! Rose was extremely frustrated. If it had been the big shot, he would have definitely seized that opportunity and dealt a heavy blow. Xiaomei, come back! Yi Weiliang shouted urgently. Rose had already retreated swiftly the moment her attack missed. However, it was too late. The stalker's figure reappeared, wielding its dual daggers, and slashed down towards Rose. Finished! As she watched the dagger swiftly approaching, Rose's pupils constricted sharply. Although she was also a warrior, her defense was far inferior to that of a Blood Fury warrior, who acted as a shield. If this strike landed, even with Xiaomei's healing, she would undoubtedly die. Boom! At the critical moment, a light circle shield appeared out of nowhere, intercepting the assassin's lethal blow. This was Xiaomei's innate skill, Divine Protection. Immunity to all physical attacks for 5 seconds. Thank you, Yi Weiliang said to Xiaomei, who was casting the spell. If it weren't for her skill, Rose would have certainly perished. Xiaomei was drenched in sweat. Her innate skill consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy each time it was used. In a short period, she could only cast it once. The assassin seemed not to expect anyone to be able to stop his attack. His eyes glinted with malice. He swung his dual daggers forward. Whoosh! The sharp cold light, carrying a chilling murderous intent, tore through the air. It struck fiercely against the divine shield once more. Crack! The divine shield showed signs of dense cracks. A flicker of fear flashed in the depths of Rose's eyes. Just being affected at the edge, she had already sustained serious injuries. If she had taken the hit directly, the divine shield, which could originally withstand for 5 seconds, shattered completely under the vast difference in levels, only holding for 3 seconds. There's no saving her. As the shield broke, Xiaomei's face turned as pale as paper. In a short time, she could not continue to cast skills, nor could she provide healing to Rose. A bitter expression crossed Rose's eyes. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past her ears. Immediately, Rose felt a soft arm wrap around her waist, lifting her off the ground. At the same time, a warm embrace enveloped her. Rose looked up. She saw Zhang Chen holding her, his back straight as a proud pine tree. In that moment, Rose's mind went blank, as if she had forgotten to think, forgotten the pain, and even forgotten where she was. This safe, solid embrace. She had been saved by a hero. This trope, though cliched, was truly thrilling. Rose let out a soft hum. Was the next step. Her heart raced. Unable to help herself, she extended her slender right arm, wrapping it around Zhang Chen's neck, resting her head on his shoulder. Ding dong, your teammate Thorny Rose has increased her affection for you. Current affection level 470 points. The system's voice rang in Zhang Chen's ears. The next second, Zhang Chen suddenly threw Rose away. Still dazed, she involuntarily soared into the air and fell 3 meters away. She snapped out of her confusion. No, this script was completely different from what she had imagined. Shouldn't there be some domineering CEO stylish wall slam, or a passionate kiss from a domineering female CEO? She could never know Zhang Chen's principle. Women are all liars. They enjoy playing with men's feelings. Cough, cough, little sister, are you okay? Yi Weiliang quickly stepped forward to support Rose, panic evident in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had almost thought he was going to lose her. Oh, I'm fine. Rose lowered her head, blushing, and silently shook her head. That scene just now was indeed too embarrassing. Is the boss? He won't die, right? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Chen, all filled with concern. Because of saving Rose, it was no longer possible for Zhang Chen to completely avoid the assassin's attack. He had just used Shadow Strike to save Rose, and his skill was now in a cooldown period.
an 8-level fragile assassin facing a 15-level boss's strike. It was certain death. Zhang Chen understood this all too well. However, since he dared to step in and save Rose, he naturally had a way to deal with it. Instead of resisting head-on, he would unload the force. The dual blades of the infiltrator came crashing down, only to see Zhang Chen's tyrant dagger positioned at an incredibly tricky angle, resting on the edge of the infiltrator's blade.
No wonder it's a level 15 boss, its strength is still quite formidable. Feeling the force transmitted from the tyrant dagger, Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Immediately, he twisted his wrist, pushing the tyrant blade forward a few inches. The two weapons clashed, sparking metal against metal. Then, Zhang Chen stomped his foot hard on the ground, his body suddenly retreating. He unloaded that force. The ground was left with several shallow pits from his stomp, showcasing just how powerful that force was.
This, unscathed? What terrifying battle instincts!
Seeing Zhang Chen, who seemed completely unharmed, everyone gasped in shock.
This guy was simply defying the heavens. He managed to withstand the desperate attacks from both the Blood Fury Warrior and Rose.
Yet, this fragile assassin, Zhang Chen, took it all without a scratch. Even if Zhang Chen was at a higher level, that didn't justify being able to withstand attacks from a boss nearly twice his level. Every time I see the boss's movement, I'm shocked anew.
Big White Rabbit sighed.
Even having witnessed the boss's extreme maneuvers multiple times, each time the other party surpassed her imagination.
This guy is simply born for this world. Yi Weiliang spoke up.
The slightly recovered Blood Fury Warrior also chimed in. The boss's physical defense is definitely several times mine.
I even suspect he is the real warrior.
Rose nodded in deep agreement.
When Zhang Chen took the infiltrator's strike head-on, Shadow Escape had already activated. His entire figure vanished in an instant.
The infiltrator's pupils suddenly constricted, his alertness heightened. Whoosh! Just as his gaze swept around, a silver glint shot out from the void, aimed straight at his throat.
Clang! The sound of the dagger colliding with the dual blades rang out. The tyrant dagger was firmly blocked by the infiltrator. The boss's attack was blocked? This is the first time I've seen the boss miss. This boss's reaction speed is so fast. Big White Rabbit exclaimed.
Since she met the boss, every strike had been like thunder, as swift as lightning.
He effortlessly brought monsters down with his blade. After all, this is a level 15 boss. Ordinary people would be killed in an instant.
For the boss to withstand the damage and counterattack is already quite extraordinary.
Yi Weiliang's expression was stirred.
Generally, assassins, or even a full team of level 15 players, would struggle to fight back against a level 15 boss. Yet, for Zhang Chen, an 8-level assassin, to achieve this was already quite impressive.
Boss, we still have the strength to fight. We can help you. Yi Weiliang spoke up.
Rose and the others also prepared for battle.
However, in the next moment, what happened left them dumbfounded. Another Zhang Chen appeared beside the infiltrator. Am I seeing things? How did another boss appear?
The Blood Fury Warrior rubbed his eyes desperately.
You're not seeing things, that is the boss, Rose said, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Chen. Is that really the boss? Could it be? That's right, it's a skill.
Yi Weiliang also spoke, her tone filled with shock.
Another skill? How many skills does the boss have?
The others exclaimed in unison. Aside from their shock, there was only deep envy. Up until now, aside from their innate skills, they had not mastered any other skills. Yet, from the skills Zhang Chen was displaying now, aside from the innate skills, there are at least 2 other skills.
This clone should be a skill similar to an illusion, used to confuse the enemy, Yi Weiliang said.
He had guessed the general nature of Zhang Chen's skill.
However, he was mistaken about one point. This clone not only had the effect of confusing the enemy but could also deal a fatal blow.
At the moment Zhang Chen's main body was blocked by the infiltrator, the clone's attack had already landed on the infiltrator.
Put! A chilling hole appeared in the infiltrator's back. 7,240. A blood-red damage value lit up. This strike, while not enough to directly kill the boss, was sufficient to affect its mobility. Seizing the opportunity of the infiltrator's slowed movements, Zhang Chen's main body launched another attack. The tyrant's dagger plunged fiercely into its left eye. Roar!
The intense pain caused the infiltrator to emit a low growl.
Zhang Chen wasted no time and immediately withdrew his dagger. Blood splattered. The infiltrator's right eye was pierced by the tyrant's blade.
The immense pain made its body tremble continuously, and its massive form staggered forward and fell.
This clone can actually launch attacks on its own? Doesn't that mean it's like having another powerhouse? Yi Weiliang and the others were horrified. The strength of one powerhouse was already terrifying, and now there were 2. What were they even fighting for? What level of heaven-defying skill is this? They simply couldn't imagine what level of skill one would need to possess such abilities. At least be rank or higher, Rose murmured. Go for it, powerhouse. solo this boss. The big white rabbit shouted excitedly at Zhang Chen. A level 15 boss, how could it possibly be? Yi Weiliang instinctively began to speak, but halfway through, he stopped abruptly. With two powerhouses joining forces, there might really be a chance to take down this boss. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Weiliang couldn't help but swallow hard. Absurd, too absurd. What a great opportunity. At that moment, Zhang Chen's main body and clone almost simultaneously launched another attack. The tyrant's dagger swung fiercely, striking the infiltrator's head. 6,534. At the same time, Zhang Chen's main body also swung his tyrant's dagger again. Put. Godfall triggered. Critical hit, 13,437. The coordination between the two Zhang Chens reached a certain level, launching a fatal attack almost simultaneously. The infiltrator's health plummeted. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced by 2/3. Roar! The infiltrator howled in pain, wildly shaking its head. Blood gushed from its eye sockets. Its body was on the verge of collapse. Is it really that powerful? Rose and the others exclaimed in amazement. Just moments ago, they were worried that the powerhouse would be bullied by the boss. In an instant, the situation took a sharp turn, completely changing the dynamics. The infiltrator had no way to withstand the combined attacks of the two powerhouses, and even standing to defend was extremely difficult. Zhang Chen's main body and clone struck again. The tyrant's dagger continuously slashed at the infiltrator. 7,443. 7,738, 7,833. A series of damage numbers appeared above the infiltrator, constantly jumping. The infiltrator, which had originally held the advantage, finally couldn't withstand the relentless waves of damage and crashed to the ground. Death! The infiltrator's body fell to the ground, turning into a pile of bones. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what had just happened. Did it really solo it? Was I really dreaming just now? Is this what a powerhouse is like? The crowd was left in a daze. A level 15 supermodel boss was soloed by an level 8 assassin? When this scene truly unfolded, they still found it hard to believe, as if they were dreaming. And the most shocking of all was Yi Weiliang. Now I understand why the boss levels up so quickly. And level 8 could solo a level 15 boss. The monsters they had painstakingly dealt with were practically like little chicks in front of him. If this isn't leveling up fast, then who is? With the boss's strength, he doesn't need to team up with anyone. If he solos, his level would clearly increase even faster. Yi Weiliang was puzzled. She felt a flicker of curiosity and doubt about Zhang Chen's purpose in forming a team. Ding, your teammate, Ruthless Killer, has slain the level 15 bronze boss, the infiltrator. You have gained 1,000 experience points and attribute points. Blue level equipment * won the panels of Decisive, Rose, and the other 5 popped up information almost simultaneously. In an instant, it pulled everyone's drifting thoughts back to reality. Holy crap, we got so many attribute points and experience points, and we even got equipment. This is just too exaggerated. Teaming up with the boss, we don't have to do anything, the benefits are abundant. This is amazing. Everyone was ecstatic. 1,000 experience points and attribute points, how many monsters would they have to kill for that? It was enough to raise their levels to 5. Not to mention, they also got a piece of blue level equipment. The boost to their strength was especially significant. Even if they sold it, it would be worth millions. I wonder what kind of outrageous rewards the boss will get. Everyone was filled with anticipation. They had put in no effort and received such astonishing rewards. So what about the boss, the Slayer? His rewards would definitely far exceed theirs. Ding, you have slain the level 15 boss and received a reward of 20,000 experience points and attribute points. Silver chest * 1 ding. Detected that there are 3 girls in the host's team, rewards multiplied by 6. Congratulations, host. You have gained 120,000 experience points and attribute points, silver chest * 6. Your level has increased to level 10. Zhang Chen looked at the body of the infiltrator on the ground. The attribute panel and the system's messages echoed in his mind almost simultaneously. Finally reached level 10. Zhang Chen smiled. Originally, after slaying this level 15 boss, he should still have been a bit away from leveling up to 10. With the 6x system buff, not only did it allow him to successfully reach level 10, but he was also just a few thousand experience points away from leveling up to 11. Teaming up means 6. Open the chests. 6 silver chests. Zhang Chen could hardly imagine how many good things he would get. Ding, you opened a silver chest and obtained purple level equipment, excellent dual hidden daggers. Dual hidden daggers, purple level equipment, strength plus 300, special attribute, attack speed plus 30%. This silver chest was not a first kill boss reward. Therefore, it might not necessarily yield both equipment and skills at the same time. These daggers have good attributes, but unfortunately, they can't compare to my tyrant's dagger. Zhang Chen shook his head secretly. He had no intention of replacing the tyrant's dagger.
Of course, the most important thing was that these daggers did not match the assassin profession. They were more suitable for warriors.
Continue opening. Ding, you opened a silver chest and obtained blue level equipment, Phantom Cloak. Phantom Cloak, blue level equipment, agility plus 150. Only got a blue level equipment. Zhang Chen felt a bit disappointed. However, it was normal for a silver chest to yield blue level equipment. Purple equipment had a very small probability, probably only about 5%.
Ding, you have opened a silver level treasure chest and obtained a C level skill, Swift Movement.
Swift Movement increases the player's movement speed by 200% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 minutes.
I got a C level skill, great. A 200% speed increase means his speed is doubled on the spot.
Moreover, it lasts for 10 seconds. With the enhancement of his movement speed, this skill will become even more terrifying.
If he had learned this skill earlier, he wouldn't have needed to forcefully take on the assassin's lethal strike. He could easily dodge it with his speed advantage. Ding, you have opened a silver level treasure chest and obtained red level equipment.
Red level equipment? Zhang Chen was taken aback, revealing a look of surprise. The probability of a silver level treasure chest yielding red level equipment is 1 in 10,000, or even lower.
Some awakened ones in certain areas don't even get purple gear until the moon beast descends, let alone red gear. He remembered that the first red gear he had in his previous life was around level 40 or 50. Now at level 10, he had his first piece of red gear.
Ha, I'm so lucky.
Zhang Chen laughed excitedly as he checked the attributes of this red gear. Blood Shadow Armor, red level equipment, normal, body plus 800, special attribute, 50% damage reduction, has a certain chance to trigger the Blood Shadow Shield when attacked, absorbing a large amount of damage and reflecting part of the damage back to the attacker. This Blood Shadow Armor has pretty good attributes.
Zhang Chen glanced at it.
Although these attributes weren't perfectly suited for his assassin class, they were still much better than the tyrant armor he was currently wearing.
Time to switch it out.
Ding, you have opened a silver level treasure chest and obtained a C level skill Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye, C level skill, can enhance the user's vision range and insight, allowing them to clearly see the details and weaknesses of targets within a certain distance, lasting for 1 minute, cooldown time 5 minutes. Zhang Chen pondered the usefulness of this skill for a moment. Although it's just a support skill, its effect is incredibly powerful. It's practically a terrifying skill made specifically for assassins.
Assassins strike swiftly, aiming for a one-hit kill. At the very least, they need to inflict terrifying damage to eliminate the threat.
The Eagle Eye can help him discern the weaknesses of his enemies, ensuring that his attacks achieve maximum effectiveness. Even if a B-level skill were presented to him now, he wouldn't switch. Ding, you have opened a silver level treasure chest and obtained a mysterious item, a pet egg. Pet egg, no rank. The type of pet hatched is random, hatching progress 0%.
A pet egg.
Zhang Chen's heart raced, and his eyes instantly brightened. Such things are rare and hard to come by.
I've hit the jackpot this time.
Zhang Chen counted his spoils. Just the items from the 6 silver level treasure chests were worth at least 3 billion or more.
And they were the kind that had a price but no market.
Name, Zhang Chen. ID, Ruthless Killer. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Hidden Class, Unique. Level, 10, 60,000/120000. Strength, 15,400. Speed, 18,350. Spirit, 12,100. Body, 13,800. Equipment, Purple Grade Equipment. Tyrant's Dagger, excellent. Attack power plus 400. Special attribute, attack speed plus 20%, armor penetration plus 25%, durability 70%, red grade equipment, blood shadow battle armor, normal, body plus 800, special attribute, damage reduction plus 50%, has a certain chance to trigger blood shadow shield when attacked, absorbing a large amount of damage and reflecting part of the damage back to the attacker. Purple equipment, tyrant's boots, fine, speed plus 350, special attribute, increases movement speed by 50%, durability 70%. Special item, Tyrant's Eye, Spirit plus 100, special effect activated after level 30. Skills, D-Class skill, Shadow Escape, can enter a stealth state for a short time, duration 10 seconds, cooldown time 5 minutes. C-Class skill, Swift Walk, increases movement speed by 200%, duration 10 seconds, cooldown time 3 minutes. A-Class skill, Shadow Assault, damage increased by 30%, armor penetration increased by 60%, grants a 3-second stealth effect, teleport within a range of 50 meters, cooldown time 10 minutes. A-Class skill, Phantom Clone Technique, creates a clone with 80% of the main body's strength. Equipment skills cannot be shared, duration 1 minute, cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent skill, Godfall level 2, critical hit, 30% chance of critical hit with each attack, additional attribute blood flow, each attack on an enemy will cause them to enter a bleeding state, continuously losing health, lasting 5 seconds each time. Not bad. After leveling up to level 10, my attributes and combat power have at least doubled.
Zhang Chen smiled, feeling pleased inside. Golden equipment and a wave of enhancements to talent skills after reaching level 10.
He no longer needed to use clone combinations to take down the stealth user.
Brother, why are you smiling so happily? Did you get some treasure?
The big white rabbit blinked her big eyes and leaned over. She was charming and delicate, with snow-white skin, long black hair cascading down her shoulders, a tall figure, and a curvy silhouette that made hearts race. The little girl wore a pink dress, resting her chin on her hands, looking at Zhang Chen with a cute expression. Big shot, show us what you've got to broaden our horizons.
Rose also spoke up, walking over with light steps.
The Blood Fury Warrior and Nightcool also gathered around, looking at Zhang Chen with curious expressions. Even little Mei, who loved to eat, put down her snacks, her big watery eyes fixed on him, like a curious baby.
How much are you planning to sell the purple equipment for?
Zhang Chen asked Nightcool. He seemed not to respond directly, but this question already indicated a lot.
Selling purple gear?
No.
Is the big shot going to sell purple equipment?
Nightcool's eyes widened, her voice changing pitch.
What? We haven't even gathered blue gear yet, and the big shot doesn't need purple gear anymore?
The Blood Fury Warrior looked shocked and confused.
Rose's mouth twitched. Is this for real? Big shot, you didn't get a red grade equipment, did you? Or did you get another purple gear to replace the previous one?
Rose asked.
Everyone leaned towards the second possibility. The likelihood of a replacement seemed greater.
Otherwise, using red gear at level 10 would be hard for a group of level 4 or 5 players still struggling for white gear.
As expected of our big shot, just amazing.
The big white rabbit gave a thumbs up, now thinking everything Zhang Chen did was perfectly reasonable.
Brother, are you really not going to sell the purple gear? How much would it cost?
Zhang Chen smiled lightly. Previously, the first piece of purple gear sold for an astronomical price of 100 million. His purple gear appeared even earlier than before. Selling it for 120 million wouldn't be unreasonable.
Yi Weiliang fell into silence, contemplating for a moment before speaking.
If the big boss really sells the purple gear, could you let me take a look?
Of course. Zhang Chen took out the hidden twin daggers and the tyrant battle armor.
The big boss really has purple gear for sale.
And 2 pieces? Oh my god.
The Blood Fury Warrior couldn't help but curse, his eyes wide as saucers.
Purple gear was one thing, but 2 pieces? What on earth was happening? This tyrant battle armor isn't the one the big boss is wearing.
Excellent purple gear. This is already the pinnacle of purple gear.
How could the big boss have dragged it down?
Wait, big boss, do you really have red gear?
Rose's eyes turned red after checking the attributes of the tyrant battle armor. Zhang Chen naturally couldn't not wear armor.
The only gear that could surpass excellent purple gear was red gear.
Yes, I obtained a piece of red gear. Zhang Chen nodded. He didn't hide it, nor was there any need to.
So, how much are you offering for these 2 pieces of red gear?
Big boss, teaming up with you is really a lot of pressure.
Yeah, if your heart can't take it, you might just be crushed. At the moment Zhang Chen admitted to having red gear, everyone wailed in despair.
It was too demoralizing.
Not to mention anything else, just in terms of equipment, Zhang Chen was at least 2 versions ahead of them. When considering Zhang Chen's level, skills, and attributes, they were completely on different levels.
It felt more hopeless than facing a boss.
Big boss, sometimes I seriously suspect you might have been reborn. Otherwise, how could you be so much stronger than us, all of us being hidden class players? Rose said half-jokingly, her words filled with helplessness.
The gap between them was simply too vast. Zhang Chen smiled and didn't respond.
After Yi Weiliang carefully examined the attributes of the hidden twin daggers and the tyrant battle armor, he spoke seriously. I'll offer 150 million for the hidden twin daggers and 120 million for the tyrant battle armor. What do you think, big boss?
No problem.
Selling the 2 pieces of purple gear for 270 million was significantly above Zhang Chen's expected price. In the later stages, selling a single piece of purple gear for tens of millions would be considered good. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen agreed to the transaction.
Ding, you have received 270 million huaxia coins. Your current balance is 154 billion huaxia coins.
Looking at the balance in his card, Zhang Chen felt a little excited. With over $1 billion in savings, he was now a small local tycoon.
270 million, how much milk tea and fried skewers can I buy with that?
Little Mei's eyes sparkled. Rose, take these 2 pieces of equipment. Yi Weiliang handed the 2 pieces of purple gear to Rose. Whether it was the hidden twin daggers or the tyrant battle armor, they were clearly more suitable for warriors. As a mage, he wouldn't have much use for them.
"Thank you," Brother Rose sweetly said as she took the 2 pieces of purple gear, eagerly changing into them. Instantly, she transformed into a heroic figure, with a hot figure and a cool demeanor. "So this is purple gear, it truly is extraordinary. The effect is simply amazing. I feel like my strength has increased significantly," Rose exclaimed excitedly, unable to help but clench her fists and wave them around. The others were envious. Purple gear held immense allure for any hidden class player. Unfortunately, they didn't have such a good brother, they didn't have such a strong background. "Let's go back to the safe zone first," Zhang Chen said. The monsters on the first level of the dungeon had already been cleared by them. They would need to wait until tomorrow for them to respawn. As for the second level, with Rose and the others' levels, they couldn't enter yet. They could only wait. After 3 consecutive days of intense slaughter, they were somewhat fatigued and it was just right to return to the safe zone to rest for a bit. "Alright, let's go back. I'll treat you all to a big meal," Yi Weiliang said with a smile. Xiaomei's eyes lit up at the mention of food. "Delicious. I love to eat." A group of people left the underground palace, each wearing a smile. Today's harvest was quite abundant. Not only had their levels increased, but their equipment had also been updated. Although it wasn't as outrageous as Zhang Chen's, it was still pretty good. At the very least, in this area, they were definitely ahead of other teams in both level and equipment. "Boss, remember to take us along when farming monsters in the future," Yi Weiliang suddenly said. Although it was said in a joking tone, there was an unusual sincerity in his words. The Blood Fury warrior looked at Zhang Chen with hopeful eyes. If they could team up with the boss continuously, their strength would definitely reach unimaginable heights. Facing the moon beast that would arrive at level 150 in a month, their chances of survival would absolutely increase. "The girls can. You can't," Zhang Chen said seriously. Males couldn't trigger the team buff and would also siphon off his experience and attribute points. This would severely affect his speed of power increase. "No way. Absolutely not." Seeing Zhang Chen's righteous refusal, Yi Weiliang's mouth twitched. "Damn it, how could he not give me any face at all? Boss, I'll pay a lot." Yi Weiliang learned from Rose that she had also paid to join Zhang Chen's team. He could do it too. 500 million. Yi Weiliang held up his fingers, looking very serious. If Rose could get a spot for 500 million, so could he. 500 million. Hearing this number, the Blood Fury warrior was taken aback. That was much higher than his 10 million entry fee. Zhang Chen continued to shake his head. Yi Weiliang extended his fingers to signal 600 million. "No, 700 million. The Blood Fury warrior couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn tycoon, just has money. The boss should agree now, right? Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen continued to shake his head. 800 million. Yi Weiliang gritted his teeth and held up a hand. The Blood Fury warrior was dumbfounded. 800 million. It was breathtakingly extravagant. It could be agreed upon. Boss, it could be agreed upon. If it were him, he would have lost control at 500 million. Zhang Chen still shook his head. Yi Weiliang was completely frantic. 900 million. He gritted his teeth and raised the price again. 900 million. It was already the limit he could offer at the moment. Zhang Chen continued to shake his head, his expression still calm. Although 900 million was a huge sum, with his current earning speed, it was just a matter of selling a bit more equipment. Once the team slot was given up, it would be a huge loss in the long run. He would absolutely not make such a losing deal. Yi Weiliang was utterly crushed, extremely frustrated. This script was not quite what his little sister had told him. Did the boss really only take girls? Should he go? Rose's gaze swept back and forth between the indifferent Zhang Chen and her nearly collapsing older brother. Something's off, very off. How did I manage to enter with such a small price back then? Could it be, as the boss said, he only takes girls? But why? Rose furrowed her brows deeply. Others only took girls, likely for their beauty. But the boss. Rose touched her backside, which still ached faintly. With the boss's straight male cancer attributes, he definitely wouldn't be after our beauty. So what could be the reason for him only wanting girls in the team? Rose racked her brain but couldn't figure out the reason. Speaking of this, Zhang Chen checked the intimacy levels of the Big White Rabbit and others with him. Pure-hearted Big White Rabbit, 490, Thorny Rose, 470, Little May Loves to Eat, 50. I didn't expect Rose's favorability to be this high. Zhang Chen thought about the reason. It was probably related to the hero saving the beauty. It seems this trope can be used more often in the future. The intimacy between Big White Rabbit and Rose is about to reach 500.
I'm very curious about what the system's mysterious grand prize is. Zhang Chen had always looked forward to the reward for reaching 500 intimacy with the system.
Why is Little May's favorability only 50?
He glanced over, his mouth moving as he said Little May loves to eat. This guy's favorability was much harder to increase than that of Big White Rabbit and Rose. Since she loves to eat so much, maybe I can approach it from the food angle.
That should speed things up. Zhang Chen stroked his chin and began to think of a strategy.
Then he spoke, next time we go back, I'll take you to try my secret grilled meat. Everyone who's tried it says it's great. Little May loves to eat suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhang Chen, immediately showing a drooling expression.
I want to eat.
Ding! Your teammate Little May loves to eat's intimacy with you has increased, current intimacy 53.
Just as I thought.
Zhang Chen's eyes lit up, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He had already figured out how to handle Little May loves to eat. Raising her favorability to 100 points to unlock the next team slot wouldn't be difficult.
As for 500 points, that might be a bit challenging, but that wasn't something to consider right now. Zhang Chen led the team towards the safe zone.
Inside the safe zone, Luo Qingcheng was waiting at the spot where the wolf pack team had fallen. She stood there, her legs together, tall and straight. Her delicate face wore an expression of anticipation. Ever since she learned from the channel that the heartless killer had appeared in this safe zone, she had been eagerly waiting here, hoping to get close. With my looks, I just need to be a little proactive, and any man would not refuse me. As long as I can cling to a powerful figure, how could I not become the new favorite of the big shot? Luo Qingqing fantasized about the future while eagerly waiting, her eyes not blinking. Her previous interactions with those men had all been easily achieved through such means.
Soon, the figures of Zhang Chen, Big White Rabbit, and others appeared.
From a distance, Zhang Chen noticed the familiar silhouette of Luo Qingcheng. Memories of her flooded his mind like a tide, filling him completely. Their families had been close friends, supporting each other. After his parents' unexpected death, it was Luo Qingcheng's parents who occasionally looked after him. Because of this kindness, Zhang Chen had always taken care of Luo Qingcheng, helping her support the two elderly people. Moreover, after the two elderly passed away, he continued to look after the unemployed Gu Qingcheng until the arrival of the divine rules. One could say that he had long since repaid that kindness. Not to mention, he had protected her, allowing her to survive in this dog-eat-dog world. It was precisely his repeated indulgences and concessions that led Luo Qingcheng to become increasingly unrestrained. Her betrayal, her vanity, her greed, her shamelessness, her coldness. Everything flashed through Zhang Chen's mind. It finally froze on the image of himself being killed by her. His footsteps stopped, his body slightly trembling, his eyes filled with icy coldness. He slowly walked towards Luo Qingcheng, his body gradually tensing up.
Big shot? Big shot, what's wrong with you?
Seeing him like this, Big White Rabbit and the others were taken aback and quickly asked.
It's nothing.
Zhang Chen regained his composure, took a deep breath, and calmed his emotions. I thought I had let go of her, but I didn't expect that seeing her again would still stir my feelings. He murmured softly, Luo Qingcheng, the bond between us has been settled in the last life. In this life, you are no longer my Achilles heel. Understanding all this, Zhang Chen suddenly felt clarity, his whole body relaxed.
He then walked towards Luo Qingcheng.
The Big White Rabbit and the others breathed a sigh of relief but also felt puzzled.
What just happened to the boss?
Zhang Chen, you really are a persistent ghost.
Luo Qingcheng noticed Zhang Chen's figure, her brows furrowing and her eyes widening. You haven't looked for me these days. I thought you were being tough. Now that you know I'm here, you come running like a dog. I warn you, stay away from me.
She pointed at Zhang Chen and shouted angrily, her expression filled with pride. Her words dripped with disdain.
This woman has some nerve to speak to the boss like that. She must be tired of living.
Hearing Luo Qingcheng's insulting words, the Big White Rabbit and the others changed their expressions.
Rose even rolled up her sleeves, ready to teach this reckless woman a lesson. Don't panic.
Yi Weiliang stopped Rose.
Since this woman knows the boss's name, it indicates a deep relationship between them. If we act rashly, it might backfire. Let's observe quietly and not act impulsively.
The others nodded in agreement.
They watched Luo Qingcheng, waiting for Zhang Chen to speak.
Listening to Luo Qingcheng's words, Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly, a smile that was not quite a smile.
This woman actually thought he was still entangled with her? Ridiculous.
Where's your little lover? At this moment, Zhang Chen had completely calmed down. He could spare her life for the sake of her parents, but to put a green hat on him and repeatedly try to set him up for death, she could not be spared. Upon being questioned by Zhang Chen, Luo Qingcheng instantly exploded.
I knew you were watching me all along.
Your surveillance has caused me to lose my freedom and my right to pursue happiness.
I hate you so much.
Luo Qingcheng screamed hysterically. Her expression was twisted with resentment, completely unlike her previous weak demeanor.
Why do you suddenly want to see me now? You want to know where he went? I will never tell you. Ha! Zhang Chen looked on indifferently, not saying a word. If it weren't for the fact that he had been supporting her all along, the right to pursue happiness? Go to hell and pursue it. There was no need to waste words on such a woman. Zhang Chen was too lazy to entangle with her further and turned to leave. As for that person, he was merely discarded after Luo Qingcheng was played out. He had plenty of ways to find him. Stop! Luo Qingcheng suddenly grabbed his clothes. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a cold, sharp gaze. What do you want? I'm giving you a chance to admit your mistake. Luo Qingcheng snorted coldly, her eyes glinting with calculation. Zhang Chen's brow arched, revealing a mocking expression. Oh, the apocalypse has been upon us for days. You must have a few pieces of white gear by now. Now, give them to me, and I'll consider forgiving your previous actions. Luo Qingcheng crossed her arms, lifting her chin with an air of arrogance. Her words were filled with threats and intimidation. These days, she had seen people making a fortune selling gear. She wanted money too. Zhang Chen's money, which she had spent over the years, was not less than millions. She had already drained it. The current Zhang Chen was just a poor loser. He could only sell gear now. Naturally, she couldn't sell her own gear, she needed it to survive. Thus, she could only set her sights on Zhang Chen. Over the past decade, Zhang Chen had always fulfilled her requests. This time would be no exception. She wore an expression that suggested she had Zhang Chen under her thumb. Where does this woman get her confidence? The big white rabbit couldn't help but comment. Zhang opened his mouth to ask the big boss for equipment. They had fought monsters alongside the big boss, and they all needed to spend money to buy gear. Listening to that woman's tone, it feels like the big boss is her lapdog. The big boss won't suddenly become a lapdog, just give it to her. Don't, big boss. Decisive, Rose, and the others were anxious, fearing Zhang Chen would lose his mind. What face do you have? Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes, looking coldly at her. Fortunately, the big boss isn't stupid. It seems the big boss isn't her lapdog. Could it be that this woman is being overly sentimental? I estimate that's the case. With my conditions being so good, the big boss hasn't taken a liking to me. Would he take a liking to her? Zhang Chen's rejection relieved Decisive and the others. Thankfully, the image of the big boss in their hearts remained intact. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, she became increasingly annoying, wishing she could slap her twice. You don't want to give me the equipment? Seeing Zhang Chen's icy expression, Luo Qingcheng's face turned from green to red. Zhang Chen rejected her. This was the first time Zhang Chen had turned her down. You always say bridges are bridges and roads are roads, telling me not to meddle in your affairs. Fine, from now on, you walk your sunny path, and I'll walk my narrow bridge. Zhang Chen spoke, completely severing ties with Luo Qingcheng. Alright, very good. Luo Qingcheng gritted her teeth in anger, then suddenly realized. Zhang Chen, you've grown some skills. Trying to retreat to advance, using a self-inflicted injury tactic? You're still too naive. You better remember what you said today. From this day on, our ties are severed. By then, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't forgive you. Luo Qingcheng sneered repeatedly. She believed she had seen through Zhang Chen's tactics. It was merely a retreat to advance, attempting to make her soften. That was absolutely impossible. In the end, this lapdog Zhang Chen would still obediently return to grovel at her feet. Zhang Chen coldly smiled, ignoring her. He now realized that this woman was truly infuriatingly foolish, living in a world of her own fantasies. It seems I had too strong a filter for her in my past life. Zhang Chen shook his head. In this life, he saw through everything. It was really just like that. Begging for your forgiveness? Do you even deserve it? You should take a look in the mirror. What kind of person are you? If our big boss wanted to, with a wave of his hand, there are countless people better than you who would come forward. Decisive understood. This woman was just a pure fantasy idiot. Immediately, she stopped holding back and unleashed her full firepower. What did you say? Luo Qingcheng glared at Decisive. What did I say? Are you deaf? You're nothing special, just have a tough exterior. Luo Qingcheng, you what? Oh my, this dog can talk, what a miracle. Decisive's barrage of words left Luo Qingcheng so furious her chest heaved, nearly fainting. Decisive has such strong combat power. Yi Weiliang, Rose, and the others watched in astonishment. Even Zhang Chen couldn't help but give Decisive a thumbs up. When it came to verbal sparring, she was truly the best. I understand now. Luo Qingcheng suddenly realized, pointing at Zhang Chen and saying, you know I look down on you, so you deliberately found someone to irritate me. You just want to see me get jealous and fight with you, right? Zhang Chen, what's wrong? Did I guess right? I knew you were that kind of man. Let me tell you, this will only make me more disgusted. The more Luo Qingcheng spoke, the more agitated she became, wearing an expression of having seen through him. De Beatu and the others were speechless. Sister, are you sure you're not overthinking this? Zhang Chen laughed in anger. This person truly had a severe case of delusions. I suggest you go to the third hospital. After speaking, Zhang Chen turned to leave. He felt that if he stayed with her any longer, he wouldn't be able to help himself. Are you trying to flee after I hit the nail on the head? Looking at Zhang Chen's back, Luo Qingqing sneered. She increasingly felt that her guess was correct. You can leave, but leave the equipment. Zhang Chen ignored her. I said leave the equipment, are you deaf? Luo Qingqing's voice rose by 8 degrees. She hurriedly rushed forward, reaching out to block Zhang Chen's path. At that moment, Rose finally couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Weiliang also did not stop her this time. Rose quickly lifted her foot and kicked towards Luo Qingqing. Seeing the shoe print coming towards her, Luo Qingqing's eyes widened. She actually dared to kick her. Damn it! Bang! Luo Qingqing crashed to the ground, gritting her teeth in pain. Her movement had been too fast to see clearly. Luo Qingqing struggled to stand up, glaring angrily at Rose. That damn woman! Zhang Chen, she's bullying me, and you won't stand up for me. Saying this, Luo Qingqing turned to Zhang Chen beside her, her face full of grievance. Zhang Chen frowned tightly but still did not look at her. Zhang Chen, don't forget what you promised my parents. You said you would always protect me. Now that I'm being bullied, you won't help me? You've changed your heart. As expected, what men say is never trustworthy. Luo Qingqing scolded Zhang Chen mercilessly. Shut up! Zhang Chen suddenly shouted. His deep voice carried a sense of restraint and murderous intent. The temperature around them dropped instantly, and the air was filled with a thick atmosphere of killing. She had been playing around with other men, and now she was scolding him for changing his heart? What a way to put a label on him. You're yelling at me? Luo Qingqing looked up in shock, unable to believe Zhang Chen was actually being fierce with her. Zhang Chen clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Seeing the murderous aura radiating from Zhang Chen, Luo Qingqing couldn't help but tremble. If it weren't for your uncle and aunt, you'd already be dead. Zhang Chen reined in his killing intent and turned to leave. Since she loved to play so much, he would indulge her. Luo Qingqing stood frozen in place, her mind in a whirl. She couldn't have heard wrong, right? Zhang Chen was threatening her? Alright, just wait for me. As long as I can find the heartless killer boss, I will definitely make him kill you all. She ground her teeth viciously, as if the next second, those people would suffer. She was confident that once she ingratiated herself with the boss, these people would all pay the price. Rose, Luo Qingqing, Yi Weiliang, Blood Fury Warrior, and Xiaomei. Each of them wore a very strange expression as they looked at Luo Qingqing. So this woman didn't realize that the person she had been mocking was the very boss she wanted to curry favor with. I'm curious what his reaction will be when he finds out that the boss is the one she wants to befriend. I'm curious too. The big white rabbit glanced at her and said, then you wait slowly, you will definitely wait for him. After saying that, they quickened their pace to catch up with Zhang Chen. Leaving Luo Qingqing alone in place, she stomped her feet in anger. This group of bastards, I will kill you all sooner or later. She gritted her teeth, each word bursting from her mouth. Boss, who is that woman? Rose approached Zhang Chen and asked quietly. Zhang Chen glanced at him and replied indifferently, someone with a bit of a grudge. Yi Weiliang spoke up, boss, should I find someone to? Yi Weiliang made a gesture of cutting his throat. A mad dog, no need to worry about her. After saying that, Zhang Chen fell silent. The others also understood and did not ask further. However, Luo Qingqing's presence had already caught their attention. Following Yi Weiliang's footsteps, they quickly arrived at the base he established in the safe zone. When they saw a massive manor in front of them, everyone, including Zhang Chen, was completely stunned. Are you sure we haven't taken a wrong turn? The safe zone had only appeared a day or two ago. Others were still sleeping outdoors, at most managing a sleeping bag, pitching a tent, or building a small grass hut. And you've already built a villa? The gap between us is like that between a cave dweller and a promising youth of the 21st century. Some cash flow, Yi Weiliao simply explained. He didn't elaborate much on this. Leading everyone into the manor, they discovered that there were quite a few awakened individuals inside. These are helpers our family has invited, Yi Weiliao introduced. Boss, have you recruited some new people again? Some awakened individuals approached Yi Weiliao to greet him. Their gazes fell on Zhang Chen and the others behind him, their smiles growing even brighter. Zhang Chen also took a few glances at them. These people will be the foundation for Yi Weiliao to become the world's #1 guild. Ah, it's the heartless killer boss. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed. Immediately, a girl in a purple dress ran out from inside. She looked about 23 or 24, her delicate cheeks radiating a sweet smile. Boss, my name is Xiao Xuefu, and I'm an assassin. I've always admired you.
Previously, the assassin profession had always been regarded as a disgrace among all the awakened professions. It was considered the lowest existence. But Zhang Chen, with his own strength, had created a glorious legacy for assassins.
He successfully crafted a legend, a myth, a legendary assassin. He became a god in the eyes of all assassin practitioners.
Xiao Shuefu excitedly extended her hands. She was truly overwhelmed with excitement. Coming here was a huge gain for her. She had actually met the great figure she had admired for so long. Looking at Zhang Chen's cool and handsome demeanor, her heart raced and her face flushed. Before Zhang Chen could speak, the big white rabbit in rows beside him stared at Xiao Shuefu. They instinctively took a step forward, adopting a vigilant posture.
How could they have forgotten this? Beside the great figure, there must be a swarm of admirers.
Although this woman looked pure and lovely, the glint in her eyes revealed much more than others. She was clearly here for Zhang Chen. Who knew if she had other intentions?
Boss, is that the killer boss? The killer boss is here. As soon as Xiao Shuefu finished speaking, a commotion arose around them.
One by one, awakened individuals rushed toward Zhang Chen, their eyes filled with excitement. They might not be as fanatical as Xiao Shuefu, but who wouldn't want to witness the first person to sell equipment and achieve the first kill of a boss? It was like ordinary people encountering a big star. Even if they weren't fans, they would still want to take a photo or show off on social media if given the chance. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the throng of awakened individuals rushing toward him.
Was he now considered a minor celebrity?
Boss, you've even managed to attract such a big figure.
Does that mean we have an endless supply of equipment now? Our power is getting stronger and stronger.
Some awakened individuals excitedly rubbed their hands together. Yi Weiliu smiled helplessly. He also wanted to recruit the big figure, but unfortunately, the big figure ignored him.
All right, everyone disperse. Go back to your own business.
Yi Weiliu began to disperse the eager awakened individuals, leading Zhang Chen and the others to a large villa designated for resting. The meals had already been prepared.
So much delicious food. Everything is mine.
Little Mei, who loved to eat, saw the array of food and immediately dashed toward the dining table, devouring it eagerly. She looked as if she were a starving ghost reincarnated.
I'm starving too. Finally, we can have a good rest.
Rose lay on the sofa, closing her eyes and pretending to doze off, looking quite unrefined. The big white rabbit was even more exaggerated, hugging a pillow and rolling around.
Even Zhang Chen relaxed. After such intense battles, even an Iron Man couldn't hold up.
Yi Weiliang took out a bottle of juice and handed it to Zhang Chen.
Thanks. Zhang Chen took the juice and took a sip. It was refreshing and sweet, with a lingering aftertaste. You really know how to enjoy yourself, huh? Rose opened her eyes and glanced at Yi Weiliang beside her. He.
Yi Weiliang chuckled awkwardly.
Eat up. Feel free to indulge. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to relax. Zhang Chen and the others didn't hold back. A feast continued until deep into the night. Full and satisfied, Xiaomei AI slumped on the sofa, lazily refusing to move. So comfortable, I haven't eaten so well in a long time. She patted her swollen belly inside. The Blood Fury warrior lit a cigarette, took a puff, and looked content. The big white rabbit, under Rose's lead, crazily tried on various beautiful clothes. After the divine rules descended, everyone rarely had a moment of peace.
Zhang Chen lay in the bathtub, listening to music, contemplating what to do next. I've reached level 10, I can go to the secret realm.
Zhang Chen murmured, standing up. Shower, sleep. The next morning, Zhang Chen opened his eyes. I have a key to a secret realm. Big White Rabbit, Rose, and Xiaomei AI, how about you three come with me? Zhang Chen said at the dining table. Of course, I have no problem going with the boss.
The Big White Rabbit was the first to express his agreement, without hesitation.
Really? The boss wants to take me along?
Rose asked in surprise. She knew Zhang Chen had a key to enter the secret realm but never thought he would take her with him.
I have no problem. Xiaomei AI, busy eating, mumbled her agreement. Boss, can you take me too?
Yi Weilian looked at Zhang Chen with anticipation. The resources in the secret realm were very rich. Following the boss, if he could participate, it would definitely be a great benefit. The Blood Fury warrior also showed a look of desire. Zhang Chen looked at the few of them, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Sorry, but the spots are limited.
Limited spots? Boss, please find a more reasonable excuse next time. I don't believe you at all. You have reached level 10. Using the secret realm key, the secret realm opens. Please enter the secret realm within 10 seconds. Let's go,
Zhang Chen said, leading the way toward the door of the secret realm. Xiaomei AI, Rose, and the Big White Rabbit followed closely behind.
Yi Weiliang watched his four companions leave, feeling wronged. Someone, go into the channel and post a message. Spend a lot of money to collect various secret realm keys. As long as it can enhance my strength, I'm willing to pay any price. Yes, young master.
Yi Weiliang sat in the chair, arms crossed, with a cold expression. Ding, congratulations on entering the special secret realm, the kidnapped princess.
Secret realm task. Rescue the princess kidnapped by the evil dragon.
Secret realm level, C. Danger level, C. Task rewards, gold level treasure chest *4, B level random skill book *4, random special item *4. Detected that you are the first team to enter this secret realm, task rewards doubled.
Note, in the secret realm space, various interactive functions such as panel shop, chat channel, and leaderboard will be closed. A series of messages flooded into Zhang Chen's mind, invigorating him and the others. Doubling the task rewards, it seemed they were quite lucky. Rescue the kidnapped princess? This task sounds like a fairy tale. Rose commented. Secret realm tasks are all kinds of strange, just complete them well. Zhang Chen replied, not feeling surprised. He had previously completed even stranger tasks, like marrying a paper bride. Roar! A loud sound pierced through the eardrums. The surroundings flickered with light. Be careful, monsters are coming, Zhang Chen reminded everyone. Just as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake, and the soil cracked. Countless bugs crawled out from the crevices. They were dark purple all over, with antennae on their heads. These bugs are species, purple demon bug. Level, 7. Traits, social creatures, possess certain toxicity, move quickly, adept at launching surprise attacks from underground.
Ding, purple demon bugs have appeared. Current task, eliminate the purple demon bugs attacks.
Task completion reward, bronze level treasure chest *1, city gate key *1.
As soon as these purple demon bugs appeared, they surged towards Zhang Chen and the others like a tide. Starting off with level 7 monsters, no wonder we need at least level 10 to enter, Zhang Chen muttered. He then activated his eagle eye technique to observe the weaknesses of these purple demon bugs. These purple demon bugs are weak to fire. Their defense is only about that of an average level 4 monster.
Zhang Chen analyzed for everyone. Then I must be their nemesis? Rose spoke up.
Her attacks carried a certain fire attribute, dealing significant damage to these bugs.
Moreover, it was area damage.
With one strike, she could inflict fatal injuries on these purple demon bugs. The only danger was that they launched surprise attacks from underground, causing high damage.
No worries, I'll keep watch.
My skeleton warriors may not have other functions, but they're tough and can take a beating. The big white rabbit patted its chest and said. It then summoned 16 skeleton warriors to form a protective circle around Rose and Xiaomei.
Xiaomei, who loved to eat, chimed in. I'll keep healing, I can hold out for a long time. So what are we waiting for? Let's go, Rose said excitedly, finally ready to show her skills. Whoosh!
The long spear in Rose's hand burst forth with a fiery red glow. That was the mark of flames scorching.
Break!
With a fierce shout, Rose's spear transformed into a fire serpent, instantly piercing through 2 purple demon bugs. Then she swept it across. A series of dense explosions echoed through the sky. Several more purple demon bugs perished under her spear.
Sister Rose is mighty, the big white rabbit couldn't help but praise.
It then controlled a skeleton warrior to block in front of her, intercepting a sneak attack from a purple demon bug.
Thank you, Rose smiled sweetly, then looked at Zhang Chen. Big boss, how am I doing? Her entire face was written with, Big boss, I'm great, praise me.
Not bad, keep it up,
Zhang Chen said. Yes.
Although it was just a simple response, it made Rose exceptionally excited.
The big boss's affirmation was quite rare. Don't get distracted.
Be careful, the toxins from these monsters can erode human blood,
Zhang Chen reminded again.
Understood, the 3 nodded in unison. Then, the 4 of them coordinated seamlessly, slaughtering through the secret realm. Ding, your teammate has slain a purple demon bug, gaining 100 experience points and attribute points. Ding, you have obtained a white gear *1.
Ding, current task progress 10%.
Ding, you have slain a purple demon bug, gaining 300 experience points and attribute points.
Ding, current task progress 30%.
Task progress is already at 80%. Let's put in some more effort, and we can complete the task,
the big white rabbit said.
The other few perked up at this. Ding, you have slain a purple demon bug, obtaining a dropped item, D-level skill book.
Ha ha ha, I also got a skill book,
Rose said with a grin.
Very good, learn it. Rose didn't hesitate and directly learned it.
She then took a glance at the skill introduction and was instantly astonished.
D-Class Warrior Skill Book, Berserk /
Skill effect, after a brief charge, unleash a powerful /forward, dealing 150% physical damage and causing the target to enter a brief state of dizziness for 1 second.
Cooldown, 30 seconds. This is a great skill, let me try its power," Rose exclaimed, immediately throwing out the berserk slash. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, followed by the sight of those purple magic worms being severed, their bodies scattered all over the ground. "Wow, amazing, Sister Rose, the skill is so cool," Xiaomei exclaimed in admiration. "Yeah, it's really impressive, one move can wipe out a whole bunch," Big White Rabbit couldn't help but marvel. "Ha, this skill is indeed awesome," Rose said. "When will I get a skill too?" Big White Rabbit sighed. Up until now, she hadn't obtained a single skill. "Be careful, don't get distracted." Zhang Chen's expression changed. Several purple magic worms suddenly leaped up from the ground, charging towards them. "Oh no!" Rose screamed. Swift movement and shadow clone technique activated simultaneously. Two Zhang Chens rushed towards Rose and Big White Rabbit respectively. Wielding dual daggers, they charged at the purple magic worms. Swoosh! The blades sliced through, sending the purple magic worms flying. Then, Zhang Chen's body swayed and he closed in instantly. The dual blades gleamed coldly, striking down a purple magic worm in one hit. "The boss is amazing. I knew the boss could handle it." Big White Rabbit and Rose sighed in relief. Zhang Chen had no time to accept their praise. In the next moment, Shadow Assault activated. He instantly teleported in front of Xiaomei. The tyrant's dagger in his hand glowed with a ghostly blue light, stabbing fiercely at the purple magic worm that was less than 10 centimeters away from her. "Ding, you have slain a purple magic worm, gaining 500 attribute points and 1 white level equipment." "Phew, I'm glad I made it." Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, if he had been even 1 second slower, Xiaomei would have been torn apart by the purple magic worm. Losing the priest would make it very difficult for the team to continue. That opportunity would have been wasted. "Xiaomei, are you okay?" Zhang Chen turned to ask. I am fine." Xiaomei shook her head, her body still trembling slightly. In that instant, she thought she was going to die. But at the last moment, the boss had arrived. He saved her. Thinking of this, Xiaomei lowered her head. She felt that she had caused trouble for the boss. "Ding, your teammate Xiaomei loves to eat has increased intimacy with you, current intimacy 90. Getting distracted in battle is a major taboo, it's either you die or it leads to your teammates' deaths. I hope you can take this as a warning," Zhang Chen said. On the battlefield, there was no room for error. "Don't worry, boss, I promise I won't make this mistake again." "Me too," Rose and Big White Rabbit said, a bit ashamed. After all, if it weren't for the boss overseeing everything during that battle, the three of them might have. Such mistakes should not happen. "Since you know you were wrong, then pull yourselves together," Zhang Chen said sternly. Then, the three of them launched another attack. Soon, the mission progress reached 99%. They just needed to slay the last wave of monsters to complete the task. Everyone step back, the purple magic worm leader is coming. Using Eagle Eye technique, Zhang Chen spotted the purple magic worm leader's trail, accompanied by a large number of purple magic worms. "Alright," the others quickly retreated, leaving Zhang Chen to face the purple magic worm leader alone. Race, Purple Demon Worm Leader, Level 13, Elite Monster, Abilities, Control of Purple Demon Worm Swarm, Blood Toxin, with special effects, it's just a Level 13 Elite Monster, with the boss's strength, it can be easily handled. The Big White Rabbit spoke confidently. Rose and Xiaomei nodded. The boss had slain a Level 15 boss, so a mere Level 13 Elite Monster was certainly no challenge. Bang! The purple demon worm leader suddenly launched an attack. It charged towards Zhang Chen at an incredible speed, spewing a stream of purple venom from its mouth. Zhang Chen agilely sidestepped, and the venom splattered on the ground, instantly corroding a large pit. "What a strong toxin," Zhang Chen frowned. If hit, he would lose at least a third of his health. Squeak squeak squeak. Seeing that its sneak attack had no effect, the purple demon worm leader immediately changed tactics. It began commanding the swarm of purple worms to attack. Dozens of purple worms surged towards Zhang Chen like a frenzy. "Boss, leave these minor monsters to us," Rose said. Then she unleashed a furious slash. The skeleton warrior controlled by the Big White Rabbit also launched an attack. Poochie bright red blood sprayed out, and almost all the purple worms were cut down. A large amount of experience points and attribute points floated in the air. Squeak squeak squeak. The purple demon worm leader roared in anger. Then, its massive body burrowed into the ground at an incredible speed. "Trying to escape?" Zhang Chen sneered. Swiftly, taking advantage of the purple demon worm leader's unadjusted position, Zhang Chen instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared behind the purple demon worm leader and stabbed it through the head with a knife. "Die!" Zhang Chen pulled out his dagger and kicked the purple demon worm leader away. Boom! After a muffled sound, the purple demon worm leader crashed into countless trees and finally fell to the ground, completely dead. "Boss is amazing, one hit and it's dead. So cool." The big white rabbit was incredibly excited. Rose also looked at him with admiration. Is this the boss's strength?
Ding, you have killed the level 13 purple demon worm leader. You gained 15,000 experience points and attribute points, and received blue level equipment *1. Ding, you triggered the team buff, gaining 6 times the drop rate. You ultimately gain 90,000 experience points and attribute points, blue level equipment *6. Ding, congratulations, your level has successfully increased to level 11.
Very good. Zhang Chen smiled. Continue to clear the surrounding purple worms, Zhang Chen commanded, so everyone moved out again.
Without the leader, the swarm of purple worms was in disarray, being harvested madly by the 4. Soon, the big white rabbit and the others also successfully leveled up to level 5.
Ding, the purple worms have been eliminated. Current task progress is at 100%. Total task progress 30%. Task reward, bronze level treasure chest *1, city gate key *1. Phew, finally got rid of all these annoying bugs. The total task progress is only 30%. So hard to deal with. Rose sighed. The difficulty of this dungeon was indeed not low.
Just the first wave of monsters encountered had a level 13 elite monster. If it weren't for the boss's presence, it would have been very difficult to get through. Indeed, no wonder you need to reach level 10 to unlock it. The big white rabbit nodded in agreement.
Even if the entire team reaches level 10, I estimate it would still be unlikely to clear this secret realm. Xiaomei shook her head. It's okay, we have the boss. Clearing it will be a piece of cake.
Rose laughed cheerfully.
Zhang Chen opened the treasure chest. With the system buff in effect, he had 6 bronze-level treasure chests lying in his backpack.
Ding, you opened a bronze-level treasure chest. Congratulations, you received blue-level equipment purple demon battle armor.
Ding, you have opened a bronze-level treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained blue-level equipment purple demon war spear. Ding, you have opened a bronze-level treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained blue-level equipment purple demon dagger. Zhang Chen opened 5 treasure chests in a row, all yielding blue-level equipment.
This luck was quite touching. Ding, opening failed, insufficient backpack space.
Please clear some space before opening. Zhang Chen looked at his backpack space and shook his head. It's full again.
Looks like I need to quickly level up to 20 to expand my backpack space, or find some space storage treasures.
For now, he decided to clean out his backpack. These white-level equipment, I won't use them all, so I'll decompose them. They were currently in a secret realm.
Trading in the store was not possible. Although decomposing would cost him quite a bit of money, it was better than wasting them here.
You have decomposed white-level equipment worn longsword, obtaining white-level materials, inferior ironstone *2. You have decomposed white-level equipment linen cloak, obtaining white-level materials, soft linen *1. You have decomposed white-level equipment sandy boots, obtaining 10 attribute points. Zhang Chen continued to decompose white-level equipment, gradually clearing space in his backpack.
As each piece of white-level equipment was decomposed, various white-level materials and attribute points kept increasing. Once I leave this secret realm, these materials might be used to exchange for some useful items, Zhang Chen thought to himself.
As for these blue-level equipment, most people had already equipped white-level gear.
Their value had significantly decreased. One piece had dropped to around 100,000, or even tens of thousands.
But blue-level equipment was still in high demand.
One could still fetch several 100,000, even 1,000,000.
Decomposing them would be quite a loss. Xiaomei, I'll give you this blue-level equipment.
After some thought, he took out a piece suitable for a priest and handed it to Xiaomei. Among those present, she was the only one without a full set of blue gear. Of course, it was mainly because she was a priest. She had a significant boosting effect on the team. Protecting her would maximize her value, ensuring they could explore this secret realm better. Otherwise, if she took damage, the opportunity for this exploration would be wasted.
Thank you, big boss.
Xiaomei accepted the equipment with a sweet smile, her face slightly flushed, appearing very shy under the surprised gazes of Decisive and Rose. Ding, your teammate Xiaomei loves to eat has increased her favorability towards you.
Current favorability, 110 points.
Detected that Xiaomei loves to eat favorability has reached 100 points.
The 4th female teammate slot is now open. Please find teammates to complete the team. The system prompt sounded. Alright, I've hit 100 points of favorability. This blue gear gift is worth it. A smile crept onto Zhang Chen's lips.
You guys say the big boss has a strange personality and is a cold-hearted guy, but I think the big boss is a warm-hearted man.
After changing into the equipment, Xiaomei revealed a sweet smile. Are you sure?
Rose rolled her eyes.
Decisive also let out a light hum. They were both seriously shocked and curious about the big boss giving away equipment. You see, when they previously asked the big boss for a piece of equipment, he would always respond, "No money, no way." This was a person they had dubbed a steel straight man, yet he was giving equipment to a girl. It completely shattered their worldview. Has the big boss suddenly changed his nature? Or, their gazes fell on Xiaomei. The big boss wouldn't have a crush on this type, would he? Upon considering this possibility, both felt a rising sense of disbelief. Why? Why should she be better than them? One was a lowly with a youthful face and ample bosom, and the other was a mature, alluring woman in black stockings. How could I possibly lose to a foodie? This is simply outrageous. A deep sense of frustration surged within, leaving the two beauties feeling utterly dejected. I heard from Xiaomei that you were talking bad about me behind my back. Zhang Chen suddenly leaned in, his eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Hee, how could we dare? Rose forced a dry smile, feeling awkward. The big white rabbit remained silent, turning her head as if she hadn't said anything at all. Humph. Zhang Chen snorted coldly. Indeed, women are creatures that love to deceive. Since there's nothing to discuss, let's move on. Zhang Chen didn't dwell on the issue and chose to continue forward. The group of women hurried to keep up. Soon, a castle appeared before Zhang Chen. The castle was vast and towering. So beautiful. This can't be the castle where the evil dragon kidnapped the princess, right? It's so luxurious. This evil dragon has good taste. If I could live inside and wear beautiful princess dresses every day, I would be willing. The women admired the castle with exclamations. Zhang Chen checked the attributes. Evil Dragon Castle, not open. Description: the lair of the evil dragon, filled with unknown dangers and mysterious treasures. Currently, the castle is in a closed state and requires specific conditions to open. Level: Unknown Lord, Carl Reynolds, level 25 boss. This evil dragon boss is level 25? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. This boss is quite powerful. We probably can't win. Should we continue moving forward? A level 25 boss. Its level was directly 5 times higher than theirs, and being a boss, it was far stronger than an ordinary level 25 monster. They couldn't even think about attacking it. It was likely that just a breath from it would be enough to kill them. Let's go try it out. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment and said, he hadn't expected this boss to be as high as level 25. He initially thought level 20 was already impressive. Now, he realized he had somewhat underestimated the difficulty of this secret realm. Truly, the rules of the divine are harsh. Regardless, they still had to give it a shot. If they really couldn't win, they could always force a teleport out. If they succeeded, the rewards would be unimaginably generous. Alright, then we'll follow the boss. Rose spoke first. The big white rabbit and Xiaomei naturally agreed. Since they had come this far, leaving like this would be unsatisfying. A group of people marched towards the castle. The outer walls of the castle were thick and golden. These walls seemed to be cast from bronze and iron, exceptionally sturdy. This castle seems to have protective barriers. Entering requires special means, the big white rabbit said, frowning as she gazed at the castle. Zhang Chen stepped forward and placed the castle gate key into the slot. Click, a dull sound echoed. The massive door slowly opened. Immediately, a rich, almost tangible smell of blood rushed out, making it hard to breathe. Zhang Chen and the others couldn't help but cover their noses and take a few steps back. Once the stench dissipated, they looked up again and gasped in shock. This was no evil dragon castle. It was clearly a purgatory of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Inside the castle, various corpses were piled everywhere. Dense and overwhelming, they covered the entire building. My God, did all these get killed by the evil dragon? How brutal! Xiaomei covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she stared at the scene inside the castle. The big white rabbit and Rose were also stunned. They hadn't expected the castle to be so terrifying. Unconsciously, they moved closer to Zhang Chen. Is this the secret realm? Zhang Chen murmured. These bones numbered at least in the thousands, if not more. Moreover, judging from the degree of decay of these corpses, they had been dead for a long time. This task is quite difficult, Zhang Chen sighed inwardly. The 4 of them remained on guard, constantly feeling their way forward. The deeper they went, the colder and more chilling the air became. Strange, we've been walking for so long, why haven't we encountered a single enemy? Rose said, puzzled. They had been in the dragon's territory for quite a while. Even if the dragon, this big boss, was too proud to act personally, it should have sent its minions to stop them. However, aside from the 4 of them, there were no other living beings at all. This dungeon gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. Could it be that the dragon went out hunting? The white rabbit speculated. If that's the case, let's hurry and rescue the princess. Maybe we can complete the task without encountering the dragon, Rose suggested excitedly. The objective of this task was to rescue the princess kidnapped by the dragon, which did not necessarily require defeating the dragon. As long as they rescued the princess, that would suffice. Then let's act quickly. Everyone was eager to avoid encountering such a terrifying boss. Rose took the lead and ran ahead. The others followed closely behind. The area was filled with blood-red rocks. The terrain was complex and treacherous, with various paths appearing occasionally. Everyone stay close, don't get lost, Zhang Chen said while moving, keeping a lookout for any potential monsters. However, he breathed a sigh of relief as they walked. It had been calm all the way. Not even a ghostly shadow had been spotted. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful scream came from the right. The white rabbit was so scared she almost jumped. How could there be a sound over there? Let's go check it out, Rose said, taking the lead toward the sound. Ah! Another sharp, piercing roar echoed. This time, it was Rose's scream. Where's Rose? The white rabbit's face changed dramatically as she hurriedly searched for Rose's figure, but she saw no one. Rose? Where are you? She shouted anxiously, but there was still no response. Oh no! The white rabbit's expression changed suddenly. She realized something was wrong. This was a trap. They had already walked into an ambush set by the enemy. Boss, Rose is missing. Xiaomei's urgent voice rang out in the team channel. I know, everyone be careful, Zhang Chen said calmly, while continuously scanning the surroundings. Rose's sudden disappearance worried him. However, as a top assassin, he could maintain enough composure in any situation, because only in this way could he survive the most dangerous moments. You all stay put, and remember not to act recklessly, Zhang Chen warned sternly. Then, he dashed out of the team alone. The eagle-eye technique and shadow escape activated simultaneously, completely concealing his figure. Found it! Zhang Chen suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with light. He sensed a strange fluctuation at a certain position ahead. Whoosh, he shot out, heading straight for that spot. Soon, a glowing sphere came into view. There's even a teleportation array. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes. Did the boss discover something? The white rabbit's timid voice came through. Be careful coming over, Zhang Chen whispered. Soon, the white rabbit and Xiaomei appeared in front of Zhang Chen. They looked around. Is this a teleportation array? Yes, Zhang Chen nodded affirmatively. Was Rose teleported away? What should we do? Xiaomei asked. Let's go in together and bring Rose out. Zhang Chen activated the teleportation array. He wasn't at ease leaving Big White Eye and Xiaomei alone here. Buzz! The teleportation array lit up with a faint blue glow. In the next moment, the three of them vanished without a trace. Moments later, they appeared in an underground mine. Where is this? Big White Rabbit curiously surveyed the surroundings. It's a mine, Zhang Chen observed the area, his gaze sweeping back and forth over the shimmering ores. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a corner where a familiar figure was located. Rose. In a corner of the mine, Rose was bound by several silver ores, sitting weakly on the ground. Her face was pale, as if she had just endured some torment. When she saw Zhang Chen, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. Boss, you finally came. Don't act rashly. Zhang Chen stopped the two women who were about to rush forward to rescue her. This place was clearly problematic. If they approached carelessly, they could easily fall into an ambush. Fortunately, Rose was only imprisoned and was not in immediate danger of losing her life. At that moment, the previous piercing scream echoed again. But this time, it was even more mournful, more painful. Moreover, the sound was getting closer. It's coming from the ores. Zhang Chen immediately identified the source of the sound. Big White Rabbit exclaimed in shock, the ores can make sounds? That's so strange. Zhang Chen calmly explained, some special ores can evolve into ore monsters under specific conditions. As for what kind this is, it's still unclear. They emit this strange sound to attract people over, then devour them to form their own nutrients. A stone? How does it feel so much like a person? So smart. The two widened their eyes upon hearing the explanation. Like a person? Monsters at level 20 or above are basically on par with human intelligence. They can even speak human language. Xiaomei nervously asked, what should we do now? Rose is still tied up. As the wretched cries continued, the light from the ores materialized. Silver threads frantically began to wrap around Rose in circles. Her limbs were directly suspended, tightly bound behind her, firmly caught in a four-horse trap. Ugh, so painful, so painful. Pain was etched on Rose's face as she twisted and struggled. This position was truly unbearable. Meanwhile, those silver threads, like blades, were continuously eroding her flesh. They were going to cut her alive. Her body couldn't withstand such intense pain. Boss, save me, boss. Woo woo woo. Before Rose could continue her wails, a piece of ore directly blocked her mouth. This prevented her from even uttering a word of help. Her eyes widened in terror, tears streaming down her face. we can't wait any longer. Zhang Chen's expression hardened. At this rate, in less than a minute, Rose would be cut to pieces. He shouted, "Prepare for battle." Zhang Chen's figure flashed as he charged towards Rose. He activated his speed, trying to rescue her before those threads completely severed her flesh. However, as he got closer, those silver threads seemed to sense him and suddenly shot a portion towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen quickly used shadow escape, his figure disappearing in an instant, avoiding the attack of the threads. But the threads did not relent, continuing to dance in the air, searching for Zhang Chen's whereabouts. At the same time, Big White Rabbit and Xiaomei were also attacked by the threads. "Be careful, these threads are very sharp," Zhang Chen warned the two women. Summoned skeleton warriors. Big White Rabbit summoned 25 skeleton warriors in one breath. She leveled up to level 5, and the limit for summoning skeleton warriors was 32. With her current mental strength, she could barely summon 25, but that was enough. The skeleton warriors quickly formed a defense, standing in front of Xiaomei and the Big White Rabbit. Boom! The silver threads collided with the skeleton warriors. A massive explosion occurred instantly, with sparks bursting forth. However, they suffered no damage. Instead, they became incredibly excited, roaring as they lunged at the threads. Crack! Crack! The sounds of bones tearing and crunching echoed from their mouths. The threads were bitten through by them. Xiaomei was not idle either. She continuously cast healing spells on Rose, buying her some time to recover. Rose gasped weakly, struggling to stay awake. Her eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen. She knew that only the big boss could save her now. "Big boss, hurry! Rose can't hold on much longer," Xiaomei urged anxiously from the side. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The threads formed an impenetrable cage, wrapping Rose within. The only way to break free from this predicament was to confront it head-on, and they didn't have much time left. "Big White Rabbit, you and Xiaomei attack from the side to draw their attention. I'll take the opportunity to rescue Rose." Zhang Chen quickly issued the command. "Yes, Big Boss." The Big White Rabbit and Xiaomei executed the order without hesitation. Several skeleton warriors charged at the cage formed by the threads. Bang 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 bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding rang out. The walls constructed from the threads were surprisingly resilient, completely resisting the skeleton warriors' attacks. Although their strikes couldn't inflict much damage on the mineral monster, they successfully drew some of the threads' attention. "Now's the time." Zhang Chen seized the opportunity and flew forward. Shadow Cloak, Swift Movement, and Eagle Eye Technique were activated simultaneously. The threads attacking him were either predicted in advance using the Eagle Eye Technique or evaded with his exceptional agility. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Chen was already close to Rose. He swung his hand, the tyrant's dagger slashing horizontally, striking fiercely against the threads, producing a metallic ringing sound. Clang clang clang. The harsh clashing noise continued, sparks flying. Zhang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he silently cursed. He discovered that these threads possessed a solid material similar to swords. The tyrant's dagger only created ripples upon striking the threads, unable to penetrate them at all. Not good. Zhang Chen frowned, not daring to linger. He flipped his hand, gripping the hilt of the tyrant's dagger, and pulled downwards. Thud! The tyrant's dagger plunged directly into the threads. Zhang Chen then released his grip and withdrew the dagger. A strand of thread instantly collapsed. Rose was freed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More threads, filled with a murderous rage, shot towards Zhang Chen. His expression darkened. Damn it! With so many threads attacking, even he had to avoid the sharp edges. But now, he had no choice. Zhang Chen gripped the tyrant's dagger tightly and slashed outward fiercely. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening thud, a fierce gust of energy surged forth. All the threads cracked and turned to dust, scattering to the ground. Taking advantage of the brief pause in their attack, Zhang Chen quickly scooped up the bloodied Rose and executed a shadow assault. In a flash, the two vanished into thin air, reappearing beside Xiaomei and the Big White Rabbit. Big Boss, you're amazing. In just a few seconds, you rescued her? The Big White Rabbit was utterly shocked. She felt that their attack had just begun, while on the other side, the Big Boss had already completed the rescue. The efficiency was simply terrifying. The Big Boss's strength was truly frightening. The Big White Rabbit looked at Zhang Chen with eyes full of admiration, along with a hint of something else. Xiaomei, heal her. Zhang Chen commanded. Rose was still unconscious and needed to recover from her injuries promptly. Got it, boss. Xiaomei nodded and immediately cast her healing spell. A green halo spread out, enveloping Rose's entire body. The green light gradually penetrated into Rose's body, mending her wounds. Zhang Chen stood still, quietly waiting for Rose to awaken. About half a minute later, Rose slowly came to. As she opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Chen. Once again, it was the boss who saved her. This was the second time he had rescued her. Boss, thank you for saving me. I will repay you. Rose hugged Zhang Chen tightly and, with a dazed look, kissed his lips. Her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed, and her body trembled. This was her first time initiating a kiss. Zhang Chen was startled and quickly pushed her away. Has this girl gone mad? In public, she actually initiated a kiss? The big white rabbit and Xiao Mei were also stunned, their mouths agape. What was happening? How did it turn into a kiss? Rose noticed the gazes of those around her, her pretty face turning as red as a ripe apple. However, she still bravely looked up at Zhang Chen. Boss, I like you. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet incredibly firm. She was the kind of person who dared to love and hate. Once she confirmed her feelings for the boss, she wouldn't hide them. Sister Rose, can we be a bit more reserved? The big white rabbit couldn't help but complain. She felt a bit sour inside, a mix of disappointment, jealousy, and envy. I also want to kiss the boss. Boo-hoo. But I'm too scared. Boo-hoo. What if I confess and end up not even being friends? Boo-hoo. Rose shot a playful glare at Xiao Mei and lightly huffed, mind your own business. Xiao Mei looked at the three in the scene, a glint of mischief in her eyes. The fire of gossip burned brightly on her face. This is juicy. Boss, how will you choose? Ahem. Zhang Chen cleared his throat. Women, really? Such trouble. At that moment, the piercing screams grew louder, and the entire mind began to tremble. The four were instantly pulled back to reality. The confession had failed. The juicy gossip was left unfinished. As the howls continued, the oars seemed to come alive, constantly flashing with light. Then, to the astonishment of the four, two giant stone men formed. Race, Stone Man, Level 15, Elite, Ability, Shockwave. When the Stone Man stomps the ground, it creates a strong shockwave that spreads outward. The shockwave can cause enemies to lose their balance, fall to the ground, and inflict some damage. Ability, or Shield. The Stone Man can summon a layer of shield made of or around its body, enhancing its defense and absorbing a large amount of damage. Ability, Boulder Toss. The Stone Man can pick up large rocks from the surroundings and throw them forcefully at enemies. Two level 15 elite monsters? The three looked at Zhang Chen. Can the boss handle it? The big white rabbit asked. Although the boss had fought a level 15 boss one-on-one, clearly, two level 15 elite monsters would be more challenging than a single level 15 boss. Moreover, they were incredibly defensive stone men. In terms of attributes, the boss's assassin class was somewhat restrained. Whether he could win or not, they would only know by fighting. Shadow Clone Technique. Zhang Chen decisively used his clone skill. Whoosh! A figure stepped out from behind Zhang Chen, overlapping with his form. You all work with my clone to entangle one of the stone men. Zhang Chen commanded. Whoosh! His true form transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards one of the stone figures in an instant. The method was simple. One hit after another. He only needed to quickly take down one of the stone figures. Once that crisis was averted, they would be safe. Good. No problem. Rose and the White Rabbit responded in unison. Everyone understood. As long as Zhang Chen could successfully deal with one of the stone figures, the remaining ones would pose no threat. Can the two big shots each take one? Xiao Mei unconsciously recalled a certain scene in her mind. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Xiao Mei, what's wrong with you? It's a battle. The White Rabbit shouted as he saw Xiao Mei frozen in place. It's nothing. Xiao Mei hurriedly covered up, her heart pounding like a drum. She secretly glanced at the big shot ahead, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Whoosh! Zhang Chen, holding the tyrant's dagger, was already approaching one of the stone figures. He twisted his wrist, the blade slicing through the air, directly striking the stone figure's neck. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the stone figure's body swayed slightly. Zhang Chen, however, was rebounded back. Its defense is terrifying, comparable to a level 20 monster. Zhang Chen frowned. This stone figure had thick health and high attack power. The most critical point was that their attack range was extremely wide, capable of covering several meters around them. Bang bang bang! 3 stone balls came crashing down. Zhang Chen sidestepped, shifting his feet to avoid a fatal blow. Just as he steadied himself, 3 more stone balls flew in, bombarding him densely. Boom boom boom! Each stone ball that hit the ground caused a violent tremor, debris flying everywhere. Shockwave! The stone figure unleashed another skill. Zhang Chen felt the ground beneath him shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. He struggled to maintain his balance, nearly falling over. As for the White Rabbit and the others, they were even more disheveled. They were directly knocked to the ground, caught in a brief daze. If it weren't for the skeleton warrior guarding them, they would have definitely been killed by the stone figures seizing the opportunity. This skill is too disgusting. It must be taken down quickly. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth. He couldn't let this skill continue to be used. Otherwise, the White Rabbit and the others would definitely be in life-threatening danger. Whoosh! He vanished from his spot once again. The next moment, he appeared beside the stone figure. Using eagle eye, he searched for any potential weaknesses on the opponent. Found it! Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled. Thrusting his dagger, he aimed directly at the stone figure's waist. This was its weak point, or shield. Just as Zhang Chen's attack was about to land, the stone figure suddenly unleashed its ability. A shield formed from condensed ore appeared in front of him. Clang! The dagger struck the stone wall, rebounding back. Zhang Chen's attack was immediately blocked, rendered ineffective. Oomph! How many times can you do that? With his attack thwarted, Zhang Chen showed no signs of frustration. He had anticipated this situation long ago. No attack could guarantee a 100% kill on the enemy. His dagger spun beautifully in the air, the blade angled towards the ground, and his figure swayed, transforming into a wisp of breeze. The cooldown for shadow escape was over. His figure instantly vanished from the stone figure's line of sight. The next second, he reappeared. Whoosh! This time, the dagger plunged deep into the stone figure's waist. Damage 9,543. Blood loss 2,470. The stone figure staggered slightly but quickly regained its composure. The stone figure reached out to grab the assassin Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen twisted his body rapidly to evade. Crack! The dagger was pulled from the stone figure's waist. Green blood oozed from the wound. The stone figure roared in anger. Awah! It frantically chased after Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. His figure leaped. Whoosh! 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 He seemed to possess infinite speed. With each flicker, he appeared beside the stone giant, the dagger stabbing fiercely into the giant's waist. Minus 8,745. Minus 10,948. Minus 8,984. Minus 10,534. A series of damage values floated away from the stone giant. His health bar dwindled, and his eyes revealed a look of painful struggle. Yet, he did not cease his attacks, pounding the ground with his fists and roaring desperately. A coldness appeared on Zhang Chen's face. As expected of a stone giant, its resistance to damage is truly strong. If it were any other level 15 elite monster, after taking several hits like this, combined with bleeding effects, its health would have been depleted long ago. At this moment, the stone giant still had about 50,000 health left. If this continued, the stone giant would eventually be drained of life points and ultimately killed. Big boss, hurry up. We can't hold on much longer. On the other side, the three Big White Rabbit, Rose, and Xiaomei had fallen into a predicament the moment Zhang Chen's clone disappeared. Faced with the stone giant, they had no room to defend themselves. They were continuously taking damage. Originally 25 skeleton warriors, only 7 remained. Rose had multiple injuries as well. If it weren't for Xiaomei's healing spells, they would have been crushed by the stone giant long ago. Even so, they could only hold on for a minute at most. After a minute, they would definitely be wiped out. Zhang Chen glanced over. There was still time. His eyes narrowed. Whoosh! He suddenly withdrew the dagger, spun halfway around, and stabbed once more at the stone giant's waist. The divine fall triggered. Critical hit minus 87,901, plus 88,501. An extraordinarily high critical damage. This time, the stone giant finally couldn't withstand it and collapsed heavily to the ground. A large amount of equipment burst forth. However, Zhang Chen did not pick it up but rushed straight towards Rose and the others. The big boss is here. Big White Rabbit's face lit up with joy upon seeing Zhang Chen rush over. Without a word, the three immediately vacated the main battlefield. After Zhang Chen dashed over, the dagger plunged fiercely into the stone giant's waist. The divine fall triggered. Critical hit minus 98,765. Blood flow minus 3,542. With one strike, the stone giant, already worn down significantly, lay dead. Ding! Congratulations on killing the stone giant, Elite. Phew, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to bite the dust. Big White Rabbit let out a long breath. Rose and Xiaomei also relaxed, wiping the sweat from their brows. They were all relieved that the big boss had come to their rescue. Otherwise, they would have really been done for. Big boss, were you just playing with us? Big White Rabbit looked at the two fallen stone giant corpses and posed a soul-searching question to Zhang Chen. You could one-shot this stone giant, yet you fought the other one for so long, are you sure you weren't just toying with them? Rose and Xiaomei's scrutinizing gazes fell on Zhang Chen, filled with doubt. After all, that last strike was truly stunning. It was simply unbeatable, impossible to defend against. Stop overthinking. Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said, one-shotting was an accident. Really? The three women looked at him suspiciously, clearly not believing Zhang Chen's nonsense. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Zhang Chen was too lazy to argue with them. His gaze shifted to the dropped items, and he instantly became excited. Purple gear. Both stone giants had dropped purple gear. Of course, that wasn't the source of Zhang Chen's excitement. It was the few pieces of light purple ore lying on the ground. Spirit energy stones? They are actually spirit energy stones. What a huge profit! Spirit energy stone, a strange ore containing immense energy. Users can absorb and refine it to enhance their levels. Zhang Chen reached out and picked up several spirit energy stones. This thing was too important to him. Although it was just the lowest grade of spiritual energy ore, it was equivalent to the experience and attribute points that could be gained from over a dozen level 15 bosses. It can at least raise my level by 2 or 3. Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Don't underestimate those 2 or 3 levels. If given to the likes of the Big White Rabbit and others, it could directly bring their levels in line with his, or even surpass him. What is this? Big shot. The 3 girls gathered around. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as they examined the light purple ore in Zhang Chen's palm. If it could make the big shot disregard purple gear, then these purple ores must be extraordinary. Unconditionally enhance cultivation. Similar to the Enlightenment in cultivation novels, Zhang Chen explained, and immediately, the eyes of the Big White Rabbit and the others widened in surprise. No need to kill monsters, no side effects for leveling up, so this ore is that amazing. Fortunately, I have one too, the Big White Rabbit said with a grin. What a coincidence, I have one as well. Me too. Rose and Xiaomei also took out a piece of spiritual energy stone. This was their loot from fighting the stone golem. How about this? You give me the purple gear, and I'll take the spiritual energy stones. Zhang Chen planned to make a trade with them. The purple gear didn't significantly enhance his strength at the moment. If he could raise his level by 2 or 3, boosting his base stats, he would have a much better chance against the dragon boss, Carl Reynolds. Of course, the Big White Rabbit and the others didn't hesitate at all and handed their spiritual energy stones to Zhang Chen. For them, the enhancement of their cultivation was not very useful. They couldn't take down the boss, but giving it to the big shot was a different story. They wanted to stick with him to become stronger faster. Moreover, exchanging one spiritual energy stone for at least 2 pieces of purple gear was a profit. After receiving the spiritual energy stones, Zhang Chen was overjoyed. A few pieces of purple gear can be exchanged for 3 spiritual energy stones. What a deal! Both sides felt they had struck a great bargain in this trade. Absorb! With the spiritual energy stones in hand, Zhang Chen immediately began to absorb them. Meanwhile, the Big White Rabbit, Rose, and Xiaomei changed into their purple gear and felt a surge of new power coursing through them. Is this what purple gear feels like? I feel at least twice as strong as before, the Big White Rabbit exclaimed in delight. Not to mention, she could previously summon only 25 skeleton warriors, and after summoning, her mental energy would be instantly depleted, leaving her in a brief state of weakness. Now, not only could she summon them without issue, but the number of skeleton warriors she could summon had perfectly increased to 32. Her combat ability would undergo a qualitative leap. My healing effect has also increased by at least 50%, Xiaomei said, her face lighting up. It seems our team's overall strength has increased by at least an order of magnitude. Rose's eyes sparkled. Although she already had purple gear, now she had a full set. Compared to the big shot, she was only 1 piece of red gear away. Her combat power had doubled. Big shot, I will catch up to you sooner or later. When that time comes, I will definitely make you my man. I wonder how high the big shot's level will reach after absorbing these spiritual energy stones. The 3 of them looked curiously at Zhang Chen, who was absorbing the stones. They were eager to see if his cultivation would surge again. Zhang Chen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy stones slowly merged into his body. The vast and surging spiritual energy was transformed into the energy Zhang Chen needed. This process didn't last long, about 10 minutes or so. A layer of milky white light suddenly appeared around Zhang Chen. The light flowed. I didn't expect to directly reach level 14. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face as he then checked his attributes. Name, Zhang Chen. ID, Ruthless Killer. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Hidden Class, Unique. Level, 14, 13,000/200000. Strength, 125,400. Speed, 140,350. Spirit, 70,100. Body, 80,800. Equipment, Purple Equipment, Tyrant's Dagger. Excellent, attack power plus 400, special attribute, attack speed plus 20%, armor penetration plus 25%, durability 50%, red equipment, blood shadow battle armor, normal, body plus 800, special attribute, damage reduction plus 50%, has a certain chance to trigger blood shadow shield when attacked, absorbing a large amount of damage and reflecting part of the damage back to the attacker, durability 80%, purple equipment, tyrant's boots, fine, speed plus 350, special attribute, increases movement speed by 50%, durability 50%, special item, Tyrant's Eye, Spirit plus 100, special effect activated after level 30. Skills, D-Class skill, Shadow Escape, can enter stealth for a short time, duration 10 seconds, cooldown time 5 minutes. C-Class skill, Swift Walk, increases movement speed by 200%, duration 10 seconds, cooldown time 3 minutes. A-Class skill, Shadow Assault, damage increased by 30%, armor penetration increased by 60%, grants 3 seconds of stealth effect, teleport within a range of 50 meters, cooldown time 10 minutes. A-Class skill, Phantom Clone Technique, creates a clone with 80% of the main body's strength. Equipment skills cannot be shared, duration 1 minute, cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent skill, Godfall level 2, critical hit, 30% chance to deal critical damage with each attack. Additional attribute, Blood Flow, each attack on an enemy causes them to enter a bleeding state, continuously losing health for 5 seconds. I have a certain confidence against the level 25 dragon boss. After checking his basic attributes, Zhang Chen smirked. Because he had dismantled a large number of white gear, his attribute points were significantly higher than the corresponding experience points. Don't be fooled by his current level of 14. His basic stats were almost on par with those of a level 15. Plus, with the special attributes provided by the purple and red gear, along with the enhancement from skills, his combat power absolutely surpassed that of an ordinary level 15 class changer. After all, other class changers at levels 14 and 15 would be considered top tier if they managed to gather a full set of blue gear and possess a D-class skill. Yet, whether in terms of equipment or skills, he was now beyond top tier. This was something others could not compare to. The boss has reached level 14, it's truly terrifying. Although the three girls had anticipated this, witnessing Zhang Chen's attributes still made them feel a pang of envy. Such attributes were practically a bug in the system. As of now, they hadn't even reached 1/10 of the boss's strength, and he was already among the top existences among the same batch of class changers. The overall task progress is still at 30%. It seems defeating this stone monster can only be considered a side benefit, not part of the main quest. After checking the task completion, Zhang Chen smiled. This side benefit was great. The danger level was significantly lower than the main quest, yet the rewards were astonishingly generous. It felt comparable to the rewards of the main quest. Conduct a thorough search of this castle, leaving no suspicious area unchecked. Zhang Chen decided to temporarily set aside the main quest, rescuing the princess kidnapped by the evil dragon. He would focus entirely on exploring all the side tasks of this quest. The princess has been kidnapped for so long. A little more time doesn't matter, but if he misses the rewards from the side quest, he would really cry. Buzz buzz buzz. Using the teleportation array, the four returned to the main part of the castle. Be careful. As soon as Zhang Chen landed from the teleportation array, he sensed something was off. A crisis was approaching. Boom! A pitch-black spear sliced through the air, crashing violently into the spot where they stood. Zhang Chen quickly activated Shadow Assault and teleported to the other side. Looking closely, the original spot had already caved in deeply. A clear mark of the black spear was visible. So powerful. What is this thing? This is. Zhang Chen squinted, carefully observing the black spear. It was too ancient. The material seemed simple and ordinary, yet it possessed an extremely strong penetrating power. He even suspected that this spear was made from some special metal, and the one attacking them was a knight. Clad in armor, it rode a one-eyed giant beast. Its eyes were blood red, exuding a terrifying aura of ferocity. Clearly, it was a knight whose reason had been corrupted by evil spirits, transformed into a monster, devoid of rationality and consciousness, leaving only pure slaughter and destruction. Race, Fallen Knight, Level 18. Description: a warrior who came to rescue the princess, defeated by Carl Reynolds, and tainted by the evil dragon, transformed into a monster, walking the world with only residual will. Traits: Fury, Hatred, Skill, Heavy Charge. During the sprint, speed is increased, strength and physique each increase by 35%, and an additional 40% armor-piercing damage is added. The weaker the opponent, the greater the damage they endure. A tainted warrior? Interesting. Zhang Chen looked at the fallen knight with great interest. The knight's blood-red eyes fixed on Zhang Chen, as if wanting to tear him apart. Yet Zhang Chen remained unfazed. Don't worry, I'll help you find peace, Zhang Chen said, stepping towards the knight. The fallen knight showed no hesitation and recalled its spear. Whoosh, whoosh. As the fallen knight moved, the armor on its body trembled slightly, as if it had come to life. Kill! When Zhang Chen was about 10 steps away, the fallen knight suddenly roared, swinging its spear and throwing it fiercely. Whoosh! The spear shot towards Zhang Chen's chest with a sharp gust of wind. Humph! Zhang Chen snorted coldly and activated his speed. He vanished from his original spot like lightning. Ding! The spear struck the ground, smashing a pit into the hard rock. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen appeared behind the fallen knight, the tyrant's dagger carrying immense power, crashing down fiercely. Bang! A dull sound erupted.
The armor on the fallen knight shook violently but remained unmoved.
Such incredible defense? Zhang Chen frowned. He quickly distanced himself. Heavy charge!
The fallen knight unhesitatingly activated its skill, and the one-eyed giant beast beneath it suddenly burst forth with terrifying speed. In an instant, it caught up to Zhang Chen, launching another spear throw. This fallen knight has such strong reflexes. I feel that even when I reach his level, I might not have such combat agility.
After seeing the fallen knight's actions, Rose's expression turned serious.
Such an enemy was too troublesome. After all, it's a fallen warrior. It's understandable that it's stronger than ordinary monsters. Xiaomei spoke up.
I still believe the boss can handle it.
The big white rabbit had great faith in their boss's strength, believing that this fallen warrior was bound to lose. Facing the thrown spear, Zhang Chen dodged again. However, this time the fallen knight was clearly prepared. Once Zhang Chen dodged, it would immediately change direction. Zhang Chen was also forced into a corner. He activated his swift movement again. He didn't want to get entangled with the opponent and aimed to resolve the battle quickly. The fallen knight grinned, a sinister and terrifying smile.
Boom!
He charged forward on his horse, the black spear in his hand thrusting towards Zhang Chen like a shooting star.
The speed was even faster. Zhang Chen's expression turned cold. Whoosh! He blocked with his sword. With a clang, sparks flew. He was actually pushed back 3 steps.
Meanwhile, the black spear merely swayed slightly. As expected of a former hero, Zhang Chen thought quickly. The dagger plunged into the fallen knight's side.
Damage minus 7,523.
The damage number floated up, insignificant and trivial. The fallen knight was not affected in the slightest. Its health was in the hundreds of thousands, and a few thousand points of damage were completely negligible. Roar! The fallen knight let out a furious roar and lunged directly at him.
Big guy, I'm here to help you.
The big white rabbit summoned 5 skeleton warriors, attacking from 5 different angles. Of course, she knew her strength was not enough to harm the fallen knight.
She was merely acting as a distraction.
The fallen knight glanced coldly at this. Then, with a flick of its arm, the black spear stabbed forward like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea.
Put!
The skeleton warriors couldn't withstand the might of the spear and shattered instantly.
So terrifying!
The big white rabbit was drenched in cold sweat. A simple attack had taken out her skeleton warriors. The fallen knight's attributes were simply outrageous.
What a good opportunity! Swift movement activated.
Zhang Chen seized the moment, his body turning into an afterimage as he closed in.
The tyrant's dagger traced a strange and tricky arc, slashing towards the fallen knight's neck.
Blood splattered.
Damage minus 23,451. Blood flow minus 22,222.
A critical hit occurred.
The fallen knight was struck in the head, and its health plummeted.
However, for the fallen knight, this level of injury was nothing, at most causing it a bit of pain.
Roar! The fallen knight roared, its eyes glowing crimson.
The spear in its hand danced wildly.
Shadow escape. Zhang Chen's figure vanished in an instant.
The fallen knight scanned the surroundings but found no trace of him. The cyclops beast beneath it seemed to sense its master's agitation and began to whine incessantly. The fallen knight grew increasingly anxious, wielding the spear more frantically. Yet it still couldn't find Zhang Chen. This made the fallen knight even more irritable. Suddenly, a burning sensation surged in its left eye. Roar! The fallen knight howled to the sky, a fierce and savage look appearing in its eyes. In the next moment, the cyclops beast beneath it suddenly stood up, letting out a piercing scream.
What's going on? The fallen knight's expression changed drastically as it hurriedly looked down.
It saw that the cyclops beast's eye was filled with blood and was continuously oozing a thick black liquid. Roar! The wailing grew increasingly tragic, and soon, the cyclops beast's eye was completely blinded.
Bang!
The fallen knight's body crashed heavily to the ground.
Very good. Zhang Chen's figure reappeared. Just now, he had used shadow escape to blind the cyclops beast's eye. Without its mount, the knight's combat power was reduced by at least 40%.
At least the fallen knight's skill, heavy charge, could no longer be used. With the fallen knight's own speed attribute diminished, the danger level significantly decreased.
Now it will be much easier to deal with. Zhang Chen's lips curled slightly as he charged forward again.
Without the cyclops beast, the fallen knight's reaction speed was noticeably slower. Zhang Chen skillfully dodged the spear, continuously stabbing the dagger into the fallen knight's vital spots. The damage kept rising. The fallen knight's health was visibly dropping.
In the blink of an eye, it fell by half. Divine Fall critical hit 125,783. Blood flow 23,245. The knight is down to about 30% health.
Rose squinted her beautiful eyes.
Zhang Chen's mind stirred.
The fallen knight suddenly leaped up.
The spear swept out. Shadow ambush. Phantom clone technique. Zhang Chen's figure abruptly vanished from its original spot. At the same time, another clone identical to Zhang Chen appeared on the other side, also holding a dagger. This was the moment the phantom clone technique was cast, equipped with a piece of purple gear Zhang Chen had prepared for him. The two daggers crossed like lightning. Crack! The dagger struck the fallen knight's spear, deflecting it. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Fallen knight, you've fallen for my trick. Bang! Zhang Chen's main body instantly appeared behind the fallen knight, the dagger plunging into its back. Health minus 16,002. Health minus 30,002. Health minus 8,001. Health minus 10,000. Zhang Chen unleashed a flurry of attacks, directly bringing the fallen knight to the brink of death. The fallen knight angrily turned around, wanting to tear Zhang Chen apart, but it found that Zhang Chen had already escaped. Its speed couldn't keep up with Zhang Chen, and in the end, it could only return empty-handed. It's time to end this, Zhang Chen said indifferently. The clone and the main body struck simultaneously in that instant. Die! Zhang Chen's eyes were icy cold. Although the fallen knight had astonishing defense, it still couldn't withstand Zhang Chen's critical hit. The final blow took away its last bit of health. Ding! You have killed the fallen knight. You have slain the fallen knight. Rewards are now being distributed, accompanied by the massive body of the fallen knight crashing down. The panel and system notification sounds followed one after another. Various rewards dropped. Not bad. Zhang Chen smiled. In addition to a large amount of experience points and attribute points, he received 6 pieces of purple gear in one go, which could earn him a fortune when sold. It actually dropped a skill, and it's a C-grade skill. As Zhang Chen counted his spoils, an incredibly excited exclamation came from the mouth of the big white rabbit. Rose and Xiaomei cast envious glances at her. This guy's luck was truly outrageous. Just by holding off the fallen knight for a moment, she had managed to obtain a skill book with an extremely low drop rate. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow and turned his head. Such outrageous luck? Her haul was even better than mine? As the main damage dealer, I dealt full damage and didn't get a skill drop, and she actually got one. It was like I, as the main damage dealer, fully consumed the enemy's skills and dealt full damage, while a passing support picked up all the kills. Outrageous, really outrageous. Quick, let's see what the skill is, Rose urged. C-grade skill book, Soul Link, links the souls of necromancers and their summoned creatures, allowing the necromancer to share 100% of the summoned creature's attributes and abilities. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes. I feel like this skill is a perfect fit for me. The big white rabbit's excited face bloomed like a flower. Outrageous, truly outrageous, to actually drop such an exquisite C-grade skill. Zhang Chen glanced at the skill description and could only say that the big white rabbit's luck was truly exaggerated. It was even more outrageous than his 6-fold luck. As a mage, the most fatal weakness is being squishy. Once an enemy gets close, unless there's a special shield or enhancement skill, it's bound to end in tragedy. Although the big white rabbit, as the top hidden class among mages, could summon undead warriors to protect her to a great extent, making her self-defense capability much stronger than an average mage, it still couldn't change her inherent frailty. And this C-grade skill, Soul Link, could almost be said to reduce the debuff that comes with being a mage by about 50%. For the big white rabbit, this reduction could even reach over 80%, or even more. It's worth noting that the skeleton warriors summoned by the big white rabbit were equivalent to elite-level monsters of the same rank, far more powerful than the creatures summoned by ordinary summoners. This is the terrifying enhancement brought by the foundational abilities of a top-tier hidden class. When the enemy finally gets close, thinking they can easily handle a mage, they look and think, what the hell, how is this a warrior with attributes even higher than mine? At that moment, the opponent's mindset absolutely shatters. Moreover, the skeletal warrior is merely the weakest type of undead creature that the white rabbit has summoned at this stage. As time goes on, the attributes and abilities of the undead creatures she summons will only become more monstrous. Just imagine things like bone dragons or ghostly wolf spiders. It's simply unimaginable. One could say that with this skill enhancement, the white rabbit has transformed from a high attack, low defense mage into a versatile warrior. If this C-grade skill lasted a bit longer, it would be on par with any A-grade skill. Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This girl's luck is truly outrageous. The white rabbit's skill seems to be much stronger than mine," Rose thought to herself as she compared the two skills, shaking her head with a sigh. It seems she needs to work harder to obtain even more powerful skills. Right now, I'm the only one without any skills aside from my innate talent. Xiaomei suddenly felt that the snacks in her hand had lost their flavor. Looks like from now on, whenever the big shots are fighting, whether it's useful or not, I need to use a skill enhancement. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and unlock a skill too, she thought, but her mouth was quick. 3 bites for a pig. Boom! Suddenly, a heavy door creaked open in this layer of the castle, Everyone turned to look, and a passage leading to the next level of the castle appeared. At the same time, a panel popped up, indicating that their overall task progress had reached 50%. Why do I feel like I'm playing a level-up game? We have to clear each layer to see the final boss, Rose complained. They probably fear we'd be wiped out in an instant if we faced the boss directly, the White Rabbit joked half-heartedly. Big shot, are we entering the next level now? The White Rabbit asked. Let's thoroughly explore this layer first, Zhang Chen replied. He wanted to trigger more side quests to gain better rewards. Unfortunately, the four of them turned the castle upside down but found nothing. It seems side quests are something you can only encounter by chance. Let's go, we'll enter the next level. The four walked into the passage. As soon as they stepped in, two completely different energies surged around them. One was as scorching as the blazing sun, making them feel as if they had fallen into a sea of fire. The other was as chilling as a cold wave, sending shivers down their spines. Even before stepping into the next level, we're already under heavy pressure. It seems the opponents in the next round shouldn't be underestimated, Rose said with a serious expression. Big shot, does it mean that the deeper we go into the castle, the higher the level of the monsters? Our opponents in the next level will be at least level 18 or higher. Everyone be careful and prepare for battle, Zhang Chen reminded. He was the first to pass through the passage, with Rose closely following, and the White Rabbit bringing up the rear. After taking a few steps forward, their surroundings suddenly opened up, and the sight before them made the bodies of the White Rabbit and the others tremble slightly. Two giant monsters, about 10 meters tall, came into view. One was a fire demon radiating intense red light. Its entire body seemed to be forged from lava. Its eyes were blood red, filled with ferocity and brutality, with clearly defined muscle masses containing destructive power. The other was covered in thick ice blue armor. A pair of silver-white wings slowly flapped behind it. Thin cold mist swirled around it, exuding a bone-chilling pressure. An ice frost dragon. Two level 20 elite monsters. Even Zhang Chen felt a faint pressure at this moment. Two elite-level monsters were as powerful as several level 20 ordinary monsters. Moreover, they were high-race creatures, a fire demon and an ice dragon. Their health and defense were terrifying, far surpassing ordinary level 20 elite monsters. 3 level 5s, and the highest level is only 14. You are truly pitifully weak. You weak trash dare to come rescue the princess? The ice dragon raised its massive dragon head, exhaling cold air, its eyes filled with disdainful mockery. Monsters can talk? Rose's eyes widened in shock, her pretty face frozen in disbelief. The big guy said that once monsters reach level 20, their intelligence is no different from that of humans, and they can communicate with us without barriers, explained the big White Rabbit. At that moment, the ice dragon flapped its wings. Instantly, a wave of frost swept through the air. Except for Zhang Chen, Rose, the big White Rabbit, and Xiaomei felt a chill run through their bodies. The fierce wind felt like a sharp blade, scraping against their faces, leaving traces of blood on their skin. So terrifying. The three gasped in shock, their hearts racing. The opponent had merely flapped its wings, yet it was already overwhelming. If the ice dragon were to attack directly, how much destruction would it unleash? They would be annihilated. Such a strong chill. Zhang Chen squinted slightly. This ice dragon actually possessed a special talent for controlling ice skills, which was quite troublesome. Haha, can't even withstand my wing flap? The ice dragon laughed heartily, its face full of arrogance. With you bunch of trash, you think you can save the princess? Fire demon, these trash are up to you. After saying that, the ice dragon closed its eyes. Zhang Chen and the others were so weak that it felt beneath its dignity to even lift a claw. Alright, the fire demon beside it grinned wickedly and lunged at the four. Boom! Its massive foot stomped down, kicking up clouds of dust. What do we do, big guy? Rose exclaimed anxiously, only to find that Zhang Chen's figure had mysteriously vanished. Where's the big guy? He was just here. Why can't we see him? Rose and the others were startled, their 6 eyes scanning the surroundings. Aside from the approaching massive figure of the fire demon, they could not see Zhang Chen at all. Defend! Rose shouted angrily. If they couldn't find him, then they wouldn't. Blocking the fire demon's attack was the only thing they needed to do right now. The big White Rabbit summoned 32 skeleton warriors, forming a wall in front of the three. Rose held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, ready to attack at any moment. The big White Rabbit took out her staff. Even before the fire demon's attack arrived, she had already cast a healing spell. She feared that if she waited until the attack was close, she wouldn't have the chance to cast it. Ants! The fire demon roared. It spat out a mouthful of lava, splattering it on the skeleton warriors summoned by the big White Rabbit. Sizzle! In an instant, a large number of those skeleton warriors were melted away. They couldn't even put up a shred of resistance. So strong, not even on the same level. The big White Rabbit's face turned pale, a bead of sweat the size of a bean forming on her forehead. Furious slash. Rose swung her sword, thrusting it fiercely into the fire demon's chest. Clang! A crisp and pleasant metallic sound rang out. Sparks flew. The fire demon's scales didn't budge, absorbing Rose's full force strike. Damage minus 231. Are you just tickling me, Ant? The fire demon scoffed mockingly. Your blood must be very sweet. The fire demon licked its lips with its tongue, its gaze greedy, and charged at Rose again. This is bad. Rose's expression changed dramatically. The thick and powerful tail of the flame demon struck her fiercely. Bang! Rose was sent flying. However, she steadied herself in midair and did not fall to the ground. A dazzling holy light flickered around her. It was Xiaomei's innate skill, Divine Protection. It was this very move that helped her block the flame demon's lethal strike. But Xiaomei, having used this skill, was gasping for breath. The consumption was immense. The three of them had exhausted all their means, yet they couldn't even withstand a single basic attack from the flame demon. Despair spread in the hearts of the trio. He, do you think such a weak attack could possibly hurt me? The flame demon mocked, foolish. Just as the words left its mouth, a mournful and furious roar echoed throughout the castle. Everyone was startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw the frost dragon, which had been resting with its eyes closed, now spewing forth a torrent of blood from its neck. A piece of shattered scale, half the height of a person, fell to the ground with a dull thud. The frost dragon writhed in pain, its massive wings flapping wildly, stirring up gusts of wind. Who dares to ambush me? You have destroyed my reverse scale. I will make you pay a terrible price. Its roar reverberated in the castle, making everyone's ears buzz. Dragons have a reverse scale. Touching it means death. This was the dragon's greatest strength and its most vulnerable point. At this moment, its reverse scale was destroyed, causing pain that pierced to the bone, far worse than having one's head chopped off. Ah! I will kill you. I must kill you. It shrieked, its enormous claws striking fiercely at the empty air before it. But nothing appeared. What's going on? Xiaomei asked in shock. It must be the boss's doing, the big white rabbit said, excitement gleaming in its eyes. Only the boss has such strength and courage. The flame demon, seeing the frost dragon injured, also showed a look of shock. It hadn't expected that while it was fighting these ants, someone would dare to ambush the frost dragon, hesitating whether to step forward and greet it. The next moment, a sharp pain pierced its brain from its eyes, making it let out a shrill wail. Accompanied by the piercing scream, its hideously ugly eyes began to flow with bright red blood. Its eyeballs had been completely shattered. The pain of blindness drove the flame demon into madness. You will die. It roared wildly, spewing flames in all directions, rolling flames engulfing the surroundings, turning everything black as if the apocalypse had arrived. Still, there was no effect. Good, this guy is blind. Rose, the big white rabbit, and Xiaomei's eyes lit up. With the flame demon blinded, its threat level had drastically decreased. They finally had a chance to escape. Zhang Chen's figure quietly appeared in a corner. Watching the frenzied flame demon and frost dragon, his eyes were deep and calm. Pride comes at a cost, and that cost could very well be life. If not for the frost dragon and flame demon underestimating him, with his strength, successfully ambushing them was no easy feat. Now that the frost dragon's reverse scale was destroyed and the flame demon was blind, being able to exert even half of their usual strength would be considered good. A level 20 elite monster was now at most the level of a 15 boss, or even less. It's you, Ant. I will kill you. The frost dragon spotted Zhang Chen hiding in the shadows. It flapped its wings and soared into the air, unleashing a breath of dragon fire. A frigid whirlwind howled forth. Wherever it passed, the ground froze, and the temperature plummeted. Zhang Chen stood his ground, unafraid, facing the dragon's breath. Without your reverse scale, your dragon breath is even weaker than the power you used to create with a casual flap of your wings. You really want to die? Zhang Chen sneered. The sharp words provoked the frost dragon to completely lose its sanity. As a member of the dragon clan, it had slaughtered countless powerful heroes. Today, it was unexpectedly struck at its reverse scale by an insignificant ant, which even dared to threaten its life. This humiliation nearly made it explode. Boom! The ice-blue dragon breath roared and crashed down violently. In an instant, frost covered every inch of the hall. Zhang Chen's figure was submerged within it. A cruel, bloodthirsty expression appeared on the frost dragon's fierce face. This tiny bug must die. Ha ha, die, die. The frost dragon howled to the sky, exhilarated. This ant was dead. Did the boss not dodge this hit? The three big white rabbit, Rose, and Little May felt a sense of unreality at this scene. With the boss's agility, it made no sense for him to be unable to dodge this attack. Could it be that the boss deliberately didn't dodge? At this thought, the three of them were suddenly startled. In the next moment, their eyes widened in horror. The frost dragon, which had been howling to the sky, suddenly stopped,
as if it had encountered something terrifying. Immediately after, its massive body trembled violently, emitting a painful groan. Finally, as if it had lost all support, it crashed heavily to the ground, no longer moving.
What exactly happened? Big White Rabbit swallowed hard and murmured, "Am I hallucinating?" Rose shook her head and said, "Ding, congratulations on successfully slaying the level 20 elite monster, the Frost Dragon. Rewards are now being distributed." The Frost Dragon was dead. How did it die? The three of them were filled with confusion. "I understand now," Rose quickly reacted. The Frost Dragon had frozen the boss's clone just now, and while the Frost Dragon's attention was entirely on the clone, the boss launched a fatal strike at its reverse scale. Little May and Big White Rabbit were slightly shocked. What terrifying battle awareness. The boss really plays the 36 stratagems like a pro. Isn't it said that level 20 monsters have intelligence no different from humans? Why do I feel like they are just like little kids in front of the boss? Forget about them, when it comes to strategy, even people from other countries can't outplay us Dragon Country. This battle gave them a deeper understanding of Zhang Chen. Both his body and mind were top-notch. 2 moves, and he took down the powerful Frost Dragon in an instant. As for the remaining blind fire demon, the boss could easily handle it. The three exchanged glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. They had originally thought it would end with a snap, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. The boss was too amazing. "Dragon, what's wrong with you?" The blind fire demon had not seen what had just happened, but it could sense the life force of the Frost Dragon seemed to have vanished. It panicked. Blood flowed from its eyes, staining the floor red. It struggled to lift its head, wanting to open its eyes to see what was going on, but its eyes were completely shattered, lacking even the qualification to open. "Roar! I will eat you!" The roar of anger and unwillingness echoed throughout the castle, deafening. Flames surged around the fire demon, like a volcano burning fiercely. It spewed hot columns of lava from its mouth, spreading outwards. Anything that touched the lava melted away in an instant. Big White Rabbit and the others did not dare to be careless and immediately hid far away. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, using his agility, leisurely dodged the splashing lava while quickly approaching the fire demon. Godfall critical hit -179,657, blood flow -45,361. After one strike, Zhang Chen left without hesitation. The fire demon felt the pain and struggled even more frantically. Lava overflowed, melting the floor completely. "I want you dead, I want to eat you." The flame demon roared, charging recklessly, trying to find Zhang Chen, but it was already blind and could not see Zhang Chen's position at all. Zhang Chen kept moving around the flame demon, occasionally launching attacks. Each attack caused the flame demon's health to drop continuously. Although the flame demon was furious, it could never hit Zhang Chen. It could only attack wildly in place, destroying the surrounding environment in chaos. As the flame demon's health continued to decline, its movements became increasingly sluggish. Its roar gradually weakened, replaced by heavy gasps. "I cannot be killed by an ant." At that moment, the flame demon panicked. Completely panicked. It had never imagined that it would be drained of life by an ant. Zhang Chen remained calm and agile, constantly looking for the flame demon's weaknesses. He knew that although the flame demon was now at a disadvantage, it still possessed powerful attack power, and a moment's carelessness could lead to being hit. Suddenly, the flame demon seemed to sense something. It turned sharply and spewed a stream of scorching lava in one direction. Zhang Chen was prepared and quickly dodged to the side. The lava brushed past his body, landing on the ground with a hissing sound. Zhang Chen activated his sprint skill, instantly accelerating towards the flame demon. The flame demon heard the noise and swung its massive claws at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen skillfully dodged the flame demon's attacks while using the tyrant's dagger to inflict wounds on the flame demon. As the battle continued, Zhang Chen kept attacking the flame demon, and its movements became slower and slower. The big white rabbit excitedly shouted, "Look, the flame demon is about to fall." Rose also showed a happy expression. "The boss is indeed amazing. This flame demon won't last much longer. We can't just watch. We need to help," Xiaomei said, and she was the first to cast a healing spell on Zhang Chen, restoring some of his stamina. The big white rabbit was not to be outdone. Relying on the little bit of mental energy restored earlier, it summoned 7 skeleton warriors to assist Zhang Chen in surrounding the flame demon. Only Rose remained in place, staring blankly. "You guys are cheating." Because she was a melee paladin, she couldn't help much at this moment. Despite the flame demon now appearing weak as if it could fall with a single blow, if she dared to step forward and accidentally got hit, she would definitely accompany it on the road to the underworld. It wasn't worth risking her life for a bit more experience. She was extremely unhappy. She felt that her hidden class was the most useless one. The recovery of stamina made Zhang Chen's attacks even sharper.
the skeleton warriors summoned by the big white rabbit bravely pounced on the flame demon.
Although their attack power was limited, they successfully disrupted the flame demon's movements. The flame demon's health quickly dropped to the bottom. I won't accept this. Finally, the flame demon let out one last desperate roar, its massive body crashing to the ground. Zhang Chen stopped attacking, breathing heavily. The big white rabbit excitedly ran over, waving its staff. We did it, boss, you are amazing. Xiaomei also showed a happy smile, running over to cast another healing spell on Zhang Chen, restoring his stamina. Rose put away her sword and shield and walked over, slightly dejected. Ding, congratulations on slaying the frost dragon and the flame demon, total quest progress 70%. Now, rewards are being distributed, please check. The information panels of the 4 suddenly refreshed. It was harvest season again. I leveled up directly to level 10. This leveling speed is too fast. A gasp first came from the big white rabbit, followed closely by Xiaomei. My level is also rising rapidly. I'm also level 10 now. A radiant smile, as bright as a flower, blossomed on their pretty faces. 2 level 20 elite monsters can actually provide such high experience. It's more than all the monsters we've hunted before. They had worked hard for so long just to reach level 5. Now, they jumped straight to level 10. It was simply exhilarating. What about you, Rose? Xiaomei pulled out a candy from somewhere and popped it into her mouth. Seeing Rose silent, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Rose, why am I the only one so close to level 10? Her face was full of resentment, scratching her head like a frizzy-haired cat. Originally, the 3 of them had the same level. Now, she was falling behind Decisive and Xiaomei. She felt very gloomy, wishing she could find a block of tofu to smash her head against. So, how much experience do you need to level up? Xiaomei asked weakly. 1. Rose held up one finger. 1 experience point? Xiaomei was taken aback. Rose remained silent, which was an acknowledgement. 1 point? Ha, that's so funny. You're just 1 point away from level 10. Seeing her pitiful and resentful expression, Decisive couldn't help but burst into laughter. Put. Xiaomei also started to giggle, her eyes curving with delight. Rose, you're just too unlucky. Just 1 point. Even Zhang Chen, who was nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. 1 point away from level 10. What kind of luck was that? Ha ha ha. Rose glared at Decisive and Xiaomei in annoyance and said, You guys are still laughing. Is it that funny? Even the big shot is laughing. Rose felt even more aggrieved. If it were a difference of 100 or 1,000 points, she wouldn't be this speechless. But 1 point, was it really not intentional to mess with her? It was like barely passing with 60 points but getting stuck at 59, what's the difference? It was infuriating. Ah, so funny. Rose, I was wrong. Ha, don't make that face, I know I was wrong. Decisive tried to hold back her laughter, waving her hand. Xiaomei also covered her stomach, feeling uncomfortable from holding it in. Maybe if you just hit a small monster later, you'll level up. Xiaomei nodded, comforting her. Yeah, don't be upset. Our strength has improved a lot now, and leveling up will definitely be faster from here on. Rose sighed and said helplessly, I hope so. This time really is unlucky, just a little bit away. Zhang Chen and the others agreed deeply. What changes do your talent skills have after reaching level 10? Zhang Chen stepped forward and asked. Besides the skeleton warrior, I can also summon a type of ghost called a shadow ghost. It can become invisible and can perform mental attacks on enemies. This type of attack can cause enemies to fall into a brief state of confusion, reducing their reaction speed and attack power. Moreover, shadow ghosts can cooperate with each other to form a special psychic field. In this field, the enemy's perception will be greatly disturbed, making it hard for them to accurately judge our position. And as my level increases, the number and strength of the ghosts will also continue to grow. The only downside is that at my current level, I can barely summon 4. Decisive became more and more excited as she spoke, waving her arms. Incredible! Decisive, your summoned creature's attributes are just too amazing, Xiaomei exclaimed, staring at Decisive with envy. Zhang Chen also nodded silently. In terms of the strength of the profession, Decisive's necromancer was considered the top existence among all hidden professions, even stronger than the average hidden profession. Hee, what about Xiaomei's talent skill? The big white rabbit was a bit polite and curiously looked at Xiaomei. Hee, my skills have improved quite a bit too. Not to mention the healing effect has doubled. Originally, my divine protection could only last for 5 seconds and could only be used on one person at a time. Now the duration is 10 seconds, and as long as my mental strength is strong, I can use it on multiple people at once. Xiaomei was proud, lifting her snow-white chin. Being invincible for 10 seconds against multiple opponents made her nearly unbeatable in both solo and team battles. The Holy Priest class is also an extraordinary existence. Why isn't it more famous afterward? Zhang Chen frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. Xiaomei, yours isn't bad either, it's simply an invincible life-saving skill. From now on, you have to use it on me more often.
The big white rabbit and Xiaomei flattered each other, making Rose, who was watching from the side, envious. I wonder if my talent skills will also have such a powerful upgrade after reaching level 10. After seeing the strength of the big white rabbit in Xiaomei's classes, Rose felt anxious, eager to level up to 10 as soon as possible. Otherwise, the gap between her and them would only grow larger.
Would the big shot, what benefits did you get?
The big white rabbit suddenly leaned in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asking slyly.
Xiaomei and Rose also shifted their gaze, staring at him in unison, revealing expressions of curiosity and anticipation. They were just skimming the surface.
Such astonishing gains, the main C of the whole process, must have made a fortune.
Zhang Chen cleared his throat, about to speak, but saw the big white rabbit exclaim again. Big shot, you're level 17 now? Wait, how did you get 2 more red items?
She stared in shock at Zhang Chen's information in the party.
Don't be so surprised, the big shot killed 2 level 20 elite monsters. You all leveled up 5 levels. What's wrong with the big shot leveling up 3 levels?
Rose spoke up.
Zhang Chen, exactly. After thinking for a moment, Rose added, this leveling up is indeed insane.
The experience needed for them to level up now is double or even more than the previous level.
At the big shot's current level, leveling up once would probably require several times their total experience.
Leveling up 3 times like that would mean the experience needed is likely dozens of times theirs.
Can 2 level 20 elite monsters provide that much experience?
6 pairs of eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen, as if they wanted to strip him bare.
Are you all hungry? Let's eat some roasted meat.
Zhang Chen rubbed his nose, changing the subject.
2 level 20 elite monsters couldn't provide that much experience, but 12 could.
This time, Zhang Chen directly gained millions of experience points. Besides the massive experience, he also received 6 purple items and 6 silver-level treasure chests. He opened 2 red pieces of equipment, 1 D-level skill, 2 purple items, and a mysterious parchment.
Unfortunately, the D-level skill was not suitable for his assassin class.
The parchment was very old, covered in dense writing that was impossible to decipher.
It required level 25 to unlock. Zhang Chen guessed it might be a treasure map. Of course, the actual value inside would only be known once explored. It was an unexpected gain.
The big shot is hiding things.
The big white rabbit pouted.
Although she complained like this, she showed no sign of being angry. Xiaomei, on the other hand, ran up behind Zhang Chen and came to the front of the frost dragon.
Big shot, I'm here to roast. My roasting skills are top-notch.
Saying this, she rolled up her sleeves, took out various materials, arranged them neatly, and moved with incredible skill. Her eyes were fixed on the enormous frost dragon in front of her, nearly drooling.
Heavenly dragon meat. I want to eat. Zhang Chen, Rose, and the big white rabbit? C***? No way, which job changer has a backpack stuffed with all kinds of seasonings? A foodie, this is definitely a foodie. Then I'll cut the meat for you. Which piece do you want?
This piece is good for barbecuing, and I want that piece too. It's good for brushing meat, and this one. Xiaomei directed from the side. Poor Zhang Chen, now looked like a butcher.
Cut where she pointed. Xiaomei skillfully flipped the meat on the grill, her movements steady and organized.
She continuously brushed on various seasonings, the meat turning a golden, tempting color, the sizzling sound whetting everyone's appetite.
Zhang Chen and the others watched in astonishment.
They never expected Xiaomei to have such superb barbecuing skills. Her skilled movements were like those of a professional chef. Indeed, passion is the true driving force behind doing something well.
Moments later, an enticing aroma wafted through the air.
The fragrance seemed to have a magical power, instantly capturing everyone's attention.
Gulp gulp, the 3 of them swallowed hard, unable to help themselves.
The big white rabbit was drooling uncontrollably.
Dragon meat, I want to eat. Before long, the first skewer of grilled meat was ready.
Xiaomei eagerly handed it to Zhang Chen, her eyes filled with confidence.
Zhang Chen took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately.
The grilled meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an excellent texture. The flavors of the various seasonings blended perfectly, bursting with wonderful taste on his tongue.
So delicious, Zhang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. A satisfied expression spread across his face.
Hearing Zhang Chen's praise, Xiaomei beamed with joy, filled with pride. Then, she quickened her grilling pace.
Skewers of delicious grilled meat kept coming out, exuding an irresistible aroma. Rose and the big white rabbit couldn't wait to grab the grilled meat and taste it. One bite in,
their faces also showed surprise, as if they had discovered a new world.
Xiaomei, your grilling skills are simply amazing. Rose gave a thumbs up.
If it were before, I would have definitely hired you as my personal chef for 10 million a year.
The big white rabbit said, munching on the grilled meat, her words a bit unclear. This is even better than the grilled meat I had at restaurants. Xiaomei, from now on, you'll be in charge of our meals. She was completely conquered by Xiaomei's grilling. Xiaomei smiled and agreed, sure, as long as there are ingredients, I promise to make everyone satisfied. After a hearty meal, the four of them lay resting in front of the campfire, enjoying this brief yet unforgettable joyful time. Big shot, why do you think the gods chose us from Blue Star? What are their intentions? Suddenly, Rose, lying on the ground, sat up and asked. The changes came too suddenly, so suddenly that everyone was busy struggling for survival. No one had considered this question. Zhang Chen stiffened for a moment, then fell silent. He had pursued this question in his past life as well. He got a somewhat vague answer. Creating gods. And they were just one of the chosen in an endless world. Behind the creation of gods was a divine war. A war only deities could participate in. Because we are the chosen ones. Ha ha ha, the big white rabbit laughed without any restraint. Who cares what their purpose is? Since we are here, let's enjoy it. I want to eat. Xiaomei stuffed the last bite of grilled meat into her mouth. Zhang Chen also slowly closed his eyes. Let's take a break and move to the next level. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the fifth day quietly arrived. A beam of golden light shone before all job changers in the area, transforming into a huge leaderboard, the Wealth Gold List. What is this Wealth Gold List? Is it a ranking list based on our wealth? It's possible. Maybe it will list the richest people. I wonder if I can make the list. The Wealth Gold List sounds impressive. Will there be any special rewards? Immediately, more information appeared on everyone's panels. Wealth Gold List, ranking the top 100 wealthiest job changers every week. Those on the list will receive generous rewards, including rare equipment, mysterious skill books, etc. The more times you make the list, the more substantial the rewards. The job changers erupted in excitement upon seeing this information. Just as I thought. Wow, such generous rewards. I must work hard to get on the list. But what is this divine coin? Divine coin, as the name suggests, is the currency of the gods. How do you obtain it? Divine coin, the universal currency of the future world, can be used to purchase supplies, exchange skills, equipment, etc. at the Divine Store. Method of acquisition 1. Currency exchange, exchange rate 1:100,000. Note, before the gold list descends, the balance in the money system will be exchanged at a rate of 1:1000. Method of acquisition 2. Obtained by killing monsters and through special task rewards. Wait, a 1 to 100,000 exchange rate? What is this nonsense? This god is really making things difficult for us. This ratio is just unreasonable. All the little money we worked so hard to save is now worth nothing. Damn it, with 100,000, I can't even gather one divine coin. You're better off, I still owe him one coin. You're amazing. In an instant, the job changers were in an uproar. Many expressed their dissatisfaction, filled with resentment over the exchange rate. Luo Qingchang was especially furious, gritting her teeth. The money Zhang Chen had given her was long gone. Didn't that mean she was now completely broke? Damn Zhang Chen, he hasn't even contacted me. When he comes begging on his knees, I will definitely not forgive him. At that time, I'll sell his equipment. The purple gear should sell for a good price. However, many job changers were laughing uncontrollably. Ha, luckily I charged a lot of money before. Is this the benefit of being a top-up player? I just made hundreds of thousands in one go. I feel like I'm about to reach the peak of my life. A 1 to 100,000 exchange rate is indeed a bit outrageous. Yi Weiliang looked at this exchange rate and couldn't help but click his tongue. However, it didn't affect him much. With his wealth accumulation, even if it were 1 to 1 million, he wouldn't feel the pressure at all. Moreover, he had charged at least several billion before this. Although he had spent about 80 to 90%, he still had a few hundred million left. At a 1 to 1,000 ratio, it was still worth hundreds of thousands. He was already far ahead of others. I'm starting to suspect that this big shot is a reborn person. Every time Zhang Chen traded with him, he insisted on transferring the money to the divine account instead of using the Dragon Kingdom's currency system. That was quite suspicious. The wealth ranking is now announced. As the golden light flashed again, a huge virtual screen appeared before everyone. The job changer's attention was instantly captured. Who can make the list? Is there me? I have 10 divine coins. You think 10 coins will get you on the list? What a joke. 100th place, ID waking up laughing from a dream, 8 divine coins. Ha ha ha, I made the list. In the channel, waking up laughing from a dream happily expressed his thoughts. This time, he really felt like he was waking up laughing from a dream. No way, even 10 divine coins made the list. Then with my 20 coins, I could make it into the top 50? Hee hee, just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. The ID named Calm Master of Monster Slaying chuckled. Is it still possible to top up now? Ha, do you think this is a game store where you can temporarily top up to climb the ranks? Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have spent all my savings on this. Now I can only watch others make the list. As the rankings continued to be revealed, various unknown IDs appeared on the leaderboard. So many hidden tycoons, and I'm only in the 80s. Calm Master of Monster Slaying felt a pang of disappointment. He originally thought his 20 divine coins would be enough to make the list, but he didn't expect there to be even more hidden wealthy players. 10th place, ID Confused Little Fairy Bumping Around, divine coins, 723. I actually made it to 10th place. Looks like my previous decision was correct. Confused Little Fairy Bumping Around felt delighted. When she discovered that the panel included a money shop, she thought that putting money in might have great benefits in the future. Sure enough, a small investment turned into a huge return. Over 700,000 transformed into over 70 million. The biggest gamble in the world is nothing like this. 10th place actually has over 700 divine coins. I can't even imagine how wealthy those ahead of me must be. Who do you think will take the top spot on this wealth leaderboard? Some players began to discuss. I think it's the Heartless Killer Boss. Didn't he sell a lot of equipment before? At least tens of millions, right? Although the killer boss is very rich, I think it's still quite difficult to be first. The rose-rich lady who bought his equipment is probably the real first. What you said makes sense. How can a worker compare to the boss? If that's the case, I think the wealthy Knight Cool is the real first. The rose-rich lady is said to be his sister. All the money is from him. There are so many wealthy people in the world. What does it matter if there's one more? The first place is probably the boss's. Knight Cool glanced at the discussions in the channel and shook his head. Zhang Chengguang had made billions from him and the Rose. With a 1:1000 exchange rate, that would be in the millions. Far ahead of everyone, even he couldn't catch up. But I should be second. The Rose is third. A smile appeared at the corner of Knight Cool's mouth. Their family occupying 2 of the top 3 spots was enough. I wonder what kind of rewards the top 3 will get. Knight Cool pondered to himself. Third place, ID Night Sky, divine coins, 808. Isn't the third place the Rose? Only 808 divine coins? Knight Cool raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. The Rose's account should have at least as much money as his, if not more. It should be at least in the hundreds of millions. Converted to divine coins, it should be several 100,000. 808 divine coins for third place? There must be something wrong with this leaderboard. Before Knight Cool could continue thinking, the second place was also revealed. Second place, ID Eyes of the Moon, divine coins, 8,500. The crowd was shocked, and the channel erupted with chatter. My goodness, 8,500 divine coins, did this guy rob a bank? The difference between second and third place is tenfold. It's simply outrageous. I never expected it to be this Eyes of the Moon. I hadn't really heard of this ID before. I actually only got second place. I thought I could be first. Just as everyone was discussing, Eyes of the Moon suddenly spoke up in the channel. The Moon Boss has spoken. Hurry and go watch. The boss is mighty and imposing. Moon, please let me cling to your thigh. Moon Boss, can I join your camp? Boss, with your over 8,000 divine coins, you're already ranked second. That's impressive. Everyone began sending messages of praise. A bunch of inexperienced fools. This is just a little show of skill. I've already reserved my spot on the wealth leaderboard. Moon's Eyes coldly declared. Damn, so arrogant. Just second place, and he's already looking down on everyone. If you didn't know better, you'd think he could take first. So what if I can take first? Once the rankings are out, I'll just recharge another 10 million. First place will be within my grasp. Moon's Eyes spoke with a domineering tone. This made everyone extremely displeased, but they didn't dare to refute him. After all, his wealth was evident. Recharging 10 million at a time, who could withstand that? This guy is so arrogant. The Blood Fury warrior frowned. He is a bit cocky, but he has the capital for it. Yi Weiliang smiled, not caring. The other party could recharge tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. It didn't matter to him. What he cared about was why his sister and the boss's names were still absent from the leaderboard. This was very illogical. First place, ID Yi Weiliang, divine coins, 870,000. Everyone gasped, and the entire channel fell into a dead silence. After a moment, it erupted like a boiling pot. My God, 870,000 divine coins. What kind of divine wealth is this? I thought Moon's Eyes was exaggerated, but it turns out Yi Weiliang is the real hidden boss. The gap is too big, it's not even on the same level. Yi Weiliang is going against the heavens, leaving everyone else far behind. I feel like I could never save that much money in several lifetimes. Just now Moon's eyes was so arrogant. Is his face hurting now? Don't even talk about recharging 10 million, even 100 million wouldn't work. This first place on the wealth leaderboard is well deserved. Yi Weiliang is indeed impressive. At this moment, Moon's eyes was also dumbfounded. He had been confidently preparing to challenge for first place, only to be crushed by Yi Weiliang with such a huge advantage. 870,000 divine coins. What kind of niche currency is that? Even at a 1:1000 exchange rate, that would be over 100 million Huaxia coins. Who would start by recharging so much money? Crazy, really crazy. I'm first? How could I be first? Yi Weiliang was also stunned. He had originally thought that making it into the top 3 would be enough. He never expected his rank to shoot straight to first place. Although he felt a bit excited, he thought, I'm first, but where are Rose and the boss? Where did they go? Yi Weiliang was filled with confusion, his brows tightly knitted. He checked the leaderboard again, confirming that there were indeed no names for Rose and the boss. This made him feel even more puzzled and uneasy. It shouldn't be, with their strength and wealth. How could they not be on the leaderboard? Could something have happened to them? This was not just Yi Weiliang's doubt. It was also the confusion of the Blood Fury Warrior and the other job changers. Where's the ruthless killer boss? Why isn't he on the list? Even the rich Lady Rose isn't there. There's no reason for them not to be on the leaderboard. In the secret realm, Zhang Chen, Big White Rabbit, Rose, and Xiaomei had finished their rest. Boss, are we going to enter the next level now? Are we going to face that evil dragon boss? Our overall task progress has reached 70%, so we are very likely to encounter it. Zhang Chen pondered slightly, his expression serious. The three felt a chill in their hearts, but they didn't show much fear. With a big boss around, what is there to fear? We're just the cheerleaders. That's true, go for it, big boss. Zhang Chen? The 4 of them stepped towards the next level. Faint light streamed down from an unknown corner, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed. The sound seemed to penetrate the soul, causing the entire passage to tremble slightly. The 4 instantly halted, their expressions tense as they looked towards the source of the sound. It really is the evil dragon boss? Have we been discovered? What do we do now? Zhang Chen's eyes sharpened, calmly saying, Don't panic. As the dragon's roar continued to reverberate, a powerful pressure gradually spread. In the next moment, the passage leading to the next level collapsed with a thunderous crash, burying the 4. Ding! The wealth ranking has been completed. Each class changer has 1 day to climb the ranks. Those ranked 50 to 100 will receive 1 bronze level treasure chest, those ranked 30 to 50 will receive 2 bronze level treasure chests, those ranked 10 to 30 will receive 3 bronze level treasure chests, those ranked 3 to 10 will receive 1 silver level treasure chest, the 3rd place will receive 2 silver level treasure chests, the 2nd place will receive 3 silver level treasure chests, the 1st place will receive 1 gold level treasure chest and 1 silver level treasure chest. Wow, such generous rewards. I've never even heard of treasure chests, let alone seen one. One class changer couldn't help but exclaim. This rule is quite humane, they even gave us a day to climb the ranks. Maybe a huge turnaround can happen in this day. Hey, that's hard to say. The big bosses in front have such a huge advantage, it's not that easy to turn things around. How would we know if we don't try? Those ranked lower still have a chance. Ha, dream on. But seriously, what good things can come out of those treasure chests? Who knows? Maybe there are top-tier equipment or rare items. Sigh, if only I could get a silver-level treasure chest. Come on, focus on getting into the top 100 first. Everyone began to calculate how to maximize their wealth within the day. Those with money emptied their pockets to spend. Those without money formed teams to hunt monsters. They hoped for a stroke of luck to earn some divine coins and replace those on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, those on the leaderboard, especially those ranked lower, began to feel anxious. They aren't distributing the rewards immediately. Damn it, I got my hopes up for nothing. Waking up from a dream, laughing immediately stopped being cheerful. He had been pleased with himself for making it onto the wealth ranking. In reality, he was slapped hard by the truth. The rewards were gone. The first place reward is actually so generous? Yi Weiliang murmured, his eyes filled with surprise and joy. The big boss's silver-level treasure chests yielded purple gear. Doesn't that mean he is guaranteed at least one? Not to mention the gold treasure chest. That was something even the big bosses didn't have. I wonder what will come out of it. Probably red gear. The more Yi Weiliang thought about it, the more excited he became. This would definitely enhance his strength beyond imagination. Spend money to secure a spot. Whoosh! At that moment, another dazzling golden light flashed. The level gold ranking appeared. There really is a level gold ranking. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the newly appeared gold ranking. The channel buzzed with excitement again. Who will dominate this level gold ranking? Will it be a big boss who overlaps with the wealth ranking? That's a given. I'm poor, can't make it onto the wealth ranking. I wonder if I can find a place on the level ranking. The class changers who had originally been striving for the wealth ranking. At this moment, all attention shifted to the level gold list. After all, having one more ranking means one more opportunity. Perhaps he could gain unexpected rewards on the level gold list. Yue Liang looked at the level gold list, and a wave of curiosity surged in his heart. He had already secured the first position on the wealth list, so he wondered how high he could rank on this level gold list. Maybe I'll have a spot in the top 10. Yue Liang thought to himself. Level gold list, ranking the top 100 job changers each week. Those on the list will receive generous rewards, including rare equipment, mysterious skill books, and more. The more times one is listed, the more substantial the rewards. Now, announcing the rankings. 100th place, ID Wind Shadow, level 3. Level 3 can make the list. It seems the competition on the level gold list isn't as fierce as the wealth list. I'm also level 3. It looks like I can make the list too. Me too. Me too. The voices of the crowd rose and fell. Those job changers who were also at level 3 began to dream of making it onto the level gold list. However, they soon realized that things were not that simple. As the level gold list continued to be announced, it turned out that up to the 50th place, everyone was still at level 3. Could it be that everyone here is level 3? Though it's absurd, I think it's quite possible. Unbelievable, this is too unbelievable. No way, the ruthless killer has already reached level 10. The Blood Fury warrior spoke in the channel. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. Sigma? Level 10? Damn! Impressive! This gap is just too big. The ruthless killer is indeed formidable. His level is so far ahead of us. Isn't that right? The big shot is leveling up like a rocket while we're still crawling like snails. I feel like I'm not in the same batch of job changers as the big shot. Comparing people can be infuriating. How is the big shot so strong? Everyone was initially confused and lost about the uniformity of level 3. Now, hearing that the ruthless killer had already reached level 10, the shock in their hearts was beyond words. They really wanted to dissect the big shot to see why his leveling speed was so fast, making them envious to the point of tears. Truly a big shot. I must find him and cling to his thigh, Luo Qingcheng said excitedly in the channel. Just you? Do you think the big shot would notice you? Someone joked. Luo Qingcheng retorted defiantly, Humph, how would I know if I don't try? To catch a big shot, you need to boil water. Can you do that? I can. Oh, 6. While everyone was discussing, the rankings on the level gold list continued to change. 49th place, ID Rain Melody, level 4. The appearance of this name made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed not everyone was stuck at level 3. Finally, a different level. How did it jump straight to level 4? I'm still not on the list at level 3. It seems that even at level 3, there are still some differences. I wonder how high the levels of the big shots ahead are. At this rate, I might really be able to rank in the top 10 at level 5. Yue Liang couldn't help but feel ecstatic upon seeing this ranking. 10th place, ID Lucky Brother, level 5. When everyone saw this ID, they burst into laughter. What a unique name. Lucky Brother, come out and show yourself, little darling. Lucky Brother, hello comrades, thank you for your hard work. Yue Liang looked at this ranking and couldn't help but smile. The top 10 is secure. 9th place, ID Eyes of the Moon, level 10. I was already 9th at level 5, I really don't know how others level up so slowly. Eyes of the Moon continued to speak in the channel. This immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the crowd. Hey, you guy, taking advantage and acting innocent. Yeah, you're already in 10th place and still complaining about others leveling up slowly. If you have the ability, level up faster and take the first place. He probably doesn't have that ability. The ruthless killer has already reached level 10, and he'll never catch up in this lifetime. Yue Liang frowned slightly. This Eyes of the Moon really was trying to draw attention everywhere. However, he wasn't in the mood to care. He was more concerned about his own position on the level leaderboard. Eyes of the Moon didn't care about the crowd's reaction at all and continued arrogantly, Humph, just wait and see. I will eventually top this level leaderboard. Idiot! The Blood Fury warrior succinctly cursed. Eyes of the Moon was instantly speechless, his face turning red. Oomph! Just wait and see. After saying this harsh remark, he disappeared. This guy is really annoying, the Blood Fury warrior muttered. Yi Weiliang smiled. Such a clown was hardly worth his attention. At this rate, I'm likely 6th, and you're 7th. Rose and the others occupy the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places, and the big shot is undoubtedly 1st. Yi Weiliang spoke. Rose, the big white rabbit, and Little May were led by the big shot to farm monsters in the secret realm, so their level would definitely rise faster than theirs. They should be around level 6. As for the big shot, he was already level 10 when he entered. He should at least be level 12 by now. That was already far ahead of other job changers, including him. 6th place, ID Sinful Hero, level 5. I'm not 6th? Yi Weiliang was taken aback. Could it be that I'm 5th? 5th place, ID Gun Pointing at the World, level 5. What's going on? Why aren't our names here? At this moment, the Blood Fury Warrior was also dumbfounded. Both of them were level 5. Why were their names missing? Yi Weiliang fell into deep thought. Suddenly, could it be that our names are still ahead? Yi Weiliang had an uncertain answer in his mind. Ahead? That's unlikely. If our names were ahead, where are Rose and the Big Shots rankings? There wouldn't be enough positions. The Blood Fury Warrior scratched his head. Let's just wait and see. Yi Weiliang spoke, his gaze fixed on the level leaderboard. He needed the leaderboard to verify his guess. 3rd place, ID Yi Weiliang, level 5. Sure enough, I'm in the top 3. Seeing this result, Yi Weiliang remained very calm. He already had some thoughts in his mind. You're either 2nd or 1st. He looked at the Blood Fury Warrior, leaving the latter completely confused. What? What did you discover? What's going on? Yi Weiliang found the Blood Fury Warrior's bewildered expression amusing. Without keeping him in suspense, he explained, the secret realm where Rose and the Big Shot are located has blocked the leaderboard rankings. When they come out, the leaderboard will refresh. Neither the wealth leaderboard nor the level leaderboard showed any trace of the 4, and their friend icons were not grayed out from death. There was only this possibility. So that's how it is. The Blood Fury Warrior gave a thumbs up to Yi Weiliang. 2nd place, ID Blood Fury Warrior, level 5. I'm in 2nd place. Then who's in 1st? They level up faster than us. They had a Big Shot leading them, leveling up significantly, and could be said to have surpassed 99% of the job changers in this area. Who else could level up faster than them? It's about to be revealed who the 1st place is, and it must be the ruthless killer boss without a doubt. Indeed, level 10, that's the boss among bosses. If the 1st place isn't the ruthless killer boss, I'll eat this broken weapon of mine. But I'm level 6, why am I not on the rankings? At that moment, in the channel, an ID named Women Aren't Ruthless raised a question. You're level 6 and not on the list? That's impossible. Hey, are you lying? How could a level 6 not be on the list? Someone said suspiciously. Women Aren't Ruthless got anxious. Why would I lie to you? I really am level 6, and I really am not on the list. The crowd clicked on Women Aren't Ruthless avatar and found out she was indeed level 6. Oh, she really is level 6, that's strange. Could there be some special circumstances? Another person speculated. Women Aren't Ruthless looked aggrieved. I don't know why others at level 5 can make the list, but I can't. Now there's only one spot left. It must be the ruthless killer bosses. What about me? The crowd, Omicron? Is there something wrong with this ranking list? I think so. I think so too. Could it be that the 1st place is actually yours, not the ruthless killer bosses? Impossible, the boss is already level 10. How could the 1st place not be his? 1st place, ID Women Aren't Ruthless, level 6. Ding, the level ranking is complete. All job changers have 1 day to climb the ranks. Those ranked 50 to 100 will receive 1 bronze chest. Those ranked 30 to 50 will receive 2 bronze chests. Those ranked 10 to 30 will receive 3 bronze chests. Those ranked 3 to 10 will receive 1 silver chest. 3rd place will receive 2 silver chests. 2nd place will receive 3 silver chests. 1st place will receive 1 gold chest, 1 silver chest. Holy crap, damn! This time, the channel completely exploded. It really is her in 1st place. What about the boss? Why is the level 10 boss not on the list? I don't know. It really is me. Women Aren't Ruthless revealed a slight smile on her pretty face, though she looked somewhat puzzled. Where is the boss? Yes, where is the boss? This was the voice of all the job changers at that moment. Is there a possibility that the boss is dead? Don't say that. How could the boss be dead? Exactly. Be careful or the boss might come over and take you out. So what if the boss is stronger than us? With so many monsters, people die every day. If others can die, why can't the boss die? Haven't you noticed? The wealth list doesn't have the boss either. Maybe he really is dead. The crowd, Sigma O_O, asterisk, degree, Omega degree. In the end, after discussion, everyone reached a conclusion. The ruthless killer boss is dead. The boss is dead? How could the boss die so quickly? I haven't even had a chance to cling to the boss's thigh yet. Luo Qingcheng stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place for a long time. She wanted to climb up to the boss and reach the peak of life, but she never expected. The boss isn't dead, stop talking nonsense. Night is Cool couldn't help but interrupt as she looked at the various conspiracy theories being discussed in the channel. If this continued, the boss would be furious when he came out of the secret realm and saw these comments. It's Night is Cool speaking. The crowd immediately fell silent. Night is Cool, if you say the ruthless killer boss is fine, do you have any evidence? Right, if the boss killer is fine, why isn't his name on the leaderboard? Luo Qingcheng quickly asked, do you have any evidence? She was somewhat anxious. A series of questions filled the channel. Some even tried to private message Yi Weiliao, but he ignored them all. Because, the ruthless boss is currently in a secret realm, so the leaderboard has blocked him. Yi Weiliao explained. Everyone, oh I see. I said the boss couldn't possibly be in trouble. That's right, how could a level 10 boss die so easily? Wait, I'm also in a secret realm. Why do I have a ranking on the level leaderboard? I'm in a secret realm too, and I'm on the list. Soon, a group of people raised doubts. Everyone, Yi Weiliao, explain it. Boss, please, we want to know the reason too. Yi Weiliao frowned. You are all in a public secret realm, while the boss is in an independent personal secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? An independent personal secret realm? I haven't even seen a public secret realm, and the boss has already started a personal secret realm? The gap is too big. The boss is indeed the boss, truly exceptional. Sigh, comparing people makes one die, comparing goods makes one throw them away. When can we also be as impressive as the boss? Ha, stop dreaming. The boss has exceptional talent and incredible luck, we can't compare. Let's just grind our little monsters honestly. The boss is fine, hee hee. Luo Qingcheng looked at the screen, jumping up in joy. There's still a chance, I still have a chance. I think we can just go die. Suddenly, an incredibly negative comment drew everyone's attention. What's wrong? Wait, who is this person? Damn, has this person gone mad? Why are they suddenly saying such depressing things? The player with the ID Little Knife Flying was instantly met with a barrage of criticism from most of the others. Have you all forgotten? In a month, no, 25 days, the level 150 boss Moon Beast will bring about destruction. And among us, even if the boss really isn't dead, he's only level 10. In 25 days, we'll barely be at a few dozen levels. As for us, we're only at 20 or 30 levels. With such a huge gap to the Moon Beast, what do we have to fight it? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The analysis was correct. With their current leveling speed, it would only become more difficult as time went on. 20 or 30 levels was already the most ideal state. A few dozen levels leading a group of 20 or 30 levels against a level 150 Moon Beast. What difference would that make? What do we do now? Are we really just going to wait to die? I don't want to die. I just changed jobs and haven't even properly experienced this world yet. It's over, a level 150 boss. That must be a world-destroying existence. We have no chance at all. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope? Everyone, don't be so pessimistic. What hope is there? The gap between us and that Moon Beast is too great, like an ant against an elephant. How could we possibly win? What's the use of saying this now? We should think about how to survive. What can we do? Our strength is nothing in front of the Moon Beast. Isn't there any artifact or secret technique that can make us instantly stronger? Do you think this is a movie? It's not that easy. Just wait to die. Everyone fell into deep panic and despair, unsure of where to go in the future. Even Yi Weiliao was enveloped by an inexplicable fear at that moment. A nameless sense of crisis lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. This was something he had never felt since he began to grow up. It was a catastrophe he could not control. Even if we are no match for the Moon Beasts, we cannot just sit and wait. We need to quickly improve our strength, the woman with a fierce heart said firmly. That's right, we can't just give up. Yi Weiliang also spoke up. But how are we supposed to improve our strength? Time is so tight. Moreover, the number of monsters is limited. It takes a lot of time to find them. If only the number of monsters could double. How is that possible? We can team up to hunt higher level monsters or look for some hidden quests and treasures. If we all work together, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Teaming up to hunt monsters is indeed a solution. But where do we find higher level monsters? We can check out those unexplored areas. Maybe there will be new discoveries, but those places are also very dangerous. If we encounter stronger monsters, we might not even have a chance to escape. Fortune favors the bold. How can we quickly improve our strength without taking risks? That's true, then let's quickly form a team and set off. Everyone began to take action, actively looking for teammates, preparing to challenge higher-level monsters in unknown areas. However, at that moment, another flash of golden light appeared. The divine rules returned. The golden list has descended, resource betting has begun. Area 97 is connecting with Area 198. The chat channels of the two areas are connected. The golden list of the two areas is connected. Connection successful. Resource betting between the two areas has begun. What is this? Resource betting? What does it mean? Everyone looked at the suddenly appearing divine rules, filled with confusion. Golden list connection? Are the leaderboards of the two areas going to merge? The chat channels of the two areas are also connected. Something is definitely happening. Who knows? Let's see how it goes first. They exchanged glances, completely unaware of what this sudden change meant. Yi Weiliang also furrowed his brows, pondering the oddities within. The plan to go to the unknown area to hunt monsters was temporarily shelved. They were all waiting for the divine explanation. Resource betting, the golden list descends after it opens. Mode, every 5 days, both sides will engage in a resource bet, including but not limited to levels, equipment, reputation, etc. Winning side reward will receive half of the resources from the losing side's area. All awakened class changers will have their levels increased by 1, along with various divine rewards. Losing side penalty must provide half of their resources as compensation, and all members will have their levels reduced by 2. Those whose levels do not reach 2 will die directly. Hiss. Upon hearing the divine introduction, everyone gasped. This is too thrilling. Isn't this forcing us to compete with another area? Doubling resources is too satisfying. As long as we win the bet, we won't have to search everywhere for monsters. Leveling up will also be much faster. A group of people became excited. Just the doubling of resources and the level increase for all class changers by 1 was enough to drive people crazy. Not to mention the even more mysterious divine rewards. But what if we lose? That would be a disaster. Everyone's level drops by 2, and those who don't reach level 2 will die directly. The risk is too great. Facing the moon beasts, there will be no chance of turning the tables. We would be beaten to death. Many were worried. What are you afraid of? Maybe they are not as strong as us. I just don't know how strong Area 198 is. At that moment, the chat channels of the two areas shared. Baka, which area are we betting against? Area 97? Are they from our Sakura country? They're from Dragon Country. Baka, they're actually from Dragon Country? Then we've definitely won. Dragon Country is just a bunch of weaklings. In this resource gamble, they will undoubtedly lose. Ha! The people from Dragon Country are probably trembling in fear right now. The job changers from Sakura Country were extremely arrogant, completely disregarding the people from Dragon Country. In their eyes, Dragon Country was still the nation that they bullied and humiliated decades ago, even treating it like a farm. What? They're actually from Sakura Country? When everyone learned that the betting Area 198 was from Sakura Country, the entire Area 97 erupted. Humph, we absolutely cannot lose to them. That's right, we can't lose to anyone. Especially not to the people of Sakura Country. They brought so much disaster and suffering to our country. This time we must let them know the strength of Dragon Country. Thinking back on that history, we cannot take a step back. They're still so arrogant now. We must give them a harsh lesson. National hatred surged in everyone's hearts, instantly inflating their spirits. In an instant, the job changers in Area 97 were filled with fervor. Regardless of whether they had been passive, hesitant, retreating, or desperate before, all their fighting spirit erupted at this moment. Losing to anyone is unacceptable, especially to Sakura Country. This is something that they, who carry the blood of their ancestors, absolutely cannot allow to happen. Yo, are the people from Dragon Country getting anxious? Ha, no matter how angry you get, what can you do? In the face of our great Sakura Country's powerful strength, you can only be crushed. It was true before, it is true now, and it will be true in the future. The job changers from Sakura Country continued to mock arrogantly. In their eyes, the development of Dragon Country relied entirely on luck, with no real strength. Unlike them, who were self-reliant and strong. Just a small country that deserved to be trampled underfoot by their great Sakura Country. Current betting task released. In both areas, the first job changer to reach level 10 wins. A message echoed simultaneously in both regions. The highest level in Dragon Country is only level 6? Ha, they really are weaklings. The job changers from Sakura Country burst into laughter. Our highest level in Sakura Country is already level 8, 2 levels higher than you. What do you have to compare with us? We've definitely won this bet. Look at your pathetic levels, dreaming of competing with our great Sakura Country. It's simply a daydream. Just wait to obediently hand over your resources, then be trampled underfoot by us. At this moment, the level 8 job changer from Sakura Country, Kamayama Watanabe, also spoke up. Everyone, please rest assured, I will reach level 10 as quickly as possible and seize the resources from Dragon Country. Our Sakura Country is forever the most powerful nation in the world. No exceptions. As soon as he finished speaking, the job changers from Sakura Country erupted in cheers. Alright, I support Kamayama-kun. Kamayama-kun is mighty and imposing. Kamayama-kun, take down those Dragon Country people. What are you being so arrogant about at level 8? Our big boss is already level 10. he just hasn't come out of the secret realm yet, and his ranking is blocked. Some began to retort. The other side was simply too arrogant. They were just Japanese people. How dare they? Is that so? Is it really blocked? Or are you just making up lies to deceive yourselves? The people from Dragon Country are indeed low quality. They love to lie. You're talking nonsense. Then call your big boss out. I'll kneel and apologize immediately. You can't call him out, can you? Trash. These little devils are too arrogant. Do they really think we're easy to bully? The Blood Fury warrior's eyes widened in anger, fists clenched tightly. He could imagine the faces behind those people, and it was simply nauseating. The boss is currently in the secret realm. Who knows how to contact him? I really can't stand these little devils anymore. I wish I could just smash them. Night Wei Liang, can you get in touch? Xiao Shuefu and the others were all asking, genuinely furious. A tiny country that had submitted to their dragon kingdom for 1,000 years now dared to defecate on their master's head. It was intolerable. Sorry, I can't reach him for now, Night Wei Liang spoke up. Everyone, calm down, getting angry won't help. We need to come up with a plan to quickly level up. Even if the boss isn't here, we can't let these dogs ride on our heads and defecate. Women are not ruthless, she gritted her teeth and said, yes, we can't be influenced by their words. The boss is right, we shouldn't be swayed by these scum's words. Everyone nodded in agreement and began discussing how to level up in a short time. They all harbored a strong determination in their hearts, vowing to let the people of Sakura Country know in this gamble who the master was and who the dog was. Cough cough. A violent coughing sound echoed in the collapsed passage. Big White Rabbit, Xiao Mei, and Rose covered their noses, struggling to steady themselves amidst the swirling dust. Their eagle-like sharp gazes scanned the surroundings. As the dust gradually settled, his expression turned cold. Is everyone okay? Zhang Chen's voice was steady and powerful. The moment the passage collapsed, he had shattered the falling boulders. Otherwise, the few of them would have been seriously injured. Rose nodded slightly, brushing off the dust from her clothes. It's fine, just that the passage collapsed too suddenly. Now that the passage is completely collapsed, how do we get out? Xiaomei was still a bit shaken. Simple. Big White Rabbit directly summoned several skeleton warriors. You all go clear the passage for me. Big White Rabbit commanded the skeleton warriors to quickly advance toward the other side of the passage. Roar! At that moment, a deafening dragon roar echoed again, this time closer to them. Hurry, it's coming. Get out of the way. Zhang Chen shouted, pulling Rose back quickly. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion, a black dragon suddenly appeared, crashing through the wall and standing before Zhang Chen and the others. Lord, Carl Reynolds race, dragon level, 25, boss, talent skills, dark dragon breath. Carl Reynolds can unleash a devastating black flame breath from his mouth, incinerating all enemies to ashes. Dragon might. Carl Reynolds can release a powerful dragon might, instilling fear and oppression in surrounding creatures, reducing their combat will and mobility. Weak creatures may even lose their ability to act under the influence of dragon might. Dragon's Guardian. When Carl Reynolds senses a lethal threat, Dragon's Guardian will automatically activate. Duration, 5 minutes, cooldown, 12 hours. In the state of Dragon's Guardian, Carl Reynolds will continuously restore health. Description: Carl Reynolds is irritable and extremely fierce, exterminating anyone who intrudes into his territory. Zheng Chen and the others looked at the imposing black dragon, Carl Reynolds, and felt a tightness in their hearts. Its massive body nearly filled the entire passage. Each scale was the size of a palm, with edges sharp as blades. Boss, this monster that's dozens of meters long could probably slap us into meat paste. Xiaomei's face turned a bit pale. She tightly grasped Zhang Chen's arm, her voice trembling slightly. Big White Rabbit and Rose also nervously stared at Carl Reynolds. Not to mention the terrifying million-level health and various powerful abilities, just the 20-story high physique was enough to instill fear in their hearts. They didn't even have the same toe size. Zhang Chen's expression was serious as he stared intently at Carl Reynolds, a level 25 boss, 8 levels higher than him. Soloing it was indeed very difficult. You 4 little bugs who don't know death, how dare you invade my territory? Carl Reynolds' blood-red eyes scanned the crowd. The hot air that burst from its nostrils formed puffs of white smoke, carrying a pungent sulfur smell that made the others feel breathless. What should we do, boss? Rose rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Although Carl Reynolds was a level 25 boss, with attributes that could easily crush her, given the current situation, it was better to fight than to cower. After all, they had no chance of escaping. Their only opportunity was to fight to the death. Big White Rabbit and Xiaomei exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination. Don't be impulsive, Zhang Chen reminded with a frown. Hearing their conversation, Carl Reynolds let out a disdainful laugh. You think you can challenge me? A bunch of ants? With just a slight movement, I can crush you all. It slightly swayed its massive body, causing the ground to tremble. Its claws scraped across the ground, leaving deep grooves. Carl Reynolds raised its head slightly, anger and fury flashing in its blood-red eyes. It took a deep breath, as if the surrounding air was being sucked into its mouth. The entire space instantly fell into a strange oppressive atmosphere. Then, a surge of intense energy began to swell in the depths of its throat. That energy rolled and gathered like volcanic lava about to erupt. Not good, it's the dragon's breath. Quick, dodge. Zhang Chen's face changed dramatically as he shouted. With a deafening roar, Carl Reynolds opened its massive maw. A jet of black flame, like a raging torrent, spewed forth. The dragon's breath carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the air ignited instantly, making a sizzling sound. The rocks and walls it touched melted in an instant, turning into pools of molten lava flowing down. The passageway, under the impact of this powerful dragon's breath, crumbled like a fragile sand sculpture. Stones shattered and flew everywhere. The dragon's breath struck the spot where they had just stood, instantly melting the ground and creating a massive pit. Boom! The tremendous shockwave caused the entire passage to shake violently. In an instant, it collapsed. The four of them fell rapidly downward. Don't panic, steady yourselves, Zhang Chen instructed, immediately using shadow escape, disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Carl Reynolds, aiming for its reverse scale, ready to strike hard. However, before Zhang Chen's attack could land, Carl Reynolds seemed to sense his intent. It suddenly whipped its tail, moving as fast as lightning, creating a powerful gust of wind that struck at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen hurriedly sidestepped to avoid it, but the strong airflow still made him unsteady. Carl Reynolds let out a contemptuous roar. Foolish little bug, do you think such tricks can? Ah! Before it could finish speaking, Carl Reynolds suddenly howled in pain. The real Zhang Chen's figure appeared above its dragon head, and the tyrant's dagger plunged deep into Carl Reynolds' skull. Blood gushed out. Zhang Chen quickly dodged back to avoid being splattered by the blood. After Xiaomei, Rose, and Big White Rabbit landed steadily, they were both shocked and exhilarated by the scene below. Xiaomei exclaimed excitedly, "The boss is amazing. She actually managed to hurt this evil dragon." Rose tightened her grip on her weapon, a spark of battle intent igniting in her eyes. "The boss is strong." A trickle of fresh blood flowed down the scales on the dragon's head, entering the eyes of Carl Reynolds. In an instant, a surge of intense rage erupted from Carl Reynolds' eye sockets. It let out a long howl, flames bursting forth from its entire body. It had been wounded by an ant in its eyes. Although the wound was as tiny as a mosquito bite, its pride was trampled, and it was furious. Roar! Carl Reynolds let out an angry roar. It turned its neck, the blood-red vertical pupils locking onto Zhang Chen. "Despicable insect! How dare you ambush me?" Carl Reynolds' mouth slowly twisted. Waves of powerful dragon breath surged from its mouth, heading straight for Zhang Chen. The dragon flames were so hot they could burn the air to nothing. Facing this attack head-on, Zhang Chen would either die or be severely injured. Dash! Zhang Chen activated his dash skill, his figure turning into an afterimage. He quickly dodged the blow. Damage taken, 2,312. What terrifying heat! Even without facing the dragon flames directly, Zhang Chen felt as if he were about to be evaporated. "Ant, how many times can you dodge?" Carl Reynolds' voice was deep and cold. Waves of dragon flames shot out madly towards Zhang Chen as if they were free. The scorching flames intertwined in the space, creating a terrifying sea of fire. Zhang Chen used his ghostly agility to continuously evade. However, as the dragon flames kept attacking, the temperature around him rose sharply, even distorting the space. Damage taken, 4,532. Damage taken, 2,144. Zhang Chen's health points were continuously decreasing. If it weren't for the red gear he wore, each instance of high temperature damage would have exceeded 10,000 points. Even if he wasn't hit directly, he would still be roasted into jerky. I must get closer to him. Despite his health continuously dropping, Zhang Chen remained very calm. While dodging the dragon flames, he observed Carl Reynolds' movements. Xiaomei, Rose, and the Big White Rabbit watched anxiously from the side. Yet they dared not approach recklessly, fearing they would be caught in the dragon flames. "We can't just watch like this. We need to find a way to help." "How can we help? Wouldn't we just be a hindrance?" Carl Reynolds watched Zhang Chen struggling to escape the dragon flames, a mocking smile on its face. This feeling of teasing an ant from a high position was delightful. It increased the output of the dragon flames, trying to eliminate this annoying little bug as quickly as possible. "Oomph, let's see how long you can keep dodging." The dragon flames continued to surge forth. "This guy pauses for nearly a second after every 3 breaths of dragon fire. That's my chance to counterattack." Using his eagle eye skill, Zhang Chen clearly captured Carl Reynolds' movements. He knew that if he seized this opportunity, he might be able to turn the tide. While continuing to dodge the dragon flames nimbly, Zhang Chen silently calculated Carl Reno's attack rhythm in his mind. After Carl Renos unleashed 3 more dragon flames, the brief pause suddenly arrived. Now's the time. Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened. Like an arrow released from a bow, he charged towards Carl Renos. He pushed his dash skill to the limit, combined with the 150% speed boost from the red gear, Dragon Shadow Boots. Zhang Chen's speed surpassed 350% of his original speed, so fast that he was almost untraceable. He weaved through the gaps in the dragon flames, rapidly approaching Carl Renos. The tyrant's dagger in his hand stabbed unceremoniously at Carl Renos' reverse scale. Dragon Might Suppression. A powerful dragon soul pressure was released. The area of dragon might suppression dealt damage directly to the soul, unavoidable. Zhang Chen felt his body sink, his movements instinctively pausing. Not good. Just that momentary pause allowed Carl Renos to seize the opportunity. The scorching flames surged towards Zhang Chen like a raging torrent. At this moment, he was suppressed by the dragon might, his body slowed, making evasion extremely difficult. Boom! The surging dragon flames struck solidly at the spot where Zhang Chen had just been. In an instant, the rocks shattered, and the ground was melted into a massive deep pit, with scorching magma flowing everywhere. As the smoke and dust cleared, Zhang Chen's trace had vanished from the sight. Carl Reynolds' enormous body swayed slightly, and a cruel light flickered in his blood-red eyes. Humph, insignificant little bug, you have ultimately turned to ashes. He was certain that Zhang Chen had been reduced to ashes beneath that violent dragon flame. Just as Carl Reynolds was feeling triumphant, a scream unexpectedly rolled out from his throat. Scarlet blood gushed forth like a fountain from Carl Reynolds' left eye. Zhang Chen, wielding the tyrant's dagger, had stabbed out his eye. How could you? How could you not be dead? The intense pain from his eye made Carl Reynolds roar repeatedly, trembling all over. He couldn't understand. Why hadn't his dragon breath killed this filthy bug before him? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of little Mei, who was gasping for breath, and nodded slightly. At the moment the dragon breath was about to hit him, little Mei had used her holy protection on him. 10 seconds of absolute defense had blocked the dragon breath. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust stirred up by the dragon flames, while Carl Reynolds was still reveling in his triumph, he had plunged the tyrant's dagger deep into his eye. I will kill you, die for me. The furious roars continued to spew from Carl Reynolds' mouth. He had been harmed by an ant. His noble dragon eye had been pierced by the opponent, driving him into a frenzy of hatred. You filthy reptile dared to harm my king. You deserve to die. Die. Is that so? Zhang Chen gently twisted the dagger. The nerves in his eye were cut again, sending a piercing pain throughout his body. Carl Reynolds stopped roaring due to the intense pain. Blood gushed like a waterfall from his blinded eye, staining a large area of the ground red. His massive body convulsed uncontrollably, crashing into everything around him. It seemed that this was the only way to barely alleviate the excruciating pain from his nerves. Bang bang bang, the once magnificent castle collapsed under his wild thrashing, with debris flying everywhere. Little Mei, the white rabbit, and Rose kept dodging the falling rubble. That eye-piercing technique of yours is always effective. I want to try it next time, the white rabbit said, watching Zhang Chen stab the dagger into Carl Reynolds' left eye, rubbing her hands together. That strike was so cool. She also hoped to possess such impressive skills. The blind dragon should be easier to deal with now, Rose said, gazing at Zhang Chen's back, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Damage minus 219,879. Blood loss minus 45,831. Damage minus 198,754. Blood loss minus 78,650. Divine Fall critical hit minus 392,011. Blood loss minus 10,821. Divine Fall critical hit minus 345,198. Taking advantage of Carl Reynolds' frenzied state, Zhang Chen continued to attack, dealing astonishing damage numbers and rapidly lowering his health. Although Carl Reynolds had a thick health pool, in the millions, he couldn't withstand being stabbed so many times. His health dropped to about 60%. This battle is going even smoother than I expected. A faint smile curved Zhang Chen's lips. Without Little Mei's holy protection, although he could have dodged that attack, achieving such results would have been utterly impossible. The best outcome would have been a mutual stalemate. In this battle, Little Mei had made a tremendous contribution. This was the power of having an overpowered teammate. Damn filthy bug. However, Carl Reynolds was, after all, a powerful lord. He finally began to regain some clarity from his frenzied state and started to calm down. Its IQ was not low. It sensed that it was in life-threatening danger. It immediately launched a counterattack. Carl Reynolds took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and pain within. It knew that it could not be swayed by emotions at this moment. Only now did he start to take this little bug seriously. "You little brat, you've angered me." It let out a deafening roar. "I will grind you into meat paste." A series of fierce attacks came crashing down like a storm. The earth trembled, magma churned, as if the end of the world had arrived. Useless. Zheng Chen remained calm, dodging the opponent's onslaught with an air of leisure. At the same time, he used his agility to engage in close combat, occasionally launching sneak attacks. Damage 125,874. Damage 131,025. Damage 218,761. Blood loss 12,546. Each of Zhang Chen's sneak attacks left a wound on Carl Reynolds. Although the wounds were not large, they continuously drained the dragon's health. The boss's health has already been worn down to 37% by the big shot. The big white rabbit rubbed its hands excitedly, its gaze fixed on the fierce battle between the two. At this rate, this boss will be ground to death by the big shot. I guess, in less than 5 minutes, the big shot will win. Looking at it this way, this level 25 boss doesn't seem so scary. It feels weak. It's not that the level 25 boss is weak, it's that the big shot is too strong. What a cunning little bug. Carl Reynolds grew increasingly furious. The opponent kept engaging him in close combat, forcing his dragon breath to be unusable, and he could only attack with his claws. At the same time, taking advantage of its small target size and high agility, it slipped away like a loach, making it impossible for him to even touch it, let alone inflict damage. This left him feeling extremely frustrated. Clearly, with just one hit, he could annihilate the little bug, yet he had no way to deal with it at all. "I can't drag this out any longer. My health has already dropped below 40%. If I keep passively taking hits like this, I will be worn down to death. I must change my strategy, otherwise, I might really die here." Carl Reynolds felt his vitality continuously ebbing away. In this situation, he had to find a solution. "Burn, my dragon blood. Roar." With Carl Reynolds' dragon roar, 6 fiery star patterns appeared on his forehead. His scales began to emit a strange glow, and a powerful energy surged within him. In an instant, Carl Reynolds was enveloped in searing dragon flames, transforming into the Lord of Flames. The raging flames swept through like a storm, the surrounding air crackling from the heat. Carl Reynolds' massive body resembled a moving volcano, exuding a terrifying aura that chilled the bones. Zhang Chen, who had been engaged in close combat, was forced to distance himself from Carl Reynolds. "Damn fly!" Carl Reynolds roared. Boom! The ground shook violently, large chunks of rock were hurled into the air, and columns of magma shot up into the sky, piercing the heavens. The scorching magma splashed everywhere like a fountain, turning everything it touched into scorched earth. Xiaomei, Rose, and the big white rabbit watched in terror, hurriedly dodging the splattering magma. "How are we supposed to fight this? We can't get close and can only passively take hits." The big white rabbit's face turned pale. They had no way to counter it at all. Even Zhang Chen frowned, clearly feeling somewhat helpless. Carl Reynolds was engulfed in dragon flames, and it was evidently no longer possible to engage in close combat to wear down his health. "Die for me!" Carl Reynolds roared, manipulating the magma columns to continuously attack Zheng Chen and the others. The magma fell like a torrential rain, enveloping the entire space in a scorching atmosphere. Zheng Chen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly activated his speed skill to dodge the attacks of the magma pillars. However, the number of magma pillars was overwhelming, and their coverage was vast. Although he could evade the attacks of the pillars, he was occasionally splashed by the flying magma, causing his health to steadily decline. Fortunately, with Xiaomei's healing spells, he maintained peak condition. Xiaomei, Rose, and the white rabbit were also desperately dodging the attacks of the magma pillars. Being on the edge and with almost all the aggro drawn to Zhang Chen, they could have launched an attack otherwise. "Pitiful ants, do you think you can keep dodging forever? I will turn you to ashes in this searing magma," Carl Reynolds roared angrily. The magma pillars shot up into the sky, seemingly endless. Zhang Chen's expression grew serious. He knew that dodging like this was not a solution and that he had to find a way to break the deadlock quickly. While evading the magma attacks, he used his eagle eye skill to observe Carl Reynolds' every move, searching for its weakness. Xiaomei was also fully focused on her healing spells, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She was extremely anxious but dared not slack off for a moment. "What should we do? We can't help at all." Rose and the white rabbit nervously looked around, searching for any opportunity to exploit. But with their current strength, moving forward would only lead to their demise. Let's see how long you can hold on." Carl Reynolds intensified the attacks of the magma pillars, covering the entire space with scorching magma. Zhang Chen's dodging space grew smaller, and the situation became increasingly dire. White Rabbit summoned skeleton warriors to attack from different angles. Suddenly, Zheng Chen issued a battle command. he had already discovered the way to break the situation. Although Carl Reynolds' magma pillars were powerful, they did not erupt continuously. There was an attack interval every 3 seconds, and as long as they seized this opportunity, they could close in. The problem was that once they got close, Carl Reynolds was surrounded by dragon flames, making it impossible to launch an attack. The only way was to wear him down. The best targets for consumption were naturally the skeleton warriors. Yes, the White Rabbit responded. Skeleton warriors, obey my command. She recited the incantation. Instantly, dozens of skeleton warriors were summoned and charged towards Carl Reynolds. Although these skeleton warriors were not strong, their numbers were overwhelming. Under the White Rabbit's command, they spread out and rushed towards the evil dragon from different directions. Stinking insects, die! Carl Reynolds looked at these weak skeleton warriors with disdain, snorting coldly and unleashing a breath of dragon fire. In an instant, the few skeleton warriors at the front were turned to ashes. In his enormous dragon eyes, there was a kingly contempt. Carl Reynolds did not regard the skeleton warriors at all. However, the skeleton warriors did not retreat. They continued to charge towards Carl Reynolds one after another. One wave had not settled before another arose. One by one, the skeleton warriors rushed towards the evil dragon Carl Reynolds without pause. Such worthless insects, it doesn't matter how many there are. Carl Reynolds sneered, crossing his claws, and 2 blazing fireballs appeared out of thin air, smashing towards the oncoming skeleton warriors. Bang! The fireballs collided with the skeleton warriors' bones, exploding. A burst of sparks erupted, and countless flames shot out. The sparks flew everywhere, igniting the surrounding plants and animals, with flames leaping wildly. This guy's dragon fire is indeed weakening rapidly. As the skeleton warriors continued to fall, Zhang Chen keenly noticed the light of fire on Carl Reynolds gradually dimming. This was exactly the result he needed. White Rabbit, keep entangling him. Xiaomei, give me a speed boost. Zhang Chen surveyed the situation, calmly directing the battle. All the possible strength must be mobilized. Alright, boss. The big White Rabbit gritted its teeth, fully focused on directing the skeleton warriors to continuously assault Carl Reynolds. Little Mei was also concentrated, doing her utmost to provide healing spells for Zhang Chen. Boss, then I. Rose wanted to say something, but ultimately held her words back. Why am I still not level 10? I can't help at all. She clenched her fist in frustration. If it weren't for the huge level gap, she would have charged in long ago. Very good, the dragon flames are weak enough. With the armor on me, I can launch a strong attack. Despite the skeleton warriors continuously falling under the dragon's attacks, they still surged forward like a tide, giving Carl Reynolds no chance to catch his breath. The dragon flames surrounding Carl Reynolds had not dissipated, but they had weakened by nearly 60 to 70%. Shadow Strike! Zhang Chen shouted softly, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, merging into the darkness. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost beside Carl Reynolds. Easy damage taken, 12,986. Damage taken, 57,923. Healing received, health restored, 3,413. Healing received, health restored, 5,421. Zhang Chen bore the damage brought by the dragon flames, and the tyrant's dagger in his hand stabbed fiercely towards the evil dragon with a sharp momentum. Damn bug. You won't hurt me again. Once is enough, twice is too much. Carl Reynolds sensed the danger approaching and roared in anger. It suddenly twisted its head and opened its mouth to spew dragon flames. Boom, the scorching dragon flames burst forth. But Zhang Chen's speed was extremely fast. The tyrant's dagger accurately struck its body. Crimson blood gushed out once more. With Little Mei's healing and the big White Rabbit's skeleton warriors holding it back, the balance of this battle has tilted in my favor. Zhang Chen pressed the attack, wildly swinging the tyrant's dagger, leaving hundreds of terrifying scars on Carl Reynolds' chest. This bug dares to attack while enduring my dragon flames. Carl Reynolds felt intense pain, roaring continuously, its dragon tail sweeping, smashing all the surrounding skeleton warriors to pieces. However, during this time, it still couldn't shake off Zhang Chen's attacks. Zhang Chen unleashed various techniques, continuously dealing damage to Carl Reynolds. The dragon flames have disappeared. Rose watched the changes in the dragon flames on Carl Reynolds, unable to help but exclaim, "That's right." Excitement flickered in the big White Rabbit's eyes. Without the dragon flames, the boss should be able to kill this evil dragon without taking any damage. Few Little Mei let out a sigh of relief. While casting healing spells for the boss, her spirit had been tense, and her strength was severely depleted. She was now utterly exhausted. As Carl Reynolds' momentum decreased, Zhang Chen pressed the attack even more, forcing it to retreat step by step. Soon, Carl Reynolds' health was directly forced down to 15%. If this continued, it would be impossible for it to escape the fate of falling. Bug. Carl Reynolds roared in anger, its health continuously declining. It had never imagined it would be pushed to such a state by a tiny human. In the name of the dragon, I command the beasts. Carl Reynolds let out a thunderous roar, its voice containing powerful magic. In an instant, the ground began to tremble. Rock lizards broke through the earth. These rock lizards were covered in thick, rock-like scales. They were pitch black all over, with their eyes glowing a ghostly blue. Tear them apart for me. Carl Reynolds' roar echoed in the air. Those rock lizards surged forward like a black torrent towards Zhang Chen and the others. They were his minions. On ordinary days, Carl Reynolds looked down on their bloodline, never allowing them to step into his castle even a single step. Today, forced by circumstances, he actively summoned them to fight for him. Zhang Chen frowned tightly. The beasts were coming, and they would be instantly at a disadvantage. Xiaomei, Rose, and the White Rabbit also grew tense. They all looked to Zhang Chen, waiting for his instructions. Although these rock lizards were not high level, generally around level 6 or 7, their numbers were overwhelming. Once entangled, they would create an opportunity for Carl Reynolds to counterattack. Without Zhang Chen, the White Rabbit and the others would undoubtedly perish. Skeleton warriors, charge! Dozens of skeleton warriors charged fearlessly, blocking the rock lizards in front of them. Overestimating yourselves. A single skeleton warrior could block 1 or 2 rock lizards, but could it hold back 10 or dozens? The answer was clearly no. The swarm of rock lizards pushed forward, easily destroying everything in their path, unstoppable. Crack, crack! The skeleton warriors shattered one by one, turning into a sky of scattered bones on the ground. The White Rabbit's face turned pale. Summoning these dozens of skeleton warriors had nearly drained her mental energy, leaving her with no ability to resist. What to do? What to do? Her mind was in chaos. Insignificant humans, these rock lizards will tear you to pieces, and I will watch you struggle in despair. Carl Reynolds' dragon wings flapped, his body coiling in midair, dragon flames raging forth. In an instant, the four were in an absolute disadvantage. Zhang Chen calmly observed his surroundings. Even though he was strong, able to take down a rock lizard with a single strike, facing hundreds or thousands of them was overwhelming. It was impossible to clear them out quickly. As long as we take care of Carl Reynolds, these rock lizards will retreat. The crisis for the White Rabbit and the others can be resolved, but the opponent's innate skills. Let's give it a try. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, ignoring the rock lizards, his gaze fixed intensely on Carl Reynolds. Do you still dare to target me? Seeing this, Carl Reynolds' anger flared even more. Phantom clone technique. 2 Zhang Chens appeared simultaneously, making it difficult to discern the real from the fake. They moved like lightning, charging towards Carl Reynolds. Carl Reynolds widened his eyes, roaring in anger, a mere trick, daring to show off before me. It suddenly unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon flames, attempting to eliminate both Zhang Chens at once. However, Zhang Chen was already prepared. The two figures skillfully dodged the dragon flames, constantly changing positions, making it hard for Carl Reynolds to lock onto a target. One Zhang Chen deliberately attracted Carl Reynolds' attention while the other took the opportunity to circle behind it. Now's the time, Zhang Chen thought to himself. The Zhang Chen that had circled behind Carl Reynolds instantly activated his sprint skill, rushing towards it at incredible speed. The tyrant's dagger stabbed fiercely at Carl Reynolds' vital spot. Carl Reynolds sensed the danger, but it was too late to evade. The tyrant's dagger plunged deep into its body, blood gushing out once more. Damn humans! Carl Reynolds roared in pain, thrashing its body wildly, trying to shake Zhang Chen off. But Zhang Chen held tightly onto the tyrant's dagger, continuously increasing the force of his attack. Divine Strike critical hit -313,413. Blood flow -42,314. In almost a breath, Carl Reynolds' health was reduced to 10%. Just 2 more critical hits and it will die. Zhang Chen's mind raced, but his movements did not slow down, delivering 2 heavy slashes onto Carl Reynolds. Ding! A brilliant halo suddenly appeared. Zhang Chen felt a terrifying force hit him, his body jolting violently, almost shattering his palm. He instinctively retreated a good distance to shake off this force. Dragon's Guardian. As expected, staring at the brilliant halo surrounding Carl Reynolds, Zhang Chen let out a faint sigh. He had originally thought to use the power of the Godfall critical strike to see if he could take down Carl Reynolds without triggering Dragon's Guardian. Now it seemed he was overthinking it. After Dragon's Guardian was triggered, the originally low health Carl Reynolds was rapidly recovering. In just a few breaths, his health surged from 10% to 20%. At this rate, in 5 minutes, he could recover to around 70%, or even back to peak condition. Zhang Chen's expression turned serious. He had to admit that Carl Reynolds' passive talent skill was extraordinary. It was like putting on a resurrection armor, 2 lives. Damn bug, forcing me to this extent.
Although Carl Reynolds was weak in breath at the moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, brimming with ferocity and gloom. A skill he thought he would never use in his life was forced out by an ant. It was simply a disgrace.
I will kill you.
Boom, he opened his mouth and unleashed a searing dragon flame. However, in the face of Carl Reynolds' fierce words, Zhang Chen simply ignored him. Using shadow escape, he abandoned the confrontation.
He flew towards the direction of the White Rabbit and the others.
Now was not the time to tangle with Carl Reynolds. Temporarily helping the White Rabbit and others clear the rock lizards was the priority. Those rock lizards had already closed in on Xiaomei, Rose, and the White Rabbit.
In their current state, once completely surrounded, they would undoubtedly die.
If you want to touch them, you have to step over my dead body. Rose stood at the forefront, one hand gripping a shield, the other holding a sword, her delicate figure standing tall and straight, her eyes revealing intense battle intent. One man at the gate can hold back 10,000. Now, the White Rabbit was exhausted, and Xiaomei, being a priest, had no combat ability.
It was time for her to step up for everyone. Furious slash.
Rose swung her long sword. Her body cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, like a bolt of lightning tracing a perfect arc as she charged towards the rock lizards.
Bang bang bang, the heads of 3 rock lizards exploded instantly.
Blood mixed with brain matter splattered on the ground, the scene gruesome to the extreme. Ding, you have slain 3 rock lizards. Your level has increased to level 10. Ding, your level has increased to level 10. The Paladin exclusive talent, Holy Radiance, begins to upgrade.
Upgrade successful, you have gained the Holy Light domain. Skill effect, the Paladin releases a brilliant Holy Radiance, spreading outward from themselves to form a holy domain. It deals continuous high holy damage to all enemies within the area, with additional damage to evil beings and dark-type enemies.
Area-type casting skills will convert into area damage, with unchanged damage, lasting for 5 minutes, and a cooldown of 1 hour.
I'm level 10?
Rose was ecstatic. Seeing the description of her skill left her stunned. The skill transformed into a domain, turning a single target skill into an area damage skill. This meant that as long as they were within her domain, there was little difference between a group of enemies and a single enemy.
Unmatched area attack.
Her heart raced, excitement making it hard to calm down. Previously, due to her low level, she had not been very useful in grinding monsters with the big shots.
Now, it was her stage. I finally have a place to shine.
She tightened her grip on the long sword, her gaze fixed intensely on the continuously surging rock lizards.
Holy Light domain, activate.
With a low shout from Rose, a brilliant holy light suddenly illuminated a 10-meter radius around her. Bathed in the soft glow, she seemed to don a layer of light golden veil. An incredibly sacred power permeated the air as she slowly raised her long sword. A beam of divine light shot from the tip of her sword.
Furious slash.
Boom, like a thunderclap in a clear sky. A beam of light capable of annihilating everything shot into the sky. The power of this move was not just 100 times stronger than before. Wherever it passed, there were cries of anguish and screams.
Blood splattered, and heads flew into the air, rolling to the ground. In just a few blinks, dozens of rock-headed lizards in the realm of divine light were all taken down.
Rose, how did you do that?
So amazing.
The White Rabbit and the others gasped in surprise, covering their mouths. They could hardly imagine that with just her own strength, Rose had effortlessly dealt with dozens of rock-headed lizards in one strike.
Was Furious Slash this powerful? Wasn't it a single target damage skill? Rose is awesome, Xiaomei exclaimed sincerely.
They had thought they were doomed. Yet, Rose had instantly eliminated all the approaching enemies with a single sword strike. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance.
Ah, of course.
Hearing the praise, Rose smiled like a blooming flower and continued her assault.
Holy Radiance, Furious Slash, so that's how it is. Zhang Chen, who was preparing to come to the rescue, squinted at the scene.
Rose, having comprehended Holy Radiance, transformed into a killing machine in group battles, as long as the monsters they faced weren't too overwhelmingly powerful. Basically, whoever came into contact with her would die. Zhang Chen turned and locked onto Carl Reynolds again. With Rose around, the crisis posed by these rock-headed lizards was temporarily resolved. Therefore, his task was singular: eliminate the biggest boss, Carl Reynolds.
Carl Reynolds, the light of the Dragon Guardian still dazzling, had his health continuously recovering.
Ultimately, his health restored to 85% of its initial value.
It was akin to a full resurrection.
He let out a series of roars, glaring at Zhang Chen with his crimson pupils. His fleshy wings flapped wildly as he charged towards Rose. This lowly insect had cost him a life.
Blood must be spilled in the air. What a twisted skill mechanism.
Zhang Chen scoffed, continuing to lock onto Carl Reynolds. He knew how formidable this boss was. However, he had completely grasped the opponent's skill characteristics and combat style.
So, just wait to die. I can be this strong too. Killing so many enemies at once made Rose a bit excited. Divine Light Realm, Furious Slash. Skills were unleashed one after another, and within her realm, rock-headed lizards were beheaded. A large amount of experience points and attribute points floated out. Rose felt invigorated. Ding! You have successfully leveled up to level 11. Level up again. Her eyes lit up. Level 11, she had surpassed Xiaomei and the White Rabbit, who had been ahead of her. Bring it on! Keep going! Rose became more and more excited as she killed, as if she were an inexhaustible killing machine, with rock-headed lizards falling one after another under the cover of holy radiance. The White Rabbit and Xiaomei were also busy. Healing spells continuously fell on Zhang Chen and Rose, quickly restoring their stamina and injuries. After a brief rest, the White Rabbit summoned several skeleton warriors again. They guarded her and Xiaomei, seeking only to protect themselves, not to kill enemies. The situation gradually became clear. The combination of Rose's realm and the skeleton soldiers was simply flawless. Zhang Chen's battle against Carl Renus also became more effortless. Although Carl Renus' health had recovered, his skills were still on cooldown. Without Dragon Flame protection, relying solely on Dragon Breath and Dragon Might could not inflict fatal damage on Zhang Chen. Instead, every strike from Zhang Chen brought immense pressure to him. Divine Fall critical hit minus 245,146. Blood flow minus 76,242. Damage minus 126,763. Carl Reynolds roared in anger. It tried every possible way to attack Zhang Chen, but he dodged all of them. Damn it! What the hell is this guy? He was furious. As a dignified king of the dragon race, he couldn't do anything to a mere ant. Damage minus 152,311. Critical hit minus 349,813. Blood loss minus 8,789. Good, his health has been reduced to 20% again. Zhang Chen, holding the tyrant's dagger, continuously harvested the opponent's life. Carl Reynolds, who had just recovered 85% of his health, quickly fell close to death under Zhang Chen's relentless high-intensity attacks. In that moment, Carl Reynolds was visibly panicked. The Dragon's Guardian had been triggered. He had no second life. At this moment, he truly felt the threat of death. No, absolutely not. I have to escape. I don't want to die here. Carl Reynolds shook his head violently. He realized, faced with Zhang Chen, he had no chance of winning. Escape! While there was still a glimmer of hope, he had to flee. Abandoning his castle was shameful, but it was better than losing his life. Otherwise, he would end up like other lizards, completely torn apart and devoured. With this thought, he quickly turned his massive dragon body and fled into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Chen's eyes flickered. He had long suspected the opponent's thoughts, but now, wanting to escape, didn't he think it was too late? With a flick of his wrist, the tyrant's dagger glimmered coldly. He clung tightly to Carl Reynolds. Stay with me. With a crack, the tyrant's dagger pierced into the dragon's body. Dragon scales shattered, blood gushed, and Carl Reynolds let out a painful scream. Ah! I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. Carl Reynolds roared in anger, but he dared not stay, as staying meant death. He twisted his body frantically. Spiraling 360 degrees into the sky, he tried to shake Zhang Chen off. A gust of wind howled past Zhang Chen's ears, blowing his hair wildly, almost blinding him. Yet, he still held tightly to the tyrant's dagger. The more violently Carl Reynolds struggled, the tighter Zhang Chen's grip became. His entire right arm was nearly numb, but the smile at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced. Get off! Let go! Let me go! Carl Reynolds shrieked. He twisted his body with all his might, hoping to escape this damned prey. Unfortunately, Zhang Chen clung to him like a fish stuck to a sticky board, unable to break free. The tyrant's dagger sank deeper into the dragon's skin. With each thrust, it continuously inflicted damage on Carl Reynolds. Damage minus 133,421. Damage minus 176,822. Health 10%, health 8%, health 6%. Carl Reynolds' health kept decreasing. Bastard! Let me go! You little ant, you're seeking death. Carl Reynolds was terrified, struggling desperately, but his struggles were destined to be in vain. Critical hit minus 321,411. Blood loss minus 123,456. Health 3%. Critical hit minus 349,822. Blood loss minus 7,973. Damage minus 124,563. Health 2%, health 1%, health 0%. The tyrant's dagger plunged deeply into Carl Reynolds' dragon spine. A spray of blood erupted. Carl Reynolds let out a mournful wail. He used all his strength to thrash his body,
watching helplessly as he lost the last bit of his health. Bang! Carl Reynolds crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His massive body lay sprawled on the ground, his blood-red eyes gradually losing their luster, the breath of life completely dissipating. Ha! It's over! Zhang Chen's gaze was fixed on the corpse of Carl Reynolds, and he slowly exhaled, his taut nerves finally relaxing. This battle had been somewhat difficult. However, it had gone relatively smoothly. With Carl Reynolds' death, the rock lizards he summoned instantly lost their backbone. They scattered and fled in panic. They're retreating! Xiaomei took a deep breath and plopped down on the ground, sweat soaking her clothes, fully revealing her graceful figure. In a rather unrefined manner, she pulled out a large chicken leg and began to eat voraciously. The big white rabbit showed a hint of a tired smile, leaning against a skeletal warrior, breathing slightly heavily. "We won," she said softly, her voice tinged with emotion. So refreshing. Rose, covered in blood, exuded a different kind of heroism. She watched the fleeing rock lizards, her blood-dripping longsword trembling slightly in her hand. "I'm not weak. Every profession has its strengths." She took a deep breath, feeling the fatigue and satisfaction after the battle. This fight made her truly realize her own power, no longer lost in self-doubt, firmly believing that she should be like this. "We coordinated very well in this battle," Zhang Chen nodded slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation. "Everyone performed exceptionally. Especially you, Rose, your divine light domain played a crucial role at a critical moment." Xiaomei, while gnawing on the chicken leg, mumbled, "Rose, you're amazing. With you around, we don't have to worry about being surrounded by monsters anymore." The big white rabbit also said excitedly, "Yeah, Rose, you're now our ultimate weapon." Rose felt a bit shy from everyone's praise. She waved her hand and said, "This is the result of everyone's joint effort." Zhang Chen's lips curled up slightly. In this battle, aside from himself, all the teammates had indeed displayed extraordinary abilities, each showcasing their unique skills. Such a team was truly rare. "Ding, you have slain the level 25 boss Carl Reynolds. Congratulations, you have obtained level 20. Zhang Chen felt immensely pleased. 20 levels in 5 days, who else could do that? In his previous life, he had barely reached level 7 or 8 by this time. Even the fastest levelers were only at level 9 or 10. Those with weaker abilities probably didn't even reach level 21 by the end of the 30-day countdown. Truly worthy of being a level 25 boss, the experience points are indeed plentiful, comparable to a level 30 elite monster. Of course, the six-fold team buff is indispensable. The terror of the six-fold team buff truly revealed itself as time went on. Turning 1 into 2 was nothing, but turning 1 million into 6 million, 10 million into 60 million, 100 million into 600 million. This was the incredibly terrifying stacking effect. My talent skill has leveled up again. Talent skill, Godfall level 3, critical hit. Each attack has a 70% chance to deal a critical hit, 100% critical hit on back attacks. Additional effect, each critical hit increases the damage of the next attack by 150%, speed by 150%, and attack frequency by 150%. Additional attribute blood flow, each time you deal damage to an enemy, it will cause the enemy to enter a bleeding state, continuously losing health, lasting for 10 seconds each time. Not bad, Zhang Chen nodded. At first glance, his talent skill might not seem as powerful as other hidden professions, but combined with his profession, it was undoubtedly synonymous with the Grim Reaper, possessing extreme lethality. Anyone targeted by him would be unable to eat or sleep peacefully, scared to death. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Red Equipment *1, Dragon Core *1, Dragon Blood *1. Detected that the host has received rewards, 6-fold team buff activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 Red Equipment, 6 Dragon Cores, and 6 Dragon Blood. Red Equipment, excellent Dragon Scale Armor, crafted from the dragon scales of Carl Reynolds, indestructible. Increases the wearer's physical strength by 60% and power by 30%. Special attributes, 70% damage immunity, triggers Dragon Scale Rebound upon being attacked, rebounding 60% of the damage. Not bad, wear it. Zhang Chen did not hesitate and immediately changed his outfit. Red Equipment, Fine Dragon Breath Staff *2, formed from the Dragon Breath power of Carl Reynolds, containing powerful magical energy. Holding this staff increases mental power by 40% and speed by 20%. Special attributes, casting speed of the caster is increased by 200%, and consumption is reduced by 20%. Red Equipment, Fine Dragon Flame Spear. Forged from the Dragon Flame power of Carl Reynolds, the spear emits a blazing light. Increases the user's power by 60%. Special attributes, attack carries a Dragon Flame Explosion effect,
dealing an additional 30% area damage to surrounding enemies, and reducing their movement speed by 50% and attack speed by 5%. These 3 pieces of equipment have explosive attributes, but unfortunately, I can't use them. They would fit perfectly with Big White Rabbit, Xiaomei, and Rose. Whether it was the Dragon Breath Staff or the Dragon Flame Spear, they did not match his assassin profession. He decided to keep them for later. Red equipment, excellent Dragon Wing Boots. Meticulously crafted from the wing materials of Carl Reynolds, the boots have a cool appearance, with dragon wing patterns faintly visible on them. Increases the wearer's movement speed by 70%. Special attributes. Activates flight ability for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Flight ability? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The ability to fly was definitely an extremely overpowered existence. A significant increase in speed and agility provided a huge advantage in both offense and evasion. Just this flight ability alone could rival most golden equipment. Equip it. For the last piece of red equipment, I wonder if I can get a main weapon. Zhang Chen looked at the tyrant's dagger in his hand, which had only 5% durability left, feeling a bit hopeful. If Carl Reynolds had lasted a bit longer, the outcome of the battle might have been rewritten. At the very least, he would have had a great chance to escape. Red equipment, fine dragon chant helmet, carefully crafted from the dragon scales and horns of Carl Reynolds. Wearing this helmet increases the wearer's mental power by 40% and physical strength by 40%. Special attributes. When the wearer is attacked, there is a 50% chance to trigger the dragon chant, stunning the enemy for 3 seconds and reducing their attack power and movement speed by 15%. This helmet is quite good. It gives me another piece of equipment. It's a pity that the main weapon didn't drop, which is a bit disappointing. 3 seconds of being stunned. For a top assassin, that could basically be a death sentence for the opponent. But he almost got a main weapon. An assassin without a weapon, can they still be called an assassin? If possible, he would be willing to trade 2 pieces of red equipment for a main weapon. Check the attributes of Dragon Blood in Dragon Core. Dragon Core, formed from the essence of the dragon race, containing immense dragon power and mysterious magical runes, can be used to enhance equipment quality and strengthen skill effects. Dragon Blood, the essence of dragon life, when used, can amplify the user's attributes by 150%, restore 50% health, and can be fed to pets, with a chance to grant them dragon lineage. Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. What a good thing. Really good stuff. I wouldn't trade these 2 for red equipment. Zhang Chen's heart raced. This time, he truly hit the jackpot. The effects of the Dragon Core and Dragon Blood were simply extraordinary. The equipment can still be enhanced later on, but the skills are basically fixed, making it nearly impossible to upgrade or evolve them. The Dragon Core turns the impossible into possible. As for Dragon Blood, it is like a weakened version of the Dragon's Guardian. At critical moments in battle, it can save lives. This Dragon Blood and Dragon Core are rare treasures. Even a level 100 dragon boss might not drop them. It all depends on luck. And now, he has 6 of each. This is 6 times the luck value. Awesome. No need to use the Dragon Core to upgrade red gear. That would be a pure waste. Red gear is indeed a very advanced and powerful equipment at this time. But with his current upgrade speed, red gear will soon be outdated. Using the Dragon Core to enhance equipment is just a huge waste. Upgrade Shadow Escape. Zhang Chen quickly made his decision. The higher the skill level, the more Dragon Cores are consumed. 6 Dragon Cores may seem like a lot, but upgrading the A-level skill Phantom Clone Technique and Shadow Assault to S-level is simply impossible. The improvement to his strength would also be limited. But upgrading the D-level skill Shadow Escape is different. 6 Dragon Cores can at least upgrade it to B-level. The difference in health between the 2 is enormous. Do you want to use 6 Dragon Cores to upgrade Shadow Escape? Yes. Dragon Core used successfully. Shadow Escape upgrading. Shadow Escape upgrade successful. Shadow Escape upgraded from D-level to A-level skill. Check the attributes of Shadow Escape after the upgrade. Invisibility time increased from the original 10 seconds to 1 minute, cooldown time reduced from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Added special effect, movement speed increased by 50% while in stealth, and the first attack after leaving stealth will definitely be a critical hit. It actually upgraded to A level. A smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. This was a bit beyond his expectations. It was good news. The upgraded A-level Shadow Escape was predictably powerful. 1 minute of invisibility, 1 minute of cooldown, combined with the stealth of Shadow Assault, it could almost achieve 3 minutes of invisibility. For an assassin, 3 minutes of invisibility is a terrifying concept. As long as the opponent has no special means to break stealth, he can take out anyone he wants. He can take the enemy's head from the midst of thousands and retreat safely. Just ask, how powerful is that? The 6 dragon cores were worth it. Let me feed a drop of dragon blood to my pet egg and see if there will be any changes. Zhang Chen took out the pet egg. The hatching progress had gone from 0% to 20%. This hatching progress is so slow. I wonder how much the absorption of dragon blood can speed up the hatching progress. With that thought, Zhang Chen fed a drop of dragon blood into the pet egg. Buzz buzz buzz. After absorbing a drop of dragon blood, the surface of the pet egg shimmered with a mysterious red glow. Dragon shadows swirled and danced above the eggshell, and a faint dragon might spread out. A dragon's roar could be faintly heard from within the eggshell. Then, a pale white mist surged into the pet egg. Moments later, dense patterns appeared on the surface of the pet egg. These patterns intertwined to form a dragon-shaped design. The entire egg emanated an inexplicable aura. Ding! The hatching progress of the pet egg has reached 90%. It's already reached 90%. It looks like it will hatch successfully soon. I just wonder what it will hatch into. With the nourishment of dragon blood, it should be extraordinary. Zhang Chen looked at the eggshell with great anticipation, then put it into his backpack.
Name, Zhang Chen ID, Ruthless Killer Occupation, Shadow Assassin, Hidden Class, Unique, Level, 20, 355000/20000000, Strength, 580,000 Speed, 650,000 Spirit, 320,000 Physique, 570,800, Equipment, Purple Grade Equipment, Tyrant's Dagger, Excellent, Attack Power plus 400, Special Attributes, Attack Speed plus 20%, Armor Penetration plus 25%, Durability 5%, Red Equipment, Excellent Dragon Scale Armor, crafted from the dragon scales of Carl Renus, indestructible, increases the wearer's physique by 60% and strength by 30%. Special attributes, 70% damage immunity, triggers dragon scale rebound upon being attacked, rebounding 60% of the damage, durability 100%. Red equipment, excellent dragon wing boots, meticulously crafted from materials of Carl Renus's dragon wings. The boots have a cool appearance with dragon wing patterns subtly visible. Increases the wearer's movement speed by 70%. Special attributes, grants 15 seconds of flight ability upon activation, cooldown 5 minutes, durability 100%. Red equipment, fine dragon's roar helmet, crafted from Carl Renus's dragon scales and horns. Wearing this helmet increases the wearer's spirit by 40% and physique by 40%. Special attributes, when the wearer is attacked, there is a 50% chance to trigger the dragon's roar, stunning enemies for 3 seconds and reducing their attack power and movement speed by 15%, durability 100%. Special items, Tyrant's Eye, Spirit plus 100, special effect unlocks at level 30. Mysterious treasure map, unlocks at level 25. Dragon Blood *5, 1 pet egg with 90% hatching progress. Skills, A skill, Shadow Escape, can enter a stealth state for a short time, duration 1 minute, cooldown time 1 minute, movement speed increased by 50% in stealth, and the first attack after exiting stealth will definitely be a critical hit. C-Class skill, Swift Walk, increases movement speed by 200%, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown time, 3 minutes. A-Class skill, Shadow Assault, damage increased by 30%, armor penetration increased by 60%, grants a 3-second concealment effect, teleport within a 50-meter range, cooldown time 10 minutes. A-Class skill, Phantom Clone Technique, conjures a clone with 80% of the main body's strength, equipment skills cannot be shared, lasts 1 minute, cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent skill, Godfall level 3, critical hit, 70% chance to deal critical damage with each attack, 100% critical hit on attacks from behind. Additional effect, each critical hit increases the damage of the next attack by 150%, speed by 150%, and attack frequency by 150%. Additional attribute Blood Flow, each attack on an enemy causes them to enter a bleeding state, continuously losing health, lasting 10 seconds each time. In an era where the average level is a few thousand, at most just over 10,000, Zhang Chen's values in the hundreds of thousands stand out remarkably. Just the basic values alone could sweep through all areas and all job changers. Yet, he felt no sense of pride. His goal was never the other job changers of the same batch. It was the level 150 moon beast in 25 days, the gods who consider themselves to hold everything in their hands. It was the divine battle under the twilight of the gods, and he must grow stronger before the divine battle erupts. I'm level 14. The cheers of Big White Rabbit, Rose, and Xiaomei rang out. They had successfully leveled up. Moreover, they soared 3 to 4 levels, directly reaching the terrifying level 14. Among them, Rose was just a little short of level 15. Just their levels alone were far ahead of other job changers. Big shot, you're already level 20? I thought I could catch up to you.
The Rose, initially excited, suddenly deflated upon seeing Zhang Chen's even more exaggerated level than hers. After defeating a boss and leveling up to 14, she thought she could get closer to Zhang Chen, but unexpectedly, he also leveled up 3 times to reach level 20. Wasn't it said that the experience required for leveling up increases explosively as you progress? Why does it feel like you have no debuffs in this regard, Big Shot? The big white rabbit looked enviously puzzled. Because Zhang Chen leveled up so effortlessly. Level 25 bosses are basically taken down by the Big Shot alone. Leveling up 3 levels isn't that unusual, Xiaomei casually replied while munching on dragon meat skewers. That makes sense, the big white rabbit nodded. Zhang Chen smiled sheepishly and gave Xiaomei a thumbs up. He then walked in front of her, took out the dragon breath staff, and handed it to her. This dragon breath staff is for you. This battle made Zhang Chen realize the slight value of the big white rabbit, Xiaomei, and the Rose. The stronger they were, the greater their contribution in battle, and the more they helped him. Killing monsters leveled him up faster. Helping them improve their strength was indirectly boosting his own power. Some obsolete red gear, equipped on them, could maximize its value. Of course, it wouldn't be given for free, there had to be a small price. He never made a losing deal. The intense heat from the dragon breath staff hit him. It contained a hint of dragon might. Xiaomei was stunned, the big white rabbit was dumbfounded, and the Rose's eyes widened. Giving away red gear so casually? Most importantly, it was from the stingy Big Shot. That's the second piece. The Big Shot has already given her a second piece of equipment. The Big Shot can't really like her and is using this way to tell me to give up, right? At that moment, the Rose's mindset was somewhat shattered. Her heart felt cold. It had always been others pursuing her, and the one time she pursued someone else, she didn't get a response. The fact that he gifted red gear to Xiaomei was already a clear indication. Her self-esteem took a serious hit. The big white rabbit and the Rose exchanged glances. They unconsciously lowered their heads, feeling a shared sense of heartache. Among the 4 of them, 2 were always surplus. Ahem. Xiaomei coughed violently. Family, what is it like to have the gossip turn on you? She blinked in disbelief and said, is it for me? But what? You don't like it, don't want it? Zhang Chen was taken aback. This girl had such high standards? She didn't even want red gear? No. Xiaomei quickly shook her head. Who wouldn't like red gear? First, this red gear was earned through the Big Shot's hard work. Second, she glanced at the Rose. Snatching love away, it would be hard to navigate the future. Xiaomei, since it's the Big Shot's intention, just accept it without pushing it away. The Rose forced a smile. However, this smile appeared strained and somewhat desolate in the eyes of the big white rabbit and Xiaomei. The Big Shot had made it so obvious, if she continued to cling, it would seem impolite. Even though she had already acknowledged the Big Shot. Take it. Zhang Chen handed over the dragon breath staff, and after Xiaomei accepted it with a mix of joy and slight apprehension, he took out another dragon breath staff and the dragon flame spear. These 2 pieces of red gear are for you, Zhang Chen said lightly. Xiaomei, the big white rabbit, the Rose, oh what the hell? Others struggle to get a single purple gear, and the Big Shot is here wholesale giving out red gear? Is that the point? Of course not. Do we have some too? The big white rabbit and the Rose exchanged glances, tears of excitement shimmering in their eyes. So, it turns out, it wasn't just Xiaomei who had it, they had it too. Just 2 pieces of red gear, no need to be so moved that you cry your eyes out. The 2 cried, while Zhang Chen was dumbfounded. Although red gear was quite rare at this stage, they weren't exactly inexperienced in the world. It's all your fault for making us cry. Rose wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and although she was feigning anger, the smile deep in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She had previously thought that she still had a chance to pursue the Big Shot. Yes, it's all your fault. The big white rabbit chimed in, her voice sweet and delicate, like a little kitten being coy. Zhang Chen? Are these 2 girls out of their minds? Zhang Chen waved his hand casually, and the dragon breath staff and dragon flame spear landed in front of the 2 girls. The big white rabbit and Rose quickly took them, examining them closely. Wow, the dragon breath set, and it even has enchantment effects. Such powerful equipment. The big white rabbit and Rose instantly fell in love with the items, starting to fiddle with them, their faces adorned with happy smiles. With this red gear, my strength will increase by at least 2 or 3 levels. That's amazing. Thank you, Big Shot. You're such a wealthy person, no wonder I like you. Rose excitedly hugged Zhang Chen's arm. Zhang Chen was taken aback. How the hell did I get teased again? Big Shot, remember to give us more equipment in the future, okay? The big white rabbit leaned in, affectionately saying, if you don't give me any, I'll come knock on your door every night. Enough already, big white rabbit. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. They really think he's an ATM. These pieces of equipment aren't just given away for free.
At this moment, Zhang Chen spoke up, his gaze piercing into the two girls.
What? You still want money?
I thought the big shot had changed, but he's still the stingy big shot, not a bit different.
Big shot, you don't want money, and you don't want our lives either. The big white rabbit spread her hands, looking as if to say, what can you do about it? Xiaomei bit her lip. Big shot, we have no money. Even Rose cautiously asked, are you planning to charge us several $100 million for this red gear?
Right now, purple gear could still sell for several million. A red gear worth over $100 million would be easy to come by.
No money.
But Zhang Chen shook his head, his tone as calm as water.
What?
The big white rabbit and Xiaomei exchanged confused glances.
Big shot, you said yourself that you don't want money, so don't come up with excuses later. Exactly. If you really ask us for money later, I might just hit you. No, we must sign a contract first, to avoid any regrets later. Hee.
The big white rabbit and Xiaomei chattered nonstop, as if afraid Zhang Chen would change his mind. After all, getting something from a stingy big shot was harder than climbing to the sky. Zhang Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead.
I said, I'm really not here to collect money. I said I wouldn't take money, and I absolutely won't take money,
Zhang Chen stated seriously. Xiaomei and the big white rabbit both broke into radiant smiles, as if they had just hit the jackpot. The big shot really has changed. Xiaomei excitedly waved the dragon breath staff in her hand.
Really, no money?
You're the best, big shot. The big white rabbit bounced around Zhang Chen, continuously chanting, saving money, saved several $100 million.
Long live the big shot is the best. The big shot is mighty and powerful. The big shot is awesome. I will always support you, big shot. I'm willing to warm your bed.
The big white rabbit's words almost made Zhang Chen spit blood.
Warm your bed? This girl has too much imagination. Only Rose looked serious. The big shot not wanting money must mean there are other conditions. As a business elite, she understood one principle well: the easier something is to obtain, the more expensive the price paid in the end. Not to mention throwing out such a high-level item as the red outfit all at once. Zhang Chen definitely has other plans. The cost is likely something they cannot afford. However,
she was even prepared to give herself to Zhang Chen, so there's nothing that cannot be paid.
You really understand?
Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, his eyes deep and inscrutable, as if seeing through Rose's heart, and spoke calmly.
I've said before, this red outfit isn't given for free. I have conditions. What conditions?
The three women looked at Zhang Chen in unison.
Xiaomei and the big white rabbit instantly became tense. Even the red outfit on them no longer felt appealing. It's simple, after taking my equipment, you are not allowed to leave my team without my permission, Zhang Chen said lightly. The three women? Oh, what? Big shot, what did you say? Can you say that again? Louder. Not allowed to leave the team when teaming up with you? Damn, is there really such a good deal in this world?
Since teaming up with the big shot, their levels far exceeded others, their equipment was far superior, and their combat power was leagues ahead of other professions.
Teaming up with the big shot was the greatest opportunity. To put it bluntly, even if the fee for a spot with the big shot rose to $1 billion, there would still be plenty of people lining up to throw money at it. And they not only didn't have to spend money to secure a spot, but the big shot was also giving them benefits. Is there really such a good thing in the world? Big shot, are you serious? Rose asked, her voice trembling, uncertain. I know, restricting your personal freedom is a bit excessive. In the future, if I obtain something you can use, I'll let you use it first before selling it, Zhang Chen explained. Not excessive, not excessive. Big shot, please continue to treat us like this.
The three felt as if they were being overwhelmed by happiness.
This was simply a windfall. Big shot, you're so nice, I love you, Rose said with admiration, hugging Zhang Chen and giving him a kiss.
Big shot, please take care of me. The big white rabbit also jumped into Zhang Chen's arms, her legs wrapping around his waist, her arms around his neck, hanging on him like a koala.
Zhang Chen, I really didn't want this. You're not going to join in too, are you? Zhang Chen saw Xiaomei's eager expression and suddenly felt a bit flustered.
He really didn't plan to take care of any girls.
Big shot, don't misunderstand, I just want to feed you something.
Saying this, Xiaomei took a piece of cake from her backpack and stuffed it into Zhang Chen's mouth.
Zhang Chen, what the heck? Is this called feeding? We've already killed the evil dragon. Why is the task progress only 95%?
The big white rabbit checked the task progress, puzzled. Because the task requires rescuing the kidnapped princess, and we haven't even seen the princess, so of course, it doesn't count as completing the task. Silly, let's go find out where the princess is. Big shot, the entire castle has been destroyed by the evil dragon. The princess won't be crushed to death,
right? Zhang Chen. Very likely. Everyone, look around and see if the princess is still alive, Zhang Chen instructed. The group immediately dispersed, carefully searching for any trace of the princess among the ruins. The big white rabbit muttered while flipping over stones, "This princess better not be in trouble, or our task will be for nothing." Rose also actively and seriously flipped stones, not missing any corner that might hide the princess. After a while, Xiaomei suddenly shouted, "Come over here, there's a box over there, it's glowing." With Xiaomei's exclamation, the three quickly gathered around. They saw a wooden box about half a meter square among the broken ruins, emitting a faint green light. "What is this? Don't tell me the princess is just staying inside this wooden box." Hee hee. As she said this, the big white rabbit couldn't help but laugh. She found the idea ridiculous herself. "This thing can't be dangerous, right?" Rose said with some concern. Xiaomei furrowed her brows and thought, "It feels very strange. Why would a glowing wooden box appear in this ruin? I've heard that dragons like shiny things. Could it be a collection of an evil dragon?" "That's possible." Zhang Chen frowned. This thing looked so familiar. He stepped towards the wooden box. "Be careful, big guy, it might be a trap." Rose couldn't help but shout from behind. Zhang Chen stopped and turned back, slightly furrowing his brows. He held the tyrant dagger, which had only 5% durability left, in his hand, his gaze warily fixed on the box. He wasn't afraid of the evil dragon setting a trap for him. Instead, he was worried about what might be inside. What if something suddenly jumped out? Crack. Zhang Chen opened the wooden box, and with a bang, the lid flew open, and shards shot out, heading straight for Zhang Chen. Danger! This thought flashed through Zhang Chen's mind as he quickly raised his hand to defend himself. Clink, clink, clink. The crisp sounds of impact rang out, as piece after piece of debris was knocked away. Zhang Chen took a few steps back, focusing intently on the contents of the wooden box. "What on earth is this? I'm coming out, I'm coming out. This princess is finally out." Accompanied by a cheer, a sprite with arms of different lengths and a body as green as jade, adorned with 6 transparent wings, appeared out of thin air, excitedly flapping its wings and jumping around. Xiaomei, Rose, the big white rabbit, and Zhang Chen all stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the sprite before them. What a beautiful sprite! This is the first time I've really seen a legendary sprite. It's so beautiful, much prettier than the sprites in the movies. Rose and Xiaomei exclaimed in awe. "Why would a sprite be trapped in a wooden box?" the big white rabbit asked, filled with astonishment. Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, shook his head. He wasn't very clear about the situation either. "And she calls herself a princess. Could it really be as I said, that she is the princess we need to rescue?" the big white rabbit said, starting to doubt herself. Did she just jinx it? Rose, Xiaomei, and Zhang Chen all turned to look at her in unison. Thumbs up. Did your mouth get blessed? Simply invincible. Don't look at me like that. The big white rabbit awkwardly scratched the back of her head, feeling a bit guilty. "So if she is a princess, does that mean our mission is complete?" Xiaomei asked, though she was also somewhat skeptical. "It should count as completed." Zhang Chen nodded. Since she was a sprite princess, they must have completed the mission of rescuing the princess. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission to rescue the princess. At that moment, the message updated simultaneously on the panels of the 4. So we really did complete it. Finally completed. The big white rabbit, Rose, and Xiaomei all sighed in relief, excitedly hugging each other. Completing this mission had truly taken their lives. Several times, they had almost been wiped out. Fortunately, they had Zhang Chen, this super powerhouse, in their team. Otherwise, they would have been done for long ago. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards are now being distributed. Mission rewards: Golden Treasure Chest *4, B-Level Random Skill Book *4, Random Special Item *4. Golden Treasure Chests, B-Level Skill Books? I've never seen so many good things in my life. The big white rabbit's eyes sparkled, filled with excitement. Before you grew up, there were no monsters either. Rose teased, equally thrilled. Although this mission was tough, the rewards were indeed generous. Whether it's a golden treasure chest or a B-grade skill book, both are quite valuable. At least at this stage, they absolutely belong to the top tier of existence. Did you save this princess? Just as Zhang Chen was about to open the chest, the elven princess flew in front of him, tilting her head back, her eyes wide open, staring at him without blinking. She asked in a soft, melodious voice. Zhang Chen nodded lightly. "Thank you for saving me. I will repay you." The elven princess stared at him with utmost seriousness, making a solemn promise. "To repay me, you must sign a contract with me." Zhang Chen spoke without hesitation. An elf is like a moving treasure trove, and signing a contract with one brings numerous benefits. In his previous life, he had accidentally signed a contract with an ordinary elf. The most direct change was that his combat power increased several times. This time, it was an elven princess, and the enhancement would surely be even more extraordinary. Naturally, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Why do I feel like there's a sense of being devoted after saving someone? The big-eyed girl blinked. Beside her, Rose felt even more melancholic. Devoted? She offered herself, but the big shot didn't want her. Is it that I'm not big enough? Or not perky enough? Rose felt a twinge of anxiety about her looks and figure. Upon hearing this, the elven princess was momentarily stunned. Then she tilted her head, looking at Zhang Chen, as if contemplating what signing a contract with him would mean for her. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, and the air around them grew somewhat heavy. Zhang Chen quietly watched the elven princess, not urging her, just waiting for her decision. My mother told me not to easily sign contracts with others, because it concerns our entire life as elves. After a moment, the elven princess gently bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. She slowly extended her small hand, and a soft glow emanated from her palm. I am willing to sign a contract with you. The elven princess's voice was soft yet resolute. Good. Zhang Chen smiled slightly and pressed his hand against the delicate back of her hand. Buzz buzz buzz. The glow intensified, gradually enveloping both Zhang Chen and her. Zhang Chen could feel a mysterious power circulating between them, a wonderful connection gradually being established. In the light, the elven princess appeared exceptionally pure. Her 6 wings unfurled, and pure white feathers shimmered with a soft fluorescence, illuminating her like an angel. There was no longer any hesitation in her gaze, replaced by trust and anticipation. A surge of excitement welled up in Zhang Chen's heart. He knew that from this moment on, his fate would be closely intertwined with that of this elven princess. As the light gradually faded, the contract officially took effect. Zhang Chen could clearly feel a new power surging within him, a gift from the elven princess. As expected of the princess of the elven clan, just the initial signing of the contract has given me a 50% boost in all attributes. Zhang Chen thought to himself. When he signed a contract with an elf in his previous life, it was only a 10% increase. From now on, we will fight side by side. Zhang Chen looked at the elven princess, his gaze gentle and calm. So will I. The elven princess revealed a sweet smile. This human would be her master from now on, leading her on a new journey. My name is Lucia Aaron, and you can call me Aaron. Under the glow, Aaron's skin became even more lustrous and transparent, bathing in a holy radiance, as if a celestial maiden had descended. She landed on Zhang Chen's shoulder, happily swinging her little feet, tilting her head to look at him. And you? Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen smiled gently. No way, no way. The big shot really just took away an elf. And she's a princess? The big white rabbit looked at Zhang Chen with immense surprise, filled with envy and jealousy. This was a princess, a noble and elegant elf. She had been whisked away just like that, although the big shot was quite impressive as well. Rose, you need to feel a sense of crisis. I heard that elves, after transforming into human form, are much more beautiful than us humans. As if you don't feel any sense of crisis. Rose snorted coldly, turning her face away in a tsundere manner, indicating that she wouldn't lose to the elf. However, her eyes darting around revealed her true thoughts. Are elves really much more beautiful than her? He. Seeing the big white rabbit giggling, Rose felt a surge of anger. This girl dared to mock her. She deserved a beating. I opened a red outfit. Xiaomei exclaimed as she opened her golden treasure chest, a radiant smile appearing on her pretty face. Me too. The big white rabbit and Rose immediately stopped their playful bickering and opened their treasure chests. Ha, I also got a red outfit. What luck. Rose, what about you? What a coincidence, I got one too. Rose nodded. Looks like our luck is pretty good. The probability of opening a red outfit from a golden treasure chest was very low, yet all 3 of them had struck gold. Big shot, hurry and open one, let's see if you also get a red outfit. The big white rabbit urged. Rose and Xiaomei both turned to look at him eagerly. They wanted to see if the big shot was as lucky as they were, getting a red outfit. Open the chest. Ding, you have opened a golden level treasure chest. Buzz buzz buzz. A dazzling golden light burst forth from the chest, blinding the titanium alloy dog eyes. Zhang Chen's gaze sharpened. Gold? Golden legend. Golden outfit. Inside the chest lay a dragon-shaped dagger, sharp and glinting coldly, with a faint image of a soaring dragon etched on it. Equipment level, golden outfit, excellent. Name, dragon tooth dagger. Attributes, strength plus 100%, armor penetration plus 50%. Attached skill, dragon breath slash, can unleash a powerful dragon breath attack every 3 minutes, dealing massive damage to enemies. Special attribute, dragon might dread. When the holder wields the dragon tooth dagger, it emits a faint dragon might, causing a certain deterrent effect on surrounding enemies, reducing their attack power by 10% and movement speed by 5%. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. In battle, every time the dragon-toothed dagger successfully hits an enemy, it will absorb a portion of the enemy's life force and return it to the holder, enhancing the holder's attack power and health recovery speed. It really is a golden outfit, and it's a powerful main weapon golden outfit. Zhang Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. His problem of lacking a main weapon was perfectly solved. Sorry, I let you down by not getting a red outfit. It's fine. Big shot, don't be discouraged. After all, a red outfit isn't. Upon hearing this, the three girls were just about to comfort him, but Zhang Chen's next words sent them into a frenzy, wanting to beat him to death. It's a golden outfit. The three girls, Sigma, surprised face. If the probability of getting a red outfit is 1%, then the probability of getting a golden outfit is 1% of that. How could this damn luck befall the big shot? Big shot, you look so smug right now, I just want to beat you up. The big white rabbit ground her teeth, her eyes nearly blazing with fire. Exactly, if you keep talking while panting, I really won't be able to hold back from hitting you. Sisters, let's beat him up. The three girls half-jokingly waved their little fists, ready to pounce on Zhang Chen. You can't bully my princess's master. Aileen saw the actions of Rose and the others. Thinking they were going to bully her master, she immediately stood in front of Zhang Chen, reaching out to protect him. This scene left the three girls utterly speechless. How long have you known him, and you're already defending him like this? Are you sure you're really a princess? Not a simp. Erin didn't care about the thoughts of the three. A glimmer of vigilance flashed in her gem-like eyes as she quickly gathered magical light in her hands. A dazzling green light flickered in her palm. The power of nature magic. Wrath of nature, Erin exclaimed. Instantly, countless vines burst from the ground, sweeping towards Rose and the others like serpents. The power of nature, not bad at all. Zhang Chen nodded in appreciation, as expected of a princess from one of the world's top races, possessing the purest natural power. Hey, little princess, you've misunderstood. We're not trying to bully him, Rose shouted while dodging the attacking vines. Yeah, we're just joking around with the big guy. Your Highness, please don't attack us, we mean no harm. However, Erin didn't believe their words, her magic unceasing as she continued her assault. Just a little girl, do you really think I won't hit you? Rose glared. Even a clay figure has its limits. After being attacked, her patience had long been exhausted. Furious slash. With a light shout, a sharp red blade of light appeared, slashing towards Erin with a violent aura. Rose, don't hurt her, Xiao Mei and the White Rabbit reminded. Don't worry, I'll hold back my power. Rose understood perfectly. They weren't enemies, so she wouldn't harm Erin. She just wanted to teach her a lesson. However, there was a clear disdain in Erin's eyes as her slender fingers gripped her wand, chanting a spell, lightly raising her hand. Instantly, the vines grew wildly, transforming into a massive vine whip that met the red blade of light coming from Rose. At the same time, a thorny spike suddenly erupted from the ground where Rose stood, attacking her. Not good. Rose was stunned, not expecting Erin's assault to be so fierce. She quickly retreated, but the thorn spike seemed to know all her escape routes. It completely blocked her retreat, pressing in on her. If hit, she would be skewered. In a critical moment, Zhang Chen flashed in front of Rose, his tyrant's dagger crashing against the thorn spike. With a crisp snap, the hard, sharp thorn spike broke. I almost got taken out? Cold sweat trickled down Rose's delicate cheeks. She looked up at Erin, her eyes filled with shock, surprise, and a hint of fear, her expression complex. She had never imagined that this seemingly fragile little elf princess could possess such powerful strength and decisive attack methods. Just now, in that critical moment, if Zhang Chen hadn't intervened to save her, she couldn't bear to think of what consequences she would have faced. As expected of the elf race, they really shouldn't be underestimated, Rose thought to herself. Xiao Mei and the White Rabbit also came back to their senses, exchanging glances and seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This elf princess's strength is much greater than we imagined, Xiao Mei said softly, her tone serious. The White Rabbit nodded in agreement. The fact that she could easily repel Rose, although Rose had been holding back and underestimating her, couldn't deny the strength of her opponent. At the very least, she wasn't weaker than them, and might even be a bit stronger. Very good. She's probably at the level of an ordinary level 17 or 18 boss. Zhang Chen nodded at Erin before him. The reason he hadn't stopped her immediately was that he wanted to see Erin's current strength. Now he understood. Erin, stop, they really mean no harm. Aileen hesitated for a moment after hearing Zhang Chen's words, but ultimately stopped her attack. She watched the three roses warily, her hostility slightly diminishing. If you continue to bully my master in the future, I won't let you off. As she spoke, she waved her small fists in a show of defiance. Flapping her wings, she landed on Zhang Chen's shoulder to rest. The three girls. Eileen, you should learn this skill. Saying this, Zhang Chen took out a skill book and handed it to Eileen. This was a reward for completing a task. Besides this, he received a special item, a level 30 magic scroll. It could be used unconditionally by anyone other than a mage. The effect was very powerful. B-level skill book, Starlight Impact, skill description, gather the power of the stars to form a powerful shockwave, dealing 150% damage to enemies in a straight line. 100% penetration, ignoring enemy armor. Special attribute 1, stun effect. Enemies hit by Starlight Impact have a 30% chance to enter a brief stun state for 2 seconds. Special attribute 2, damage stacking. If the Starlight Impact skill is used consecutively, the damage of each attack will increase by 10% based on the previous one. Is this for me from my master? Thank you, master. Eileen flipped through the skill book with joy, a radiant smile on her face. What the skill was didn't matter. What mattered was that this was the first gift her master had given her. It made her feel very happy. A B-level skill book, and the big shot just gave it away like that? The three roses looked at each other. If Eileen weren't sitting on Zhang Chen's shoulder, they would have really wanted to beat the rich man. A B-level skill book. How many people don't even have a D-level skill, let alone a B-level? They had worked hard just to get one. I want to be an elf too. In my last life, I was struck by lightning. In this life, I'm human. What a bad fate. Alright, stop being envious and jealous. The task is complete. We should leave now. Zhang Chen said, choosing to end the task and leading the three back to the real world. Golden list? What is this thing? As soon as the three emerged, they saw the golden list hanging in the air. They looked confused, completely unable to understand what it was for. We just left for a day, right? Why does it feel like a century has passed? It seems that while we were gone, the world underwent changes we don't understand. This level golden list has level 8 at the top? Then wouldn't we jump straight to the sky at level 15? Why isn't our name on it? My brother is indeed first on the wealth list. The real chaos is about to begin. Zhang Chen stared intently at the golden list in the air. The appearance of the golden list indicated that the resource competition had officially begun. The connections between various regions would also become tighter. Some regions would rise to glory, while others would decline. Moreover, it wasn't just Blue Star. Mysterious beings from other worlds would gradually enter here. At that time, the entire world would become increasingly dangerous. Only in chaos could one have the opportunity to grow. I know what this golden list means now. The gods are truly despicable, playing such tricks. The big white rabbit learned through the chat channel about what had happened after they entered the secret realm. The rules of the gods had returned, and they had become even more brutal. Let us compete with other regions. The losers are eliminated, and the winners survive. Doesn't that mean that at least 60 to 70% of the people in the regions are doomed? That's just too cruel. Xiao Mei sighed. 60 to 70%? You're still too naive. At least over 90% of the people will die in this month. Zhang Chen spoke calmly. This is a war that is destined to be unavoidable. Either you die or I perish. The three women fell silent. Once again, they realized the cruelty of this world. This somber mood lasted only a second before it was shattered by a curse from the big white rabbit. These damn little devils, they really deserve to die. Xiaomei and Rose? Look at the channel, it makes me so furious. The big white rabbit's face turned red with anger. These little devils actually said they were unworthy of living in this world. Calm down first. Rose frowned, and after watching, I want to fight them to the death. If we don't beat the crap out of them, it means they did it cleanly. Rose's eyes blazed with fire, her fists clenched tightly, the veins on her hands bulging. It seemed like she was about to rush out and fight those little devils to the death at any moment. Xiaomei also wore a face full of anger. Kill them. Crack crack. The speed of stuffing chips into her mouth was several times faster than before. How come you guys from Dragon Country are only level 8? Our Kuei-ten Kuan is already level 9. With such little ability, you still want to compare with us? You Dragon Country folks are all useless. Hurry up and admit defeat, hand over your resources, maybe we can show mercy and spare a few of your lives. The people from Sakura Country in Area 198 shouted in the channel. Their attitude was extremely arrogant, their words filled with disdain and contempt. What are you so proud of? It's just one level higher. What's so great about that? This is just the beginning. Who will win is still uncertain. Don't cry for your parents when you lose. The Dragon Country people were indignant at the taunts from Sakura Country. Oh, still talking tough, One level can crush you to death. Look at your pathetic level, then look at our Kuei-ten Kuans. Just wait to be trampled underfoot, you trash from Dragon Country. Damn it, these arrogant little devils, I really want to tear their filthy mouths apart. In this era, it's not time for the little devils to run wild.
once we gain strength, we'll definitely kill them. The dragon countryside was filled with curses.
Let's admit defeat, dragon country.
Suddenly, an ID named Fenghuo Wuxuan jumped out to speak.
What?
All the dragon country people were stunned.
Then came a wave of angry curses. Damn it, traitor. What dog day spy are you? Report your coordinates, I guarantee I'll kill you. Damn it, how dare you be a traitor, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Compared to the enemy, they hated traitors even more. Am I wrong in what I said? They are already level 9. Don't you know how hard it is to level up now? In a situation where defeat is certain, what's the use of boasting?
Fenghuo Wuxuan continued, shut your mouth about your tongue's advantage. This is a struggle for national fortune. They also knew that leveling up was difficult. But, in the face of the little devils, they would never admit defeat.
Knowing it can't be done, they still had to try. You cowardly guy, thinking about surrendering before the battle even starts.
Our ancestors faced even more difficult situations without retreating, yet here you are acting like a turtle, urging everyone to surrender. You are simply a disgrace to Dragon Country. Get out of Dragon Country.
Do you think if we surrender, they will let us go?
You know the cruelty of these little devils. They will only oppress us even more, and by then, we will lose not just resources, but also dignity and freedom.
Fenghuo Wuxuan, you traitor, don't think we can't find you. Once we deal with these little devils, you will be the first we take care of. You bunch of fools, not listening to me, will all die. Unmatched elegance seems to have been angered by the public scolding, yet there's a hint of guilt, making their voice lack confidence. Death? We would rather die standing than live on our knees. When have we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, ever feared these little devils?
If you're scared, then go be their lapdog yourself.
While the Dragon Kingdom was in turmoil over Unmatched Elegance's remarks, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom was enjoying the spectacle.
Haha,
you Dragon Kingdom folks are in disarray and still want to fight us? How ridiculous.
It seems you don't even need us to intervene, you'll collapse on your own. Ha! Back in the day, our ancestors defeated your Dragon Kingdom, and now we will inherit their legacy and completely conquer you. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom's transmuters laughed wildly in the channel.
These bastards, I really can't stand it. I want to break through that barrier and kill them directly.
These beasts had once burned, killed, and plundered on the land of the Dragon Kingdom, committing every atrocity imaginable.
Now they were still prancing around on their red line, and the anger in Xiao Shuefu and others had reached its peak.
Everyone wished they could break through that barrier and confront those bastards from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, making them pay a heavy price for their arrogance.
Where are our big shots from the Dragon Kingdom? Where are you, Wei Liang, Woman Not Harsh, Blood Fury Warrior, and the others? Everyone, we are currently trapped in a secret realm. If we can conquer it, we can level up to level 10. However, with our current strength, it's impossible.
Yi Weiliang spoke in the public channel, instantly tightening the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom players.
Big Brother Yi, what's the situation? Please tell us, and let's think of a way together. Big Brother Yi, just say what you need us to do. We will follow your lead.
That's right, we are all from the Dragon Kingdom. We must unite at this moment. Even if it costs us our lives, we must conquer this secret realm. I am willing to contribute all my equipment and resources, as long as we can teach those Cherry Blossom Kingdoms scum a lesson in this fight.
Moon's eyes spoke in the channel. Big Brother Moon, I didn't expect you to be so bold and patriotic. I take back what I said before. I take it back too. Moon's eyes, I'm just bold, not unpatriotic. Count me in.
I just got a top-notch blue gear, and I was planning to keep it for myself to show off, but now I can't care about that. Winning this bet is the most important.
In an instant, the players from the Dragon Kingdom sprang into action.
No one cared about personal gains or losses anymore. They all wanted to contribute their strength to this battle concerning the fate of their nation.
The cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom people was fully demonstrated at this moment. Yi Weiliang looked at the players' enthusiastic responses in the channel, his eyes slightly moist.
The monsters in this secret realm may not be high in level, but their numbers are overwhelming. We just attempted a few attacks, but each time they easily repelled us, almost putting us in danger. At this point, Yi Weiliang's tone carried a hint of helplessness. After the betting rules were established, he teamed up with Blood Fury Warrior, Woman Not Harsh, and others from the top 5 on the leaderboard to quickly farm monsters. They aimed to reach level 10 as fast as possible. They were fortunate to find a secret realm. As long as they could clear that realm, defeat the boss, and earn rewards, they could definitely help Woman Not Harsh reach level 10. But the difficulty of this secret realm far exceeded their expectations.
The small monsters surged like a tide, wave after wave. They couldn't even get close to the boss, let alone fight it. Night Boss, don't panic, we're coming to support you right now. Yes, we have the numbers, there's no way we can't handle these small monsters.
Damn it, these damned Dragon Country people actually found the secret realm.
Kamaya Makuan, What level are you now? Can you outclass the Dragon Country people? The Secret Realm is a place to quickly increase one's strength. Although they currently have a huge advantage, they are also extremely worried. Those guys from Dragon Country think they can enhance their strength through the Secret Realm. It's not that easy. Kamayama Watanabe spoke. I'm already at level 9, 80%. In at most 2 hours, I can reach level 10. Even if they find the Secret Realm, they'll still lose. Kamayama-kun is really amazing. Those guys from Dragon Country are still being tormented by small monsters in that broken Secret Realm. Do they even qualify to compete with us? Upon hearing this, the previously worried job changers from Sakura Country immediately regained their arrogant demeanor. You Dragon Country people, don't waste your efforts. Kamayama is about to reach level 10. You trash from Dragon Country, it's not too late to give up resistance now. Just wait for us to take your resources. And the pretty girls, just like back in the day, you can only tremble under the iron hooves of our Sakura Country. Your struggles are so laughable. There's an old saying in Dragon Country, an ant shaking a tree. Damn it, how can these bastards level up so fast? Xiao Shuefu and the others were horrified. Boss, what level are you at now? How long until you reach level 10? A group of people asked. I'm at level 8, 50%, Blood Fury Warrior is at level 8, 90%, and Woman Not Harsh is around level 9, 10%. Yi Weiliang spoke. I still need at least half a day's time to possibly reach level 10. Woman Not Harsh spoke. Xiao Shuefu and the others' moods became heavy. This situation was simply irretrievable. Is the gap really that big? Are we really going to be trampled by these beasts from Sakura Country again? A Dragon Country player shouted in anger. His eyes were slightly red, and the weapon in his hand trembled slightly from being gripped tightly. No, I don't believe it. There must be a way. We can't just give up like this. The blood of our ancestors cannot be shed in vain. The dignity of Dragon Country cannot be trampled again. But time is tight. Even if we break through the Secret Realm now, we won't catch up. Is there any other way? I've said it before, we are not a match for Sakura Country. Just give up the resistance. Fengawa Wuxuan spoke again in the channel. His words were like a thorn, piercing deeply into the hearts of every Dragon Country player. How dare you spread rumors here? If you dare to say such demoralizing words again, I'll drag you out right now and let you taste the fate of a traitor. Is there any other way? What about the heartless killer boss? Didn't Night Boss say he was in the Secret Realm? Hasn't he come out yet? With Heartless Killer at level 10, once he appears, he can definitely turn this unfavorable situation around. Is Night Boss still unable to contact Heartless Boss? Upon hearing this, Yi Weiliang also showed a wry smile. If I could contact Heartless Boss, would I still be here struggling to grind monsters? If Heartless Killer Boss doesn't come out of the Secret Realm soon, by the time that little bastard reaches level 10 first, it will be too late. Heartless Boss, you need to show up quickly. We're really running out of options here. Heartless Boss, if you don't appear soon, we're all done for. Sai, do you think something happened to Heartless Boss? It's already this late, and there's still no news. Stop talking nonsense. Heartless Boss is so powerful, he definitely won't have any problems. Ha ha ha, you guys are hilarious. Still waiting for your big shots to come out? I'm afraid your big shots have already been taken care of by the monsters in the Secret Realm. Even if such a person exists, by the time he comes out, the food will be cold. We've already won this bet, just wait to obediently meet your demise. Exactly, do you really think a miracle will happen? Don't be naive, this is your fate, to be trampled underfoot by our Sakura nation. Taunts surged like a tide. These Japanese dogs are so arrogant. Boss, let's just go take them down. The arrogant words from Sakura Nation made Rose tremble with anger. The fire in her eyes seemed ready to ignite the air around her. Big White Rabbit also roared beside her. Yes, let's kill these bastards. Do they think we're easy to bully? The crimes they committed on our land haven't been settled yet, and now they come back so brazenly, I can't take it anymore. A mere level 9, I could crush them with a single finger. Little May's face was flushed as she crushed the bag of chips in her hand and shouted, Boss, their words are as disgusting as bedbugs. I want to kill them. Zhang Chen said nothing, but the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. He fixed his gaze on the level leaderboard. It's almost time, almost time. The leaderboard is about to refresh. Just 300 more experience points, and Katada-kun can level up to 10. Now it's down to 200. Katada-kun just killed another monster. Now he only needs to take down one last monster. In the 198th area of Sakura Nation, someone was reporting Kideta Watanabe's leveling progress in real time, each word like a sharp blade stabbing into the hearts of Dragon Nation's job changers. The job changers from Sakura Nation listened to the reports, growing more excited, cheers and shouts rising and falling. Katada-kun is amazing, he's the pride of our Sakura Nation. Haha, those guys from Dragon Nation must be scared out of their wits. They're about to be completely crushed by us. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Dragon Nation's job changers grew heavier. Everyone's brows were tightly furrowed, their eyes filled with worry, but more so with unyielding anger. Damn it, are we really going to let this kid Ada Watanabe succeed? I can't accept this. Is there really no way to stop him? I can't bear to lose to Sakura Nation. I'd rather die. I just need one more strike to kill this monster in my hand and level up to 10. Do I need to wait for you? Kid Ada Watanabe spoke in the channel. The sarcasm in his words overflowed. He wanted the job changers from Dragon Nation to die in despair. Kitata-kun, hurry up and kill that monster. Let those trash from Dragon Nation fall into complete despair. Haha, we're about to become the masters of this battle. At this moment, the cheers from Sakura Nation's job changers grew even louder. Kid Ada Watanabe looked at the monster before him, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he raised his long knife to deliver the final blow. Ha ha ha, I've reached level 10. Trash from Dragon Nation, prepare to meet your doom. Kid Ada Watanabe's triumphant smile seemed ready to burst through the panel. It was as if he could already see the despair on the faces of Dragon Nation's job changers. The bet between Area 97 and Area 198 has ended. The winning side is now announced. Ha ha ha, our Kid Ada army has reached level 10. The final victory is ours, Sakura Nation. The job changers from Sakura Nation began to cheer and leap with joy, surrounding Kid Ada Watanabe like they were worshipping a deity. Damn it, damn it. Could it be that they really won, those Sakura Nation people? Are we Dragon Nation really going to lose to these little devils? At this moment, all the job changers from Dragon Nation felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They even hated their own powerlessness. Not necessarily. In the channel, Rose's voice suddenly emerged, who says our Dragon Country is bound to lose. Hearing Rose's words, many Dragon Country players were stunned. Is Women Are Ruthless boss already level 10? No, I haven't reached level 10 yet. I'm still far from it. Women Are Ruthless shook her head. She had leveled up as quickly as possible, but the gap of one level, how easy is it to catch up? She was exhausted. This time, Dragon Country was really going to lose. Yi Weiliang and the Blood Fury Warrior were also powerless, slumped on the ground. Boss, you guys entered the secret realm at the wrong time. A silent sigh arose. Stop fantasizing before dying. We're bound to lose. Fuck you, are you barking like a dog? Brothers, I've locked onto that bastard's coordinates. Let's kill him. Send me the coordinates. +1+1. Although that bastard is disgusting, what he said is also a fact. That bastard has already reached level 10, and we. Halfway through the sentence, it's Boss Rose. It's Boss Rose speaking. Suddenly someone noticed the familiar ID Thorny Rose. Instantly, everyone became incredibly excited. Rose, Omega, Boss Rose has come out of the secret realm. Has Heartless Boss also come out? Boss Rose, has Heartless Boss reached level 10? In an instant, everyone became agitated. The previously lifeless Yi Weiliang and Blood Fury Warrior were fully revived. Ha, my sister is back. Then the boss must have come back too. That bastard is going to be finished. Rose heard the eager inquiries in the channel, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. She glanced at Zhang Chen beside her, revealing a confident smile. Sakura Country can't win. As soon as her words fell, the entire channel felt like a heavy bomb had been dropped. The Dragon Country players were first stunned, then erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Rose's words didn't specify, but the confidence within them indicated everything. Heartless Boss was level 10, and he reached it even earlier than that bastard. Great! Long live Heartless Boss! We're saved! Ah, little devils, just wait to be taught a lesson by us. I knew it, I knew the boss wouldn't let us down. The Sakura Country players were puzzled upon hearing the cheers from the Dragon Country players. Are these sickly people from Dragon Country out of their minds? They're about to be annihilated by us, yet they're still shouting about winning? Probably just struggling before death, trying to comfort themselves. Kawada-kun is already level 10, what can they do? Just thinking about how we can seize double the resources from Dragon Country soon makes my blood boil. Those resources should have belonged to us. This group of useless Dragon Country people doesn't deserve to have them. Exactly, those resources were originally stored by us in Dragon Country. Our ancestors didn't take them back, so we'll complete it. Not only that, but we will also completely erase them from this world, exterminating this race. The words of the Sakura Country players became increasingly frenzied, each word filled with blood and evil. We will make Dragon Country a thing of the past, let our Sakura Country's flag be planted in every inch of land, and let everyone know that we are the true rulers of this world. The Dragon Country players, hearing these insane remarks, were filled with an anger that could not be described in words. These beasts, they still dare to attempt to recreate the sins of the past. We must not let history repeat itself. Our ancestors were able to drive them away back then, and we can still do it today. I can't wait to see their terrified and desperate expressions when they realize they've failed, just like they thought we would despair. Humph, let's see if they can still be so arrogant then. Let them taste the flavor of being shrouded in despair. Victory area is 97. Ha ha ha, we won. As expected, it's us. The cheers of the Sakura Nation's job changers had just begun. Then it abruptly stopped, because they realized their power was rapidly fading. The vitality of life was being drained from their bodies. This was a sign of defeat. 97 wins. These words were like thunder exploding above the heads of the Sakura Nation's job changers. What's going on? What is happening? No, this is impossible. How could we lose? Kamiyama-kun is already level 10. Why aren't we the ones winning? Just moments ago, they were dreaming of dominating the world and plundering resources. Now they were cruelly pulled back to reality. The job changers of the Sakura Nation looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Kamiyama Watanabe's face turned pale. He stared at his hands, feeling the loss of power. A fear he had never experienced surged within him. He simply could not accept this fact. How is this possible? This must be fake. Kamiyama Watanabe shouted, his body trembling slightly from anger and shock. Ha 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 ha. The job changers of the Dragon Nation erupted in hearty laughter. Their long-suppressed anger and frustration transformed into victorious laughter at that moment. Little devils, did you hear that? It's us, the Dragon Nation, who won. Your beautiful dreams have shattered. You beasts, now it's your turn to taste despair. Our Dragon Nation is no longer weak. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, will stand at the pinnacle of the world. Dragon Nation, never perish. Cheating, you must have cheated. Yes, it must be so. You despicable guys from the Dragon Nation must have used some underhanded means. Kamiyama-kun is already level 10. How could we lose? The people of the Dragon Nation are treacherous. They must have done something behind the scenes to disrupt the rules of the competition. Questions kept popping up from the channel. In response, the people of the Dragon Nation laughed heartily. The outcome was already determined. It was merely impotent rage. Ha ha ha, calling us cheaters? You really know how to make excuses. The judgment of the gods is clear. Our Dragon Nation relies on real skills and abilities, unlike you who can only talk big and play dirty when you lose. You Sakura Nation are always like this, harboring ill intentions. You think everyone else is as despicable as you. Buzz buzz buzz. Golden light flickered, the level rankings refreshed. Everyone watched. I want to see how many of the highest levels in the Dragon Nation have died. What gives them the right to win? Exactly, it must be that the gods made a mistake in their judgment. The job changers of the Sakura Nation gritted their teeth, wishing they could tear the people of the Dragon Nation to pieces. They fixed their gaze on the level rankings. I'm curious, what level is the big shot at now? Needless to say, definitely level 10. I doubt it. The big shot was already level 10 before entering the secret realm. Clearing a secret realm should at least add 2 or 3 levels. I feel like he should be at level 12 or 13. Level 12 or 13? That would be more than double my level. It can't be that terrifying. Yi Weiliang, Blood Fury Warrior, and others looked intently at the level rankings. I wonder how high the big shot's level can reach. Maybe it really is like they said, level 12 or 13. Blood Fury Warrior spoke, and Yi Weiliang nodded in agreement. With the big shot's terrifying leveling speed, it really was possible. The next second, the level rankings changed. Rank 4, ID Pure-Hearted Big White Rabbit, level 14. Big shot, I'm 4th. The big white rabbit smiled sweetly upon seeing the leaderboard. Zhang Chen glanced at her. You're the worst among us, and you still have the nerve to smile? Zhang Chen's cold words left the big white rabbit speechless. Someone has to be the supporting role. Why can't it be me? Zhang Chen, what a great attitude. This result detonated like a super nuclear bomb among the job changers of the two countries, leaving everyone stunned. The expressions of the Sakura country job changers instantly froze. Just moments ago, they had been shouting that the divine judgment was wrong and that Long Country was cheating. Now, they looked as if all their strength had been drained, mouths agape but unable to make a sound. Level 14, level 14. How is this possible? Aren't they only at level 9 at most? How can there be such a terrifying existence at level 14? This must be fake. How could Long Country have such strong people? Watanabe Kamita's level 10 was already an insurmountable height for them, but the level of Long Country's job changers far exceeded their imagination, completely shattering their understanding. Even people from Long Country like Xiao Shuafu, as well as Yi Weiliang, Blood Fury Warrior, and Women Aren't Harsh, were dumbfounded for a while. Holy crap, my god, level 14? What kind of monster is this? Wait, this doesn't seem to be the big shot's ID, and it's only ranked 4th. Amidst the shock, a statement that drove everyone even crazier echoed in the channel. Yi Weiliang, Blood Fury Warrior, and Women Aren't Harsh immediately reacted. Level 14 is only 4th. Oh my goodness, 4th place is level 14? What terrifying level must the big shot be at? Could it be the big shot has already broken through level 15? Or even higher? If the big white rabbit is level 14, then Rose should be about the same, or even higher. Then what about the big shot? Yi Weiliang took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but her voice still carried an uncontrollable excitement. The big shot's strength has probably far exceeded our understanding. Blood Fury Warrior was excitedly howling. Who cares? No matter what level the big shot is, this time they will definitely crush those Sakura Country guys. The people from Sakura Country also noticed all of this, a strange sense of fear rising in their hearts. Level 14 is only ranked 4th in Long Country. Does that mean they have people at levels higher than 14? Not sure, but at least there are 3 more at level 14. How could a lowly country like Long Country possibly cultivate someone at level 14? Rank 3, ID Little Beauty Loves to Eat, level 14. Rank 2, ID Thorny Rose, level 14. The leaderboard continued to refresh. All level 14. Haha, our Long Country is indeed full of talent. They're all level 14. I'm really looking forward to what level the first big shot is. That goes without saying, at least above level 14. I guess level 15. I'll go with level 17. You guess level 17? Then I'll go straight for level 20. Ridiculous. You're going too far, guessing level 20. Hee, the bolder the person, the higher the level. I'm betting on level 20. Level 20? The big shot shouldn't be able to reach that. Yi Weiliang shook her head. Although the big shot was strong at leveling up by defeating monsters, it was impossible to rise 10 levels in a day. After all, they were still human. Big shot, what do you think their expressions would be if they saw you were really at level 10? The big white rabbit said with a grin. I'm looking forward to it. Rose squinted and smiled. Who cares about so much? Wait for the rewards to arrive, our resources will double. We should hurry and grind monsters to level up, Zhang Chen said. Following the coordinates provided by Yi Weiliang and the others, they headed towards the secret realm where they were located. The boss is really something. I suspect he's a robot. How can he keep grinding monsters with such relentless intensity? Debeata mumbled, though her speed did not slow. It was precisely because the boss tirelessly led them in grinding that they could achieve victory in this resource competition, fiercely killing the beasts of Sakura Country. Here it comes, here it comes. The boss's level is about to be announced. So excited, so nervous. Hurry up. I want to see how strong that boss from Dragon Country is. Everyone held their breath. The leaderboard refreshed. First place, ID Ruthless Killer, level 20. When this result appeared, the entire channel fell into a brief silence as if under a spell. Then, the Dragon Country players erupted into deafening cheers, filled with fervor, surprise, and pride. I just said it casually, and he's really level 20? Damn, if I had known, I would have said 25. Is the boss really 25? Level 20. My god, the boss must be a deity. The boss is a god. He's our god from Dragon Country. The boss is going to defy the heavens. Boss, everyone calls you a god. On the way, Debeata kept an eye on the messages in the channel, bouncing over to Zhang Chen with an excited expression. Let me see, let me see. Xiaomei and Rose also began checking the messages in the channel. Zhang Chen merely curled the corner of his mouth slightly, his gaze still indifferent. It's just a title. In this world, only strength matters. The boss is right, but this is really satisfying. Rose chimed in. Those Sakura Country players were so arrogant before, especially Watanabe Kita, who was flaunting around. Now he must be wishing for death. They are just a bunch of clowns. When the punishment comes, they will undoubtedly die, Zheng Chen said. Resources halved, levels dropped. The moment they lost the bet, it was destined that all the players in that area would die. Humph, they brought this upon themselves. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Xiaomei's eyes. They've always harbored ill intentions towards our Dragon Country. This is a lesson they deserve. Alright, we're almost at the secret realm. This is way stronger than we imagined. Yi Weiliang's eyes widened in disbelief. But soon, joy spread across his face. This is outrageous. I thought it would be impressive if the boss reached level 15 or 16, but he shot straight to level 20. The Blood Fury Warrior was so excited that his face turned red, as if he were drunk. He raised the giant axe in his hand and swung it vigorously in the air. Is this the ruthless killer boss? The gap between us is not just a little bit. Women are not ruthless, whispered softly. She had briefly felt proud of being ranked first in level before. Now, that pride was completely gone, leaving only the drive to strive upward. Weren't you saying that our Dragon Country players are all useless? Weren't you slandering us for cheating? Now look, this is the strength of our Dragon Country, a peak you will never reach. You can savor the taste of failure, this is what you deserve. At this moment, the players from Sakura country were completely engulfed in despair.
They stared blankly at the leaderboard, their eyes filled with terror and hopelessness.
Level 20. How is this possible?
This has gone beyond our imagination.
We have no chance at all.
How could the Dragon Kingdom have such monsters?
He is not human, he is a monster.
Watanabe Kita was struck as if by lightning, his eyes hollow and lifeless, muttering continuously, level 20.
The gap between him and me is like that between an ant and a dragon.
We have lost so thoroughly. His pride and confidence vanished in that moment, leaving only an endless sense of defeat.
You only won this time, don't get too carried away, people of the Dragon Kingdom.
That's right, this time we were just careless, next time we won't let you have it so easy. Some of the Sakura Kingdom's job changers were still trying to save face, attempting to regain a shred of dignity in the face of this crushing defeat.
The next second, punishment for the losing side is now in effect. As the prompt sounded, the Sakura Kingdom's job changers were horrified to find their levels drop by 2 in an instant.
After working hard for 5 or 6 days, they were back to square one.
No, how can this be? My level. The cries of despair echoed all around.
Some job changers who had just reached level 2 turned into piles of bones in front of their teammates in the blink of an eye.
Those who were fighting monsters found themselves instantly killed as their levels plummeted.
What had been an evenly matched battle, or even one in their favor, was abruptly ended by the monsters. Just because of the level downgrade, nearly 50% of the Sakura Kingdom's job changers in Area 198 were killed or injured. Not to mention that after their resources were halved, leveling up would be twice as difficult as before.
The job changers from the Sakura Kingdom fell into deep panic and despair.
Those who were fortunate enough to survive looked at the bodies of their companions, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness.
What should we do? Without resources and with such low levels, survival is a problem. It's all the damned Dragon Kingdom's fault.
I don't want to die, I'm still young, I don't want to die. In stark contrast to the chaos and despair on the Sakura Kingdom's side, the job changers from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in ecstatic shouts, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, filled with excitement.
Ha, this feels great. My level just went up so easily.
I just slid in and killed an elite monster. I was just fighting monsters when suddenly a boss appeared next to me, and when I saw it was low on health, I took it down with one hit.
Not only did my level go up, but I also got a blue item. So envious. Envious +1. Is this the huge benefit gained from winning the resource gamble?
Everyone felt the joy and power that came from the increase in levels and resources. All of them leveled up by 1, and their resources doubled.
For them, both the current and future gains were immense. And all of this was brought by Zhang Chen. Big Boss, we must thank the Big Boss. This is all thanks to the Big Boss. We must remember the Big Boss's kindness and work hard to be the Big Boss's loyal followers. That's right. From now on, if the Big Boss tells me to bite someone, I will bite them. If I kill them, it's on me. The job changers of the Dragon Kingdom were filled with enthusiasm, expressing their attitudes.
Xiaomei, Rose, and the Big White Rabbit were also incredibly happy.
Level 15, it feels so good to level up without doing anything. This is the benefit of being high level.
Ding, you are the first to reach level 10, helping Area 97 achieve victory, and now you receive an additional personal reward. Upon hearing this prompt, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. This was something he hadn't known before. After all, in his previous life, with the awkward setup of an early assassin, he could never have been among the first to level up. Rewards: Divine Coins *10, Purple, Excellent, Equipment *1, Opportunity to summon a Mysterious Merchant *1. I actually got the chance to summon a Divine Merchant. This reward is quite interesting.
Zhang Chen directly ignored the first 2 rewards.
The 10 divine coins were just over 1 million, too stingy.
And this mysterious merchant is a very special existence.
Even in his past life, Zhang Chen never figured out their purpose or race. It was like an ethereal existence, with no fixed form and no specific patterns of appearance.
Moreover, each mysterious merchant carried unique items.
They could be incredibly precious treasures or special items that could change the rules. However, very few transmuters had encountered a mysterious merchant, let alone traded items with them. In his past life, Zhang Chen was very lucky to have met one, exchanging for a rule-type assassin artifact from the other party. This set him on the path to becoming the god of assassins. One could say that encountering a mysterious merchant, if handled well, could turn the tide of fate with just one exchange.
I can't use this opportunity for now.
With what he had on hand, it held no significant value.
Summoning the mysterious merchant now for an exchange would be a waste. Are you also going to the secret realm to help the boss Yi Weiliang?
You should leave quickly. At that moment, a group of people stumbled out from the direction of the secret realm in front of Zhang Chen and his companions.
One of the transmuters shouted loudly at them. What happened? Zhang Chen frowned and stopped one of the slower transmuters to ask. The transmuter, panting heavily, replied, Don't go in, the monsters inside have doubled because of the resource increase, and their strength has also become higher, we can't fight them at all. Boss Yu Weiliang told us to retreat, they are preparing to leave too. Is that all the difficulty? The big white rabbit became excited, eyes sparkling. It's better that the monsters have doubled, the efficiency of killing monsters will be higher, and we can gain more experience and resources. Right, Rose? Rose nodded. Her talent skill made her stronger with more monsters, and her leveling speed increased as well. Zhang Chen and his group continued deeper into the secret realm, going against the tide of those fleeing from it. Why don't you listen to advice and insist on going to your doom? A transmuter who had just run out saw Zhang Chen and his group not only refusing to leave but actually heading deeper into the secret realm, and shouted anxiously. The fleeing transmuters shook their heads and continued to retreat, muttering that these people were too reckless. But not far along, one of the transmuters curiously checked Zhang Chen's ID. Instantly stopping in his tracks, he widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Wait, that person just now seems to be the ruthless killer boss." What, boss? The other transmuters were also stunned. They hurriedly checked Zhang Chen's ID. It really is him, and those around him are all top experts on this level leaderboard. My god, with a boss here, maybe they really can do it. Let's go back and take a look. If we can follow the boss, we might gain a lot of benefits. The transmuters, who had originally scattered in panic, seemed to have their hopes ignited, their eyes shining with excitement once more. They immediately turned around and chased after Zhang Chen and his group. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the situation for the Blood Fury warrior, Yi Weiliang, and the woman was not so good. The Blood Fury warrior swung his giant axe, pushing back the approaching monsters, sweat covering his face. Doubling the resources doesn't feel so great right now. I agree. At least it's not friendly for those who are currently fighting monsters. The night was slightly cool, and the state of the women was somewhat better. Originally, they had other job changers helping them in this secret realm, and they could handle the boss. Suddenly, the number of monsters doubled, and the number of bosses became 2 as well. Their pressure increased sharply, and they could no longer hold on, having to choose to escape the secret realm. So many small monsters, it's really hard to kill our way out. Looking at the endless swarm of monsters, the Blood Fury warrior gritted his teeth and swung his giant axe again, sending a group of small monsters flying with his immense strength. But more small monsters surged forward immediately. At this moment, Zhang Chen and his group had arrived at the secret realm. So many monsters. Is this the benefit of resource doubling? At the entrance, there was a mass of monsters, too many to count. Roar, roar, roar. The surrounding monsters sensed the intrusion and let out a series of roars. These monsters are only level 5 or 6, Rose, I'll leave them to you. Zhang Chen merely glanced and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Rose immediately perked up, confidently smiling. Don't worry, big guy, I've got this. With that, Rose dashed forward like lightning towards the group of monsters. Talent skill, Divine Light Domain activated. In an instant, a brilliant light spread out from Rose, illuminating the surroundings. Frenzied slash. Rose swung her dragon flame spear, flames roaring on the spear's body, merging with the dazzling light. Boom! As Rose swung her spear, a massive red spear light sliced through the air, hitting a level 5 monster. Upon being struck, the monster was torn to shreds like fragile paper. The other monsters within the domain suffered damage simultaneously. Most of the monsters turned into a puddle of flesh and blood in an instant. One-hit kill. As for those level 6 monsters, they were also severely injured, losing a chunk of health. Damn, that's impressive, the big white rabbit exclaimed. Rose's talent skill is truly invincible for group attacks. Little May's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll help too, Rose can't take all the benefits. The big white rabbit summoned 100 skeleton warriors in one breath, charging towards the remaining monsters. With the skeleton warriors at level 15, each could easily take down a dozen or 20 monsters. 100 skeleton warriors could kill thousands of monsters in just a few seconds. Their efficiency was not much less than Rose's, but together, they were like a monster harvesting machine, a dark mass of thousands of monsters. For others, it might be a nightmarish disaster. Yet in the eyes of Rose, the big white rabbit, and the others, it was still not enough to kill. In just a few dozen seconds, all the monsters blocking the entrance of the secret realm were nearly wiped out by them. Not enough to kill. Bring more. Let's go, we'll continue deeper. The 4 of them were like bulldozers, sweeping through various wild monsters, pushing deeper into the secret realm. Any monsters they encountered along the way were cleared out, and those hiding were found and dealt with in the shortest time possible. Behind them, the arriving job changers looked at the corpses of monsters strewn everywhere, all falling into a brief state of shock. Gulp, then came the sound of swallowing, one after another. Are they even human? This is simply a group of killing gods. Can humans kill monsters this fast? They must be monsters. They had only followed the big shots for a few minutes. Just a few minutes, and all the thousands of monsters at the entrance of the secret realm were dealt with? This efficiency was beyond their wildest imagination. I finally understand why the big shots level up so quickly. I think I understand too. Within a few minutes, thousands of monsters, more than we could gather in days. How could it not be fast? No matter what they are, following them we are sure to gain a lot. Stop lamenting, there are so many pieces of equipment on the ground, hurry and pick them up. A cry of surprise rang out, and at that moment, everyone finally reacted. Thousands of monsters, even with a very low drop rate. At least there would be nearly 100 pieces of equipment, including quite a few blue items. An absolute windfall. Swish, swish, swish. In such a situation, no one wanted to miss out on these treasures. They were almost fighting to pick them up. We're getting rich. Ha ha ha. I saw that first. You can't steal it. Everyone hold on a bit longer. The big shots have already arrived at the secret realm. They'll probably carve a bloody path out and it will only take them a few minutes to get us out. Yi Weiliang spoke. Upon hearing this, Xuenu, the warrior, and others all breathed a sigh of relief. With the big shots coming to their aid, they could feel at ease. Just a few minutes, even if I have to risk my life, I'll hold the line. The Blood Fury warrior grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Despite his face being covered in sweat and blood, his speed in wielding his weapon did not slow down. The woman, not being merciless, slightly nodded, her bowstring drawn, aiming for the head of a monster to deliver a fatal shot. Just a few minutes, given their current state, squeezing out a bit of potential was still doable. The next second, a loud explosion erupted from behind the monster horde, thick smoke billowing into the sky, accompanied by the monster's screams and terrified roars. Yi Weiliang and the others were startled, and before they could figure out the situation, they saw the monsters in front of them falling in rows, as if being harvested like rice. What was going on? Against the light, they saw 4 figures walking slowly towards them, each figure surrounded by the corpses of thousands of small monsters. The scene was simply exhilarating. Yi Weiliang couldn't help but rub his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things. The big shots are here. It's really them. This is a massacre. So many small monsters, and they were wiped out in one wave. Once they recognized it was Zhang Chen and the others, everyone's expressions instantly turned excited, the tension in their hearts relaxing. Didn't they say it would take at least 10 more minutes to arrive? How did they get here in less than a minute? 10 minutes was my estimate. The woman, not being merciless, and the Blood Fury warrior? Are you okay, bro? Rose, holding the dragon flame spear, gracefully leaped down from a monster's corpse and rushed towards Yi Weiliang and the others. Her presence stirred up a gust of wind, slightly dispersing the surrounding stench of blood. Her face radiated a confident smile, like the brightest star in the night sky, particularly dazzling in this dim, bloody secret realm. You look quite disheveled, Rose teased. Now you're so bold, you dare to mock your brother. Yi Weiliang shot her a speechless glare. How did you get here so fast? According to his estimates, with thousands of monsters here, it would take at least 10 minutes to tear a hole and come in to rescue them. Just a few thousand monsters, it only took a few minutes to kill them all. Why would it take so long? Rose raised an eyebrow. What? The monsters are all dead. You killed all the monsters before coming in? Yi Weiliang swallowed hard. The Blood Fury warrior and the woman, not being merciless, were dumbfounded upon hearing this. No way. Really? You killed all the monsters in the secret realm? How is that possible? There are at least thousands of monsters in this secret realm. Just a few thousand, not enough to kill. Rose's expression was calm, as if saying killing a few thousand is very simple. The Blood Fury warrior and the others. The 3 of them fixed their gazes on Rose, as if they were looking at some kind of monster, trying to discern a hint of jest on her face. But they soon realized that Rose was utterly serious, with no trace of humor at all. The 3 of them. You've become this strong now? Yi Weiliang spoke with a slight tremor. The Blood Fury warrior beside him also wore an incredibly complex expression. Before entering the secret realm with the boss, their cultivation levels were about the same, and their combat power was not far apart either. Yet, just a day had passed, not even a full day. Rose's level was now twice theirs, and her combat power had undergone a tremendous transformation. The monsters that had pushed them into a desperate situation were all slaughtered effortlessly by her. This gap was simply too exaggerated. Boss, there are still 2 monsters left. I'll take care of them. the big white rabbit said, summoning 2 skeleton warriors. 2 level 12 bosses were like ants in front of 2 level 15 skeleton warriors. In the blink of an eye, they were dead at their hands. Watching this scene, Yi Weiliang and the others' mouths twitched uncontrollably. They were bosses, yet they were killed with a single punch. They couldn't even handle the summons of the big white rabbit now? Shouldn't they be given a bit of face? Big white rabbit, how many skeleton warriors can you summon now? The Blood Fury warrior asked. Theoretically over 30,000. The big white rabbit calculated and replied. 30,000. Everyone simultaneously spat out. This was just too terrifying. Over 30,000 level 15 skeleton warriors? What kind of concept was that? With the resources available in the entire area now, it was unlikely to find that many level 15 monsters. Then can't you single-handedly sweep through all the monsters in our area? Women Aren't Ruthless widened her eyes, her voice rising several degrees. One person challenging the entire area, who would dare to think of that? But the big white rabbit really had such strength and potential. The big white rabbit scratched her head, smiling a bit shyly. Theoretically, yes. But with my current mental power, I can barely summon a few hundred at once. Upon hearing the big white rabbit's words, the 3 of them first breathed a sigh of relief. Then they continued to be dumbfounded. A few hundred? That's still outrageous. If they all came out at once, that scene. Yi Wei's mind already conjured up the image of hundreds of level 15 monsters charging at her. She quickly shook her head in fear. The Blood Fury warrior was also left speechless. Big white rabbit, you're simply a moving army. They had just been wondering how to kill so many monsters. Now they understood. Even thousands wouldn't be enough for her to kill. Sigh, I used to think I was pretty strong, but now compared to you guys. Women Aren't Ruthless felt her confidence collapse in that moment. Rely on the boss, rely on the boss, Rose said with a smile. This was the huge benefit of teaming up with the boss. The 3 of them instantly locked their gazes on Zhang Chen. They also wanted to team up with the boss, but unfortunately, the boss's requirements for team members were just too strict. Not exactly strict. It was just, why only girls? Discrimination, pure discrimination. Boss, how about I change my personality to team up with you? Yi Weiliang looked at Zhang Chen beside her, speaking extremely seriously. The Blood Fury warrior's heart also wavered slightly. If they could team up with the boss, sacrificing a bit seemed not too bad. Bro, you want to be my sister? Rose laughed heartily. Zhang Chen's mouth twitched. No need. As for Women Aren't Ruthless, she didn't speak up. Night Weiliang told her that he had once spent 900 million to apply for a team but had not succeeded. With her being completely broke, it was even less likely for her. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chen walked up to her and said, "Are you willing to join my team? Are you willing to join my team? Willing or not? Willing or not?" Zhang Chen's words echoed in her ears like a spell, and Woman Not Harsh couldn't help but look over. Can I really? She looked at Zhang Chen with some trepidation, her excitement making her a bit incoherent. Beside her, the Blood Fury warrior and Night Weiliang shed tears of envy and jealousy, gazing longingly at Zhang Chen and Woman Not Harsh. If only they were women. Zhang Chen nodded slightly. They were still missing a long-range high-burst archer in their team, and Woman Not Harsh perfectly fit that requirement. Her profession was that of a hidden-class sharpshooter. She could hold the top position on the level leaderboard without teaming up with anyone. She truly had the skills. This also reflected the strength of her profession. Seeing Zhang Chen nod in confirmation, the joy in Woman Not Harsh could no longer be contained, and her eyes once again became moist. She hurriedly wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously in response. "Boss, I promise I won't hold the team back." Zhang Chen smiled and took out a red outfit, handing it to Woman Not Harsh. "This red outfit is for you, as a benefit for joining the team." Gulp Night Weiliang, Blood Fury warrior, and Woman Not Harsh swallowed at the same time. What kind of treatment is this? They barely managed to gather purple gear, and the boss just casually gave away a red outfit? As expected, the boss's world is different from theirs. "Boss, you're really being biased. I offered you 900 million to join, and you weren't willing. Now you're inviting someone else to join and giving them a red outfit." Night Weiliang complained like a little wife. Blood Fury warrior nodded vigorously. No. Being able to team up with the boss is my honor. I can't accept such an expensive item. Woman Not Harsh quickly waved her hands, her eyes filled with surprise and unease. A red outfit. The absolute god gear at present, worth at least 100 divine coins. Her entire fortune wouldn't even cover a fraction of it. This isn't just a gift, I have requirements. Once you accept it, you can't leave the team without my permission. Zhang Chen stated. Requirements? Not being allowed to leave the team is a requirement? This is clearly a benefit. It's equivalent to saying, I'll give you 100 million every month, and the requirement is that you can't quit the company. Rose, the boss has found another sister to join, your crisis has deepened. The big white rabbit teased with a smile, eyes full of mischief. Upon hearing this, Rose's eyes widened, and she pretended to be angry as she looked at the big white rabbit. Humph. Do you believe I could slice you into 8 pieces with a violent slash? She walked up to Woman Not Harsh and said, the boss gave each of us a red outfit, you should take it. Rose smiled and patted Woman Not Harsh on the shoulder. This is the boss's recognition of you. Right, take it. The big white rabbit and little beauty nodded as well. Woman Not Harsh gritted her teeth and finally nodded. Thank you, boss. Saying this, she trembled as she accepted the equipment with both hands. The Blood Fury Warrior and Knight Waliang were so jealous that they felt like their back teeth were grinding to dust. If someone like Ruobai gave them a red outfit, they would be willing to team up with the boss for a lifetime. Zhang Chen invited her into the team. Oh, just pulling her in raised the intimacy level over 100, unlocking another team slot. Zhang Chen was slightly surprised. With Woman Not Harsh joining, his team buff directly increased to 8 times. As long as he finds another team member to form a party, his system can also undergo an upgrade. Perhaps it will double the original benefits. That would truly be going against the heavens. Of course, it's not just any woman who can become his team member. At the very least, she must have a hidden profession. Boss, phew, I finally caught up with you. At this moment, those Dragon Kingdom players who had been following behind Zhang Chen and the others to collect resources finally caught up. They were all panting, their faces full of exhaustion, but their eyes sparkled with excitement. I finally caught up with you, bosses. You guys are amazing. You were killing monsters in front, and we couldn't even catch up while following behind. They were just picking up the resources left by Zhang Chen and the others after defeating monsters, and their bags were full. Boss, that battle scene you just had was like a legend. We were so pumped watching from behind. Yeah. Especially Sister Rose, when she swung that gun, it was like a fire dragon weaving through the monsters, taking them out in one move, so cool. Every player was chattering excitedly, their admiration evident in their eyes. They had only heard about how powerful the bosses were before, but this time they truly witnessed it firsthand. The shock was indescribable. The bosses were strong for a reason. Boss, I want to take a photo with you. I want to. A group of Dragon Kingdom players clamored, afraid of being outdone by others. Zhang Chen glanced at them and said to Rose and the others, you guys go take a photo with them. Wow. Don't push. Come on, the boss is in the secret realm. We picked up a lot of gear, and we can take a photo with the boss. Where? I'm coming right now. The channel instantly erupted, with more and more Dragon Kingdom players rushing towards Zhang Chen's direction. Finally, we can confirm the boss's location again. This time, I must capture him. Luo Qingchun prettily dressed herself up, posing in front of the mirror. I'm so beautiful. Just you wait, this time I'll definitely win you over. These people are really crazy. Yi Weiliang exclaimed. I think so too, Zhang Chen replied, startling Yi Weiliang. Boss, you. He pointed to the center of the crowd and then at Zhang Chen. How did you come out? Who are they taking photos with? Zhang Chen shrugged, who knows? Ding, the one-day leaderboard challenge time has ended, and rewards are now being distributed. As the prompt sounded, a huge light screen suddenly appeared in the sky. The screen shimmered with colorful lights, and amidst the intertwining glow, rankings and corresponding rewards emerged. The one-day leaderboard challenge ended so quickly. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it, temporarily halting their crowded photo-taking. Damn, it ended so fast. I could have killed that monster right away, and my level could have gone up a bit. Don't complain, everyone is the same. The competition for the leaderboard this time is too fierce. Just being on the list is good enough. The wealth leaderboard is for the rich. We won't participate. Let's check the level leaderboard and see if we can snag something. Damn, my ranking on the wealth leaderboard actually dropped to 3rd. Moon's eyes cursed, then changed his expression in the next second. It's reasonable for the boss to be first. I also have 2 silver treasure chests to open, so awesome. Moon's eyes instantly wore a smile, as if the earlier frustration had never existed. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly looking at the silver treasure chest reward icon displayed on the screen, already fantasizing about the various good things he could open from the chest. Hey, you changed pretty quickly. Just now you were cursing, and now you're all smiles. Of course, as long as there's a reward to be had. Besides, with that big shot's strength, we can't compete. Moon's eyes chuckled in response. That big shot is even first on the wealth list. I really want to know how he got those 120 to 30,000 divine coins. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would really want to go rob that big shot. +1. In this era where the average person only has a few dozen, that big shot's more than 1 million divine coins loomed over the players like a small mountain,
making them unable to help but feel envy and jealousy. Not bad, I got 2 golden chests and 2 silver chests. Looking at the 4 chests lying in his backpack, Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Ding, you opened a silver chest *1, obtained a purple gear, normal, *1, ding, you opened a silver chest *1, obtained a blue gear *1, the silver chests didn't yield anything good. Ding, you opened a golden chest *1, obtained a purple gear, excellent, *1, ding, your backpack space is insufficient, please clear it before opening the chest again.
Damn, the backpack is full again. Zhang Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The worst items in his backpack were all blue gears with outstanding attributes, the rest were either special items or chests. Clearing any of them would cost him at least 10,000 divine coins. For example, the 3 intimacy chests rewarded by the system. Originally, Zhang Chen planned to open them as soon as he got them, but there was a special prompt that said combining 5 could yield stronger items. Zhang Chen thought for a moment and ultimately decided to keep them. It seems I must expand my backpack. Zhang Chen opened the divine shop. This divine shop has so few items. Zhang Chen frowned, looking at the sparse goods in the shop, feeling somewhat helpless. But he could understand, the shop had just launched. New items were still being added. Some special items were not available. The skills were generally D grade, and there were only a dozen or so. The highest equipment was only purple gear, and a single piece of purple gear cost 50 divine coins, equivalent to 5 million huaxia coins. Fortunately, there are backpack expansion items, but this price is indeed a bit steep. Expanding 1 slot costs 100 divine coins. This was practically highway robbery. Even for someone like Zhang Chen, who had millions, it was shocking. It was like spending 10 million in real life just to buy a bag. Even the wealthy couldn't handle that. He might as well carry a bag himself. Zhang Chen clicked his tongue. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with the price, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and prepare to buy it to continue storing items. He roughly estimated that to meet his current needs, he would need to expand at least 20 slots, which meant 2,000 divine coins, or 20 million huaxia coins. A huge sum. Ding, do you want to spend 10,000 divine coins to purchase 100 backpack expansion items? Yes. Ding, congratulations on your successful purchase, your backpack storage space has increased by 100. In the end, Zhang Chen bought all the backpack expansion items. He had to buy them sooner or later, so it was better to buy early and enjoy. Wow, brothers, I just saw that the Divine Shop's 100 backpack expansion items were all gone in a flash. As soon as Zhang Chen finished buying, a message popped up in the channel. What? All gone? Are you seeing things? That costs 10,000 divine coins. Who can afford that? It's true, damn, I saw it too. Who is so generous? Spending 10,000 divine coins just like that. They must be incredibly rich. Who else could it be? It must be one of the top 3 big shots on the wealth list. Besides them, no one can spend 10,000 divine coins in one go. Not me. The Moon's Eyes was the first to distance themselves. +1. Following closely, Yi Weiliang also spoke up. Wow, what a big shot. Spending 10,000 divine coins in one go, that's really extravagant. Even if it were in huaxia coins, spending 1,000 at once would make me feel pain for a long time. I wonder what the big shot is buying so many backpack expansion items for. Can they even use them all? My backpack is half empty. If it were me, I'd buy a whole bunch of purple gear and arm myself to the teeth. That's where you're different from the big shot. The big shot probably has all the purple gear already, and I bet they wouldn't even look at red gear. Exactly, the big shot's realm is something we can't compare to. Maybe their backpack is filled with rare items we've never even seen. Expanding the backpack must be really useful. The space expansion is done, let's continue opening treasure chests. Ding, you have opened a golden treasure chest *1 and received a limited time mission card. Zhang Chen was slightly taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He quickly checked the details of the mission card. Mission type, National Mission. Limited time mission, Mysterious Ruins Exploration. Mission location, there is a mysterious ruin sealed by the power of time and space in the abyssal secret realm, containing treasures of ancient civilization, but also powerful guardians and a complex maze. Mission requirements. Team up to enter, and must complete the exploration within 72 hours. Mission rewards, based on exploration progress and the value of obtained treasures, may include rare skill books, equipment, a large amount of divine coins, and mysterious special items. Notes, time and space are chaotic within the ruins, unexpected dangers may arise, and some areas have powerful seals that require special methods to break. It's actually a national mission. Seeing the mission introduction, Zhang Chen's heart began to race. National missions are extremely difficult to trigger. Correspondingly, the mission rewards are very generous, and each mission will yield extra rewards. It seems this is an exploration-type national mission, with a difficulty level considered the lowest among all missions. If the completion rate is high enough, it could create a significant gap between us and other regions. With this thought, Zhang Chen's gaze became even more fervent. Brothers from the Dragon Kingdom, I have something to say. For the first time, Zhang Chen spoke in the channel. The Big Shot has spoken. This is the first time I've seen the ruthless killer Big Shot speak in the channel. Sure, let's see what the Big Shot has to say. Many viewers quieted down, waiting for Zhang Chen to speak. Brothers, I have a national mission card that we need to complete together. Immediately, Zhang Chen shared the specific information of the national mission card in the public channel. As soon as the message was sent, the entire channel erupted. Mysterious ruins exploration? Sounds thrilling. And treasures of ancient civilization, if we can get those, won't we be flying high? But the difficulty of this mission seems quite high. We have to complete it within 72 hours. Plus the chaotic time and space and powerful guardians, it feels very dangerous. What's there to fear? With the Big Shot here, are we still worried about not completing the mission? Exactly, the Big Shot has spoken. We definitely have to keep up. I'm signing up. I've been wanting to do something big with the Big Shot. Count me in, such opportunities are rare. These Big Shots are really excited. Dabeata looked at the channel, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Of course, this national mission seems to have a low difficulty, and we can do the mission with the Big Shot, so naturally, everyone is eager. Rose smiled and spoke. Big Shot, when are you planning to start this mission? Yi Weiliang asked. Open it immediately after finding the Abyss Secret Realm. This exploration task is on the edge of the Abyss Secret Realm. Naturally, one must first locate the Abyss Secret Realm. Otherwise, opening it now would only waste this task. Zhang Chen replied in the channel, during this time, please keep an eye out and search for the coordinates of the Abyss Secret Realm. When the time comes, we can directly start the task. Received. We will ensure the task is completed. Let's go. It's not easy to execute a task with the boss. This time, I must perform well. Who knows, maybe there will be more opportunities to follow the boss in the future. Hee. To this, Yi Weiliang could only think, you guys are overthinking it. Soon, the vast majority of people in the 9-7 area spontaneously went to search for the coordinates of the Abyss Secret Realm. Zhang Chen himself was not idle, carefully sorting through his backpack. First, let's sell these useless pieces of equipment. Looking at the pile of blue gear, purple gear, a few red gear, and a D-level skill book in his backpack, Zhang Chen hesitated about whether to list them in the store. After all, the 20% commission from the Divine Store was really too greedy. But sending them offline one by one himself was absolutely impossible. It would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. He still needed to grind monsters to level up. His gaze turned to Yi Weiliang beside him. Got it. I want to discuss a collaboration with you. What? What kind of collaboration does the boss want to discuss with me? Yi Weiliang was taken aback and quickly straightened up. Boss, you say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely go through fire and water. Zhang Chen smiled and said, I have some equipment and skill books in my backpack that are taking up space, and selling them in the store would be a loss. I want you to help me handle them, and I'll give you a share. How about that? Yi Weiliang was stunned for a moment, then a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Boss, you trust me, but how do you plan to split it? Zhang Chen thought for a moment. How about this? You help me sell these things, and I'll give you a red gear. Red gear. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiliang's breath quickened. Boss, you're not joking, right? Really giving me a red gear? Of course. A red gear costs 500 divine coins, which is very expensive. But he sells a lot of equipment, and the 20% commission would definitely exceed 500 divine coins. Saying this, Zhang Chen took out the unused equipment from his backpack. A cold breath was inhaled by Yi Weiliang as he looked at the mountain of equipment before him, his pupils contracting. There were at least hundreds of blue and purple gear. Even more outrageous was a skill book and 4 pieces of red gear. What a big deal. No wonder the boss wanted to buy backpack expansion items. It really wasn't enough. Boss, are you sure you want to sell even the skill book and red gear? These are all top-tier resources. Won't it be too wasteful to sell them like this? Yi Weiliang's voice trembled a bit. He could hardly imagine the commotion these items would cause once they hit the market. Zhang Chen, however, remained calm. Yes, sell them all. These things are of no use to me for now. It's better to exchange them for money or other resources that can help us complete the task. Yi Weiliang swallowed hard. He knew Zhang Chen was right. Taking a deep breath, Yi Weiliang forced himself to calm down. All right, boss, since you've decided, I'll do as you say. Zhang Chen nodded. As soon as possible. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. Ding, your account has received 20,000 divine coins. The next moment, 20,000 appeared in his account. Zhang Chen looked at Yi Weiliang, who smiled at him. This guy bought the red gear for himself. To this, Zhang Chen didn't mind. Selling to anyone was still selling. The fat water doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. The pavilion by the water gets the moon first. This can be considered a hidden little benefit. I just made back the money spent on props. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Boss, someone wants to trade a single-player quest card for a purple item. Yi Weiliang returned. You move really fast. Zhang Chen was taken aback and asked, what single-player quest card? Quest type, single-player quest. Required level, level 20. Quest name, The Mysterious Treasure of the Lost Mine. Quest background, deep in the distant Lost Mountains lies an abandoned mine. Once, this was a place where dwarf miners dug for precious ores, but a sudden disaster sealed the mine, and all the dwarf miners evacuated. Now, it is said that the mine is filled with a large amount of unexploited rare ores and mysterious treasures, attracting countless adventurers to explore, but the mine is fraught with various traps and mechanisms, as well as mysterious creatures guarding the treasure, making it extremely dangerous. Quest objective, enter the lost mine, find and collect at least 5 pieces of mysterious ore and 1 piece of mysterious treasure, specific items unknown, within the time limit, and then safely exit the mine. Quest time limit, 48 hours. Quest rewards, upon completion, you will receive a large amount of experience points, a piece of rare quality equipment, adapted to the adventurer's profession, and a special material gift pack, which can be used to craft high-level equipment or create special items. Quest risk warning, the mysterious mine is tainted by an unknown force. Yi Weiliang added, Boss, this quest reward looks quite generous. Although it requires a purple item in exchange, it seems worth it. You're already over level 20, so it's just right. I can't believe it's this quest. Zhang Chen remained silent. Yet, a ripple stirred in his heart. Trade it, and give him another purple item. Zhang Chen spoke. Yi Weiliang was taken aback. Huh? Trading 2 purple items. Of course, he only paused for a moment, fully complying with Zhang Chen's wishes. Soon, the quest card was in hand. I didn't expect that in this life, after all the twists and turns, it would still be me to complete this. Zhang Chen looked at the quest card in his hand, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. In his previous life, this quest was something he had obtained by grinding monsters. It was his first single-player quest. In this life, it was dropped by others and returned to him. For the next 2 days, you all grind monsters and level up. I need to complete a single-player quest. Zhang Chen instructed the White Rabbit and the others before starting the quest and leaving. The boss doesn't want us anymore. Boo-hoo, he's such a heartless person, right, Rose? The White Rabbit hurriedly wiped away tears as he watched Zhang Chen's disappearing figure. You're such a drama queen. Rose rolled her eyes. Since the boss is going to complete the quest alone, we can't just sit around. For the next 2 days, the 4 of us will team up, searching for the Abyss secret realm while grinding monsters. Any objections? Rose glanced at the 3 of them. I'll follow Sister Rose, I have no objections. Bu Han was the first to express his stance. Xiaomei and the White Rabbit nodded in succession. A familiar place. Zhang Chen stood at the entrance of the lost mine, memories flooding back like a tide. Back then, he was still very naive, facing the numerous dangers in the mine with fear and confusion. But it was that experience and those resources that allowed him to truly begin to grow rapidly in this world. Now standing here again, Zhang Chen felt a myriad of emotions, but he also felt a bit more calm and confident. He took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the dark, damp mine. The light inside the cave was still dim, and the glowing ores embedded in the walls emitted a faint light, barely illuminating the path ahead. Zhang Chen walked steadily, his gaze sharp, always alert to the potential traps and mechanisms around him. Not far ahead, a faint crack sound reached his ears. His heart tightened, and he immediately stopped, pressing himself against the wall. He saw a massive stone slab crash down from above. Had he continued forward just moments ago, it would have surely crushed him. Still as dangerous as ever, he thought. Once the slab had completely fallen, Zhang Chen cautiously maneuvered around it. As he continued, he noticed that the layout of the mine seemed somewhat different from his previous life. Some passages had changed direction, and he could occasionally sense a strange energy fluctuation stirring in the darkness. Could it be that with my rebirth, the mine has undergone some unknown changes? Zhang Chen furrowed his brow. This unknown alteration could bring about more danger. He proceeded carefully, each step taken with extreme caution. After rounding a corner, he came upon a small square. In the center of the square stood a fountain radiating a mysterious glow, its water a bizarre purple, constantly bubbling. Fortunately, the purple spirit crystal is still here, Zhang Chen sighed in relief. Although the mine had undergone some changes, the location of the mysterious ore remained unchanged, allowing him to save a significant amount of time in completing his task. Come out, you guardians lurking here. As soon as he spoke, the purple light around the fountain flickered violently. Then, from the bubbling purple water, several strange creatures slowly emerged. They resembled fish but had transparent wings and razor-sharp tail fins. They emitted the same eerie purple light as the fountain's water, their eyes like two purple gemstones, glinting with a cold light. Race: Purple Winged Illusion Fish. Level: 21. Innate ability: Purple Illusion Mist, Purple Crystal Poison, Purple Illusion Mist, releases a mesmerizing purple mist. Once an attacker is ensnared within, their senses of sight, hearing, and smell are severely disrupted, leading to various hallucinations and mental confusion. Purple Crystal Poison: a special toxin contained within their sharp tail fins, causing those poisoned to rot away and die. Zhang Chen looked at the purple winged illusion fish. In his previous life, he had fallen for their tricks and been trapped in an illusion. Although he ultimately managed to turn the tables, it had come at a bloody cost. In this life, I won't make the same mistake again, Zhang Chen murmured to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Shadow escape. Zhang Chen's figure instantly vanished from sight. The next moment, the dragon-toothed dagger in his hand pierced the throat of one purple winged illusion fish. With a squelch, purple blood gushed out like a fountain. The blood was highly corrosive, sizzling as it splattered on the ground. The strike was clean and decisive. Damn it, this human has the ability to become invisible. The remaining purple winged illusion fish sensed their companion's death and roared in anger. They actively released the purple illusion mist, transforming the entire square into a chaotic purple world. They attempted to limit Zhang Chen's movements by expanding the mist's range and increasing its density. However, after his strike, Zhang Chen had already retreated to a distance. He was well aware of the attack patterns of the purple winged illusion fish. He was waiting for the mist to dissipate. A quarter of an hour later, as the mist gradually cleared, the figures of the purple winged illusion fish reappeared in view, their fatigue and anxiety evident. Zhang Chen once again used shadow escape, and with a single dagger strike, he took another purple winged illusion fish's life. After this strike, instead of retreating, Zhang Chen launched another attack, determined to finish off all the purple winged illusion fish in one go. That guy has shown himself. Quick, attack. In an instant, all the purple winged illusion scale fish surged towards Zhang Chen. Their speed was astonishing, wings flapping and creating waves of purple air currents, their tails glinting with a deadly cold light under the sun. The dragon-toothed dagger in Zhang's hand spun out a beautiful flower of blades, launching him forward without retreating. He charged towards the school of fish, and in the moment of nearing them, he leaped high into the air, evading the charge of the first few purple-winged illusion scale fish. In mid-air, he aimed at a purple-winged illusion scale fish below, diving down like a cannonball, and thrust the dagger fiercely towards its head. The fish attempted to block with its wings, but Zhang Chen's strength and speed far exceeded its expectations. The dagger easily pierced through the wings and plunged straight into its skull. The purple-winged illusion scale fish trembled violently for a moment before falling still. Using the momentum, Zhang rolled onto the ground and swiftly stabbed down at another nearby purple-winged illusion scale fish. Only two left. He pulled the dagger from the fish's body, purple blood splattering out. Zhang Chen's gaze was sharp, fixated on the remaining two purple-winged illusion scale fish. The outcome was already determined. Ding, you have slain the purple-winged illusion scale fish. Congratulations on obtaining. Without the team buff, it really feels strange, Zhang Chen sighed. After killing these few purple-winged illusion scale fish, he obtained a red equipment piece and a purple one, leveling up to level 22. If only he had the 8x team buff. Not to mention how many levels he could have gained, just in terms of equipment. He could have gotten 8 red pieces and 8 purple ones. The rewards would have been incomparable. Speaking of which, he turned his gaze towards the purple spirit crystal in the fountain. Purple spirit crystal, intermediate ore, can be used to repair equipment durability. Zhang Chen walked towards the fountain and reached out to grab the purple spirit crystal. He carefully stored the crystal, as it was one of the key items for completing the quest. Now I still need 4 more types of ore. If I remember correctly, the blue sea spirit essence stone should be behind that blue light curtain deep in the mine. Zhang Chen recalled the route from his previous life while heading deeper into the mine. Following the winding passage, the temperature around him gradually dropped. Ice crystals began to appear on the walls, shimmering with a cold light under the faint illumination. Zhang Chen tightened his clothing and continued forward, his breath forming puffs of white mist in the air. As he walked, a blue light curtain appeared ahead. The curtain resembled a massive wall of water, shimmering and exuding waves of coldness. I've arrived. Zhang Chen stopped, a bone-chilling cold instantly spreading through his body, as if countless needles were pricking him. To obtain the blue sea spirit essence stone, I must break this light curtain. Zhang Chen moved around the curtain, searching for the several keystones that formed it. This curtain seemed like just a wall of water, but in reality, it was supported by an ancient and complex array, a powerful restriction. Each rune was like a lock, and only by finding the correct key could it be opened. Relying solely on brute force wouldn't work, he needed to use his brain. Previously, this challenge had stumped him for 7 or 8 hours, nearly causing him to fail the quest. Near a protruding rock, Zhang Chen saw several grooves, each corresponding to a jade talisman. These jade talismans emitted a soft blue light, contrasting sharply with the surrounding cold atmosphere. Each talisman was engraved with intricate and complex patterns. Found it! Zhang Chen leaned in to observe, discovering that the patterns on the talismans bore a resemblance to the runes faintly visible on the light curtain. As long as I embed the jade talismans according to a specific pattern, it should work. Based on the direction and characteristics of the patterns, Zhang Chen began to search for matching positions on the light curtain. After a careful search, he found several slightly recessed areas at the edge of the light screen. The shapes and sizes of these areas perfectly matched the jade talismans, and the surrounding runes echoed the patterns on the jade talismans. The moment the jade talisman was embedded, a blue halo appeared on the light screen. Then, he successively embedded the other jade talismans into their corresponding grooves. With each insertion, the light screen reacted more intensely, the brilliance becoming increasingly dazzling, and the cold aura growing stronger. When the last jade talisman was embedded, the light on the screen suddenly surged, forcing Zhang Chen to close his eyes. When the light dimmed slightly and he opened his eyes, the light screen had vanished. Behind the light screen was a blue world. The ground was paved with blue crystals, and countless blue gems were embedded in the surrounding walls. In the center, there was a stone emitting a soft blue light, which was the spirit essence stone of the Azure Sea. However, around the spirit essence stone, several jellyfish-like creatures were swimming. These jellyfish had transparent bodies with complex blue patterns inside, and their tentacles were long and thin, shimmering with dangerous currents. Race: Blue Electric Jellyfish. Level: 21. Innate ability: High Pressure Electric Pulse. Water Screen Prison. High Pressure Electric Pulse releases powerful electric current pulses from the tentacles, causing immense damage to enemies and briefly paralyzing them. Water Screen Prison utilizes the power of water elements to form a closed water sphere, trapping enemies inside and restricting their movement. Intruder: One of the blue electric jellyfish emitted a sharp mental wave. The other jellyfish instantly unleashed electric attacks towards Zhang Chen. Seeing the numerous blue electric jellyfish launching electric attacks at him, Zhang Chen dared not hesitate and immediately activated Shadow Assault. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The electric attacks missed, striking the blue crystal ground behind him instead. Suddenly, there was a series of explosive sounds, leaving behind charred marks. As he approached one of the jellyfish, Zhang Chen swung his dragon-toothed dagger fiercely, simultaneously activating the dagger's accompanying skill, Dragon Breath Slash. In an instant, a scorching dragon-like aura erupted from the dagger, sweeping towards the jellyfish. The terrifying heat directly evaporated the blue electric jellyfish. Tear apart this intruder. This time, they not only released high-pressure electric pulses but also simultaneously cast the water screen prison skill. In an instant, electric sparks flickered around Zhang Chen, and thick currents danced like silver snakes. At the same time, massive water screen prisons flickered into existence, attempting to trap him within. Zhang Chen's eyes sharpened. Once trapped in the water screen prison, he would be in extreme danger under the electric pulse attacks of so many jellyfish. Shadow Escape. Swift movement. With both skills activated, Zhang Chen vanished in an instant. Boom! The water screen prisons collided with each other, creating a chaotic area of water screens. The electric pulses continuously darted through the water screens, erupting in dazzling flashes of light. Seizing this moment of chaos, Zhang Chen appeared like a ghost behind one of the blue electric jellyfish. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the dragon-toothed dagger again. A hit! Critical hit, 3.08 million damage. Blood flow 980,000 damage. With one strike, he eliminated another electric jellyfish. At the same time, the dagger's inherent attribute, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, activated. Part of the blue electric jellyfish's life force was absorbed by Zhang Chen. His stamina was slightly restored, and his attack power increased. Zhang Chen continued to weave through the jellyfish swarm. With each swing of the dragon-tooth dagger, he took down a blue electric jellyfish. Ultimately, he crushed all the electric jellyfish with overwhelming force. Ding! You have slain the blue electric jellyfish swarm and received a reward. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 23. Purple Gear *3. Zhang Chen took a slight breath, calming his slightly hurried breathing from the intense battle. His gaze fell once again on the Azure Spirit Stone radiating a soft blue light. He slowly walked forward, crouched down, and gently picked up the precious stone. I've already obtained 2 ores, 3 more to go. However, acquiring the remaining 3 will be somewhat challenging. The remaining 3 ores were Shadow Crystal, Life Core, and Star Fragment. They were positioned at 3 distant locations within the mine, forming a triangular formation. Just running back and forth would take more than a day, not to mention battling the guarding monsters. In his previous life, although he barely obtained all 5 ores, he failed to find that mysterious treasure due to lack of time, resulting in only 70% completion of the quest. He only received 30% of the quest rewards. Time is still tight. In this life, although he had a general understanding of the locations of the 3 ores and was stronger, allowing him to end battles more quickly, he could only shorten the time by a day and a half. With only half a day left to find the mysterious treasure, he had to hurry. With this thought, Zhang Chen reined in his smile, took a deep breath, and stood up. The life core is the closest from here. I'll go get it first. Zhang Chen calculated in his heart, his steps never slowing. He dashed through the intricate mine passages like the wind, heading towards the direction of the life core. As he gradually approached the area where the life core was located, the surrounding air began to feel humid and warm. More and more strange vines and glowing fungi appeared on the walls. These vines twisted on the walls like long worms, making a rustling sound. The light emitted by the fungi flickered in the darkness, adding an eerie atmosphere to the environment. Zhang Chen slowed his pace, cautiously observing his surroundings. Suddenly, the ground ahead trembled slightly, and then several giant earth spikeworms burrowed up from underground. These earth spikeworms were covered in hard shells, their sharp heads glinting coldly in the light. Race, Earth Spikeworm, Level, 22, Talent Ability, Earth Spike Ambush, Burrowing, Earth Spike Ambush, quickly extends sharp earth spikes from the ground to attack the enemy's lower body. Burrowing, moves quickly underground to launch surprise attacks on enemies. As soon as the earth spike worms appeared, they launched an attack on Zhang Chen. Their spikes shot up from the ground rapidly, and Zhang Chen hurriedly activated his sprint skill. His figure flickered, dodging this wave of attacks. However, the earth spikeworms did not relent. They quickly burrowed underground, attempting to attack Zhang Chen from other directions. Zhang Chen did not dare to be careless. The tricky part about the earth spikeworms was that they could move underground. Their surprise attacks were hard to defend against. I have no time to play hide and seek with you. Dragon Breath Slash. Zhang Chen activated the skill of the Dragon Tooth Dagger. A scorching dragon-shaped breath erupted from the dagger, crashing down towards the ground. An indiscriminate attack, forcing the earth spike worms out. Wherever the dragon breath went, the ground turned red from the heat. Several earth spike worms that were burrowing underground and preparing to ambush were hit by the dragon breath, letting out a series of painful shrieks. Their hard shells cracked under the high temperature, some even pierced through by the dragon breath. Green blood flowed from their wounds. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Chen used Shadow Ambush, teleporting behind them. Holding the dragon tooth dagger, he suddenly swung his blade in a sweeping motion, simultaneously attacking several earth spike worms. Backstab 100% critical hit. Divine fall damage 3. 45 million, blood flow damage 1. 43 million, divine fall damage 2. 98 million, blood flow damage 980,000. A series of numbers flashed, accompanied by the agonized screams of the ground thorn insects. Several ground thorn insects fell dead to the ground. The remaining ground thorn insects, seeing their companions instantly slaughtered, did not retreat. Instead, they were stirred into a more intense ferocity. Their shells shimmered with a strange blood-red light, and the surrounding sand and gravel trembled at that moment, transforming into sharp ground thorns. All these thorns locked onto Zhang Chen as their target. Kill him! With a low roar, countless ground thorns burst forth from the earth. Each thorn carried a terrifying tearing force, rushing towards Zhang Chen. What seemed like an ordinary move contained a devastating threat. If hit, he would be instantly skewered. Ordinary level 27 or 28 job changers would definitely not withstand it. But he was not an ordinary job changer. Before the enemy launched their attack, he had already predicted the direction of their assault. He activated swift movement. His speed suddenly increased several times. Whoosh whoosh. Zhang Chen, with an exquisite body technique, ghosted through the deadly web of ground thorns, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Dragon Breath Slash. Zhang Chen activated his skill again. A scorching dragon-shaped aura swept towards the rear of the ground thorn insect swarm. Damage 780,000, damage 590,000, damage 1. 98 million. The unsuspecting ground thorn insects were struck by the dragon breath, immediately letting out a series of wails. Many of the ground thorn insects had their shells melted by the high temperature, their bodies severely burned. Taking advantage of the chaos among the ground thorn insects, Zhang Chen charged into the swarm like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. The dragon tooth dagger in his hand glimmered with a cold light, and each swing sent up a mist of blood. His attacks were swift and fierce, each strike accurately hitting the vital points of the ground thorn insects. Divine fall damage 4. 23 million, divine fall damage 3. 71 million, divine fall damage 5. 64 million. One by one, the ground thorn insects fell. I'll deal with the ground thorn insect leader first. In the heat of battle, Zhang Chen spotted a larger ground thorn insect among the swarm. Its blood-red glow was more intense than that of the others. He flashed forward, charging towards the ground thorn insect leader. The leader sensed Zhang Chen's intent and commanded the surrounding ground thorn insects to surround him. But Zhang Chen's speed was too fast. He broke through the ground thorn insect's defenses like a bolt of lightning and stood before the leader. Die! Zhang Chen shouted, thrusting the dragon-toothed dagger with all his might at the ground thorn insect leader. A stream of green blood gushed forth from the leader's wound like a fountain. Divine fall critical hit 5. 64 million. Blood flow 780,000. The ground thorn insect leader let out a piercing scream, struggling wildly. The surrounding ground thorn insects, seeing this, surged towards Zhang Chen, trying to rescue their leader. But Zhang Chen remained unmoved, stabbing out dozens of times in a second. Damage 790,000. Divine fall critical hit 4. 52 million, damage 670,000, blood flow 980,000. The ground thorn insect leader was heavily injured and was ultimately pierced in a single strike. With the leader's death, the other ground thorn insects seemed to lose their backbone. Their attacks slowed, and fear appeared in their eyes. Zhang Chen showed no mercy. He continued to attack the remaining ground thorn insects. Under his fierce onslaught, the ground thorn insects fell one by one, and eventually, all the ground thorn insects were exterminated. Ding! You have slain the ground thorn insect swarm, leveled up to level 24, and received 2 red gear and 2 purple gear. Zhang Chen panted slightly, looking at the ground covered in ground thorn insect corpses, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. He adjusted his breathing briefly and then continued towards the direction of the life core. The closer he got, the more vivid the rich life force became, and the surrounding air turned vibrant. The fatigue from the battle vanished in an instant. The core of life. Just as Zhang Chen reached out to grasp the core of life, an unexpected change occurred. A ghostly hand suddenly shot up from the ground. Its 5 fingers, like hooks, swiftly snatched the core of life into its grasp. What? Zhang Chen's expression changed. He never expected such a turn of events at this critical moment. Instinctively, he swung a knife at the ghostly hand. The dragon-toothed dagger, with a fierce momentum, slashed toward the hand. However, the ghostly hand was incredibly fast, immediately retracting back into the ground. Bang! Before Zhang Chen could react, the spot where the hand had retreated suddenly exploded. A shadow, enveloped in a thick aura of death, shot up into the sky. Zhang Chen hurriedly leaped back, fixing his gaze on the figure. It was a person, or rather, a corpse that had come back to life. It exuded a stench of decay and rot. Its body was emaciated, skin tightly clinging to bones, presenting a dull, grayish hue, like the cracked outer bark of an ancient tree. Its hair was sparse and disheveled, resembling a few withered weeds on a winter wasteland. In its deep-set eye sockets, a pair of murky eyes revealed a chilling emptiness. It stood there as if even a gentle breeze could scatter it. Why is there such a thing? A chill surged through Zhang Chen's heart, filled with confusion. This was a solo secret realm. Why was there another person here? Moreover, he had not encountered such a thing in his previous life in the mine. Could it be that this mine has truly experienced some unknown change? Zhang Chen tightened his grip on the dragon-toothed dagger, and the corpse seemed to sense his hostility. It emitted a series of cawing sounds from its throat, like bones grinding against each other, sending shivers down his spine. It slowly raised an arm, as withered as a dead branch, pointing in Zhang Chen's direction. In an instant, a cloud of black smoke surged from its fingertips, rapidly spreading toward Zhang Chen. He swiftly dodged, avoiding the encroaching smoke. Wherever the smoke passed, the stones on the ground quickly decayed and crumbled, turning into a pile of black powder. You little ant from the trial ground, do you think you can touch the core of life? The corpse's voice was hoarse, grating like sandpaper. Trial ground? Zhang Chen's face tightened in a frown. It was the first time he had heard this term since his rebirth. Which middle thousand world are you from? Zhang Chen scolded sharply. According to his previous life's understanding, their blue star was merely one of the 3,000 small thousand worlds, mockingly referred to as the trial ground by the lofty middle thousand worlds. Based on his memories, people from the middle thousand world should descend after a month, following the extinction of the moon beast. Why had this happened so much earlier? Or perhaps this guy had been lurking all along, and he just hadn't encountered him in his previous life. You little ant actually know about the middle thousand world. Could it be that you are also from the middle thousand world? A glimmer of surprise flashed in the corpse's murky eyes. It tilted its head, scrutinizing Zhang Chen as if trying to see through him. Shadow assault. Zhang Chen had no intention of wasting words with it. his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind the corpse. The dragon-toothed dagger, wrapped in a chilling light, stabbed fiercely toward the back of the corpse's neck. Yet, the corpse seemed to have eyes on its back. Its withered body twisted at an extremely strange angle, evading Zhang Chen's sharp strike. At the same time, its branch-like arms swung back. A few beams of black light shot from its fingertips, like arrows, aimed at Zhang Chen. He quickly used Shadow Escape, disappearing once again. The black light struck the spot where he had been, instantly corroding the ground into several deep pits. Black smoke rose from the pits, emitting a pungent odor. "Humph, trying to sneak attack me? You're still too tender, little bug." The dry corpse's hoarse voice was filled with mockery as it slowly turned around. In its hollow eye sockets, dark red flames seemed to be burning. "Noisy," Zhang Chen said in a low voice, his gaze growing colder. He knew that he could not afford to be careless in the battle against this dry corpse. The opponent was from the Central Thousand World. Although its current state was severely compromised, its strength was still terrifying. It still had a combat power of at least level 30. If it gained the upper hand, he would surely suffer. Shadow Clone Technique. A clone identical to Zhang Chen charged towards the dry corpse, while the main body took the opportunity to become invisible and wait for a chance to strike. He. The dry corpse looked at the charging clone, the dark red flames in its eyes flickering, letting out a chilling low laugh. Its withered arms slowly raised, and black death energy quickly condensed at its fingertips, transforming into several sharp bone spikes that shot towards the clone. The bone spikes whistled through the air like black lightning. Zhang Chen's clone also had strong combat capabilities. Seeing the bone spikes flying towards it, it suddenly sidestepped to avoid them. Then, it stepped forward, twisting its wrist, and the ground spike dagger slashed down in an arc. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of the dry corpse's mouth. Trivial skills. Swish, swish, swish. As it spread its 5 fingers, several more bone spikes shot out from its fingertips towards the clone. With a puff, sparks flew. Zhang Chen's clone blocked this wave of bone spike attacks with the dagger, but the powerful impact forced it to retreat repeatedly. Once the clone steadied itself, it charged towards the dry corpse again without any hesitation. Meanwhile, the invisible Zhang Chen's main body was observing the dry corpse's every move in the shadows. He noticed that the dry corpse's movements were slightly stiff when attacking the clone, like a rusty machine. After each attack, the flow of death energy around its body would experience a brief stagnation. Zhang Chen's mind stirred. Perhaps this was the dry corpse's weakness. The main body continued to hide, controlling the clone to increase the attack frequency. The clone moved like a nimble ghost, its figure constantly flickering. The ground spike dagger emitted cold glimmers as it continuously attacked the dry corpse. Although the damage inflicted on the dry corpse was limited, it further confirmed this weakness. "This is manageable." Zhang Chen quickly feigned a flaw. The clone pretended to be exhausted, its attack speed and strength decreasing, and its steps becoming somewhat chaotic. The dry corpse noticed the change in the clone, and the dark red flames in its eyes flickered more violently. It let out a chilling laugh. "Kid, you're finished." It swung its withered arm violently. The bone spikes it condensed this time were thicker and sharper than before, shooting towards the clone's vital points. The clone did not dodge at all. It faced the bone spikes head-on, trading injury for injury. Pooh. 2 bone spikes accurately pierced into the clone's body. Seizing this opportunity, the clone aimed for the dry corpse's chest and struck out 10 times in a second. Damage: 980,000 damage, 1,460,000 damage, 1,350,000 damage, 450,000 damage, 650,000. A series of damage notifications emerged from the dry corpse's terrified expression. At the same time, Zhang Chen's main body circled around to the back of the dry corpse and launched an attack. Dragon Breath Slash. A torrent of dragon breath erupted from the dragon-toothed dagger in Zhang Chen's hand like a raging flame. The dry corpse was caught off guard by the clone's attacks and had no time to react. Bang! The dragon breath slash hit the dry corpse solidly, exploding flesh and blood everywhere. Injury: 8 million, blood flow 1.24 million. The dragon breath slash combined with a 100% critical hit from the backstab dealt a massive blow, significantly reducing the opponent's health. A scream of extreme pain erupted from his throat. The already battered body trembled under this terrifying impact, on the verge of collapse. A huge gash was torn open on the back struck by the dragon breath slash. Black blood mixed with chunks of flesh exuding the scent of death splattered everywhere. The originally hollow gaze fixed fiercely on Zhang Chen. "Damn ant, you dare to hurt me like this? I will make you die." The dry corpse's hoarse voice was filled with endless anger and hatred. Dark red flames danced wildly in its eye sockets. In response, Zhang Chen launched an even fiercer attack. The sprint skill activated. The terrifying speed transformed him into a blur. At the moment the dry corpse's roar echoed, Zhang Chen had already appeared like a ghost at its side. He swung the dragon-toothed dagger fiercely towards the dry corpse's neck. Whoosh! A flash of sword light suddenly appeared, intercepting the trajectory of the dragon-toothed dagger and deflecting it. At the same time, a rusty iron sword thrust out from behind the dry corpse, rushing towards Zhang Chen's chest with a fierce momentum. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed, a shock coursed through him, and he instinctively reacted. He suddenly leaned back, his body nearly parallel to the ground. The rusty iron sword whistled past his nose, the cold sword energy slicing painfully across his cheek. As he dodged this deadly strike, Zhang Chen pushed off the ground with his feet, propelling himself backward. He flipped in midair and landed steadily several meters away. Death energy entering my body? Zhang Chen sensed an inexplicable death energy eroding within him. The dry corpse laughed triumphantly. Keek, do you think you can easily dodge? This death energy will slowly devour your vitality, just wait to become a walking corpse. Zhang Chen furrowed his brows. Not being a priest, he couldn't dispel this death energy. Aileen, Zhang Chen summoned the elf. Master, you finally summoned me. Aileen appeared, excitedly circling around Zhang Chen, but when she sensed the death energy within him, her cute little face instantly turned serious. Master, you are injured, and it's this evil death energy. Aileen frowned, her tone filled with concern. Can you help me dispel it? Zhang Chen asked. Aileen flew in front of Zhang Chen, gently placing her small hand on his chest, closing her eyes to sense the situation of the death energy. Elf clan? You aunt, how dare you contract with the elf clan? A shocked exclamation came from the dry corpse, clearly astonished. The elf clan is undoubtedly one of the highest races, born mages. Few races can contract with them. Jealousy, envy, and hatred flickered in the dry corpse's eyes as it looked at Zhang Chen with a gaze full of resentment. Although the elf clan is powerful, do you think such a low-level elf can purify my death energy? You overestimate yourself. You're talking nonsense. This princess can easily purify your pathetic death energy. Aileen, feeling underestimated, immediately became displeased. She waved her magic wand and chanted, Spirit of Purity, Shining Light, Dispel the Darkness, Purifying Power. As the incantation rang out, a soft green light enveloped her. The light gradually gathered at the tip of her magic wand, forming a shining orb of light. The orb emitted a warm and powerful force, surging towards the death energy within Zhang Chen. The death energy seemed to sense the threat, struggling wildly within Zhang Chen, attempting to resist this purifying force. Zhang Chen's face turned pale, and he let out a muffled groan, feeling as if countless steel needles were piercing into his body simultaneously. At the same time, drops of black blood seeped from his pores. That was the death energy being forced out. Damn it, how is this possible? The dry corpse's pupils constricted sharply, and its expression changed drastically. In the next moment, it lunged at Zhang Chen with its iron sword in hand. Damn it, stop casting spells. Shadows attacked. Zhang Chen embraced Aaron and teleported away. The death energy on his body was completely removed at that moment. Seeing its attack miss, the dry corpse showed no signs of stopping and charged at Zhang Chen and Aaron again. Master, I'll empower you. Aaron quickly waved her magic wand, chanting a spell, Power of the Earth, grant resilience, Spirit of the Wind, enhance agility, Passion of Fire, ignite strength, Softness of Water, protect the soul. As the incantation echoed, 4 beams of different colors shot from the tip of the wand, merging into Zhang Chen's body. Zhang Chen immediately felt a surge of power within him. Strength increased by 30%. As expected of the elven princess, your empowerment is impressive. Zhang Chen exclaimed. Hee, of course. Aaron proudly lifted her head, a slight smirk on her lips, looking quite pleased. Alright, let's quickly deal with this guy. Aaron raised her magic wand again. Thorny cage of wood. In the area where the dry corpse stood, countless thick and sharp thorny vines shot up from the ground. These thorny vines intertwined at an incredible speed, forming a huge and sturdy cage in the blink of an eye. You think you can trap me? You are too naive. The dry corpse let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. Its withered body erupted with powerful force, leaping into the air. Trying to escape. Get back here. Zhang Chen was faster, already leaping above the dry corpse, his dragon-toothed dagger aimed at it. The dry corpse sensed the immense threat above it. It forcibly twisted its body in midair, swinging its rusty iron sword at Zhang Chen's dagger. Clang! A loud crash echoed. The impact from the metal collision sent shockwaves through the surrounding air. Damage taken plus 450,000. Dragon scale armor reduced damage by 70%. Special attribute triggered 60% counter damage. Damage minus 1,340,000. Counter damage minus 270,000. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded. The special attribute of the dragon's roar helmet was triggered. The dry corpse instantly fell into a daze. Good opportunity. Zhang Chen seized this fleeting moment without hesitation. Damage minus 780,000. Damage minus 1,100,000. Divine fall damage minus 2,310,000. Blood flow minus 450,000. A series of damage numbers appeared above the dry corpse, rapidly stacking. With a thud, the dry corpse's body crashed back to the ground. The thorny cage tightened instantly. Pft, pft. The sharp thorns pierced deeply into the dry corpse's body, black blood slowly oozing from the wounds. Aaron, use Starlight Impact to finish him off. Zhang Chen's gaze was cold. He fixed his eyes on the dry corpse trapped in the thorny cage and heavily injured. Yes, master. Aaron waved her magic wand, and a brilliant beam of starlight shot from the tip of the wand, hitting instantly. Boom! Accompanied by a violent sound, the entire mine seemed to tremble. Rocks shattered. Dust flew. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the dry corpse lay among the rubble. Its body was almost blown away, with its black skeleton faintly visible in some areas. Master, is he dead? Aaron asked. No, not yet. Zhang Chen shook his head. Ah, not dead yet? Then let's keep beating him. This guy can really take a beating. Aaron, excited, continued to wield her magic wand, which still shimmered with light, ready to cast magic again. At that moment, the dry corpse emitted a hoarse and weak voice, sounding almost like it was begging for mercy. Spare my life. I can offer you benefits. Master can see that he is lying. Do not believe him. Aaron wrinkled her delicate nose, her magic wand slightly raised, ready to strike this detestable corpse again. She had been deceived by the evil dragon before and had been kidnapped to the castle. All right, what can you give me? Zhang Chen unexpectedly agreed. Master. Aaron looked at Zhang Chen in confusion but did not ask. She merely held her wand with a vigilant expression. As the master's spirit, she only needed to obey her master's commands. The corpse's mouth moved slightly, uttering a phrase, I can give you the core of life. Killing you is still mine. I also have a treasure map. Likewise, killing you is still mine. The corpse? Why do you keep talking about killing, showing no glimmer of humanity at all? Then what do you want? The corpse's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Dark red flames flickered in its eye sockets, as if contemplating how to persuade Zhang Chen. Your life core. Zhang Chen's gaze was as sharp as an ice blade, his voice indifferent. The already lifeless corpse suddenly stiffened. Life core. You know what this is? You really are from the Middle Thousand World. His tone turned astonished. The excitedly broken body began to tremble. Why did I cross over at the cost of my life? And you are unscathed? Unwillingness, anger, and pain filled the corpse's shriveled and ugly expression. The life core, the essence of those who cultivate in the Middle Thousand World. Once lost, one's strength would instantly diminish by 80%. You are also from the Middle Thousand World. The life core is useless to you. The corpse's voice carried confusion. People from the Middle Thousand World covet the resources of the new Small Thousand World, while those from the Small Thousand World covet the life cores of the cultivators from the Middle Thousand World. And this life core can only be used by people from the Small Thousand World. This is a decree of the gods. Enough with the nonsense, give it or not. Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow and shouted coldly. Losing patience, the dragon-toothed dagger in his hand exhaled scorching flames, causing the temperature around to rise sharply. If it weren't for the fact that the time for the arrival of the people from the Middle Thousand World had not yet come, and the tools for extracting the life core had not appeared, he wouldn't waste words with the other party and would have started refining it himself. The corpse felt the burning pain and hurriedly came back to its senses. Here, will you really spare my life? A gentleman's word is hard to retract. A flicker of hesitation crossed the corpse's eyes. It knew the importance of the life core to itself. Once handed over, even if it could save its life, its strength would be greatly reduced, and it would likely struggle to survive upon returning to the Middle Thousand World. But given the current situation, if it did not agree, the other party would clearly not let it go, and it might immediately face annihilation. After a fierce internal struggle, the corpse finally gritted its teeth, as if making a resolution. Fine, I will give it to you, but you must guarantee that after I hand over the life core, you will let me go immediately and will not harm me again. After saying this, the corpse closed its eyes. Moments later, a crystal radiating a deep, mysterious light slowly emerged from the corpse's chest. It was its life core. Once the life core appeared, the corpse's already weak vitality seemed like a candle flickering in the wind, as if a gentle breeze could extinguish it. The corpse's face turned as pale as paper, its withered hands trembling violently. Struggling to lift the life core slowly, it extended it towards Zhang Chen, its voice hoarse and weak. Take it. I hope you keep your promise. Throw it over. Zhang Chen did not reach out to catch it. As an assassin, caution and prudence had long become instinctual. Only by being careful can one navigate the treacherous waters of life. The dry corpse, I'm about to die. Do I look like a threat to you in this state? With almost all his strength, he hurled his life core towards Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen raised his palm, fingers grasping at the air, firmly catching the life core that floated in midair. The life core, I didn't expect to obtain it so early this time, Zhang Chen murmured, a hint of uncontainable surprise flashing in his eyes. He quickly stowed the life core in his backpack. His gaze shifted back to the dry corpse. The life core had been obtained. However, the value of the dry corpse had not yet been fully extracted. Are there many people like you? Zhang Chen asked, posing a question that left the dry corpse somewhat bewildered. What do you mean by that? He reacted a second later. You mean people who have crossed over like me? Yes. Where are they hiding? In the secret realms? Zhang Chen inquired. What do you want to do? Go find them one by one and kill them all? A flicker of terror crossed the dry corpse's eyes as he seemed to realize Zhang Chen's intentions. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Quite a few. They all descended into the small thousand worlds through special channels. However, for now, they can only operate in specific areas and cannot venture into the main world of the small thousand worlds. After hearing the information from the dry corpse, Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed. The existence of the middle thousand worlds had long been hidden within the secret realms they usually practiced in. This contradicted what he had known in his previous life. Perhaps it was because, in his past life, he lacked the strength at this time to qualify for this knowledge. If I were to root out all these people and obtain their life cores, a strong thought surged into his heart. I have already told you everything I know. Now you should fulfill your promise and let me go. Saying this, the dry corpse forced himself to stand up. With each step, the sound of his bones creaking echoed, "Kaka," in the silent mine, creating an eerie atmosphere. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. His figure moved like lightning, instantly transforming into a blur, the dragon-toothed dagger in his hand carrying a chilling momentum. Before the dry corpse could react, Zhang Chen had already closed in on him. You! The dry corpse's eyes widened in terror, the dark red flames in his hollow eye sockets flickering violently. Just as he uttered a word, Zhang Chen's dagger had already sliced across his neck. You! Didn't you say a gentleman's word? Sorry, what I promised you in the past has nothing to do with who I am now. Thud! Blood sprayed forth. The already battered body of the dry corpse swayed and then collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, raising a cloud of dust. The dark red flames in his eye sockets extinguished, the last glimmer of life fading away. Zhang Chen searched the dry corpse for the life core and some other items. What is this? Zhang Chen muttered to himself, carefully examining an object he had just found that emitted a strange glow. The object appeared ordinary, merely a palm-sized ancient box. Yet, mysterious light subtly flowed around it, as if a powerful force was sealed within. Ding! You have obtained the mysterious treasure required for the task. Is this the treasure I didn't obtain in my previous life? I didn't expect it to come so easily. A hint of joy appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He had originally worried that the battle with the dry corpse would waste so much time. This time, he might not be able to complete the task. Unexpectedly, the hardest-to-find mysterious treasure had just been delivered to his doorstep. But how do I open this treasure? There are no hints either. Zhang Chen furrowed his brows, his eyes fixed on the ancient box in his hands, trying to find a clue from the swirling light. He tried various methods, channeling power, deciphering runes. He even attempted to pry open the seams of the box with a dragon-tooth dagger, but the box remained unmoved, showing no reaction. Aaron, watching from the side, anxiously said, "Master, could it be that it requires some special conditions or a key?" It should be, but all this guy's tools are here, and there's no key or anything. It seems impossible to open it now. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly and temporarily stowed the ancient box in his backpack. His gaze fell again on the other items he had searched from the corpse. Besides the mysterious treasure, the most valuable item was the rusty iron sword. Its level was unknown, but in the clash with the dragon-tooth dagger, it had caused a 10% loss in the dagger's durability, indicating it was an item surpassing the dragon-tooth dagger. At the very least, it was an excellent gold-grade item. Zhang Chen reached for the rusty iron sword. The moment he touched it, a heavy and ancient aura rushed towards him. The blade of the iron sword was covered in rust, looking unremarkable, but Zhang Chen could feel a powerful and restrained force within it, like a slumbering giant beast. Once awakened, it would surely display astonishing power. He examined the iron sword closely and noticed some strange symbols and patterns carved on the hilt. These symbols and patterns seemed to have some special meaning, but he couldn't decipher them at the moment. "Master, with this sword being so rusty, what power could it possibly have?" Aaron spoke up. Zhang Chen frowned slightly and said, "This rust should only be superficial. The fact that it can damage the dragon-tooth dagger indicates its extraordinary material. But to unleash its true power, I'm afraid I still need to find the right method to remove the rust and repair it." Collected. Name, Zhang Chen ID, Ruthless Killer. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Hidden Class, Unique, level 24, 55,000/50000000, strength 2, 38 million speed 2, 65 million spirit 1, 42 million physique 1, 78 million 800, equipment, gold grade, excellent, dragon tooth dagger. Attributes, strength plus 100%, armor penetration plus 50%. Attached skill, dragon breath slash, can unleash a powerful dragon breath attack every 3 minutes, dealing massive damage to enemies. Special attribute, dragon might dread, when the holder wields the dragon tooth dagger, it emits a faint dragon might, causing a certain deterrent effect on surrounding enemies, reducing their attack power by 10% and movement speed by 5%. Bloodthirsty frenzy, in battle, every time the dragon tooth dagger successfully hits an enemy, it will absorb part of the enemy's vitality and return it to the holder, enhancing the holder's attack power and stamina recovery speed. Durability 80%. Red grade, excellent dragon scale armor, made from the dragon scales of Carl Reynolds, indestructible, can enhance the wearer's physique by 60% and strength by 30%. Special attribute, 70% damage reduction, automatically triggers dragon scale rebound when attacked, rebounding 60% of the damage. Durability 98%. Red grade, excellent dragon wing boots, meticulously crafted from materials of Carl Reynolds dragon wings. The boots have a cool appearance with dragon wing patterns subtly visible on them. Increases the wearer's movement speed by 70%. Special attribute, activates flying ability for 15 seconds, cooldown of 5 minutes, durability 95%. Red grade, excellent dragon roar helmet, crafted from Carl Reynolds dragon scales and horns. Wearing this helmet increases the wearer's mental power by 40% and physical strength by 40%. Special attribute, when the wearer is attacked, there is a 50% chance to trigger the dragon's roar, stunning the enemy and causing them to be momentarily dazed for 3 seconds, while reducing the enemy's attack power and movement speed by 15%, durability 95%. Special items, Tyrant's Eye, mental power plus 100, special effect unlocked at level 30. Mysterious treasure map, unlocked at level 25. Dragon blood *5, 1 pet egg with 90% hatching progress. Level 30 magic scroll *1, purple spirit crystal, life core, mysterious wooden box, fate core *1, embroidered sword, level unknown. Skills, A rank skill, shadow escape, can enter a stealth state for a short time, lasting 1 minute. Cooldown time, 1 minute, movement speed increased by 50% while in stealth, and the first attack after leaving stealth will definitely be a critical hit. C rank skill, Swift Walk, movement speed increased by 200%, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown time, 3 minutes. A rank skill, Shadow Assault, damage increased by 30%, armor penetration increased by 60%, grants a 3-second stealth effect, teleportation within a 50-meter range, cooldown time 10 minutes. A rank skill, Phantom Clone Technique, conjures a clone with 80% of the main body's strength. Equipment skills cannot be shared, duration 1 minute, cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent skill, Divine Fall level 3, critical hit, each attack has a 70% chance to deal a critical hit, attacks from behind deal 100% critical hit. Additional effect, each critical hit increases the damage of the next attack by 150%, speed by 150%, and attack frequency by 150%. Additional attribute Blood Flow, each attack on an enemy will cause them to enter a bleeding state, continuously losing health, lasting 10 seconds each time. This solo secret realm isn't over yet, and my gains have already far exceeded my past life. Zhang Chun chuckled softly. Setting aside the equipment and level increases for now, the most important thing is that he has learned some secrets unknown in his previous life. And, most importantly, the Fate Core. At my current level, I can only use the Fate Core as an energy purple crystal. Zhang Chen toyed with the Fate Core in his hand, feeling the surging energy contained within, pondering to himself. The uses of the Fate Core are many, but special uses, such as enchanting or developing human treasures, all have a minimum requirement of level 50. This left him somewhat helpless. Master, what should we do now? Eileen's voice interrupted Zhang Chen's thoughts. Let's look for the other 2 types of ores. Soon, after experiencing 2 battles, Zhang Chen successfully obtained the remaining 2 ores, Shadow Crystal and Star Fragment. The harvest was bountiful. His level increased from 21 to 26. He acquired 6 pieces of red equipment and over a dozen pieces of purple equipment. As for the blue equipment, Zhang Chen dismantled all of it into materials and attribute points. There's still half a day left. Let's explore this mine thoroughly. This lost mine is vast. The area he has explored so far is just a drop in the bucket compared to the entire mining area, but even this small section has already yielded great rewards. The mine's passages are intricately complex, extending in all directions. Zhang Chen and Aileen moved along a winding passage that led downward. The surrounding walls flickered with a faint glow, emanating from some fluorescent materials scattered among the ores. Like stars in the night sky, they barely illuminated the path beneath their feet. The further they descended, the more humid the air became, carrying a stale, decayed scent. At the end of the passage, they discovered a massive underground lake. The water appeared a strange deep purple, the surface as calm as a mirror, yet it gave off a suffocating feeling. In the center of the lake, there was a small island, and on the island, there seemed to be a vague outline of a building. "Master, it looks like there's something over there," Aaron said, pointing at the small island in the middle of the lake. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes, carefully observing the island. He could sense a faint energy fluctuation coming from there. "We need to find a way to get to the island and take a look." However, as they approached the lake's edge, ripples suddenly appeared in the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, a gigantic tentacle shot out from the lake, lunging towards them. The surface of the tentacle was covered in slime, emitting a nauseating odor. "Be careful," Zhang Chen shouted. He quickly drew his dragon-tooth dagger, and a flame blade slashed towards the tentacle. The moment the flame made contact with the tentacle, a sizzling sound erupted. The tentacle recoiled sharply back into the lake, burned by the flames. But soon, more tentacles emerged from the water, writhing like giant pythons, launching an attack on them. Zhang Chen moved swiftly, using his speed advantage to dodge the tentacle strikes. Aaron, meanwhile, continuously unleashed magic from the side. Magic light orbs struck the tentacles, temporarily pushing them back. "This won't work. We need to find a way to get to the island," Zhang Chen thought while evading the attacks. Suddenly, he noticed some floating stones on the lake's surface. These stones seemed to be a special type of ore, emitting a faint glow. An idea sparked in his mind. "Aaron, use magic to gather those stones. We'll step on them to get across," Zhang Chen shouted. Aaron understood and waved her magic wand, chanting incantations. Under her magic, the stones on the lake began to gather together, forming a stone path leading to the island. Zhang Chen and Aaron quickly stepped onto the stone path and rushed towards the island. However, the monster in the lake seemed to sense their intentions, and the tentacles attacked them even more frantically. Several times, the tentacles nearly overturned the stone path, but relying on their agile movements and coordinated teamwork, they successfully reached the island. Once on the island, the tentacles thrashed wildly in the lake, creating towering waves. Yet, none dared to reach onto the island. "Ha ha ha, what's the use of being angry? If you have the ability, come up and fight me, you fool." Aaron made a face at the tentacles. The building on the island was an ancient temple, its walls covered in strange runes and patterns. "I feel like I've seen these patterns somewhere." Zhang Chen strained to recall memories from his past life, images flashing through his mind like flipping through a book. "I've remembered." Suddenly, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. In a dusty old tome from his previous life, he had seen similar runes and patterns recorded. These runes and patterns are related to a mysterious sacrificial ritual. It seems to be used to seal or summon some powerful entity. "Master, could there be any danger? There wouldn't be some terrifying monster sealed on this island, would there?" Aaron asked, a mix of tension and anticipation in her voice. "It's possible," Zhang Chen nodded, advising her. "Don't move around, just observe." With that, he slowly approached the ancient temple, his gaze focused on the runes and patterns on the walls. Some of the runes had faded and even become broken after years of wear. Aaron followed closely behind Zhang Chen, gripping her magic wand tightly, vigilantly observing their surroundings. As they entered the temple, the light grew dimmer, making it hard to see anything. Aaron cast a spell, and a soft glow emanated from the tip of her wand, barely allowing them to see their surroundings. In the center of the temple stood a massive stone platform, intricately carved with even more complex runes. These runes surrounded a circular indentation. The groove seemed to have originally held something, but at this moment, it was empty. "This groove," Zhang Chen frowned as he stared at it. "Master, I feel something is off," Aaron said softly. She could sense that the elements around them seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. The elven race had a high affinity for natural elements, so she could easily perceive the changes in her surroundings. "Let's go." Zhang Chen stood up, his expression serious. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran, buzzing. At that moment, the ground in the center of the temple suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A huge circular pattern emerged from the light, resonating with the runes on the walls. The lines on the pattern began to flow. Zhang Chen was taken aback. He realized that this circular pattern might be a key part of the entire sacrificial ritual, and their arrival seemed to have triggered some kind of mechanism. As the light intensified, a powerful suction force emanated from the circular pattern. Zhang Chen and Aaron felt their bodies uncontrollably being pulled toward the center of the pattern. Dash! Shadow Strike! Magic Enhancement! Zhang Chen and Aaron tried to resist the suction, but they found their strength insignificant in the face of this mysterious force. Master! Aaron cried out in panic. Don't panic, hold steady. Zhang Chen remained calm. Since they couldn't escape, let me see what's inside. He charged toward the pattern. In an instant, they were engulfed by the light, and after a dizzying spin, the surroundings gradually became clear. Have we arrived in a whole new world? Aaron exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Zhang Chen was also surveying the situation around them. Streets reminiscent of ancient dragon country unfolded before their eyes. Zhang Chen? Where on earth have they ended up? They've crossed over. Buzzing. Zhang Chen stepped forward, ready to explore the street, but found himself blocked by an unknown transparent barrier. He reached out to touch the barrier, feeling a slight electric tingle in his hand. The barrier appeared thin as a veil, yet was incredibly tough. No matter how hard he pushed, it didn't budge. Even his dragon-toothed dagger and rusty sword had no effect. Master, what is this thing? Why can't we get through? Aaron came over as well. She also tried to poke the barrier with her magic wand, but when the tip of the wand touched the barrier, it only sparked a few weak sparks, and the barrier remained unresponsive. Moreover, they could see things on the other side, but the other side couldn't see them. I got it. This is a passage from the unactivated middle thousand world to the small thousand world. Zhang Chen's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He had found the base that continuously produced life cores. For the strong from the middle thousand world to descend into the small thousand world to plunder resources, they could only use special passages. And to protect the newly awakened job changers of the small thousand world, there were not only restrictions on the cultivation level and number of those descending from the middle thousand world, but also, they would fall into a weakened state for a certain period after descending. This was the moment for the people of the small thousand world to hunt them down. In his previous life, the people of the small thousand world were unaware of this rule. By the time they found such a passage, they had already been protected by those from the middle thousand world who had passed their weakened period. And now, knowing this coordinate, he could lead people to seize this place first. As long as people from the middle thousand world came through this passage, one could kill one, a pair could kill a pair, and wouldn't the life cores be easily obtained? This is the greatest opportunity treasure of this mission. Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with fervent light. Aileen, let's leave here and return to a safe place. I need to plan carefully and contact some trustworthy allies. It was not yet time for the people of the middle thousand world to arrive, and staying here was of no use. Moreover, although there was an opportunity, it was accompanied by great risks. To successfully seize this passage, the strength of just him and Aileen was far from enough. They needed to gather reliable and powerful helpers. As Zhang Chen spoke, he carefully observed the surrounding environment, trying to find a way to leave this strange space. After some exploration, they discovered a portal at the end of the street, faintly emitting an unusual glow. The style of this portal was extremely ancient, with mysterious runes carved all over the door. These runes seemed to have some subtle connection to those seen earlier in the temple and the passage barrier. Zhang Chen approached the portal and gently touched the runes on the door, feeling a familiar energy fluctuation. The runes on the door glowed brightly and began to rotate slowly, eventually forming a swirling light hole. Let's go, this should be the way out. Zhang Chen pulled Aileen and stepped into the light hole without hesitation. After a moment of dizziness, they returned to the ancient temple where they had entered the passage. Master, we are back, Aileen said joyfully. Zhang Chen nodded, his gaze shifting to the side. He saw that a fist-sized crystal ball had appeared in the previously empty recess. This crystal ball was crystal clear, with wisps of mist swirling gently inside. Zhang Chen approached cautiously. He could feel the energy fluctuations emanating from the crystal ball were identical to those he had sensed in the passage. He crouched down, examining the crystal ball closely, but did not rashly reach out to touch it. No one knew what this suddenly appeared object might bring. Master, could this crystal ball be related to the passage? Or perhaps the key to opening it? Aileen asked softly, moving a little closer. The magic wand in her hand glowed faintly. That's possible, Zhang Chen nodded. He then cast the phantom clone technique. You, go. The clone slowly approached the crystal ball, while Zhang Chen and Aileen kept their distance, focusing intently, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. The moment the clone's hand touched the crystal ball, the following information appeared on Zhang Chen's panel. Special item, coordinate crystal ball, function, teleportation. Location, code 001 space node. Usage limit, once a day. It's actually a spatial item. What a windfall. It seems it will be much more convenient to come here in the future. Zhang Chen rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes sparkling with uncontrollable light. The appearance of this coordinate crystal ball undoubtedly added powerful support to their plans. Previously, although he had noted the coordinates, he still needed to spend time traveling there, and might encounter various unknown dangers and variables along the way. But now, with this coordinate crystal ball, as long as it was within the usage limit, they could instantly teleport near the passage, greatly saving time and energy. It also made them more agile in dealing with the arrival of the strong from the Middle Thousand World. He carefully stored the crystal ball in his backpack. Time is short, we should leave this mine. Outside, in the secret realm. Where's the killer boss? Didn't they say they were here? Where did the person go? Luo Qingcheng looked around and found that the ruthless killer was nowhere to be seen. Her expression immediately darkened. What are you shouting about? It's been 2 days, the boss left long ago. Yeah, next time you want to take a photo with the boss, remember to come early. A few other adventurers exploring the secret realm nearby heard Luo Qingcheng shout and began to tease her. Some merely glanced at her before returning to their own tasks. Luo Qingcheng was so angry she stomped her feet. This time, she had dressed up meticulously to attract the big shot. If it weren't for running into that idiot Zhang Tian on the way, she wouldn't have taken so long to arrive. That idiot Zhang Tian, I really want to stab him to death. Luo Qingcheng gritted her teeth in hatred. The nearby adventurers couldn't help but chuckle at her fierce words, one of them muttering softly, "This girl looks plain but has quite the temper." What are you saying? I'm the big shots woman. I'm the big shots woman. How dare you talk about me like that? Do you not want to survive in this secret realm? Luo Qingcheng suddenly turned her head, her eyes wide open. The few job changers were startled by her outburst. Confused face, their expressions were as if they had eaten bitter melon and then had a lemon stuffed in their mouths. The big shots woman? Which big shot? It can't be the heartless killer, right? Just her? This girl must be out of her mind, talking nonsense here. But aside from being plain, she does have some looks. She can't really be the big shots woman, can she? If she really is the big shots woman, why isn't he teaming up with her? Who knows? It's best not to pry into the big shots affairs. Right, whether she is or not, it's better not to provoke her. If she really is, we won't be able to handle the consequences. Adopting an attitude of avoiding trouble, the leading job changer smiled broadly, bending slightly as he approached Luo Qingcheng, saying with a hint of flattery, "Miss, please forgive us for not recognizing the mountain. We truly didn't mean to offend you." The other job changers hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes, just treat us like nothing and let us go. We were truly blind to question your relationship with the big shot." Luo Qingcheng, who had been fuming, felt her heart sweeten like she had eaten honey upon hearing their apologies, her vanity greatly satisfied. She slightly raised her chin and huffed, "I'll let you off this time, but remember to be more mindful in the future and stop gossiping." "Yes, yes, yes, you are truly magnanimous, miss," the job changers nodded eagerly. "Of course, don't you see who I am?" Luo Qingcheng tossed her hair proudly. "Let me tell you, the killer big shot treats me very well. He just has something to attend to right now and couldn't be with me. Once he's done, you'll see whether I'm lying or not." The corners of Luo Qingcheng's mouth lifted slightly, as if she had truly become the big shot's woman. This dog can't really have latched onto the big shot's thigh, can she? Zhang Tian, who had been chasing after Luo Qingcheng, widened his eyes at the scene before him. Ever since the last time he had his arm bitten off by a monster, Luo Qingcheng had ruthlessly abandoned him, leaving him to fend for himself. If it weren't for his good fortune, he might have already died in that desolate wilderness, becoming a meal for the monster. Finally finding this dog, he was ready to settle the score. But now he was threatened. She was the big shot's woman, and if he dared to act, he would end up with no place to die. At first, he didn't believe it. Now, he did. With Luo Qingcheng's seductive methods, she might have really hooked the big shot. Thinking of this, a chill shot up from his feet to his heart. The anger that had been burning inside him was doused with a bucket of cold water. Cold sweat drenched him. He had to admit his mistake, and he needed to do it immediately. This guy is even more difficult than a sycophant. How did he catch up again? Luo Qingcheng felt a bit guilty and nervous upon seeing Zhang Tian's figure. She was contemplating how to make a run for it. "Qingcheng, I was just joking with you earlier. Please don't take it to heart." Zhang Tian forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. As he spoke, he cautiously took a few steps closer to Luo Qingcheng, his posture so low it seemed he wanted to curl himself into the dust. Luo Qingcheng had initially felt flustered and guilty due to Zhang Tian's sudden appearance, but now, seeing him so submissive, a sense of triumph surged within her. She slightly raised her chin, glancing at Zhang Tian from the corner of her eye, and coldly huffed, "Zhang Tian, are you scared now?" Although Zhang Tian felt extremely aggrieved, he quickly responded, "You misunderstood my meaning. What I meant by settling accounts is that when we teamed up before, I'll make up for the things you didn't get." Saying this, he actually took out a couple of white items and handed them to Luo Qingcheng. He continued, "You know, after my arm was severed, my mind hasn't been quite right at times, and I said some things I shouldn't have. Please don't hold it against me." As he spoke, he deliberately shook his empty sleeve, trying to elicit sympathy from Luo Qingcheng. Luo Qingcheng glanced at his severed arm, a flicker of barely perceptible disgust flashing in her eyes, but she quickly returned to her high and mighty demeanor. "Humph, considering your pitiful state now, I won't hold it against you for the time being, but you better remember, if you dare to show me any disrespect or say anything unpleasant in the future, don't blame me for being rude. By then, even if I don't trouble you, the boss won't let you off." Yes, I remember. There definitely won't be a next time." Zhang Tian hurriedly nodded. Sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead, soaking his clothes. Inside, he felt immensely relieved. Thankfully, his mind was quick, otherwise, he would have been done for, silently giving himself a thumbs up. This Luo Qingcheng can't really be the boss's woman, right? It's almost certain. Those who had previously doubted Luo Qingcheng's identity now believed it almost entirely upon seeing Zhang Tian's attitude. Their whispers, though not loud, still faintly reached Zhang Tian and Luo Qingcheng's ears in the relatively quiet atmosphere. Luo Qingcheng immediately frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. She raised her voice and said, "You lot, what are you whispering about over there?" The few job changers, upon hearing this, trembled in fear and quickly waved their hands, saying, No, we were just chatting casually." Seeing this, Zhang Tian quickly chimed in, trying to sound imposing. "Qingcheng, don't stoop to their level. They're just a bunch of clueless fools. How could they understand the bond between you and the boss?" After hearing Zhang Tian's words, Luo Qingcheng's expression softened slightly. She looked around at the people and arrogantly declared, "Humph. You all better listen up. When the boss arrives, if you dare to show me any disrespect, just wait and see." Everyone nodded in agreement, not daring to show any disrespect. Meanwhile, in the channel, #breaking news, the boss has a partner #heartless killer boss's partner spotted, seeking to expose #the boss is in love. What a joyous occasion. Various messages flooded the screen, causing a huge uproar. Just as the monster-slaying session ended, the likes of Dawatu and Rose opened the World Channel and saw the news about the boss's romance. In an instant, it felt like a thunderbolt had struck. Dawatu and Rose both fell into a daze almost simultaneously. Stumbling with unsteady steps, she nearly fell to the ground, fortunately being caught by Xiaomei and Buhen beside her. "Oh no, the boss has a girlfriend." Meguei and Debata turned their heads in unison, glaring at her fiercely. "How could your mouth, at 37 degrees, utter words at -37 degrees? I won't say anything more." Xiaomei shivered in fright, and the snacks in her mouth suddenly lost their flavor. Buwen, standing by, also felt a chill and dared not speak. She stole a glance at the gloomy expressions of Meguei and Debatu, lowering her head in silence. Although she had just joined the team, she was aware of the feelings Debatu and Meguei had for the boss, especially Meguei, who had confessed to the boss. Now that someone else had gotten ahead of them, it was a huge humiliation and blow for both of them. After a moment, Debatu was the first to emerge from her state of disappointment. "Something's not right. It's definitely not right. The boss just separated from us to complete a solo dungeon task. How could he have time to date? And he even has a girlfriend? Moreover, that deadpan guy, would he even know how to date? There must be a trick to this. We can't let this woman who popped up out of nowhere fool us." Debata clenched her fists as she spoke. "That makes sense." Xiaomei and Buhen both gave a thumbs up. Meguei frowned slightly, the pain in her eyes gradually replaced by calmness. She nodded. "You're right, there must be something wrong here. We can't just believe the rumors that the boss has a girlfriend, especially not someone so inexplicable. We need to find out the truth. If anyone dares to use the boss to achieve their own goals, I will not let them off easily." Meguei scolded. The dragon flame spear in her hand erupted with scorching flames, incinerating a monster she had just slain into ashes, venting her anger. Thus, Meguei and Debata rushed towards the dungeon with Xiaomei and Buhen. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Luo Qingcheng boasting arrogantly about how she and the boss were doing. "Is it this woman?" Originally feeling a bit anxious, angry, and unwilling, Meguei and Debata burst into laughter upon seeing Luo Qingcheng. The negative emotions in their hearts receded like a tide, leaving only disdain. "I knew that deadpan guy wouldn't find a woman." Debata sneered. Meguei also breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze fixed on Luo Qingcheng, who was surrounded by admirers, her killing intent rising. This shameless woman dared to impersonate the boss's girlfriend. She truly deserved to be punished. "Let's go expose her lies and show everyone her true colors," Meguei said, striding forward. The dragon flame spear in her hand buzzed excitedly. Debata followed closely behind Meguei,
We can't let her continue to flaunt and deceive here, she must pay the price.
Xiaomei and Buhan also followed, filled with righteous indignation. What a shameless little b***tch, daring to impersonate the boss's woman. You should take a look at yourself. Do you really think you can reach the boss? Someone like you, full of lies, should be thrown into a pile of monsters as fertilizer. Before they even arrived, Debetu's sharp voice echoed in the air. Each word was like a sharp blade, piercing directly at Luo Qingcheng. The people around were stunned by this sudden outburst. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Who is this? How dare they scold Luo Qingcheng so mercilessly? Don't they fear the boss seeking revenge? But some looked at Meiguei and the others, unable to help but size them up. So familiar. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to the boss's woman like that? Are you tired of living? Luo Qingcheng had not yet spoken when Zhang Tian, like a fiercely protective dog, glared at the big white rabbit and the others with a fierce but cowardly demeanor. Luo Qingcheng was the thigh he had latched onto, so he naturally had to protect her well. He looked ready to fight, his aura aggressive. Oh ho! Where did this wild dog come from, barking like a gorilla? The big white rabbit continued to unleash a barrage of insults, which only made Zhang Tian angrier. You dare to humiliate me like this? You're asking for death. With that, Zhang Tian attempted to pounce on the big white rabbit to fight. Get lost! Rose swung her dragon flame spear, sending a wave of scorching air toward Zhang Tian. He felt a powerful force rushing at him. His frail body couldn't resist at all, and he was instantly knocked to the ground. He rolled around awkwardly for a few moments before finally stopping. Zhang Tian lay on the ground in a sorry state, his eyes filled with resentment. You wait for me. When the boss arrives, you'll see. His voice trembled with anger and fear. As he spoke, he glanced at Luo Qingcheng, instantly revealing a fawning expression. Qingcheng, when will the boss come to teach them a lesson? Luo Qingcheng looked at the disheveled Zhang Tian and disdainfully curled her lip. This guy was truly useless. She turned to face the big white rabbit and the others, her tone icy and laced with mockery. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's just Zhang Chen's little lapdog. As she spoke, a hint of hatred flickered in her eyes. Last time, you humiliated me. This time, when the boss returns, I will make sure you can't escape. Ever since she was beaten last time, Luo Qingcheng had harbored resentment, and now she finally had a chance for revenge. Yes, you're about to be finished. Zhang Tian chimed in. The big white rabbit, Rose, and the other three exchanged glances. This person must be out of his mind. Did he really think he was the boss's woman just because he was being flattered by these people? We don't know if you can escape or not, but you won't get away today. With that, Rose wasted no time, charging at Luo Qingcheng with her dragon flame spear. The spear tip shimmered with dazzling flames. Luo Qingcheng's face changed drastically. She hadn't expected Rose to actually dare to make a move. In her panic, she tried to dodge, but her meager skills were no match for Rose's fierce attack. Rose's dragon flame spear struck like a serpent, instantly aiming for Luo Qingcheng. Luo Qingcheng barely had time to let out a scream. The spear grazed her arm, and the searing flames instantly burned her skin, filling the air with a charred smell. Ah, you dared to hurt me. Luo Qingcheng clutched her arm, her eyes filled with terror and anger, but Rose showed no signs of stopping. With a sweeping motion, the dragon flame spear ignited a blaze as it attacked Luo Qingcheng's legs. Luo Qingcheng jumped back awkwardly but was still caught by the residual flames. The hem of her dress caught fire, and she frantically beat at the flames, looking utterly helpless. The onlookers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. They hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. They were really fighting? Women fighting was truly terrifying. Should they help the boss's woman? Wait, these four women seem to be Rose and her crew. You all stop it. If you treat the boss's woman like this, the boss won't let you off. Zhang Tian shouted anxiously from the side. But having just been taught a lesson by Rose, he didn't dare to step forward to intervene. The big white rabbit excitedly shouted, "Good job, Rose. Let this fraud know our strength. We must make her reveal her true self today." Xiaomei and Buhan also tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to prevent anyone from interfering. Luo Qingcheng finally extinguished the fire on her body. Her hair was disheveled, her face covered in soot, and her original beauty was completely gone at that moment. She glared fiercely at Rose. "You little bitch, when the boss arrives, I will make you wish you were alive and wish you were dead." Rose let out a cold laugh. "Humph, still putting on a brave face? Then today, I will beat you until you tell the truth." Saying this, she raised the dragon flame spear again. After a burst of flames, Luo Qingcheng was knocked back to her senses. She began to regret fabricating this lie, but now there was no room for regret. "You fools, when the boss arrives, just wait to be torn to shreds." Touching the boss's woman, the boss's wrath is not something you can bear. However, Zhang Tian was still shouting, though his voice trembled with fear. More and more job changers were drawn to the commotion. Isn't that Rose the boss? You don't even know Rose the boss? I see you are just a bunch of frauds. Someone recognized Rose and her group, causing an uproar. So it's Rose the boss, no wonder she looks so familiar. These two are really shameless, daring to impersonate the boss's woman. Beat them to death. Rose, she is Rose the boss. It's over, it's all over. Zhang Tian completely slumped to the ground. He had never seen Rose the boss, nor had he ever heard of her name. She was the second-ranked powerhouse on the leaderboard. Almost since the arrival of the divine rules, she had been teaming up with the boss. Their relationship was extremely close. How could she not know whether the boss had a woman? Zhang Tian glared at Luo Qingcheng with hatred, finally unable to hold back his curses. Luo Qingcheng, you vain, lying bitch, it's all your fault. His voice became hoarse from extreme anger. While cursing, he pounded the ground with his only hand. He had thought that if he could successfully hook up with the boss, he would soar to great heights and reach the pinnacle of life. Instead, everything was ruined by this damned bitch. Rose felt extremely pleased hearing the crowd's discussions. She raised the corners of her lips and said disdainfully, Luo Qingcheng, are you still not admitting it? Rose the boss, how could she be? Isn't she just Zhang Chen's lackey? Luo Qingcheng shook her head desperately, and by some strange twist of fate, checked Rose's ID. The heart that had been hanging finally dropped. Wait, she is Rose the boss, then Zhang Chen is the ruthless killer boss. How could someone as useless as Zhang Chen be? He was so cowardly, she treated him like a dog, calling him around and he just complied. How could he be the boss? Moments later, Luo Qingcheng suddenly burst into mad laughter. Ah, Zhang Chen is the boss. The crowd, this woman must be crazy. You are all finished. If Zhang Chen knew how you treated me, you would all die. Luo Qingcheng changed from her previous disheveled appearance to standing tall and proud, her eyes filled with hatred. Is this Luo Qingcheng going crazy? One moment crying, the next laughing. Who knows, looking at her like this, she might really be out of her mind. Still fantasizing about being the boss's woman, I suggest sending her straight to a mental hospital. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Luo Qingcheng laughed again. You bunch of fools, what do you know? The boss you speak of is my devoted dog. Zhang Chen had once run through the rain for miles to buy pastries for her, the pastries soaked in rain yet still hoping to be gifted, only for her to frown and throw them away, while he kept apologizing. When she was harassed by little thugs, Zhang Chen risked his safety to protect her, getting beaten to a pulp, yet she resented him for being too meddlesome and complained about his looks ruining her image. Throwing drinks in his face, treating him like a servant, and mocking him for the slightest mistake were all just daily occurrences. She is Zhang Chen's lofty master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian instantly perked up. He had heard Luo Qingcheng complain about Zhang Tian several times, saying that her boyfriend was nothing more than a loyal dog. When their feelings ran deep, they even prepared for Luo Qingcheng to call Zhang Chen. He quickly got up, wanting to continue to act tough. His throat rolled, and just as he was about to speak, he stopped. Let me first assess the situation. I can't be fooled again by that shameless woman, Luo Qingcheng. And everyone, what kind of big news have I stumbled upon? The big shot is a lapdog? That can't be true. What this woman said sounds credible. It might be true. Really, you still think he hasn't deceived you enough? You're getting old. I should sell you insurance. That was in the past. Don't forget, the big shot has already severed ties with you. The big white rabbit couldn't stand Luo Qingcheng's high and mighty demeanor. This woman was too annoying. Every time she saw her, she felt like she deserved a beating. Severed ties? Luo Qingcheng sneered coldly, her gaze as dark as water. Do you really think he doesn't want me anymore? Let me tell you, this is just his way of getting my attention. I don't even need to do anything, just a glance from me, and he'll immediately crawl back to my side, begging for my forgiveness. He's just a dog, a forever lapdog. Even if I make him kneel and call me grandma, he would agree. Everyone was taken aback by Luo Qingcheng's words. The big shot really is a lapdog. Do you think this woman can make the big shot come back to her without dignity, just as she said? I don't think so. What kind of status does the big shot have to endure such humiliation and not leave? I think the big shot will come back to lick. Tong Jingcheng spoke up. Nonsense, not to mention the big shot, any normal person wouldn't. A person is a person, a lapdog doesn't belong to normal people. Tong Jingcheng continued confidently. Hiss, that makes a lot of sense. See, everyone agrees with me. Luo Qingcheng was smug. You few can wait to die. Yes, wait to die, you all. Zhang Tian also spoke. I don't know if I'll die, but I know I can shoot you dead right now. Rose gripped the dragon flame spear, her whole being filled with rage. How dare she humiliate the big shot like this? The big white rabbit, Xiaomei, and others were also furious. A woman like her deserves to be beaten to death. At that moment, a voice as cold as frost reached their ears. Oh really? Then you have quite the audacity. Everyone turned to look. Big Big shot. Zhang Chen, you dare hide the fact that you are that heartless killer from me? What do you mean by that? Aren't you afraid I'll get angry?
Upon seeing Zhang Chen, Luo Qingqing's face instantly wore a lofty expression, and she began to reprimand him.
Now, I command you, give me all your equipment and divine coins, and I'll consider forgiving you.
Luo Qingqing crossed her arms over her chest, proud as a princess. The crowd around them, _ a lion really is making a big demand.
The big shot can't give that. You don't understand the world of lapdogs, he will give. Tong Jingcheng said.
Zhang Chen simply looked at her quietly, his eyes showing no ripples. That gaze was like looking at an inconsequential stranger. And Luo Qingqing was completely oblivious.
Pointing at Rose, the big white rabbit, and others, she continued fiercely, these people laid hands on me. I command you to kill them and strip them of their clothes, displaying them for all to see.
Hiss, what a vicious heart this woman has.
Rose was furious, just about to make a move when she saw the big white rabbit holding her back.
She looked at Zhang Chen beside her. The boss is here, let's see how the boss handles this.
Okay.
Seeing them back down, Luo Qingqing immediately became arrogant.
Zhang Chen, hurry up and do as I say, or I'll break up with you right now. Break up? Zhang Chen sneered. She thought she was still the same person he used to cater to, that a wave of her hand would bring him back.
Rose, did you cause the injuries on her?
Zhang Chen turned to the furious Rose, her face flushed.
Upon hearing Zhang Chen's question, Rose was initially prepared to explain, but a wave of grievance surged up.
Almost in tears, she said defiantly, yes, it was me who hit her. If you want to take revenge for her, come at me.
The others, including the big white rabbit, stared intently at Zhang Chen. They were also waiting for his stance.
Zhang Chen? What are these women thinking? The boss wouldn't really want to fight with Rose and the others, would he?
If the boss makes a move, Rose is definitely finished.
The boss can't act impulsively. The boss should think twice. Zhang Chen, are you not going to make a move? Are you dead?
Luo Qingqing was furious when she saw Zhang Chen hesitating. Slap, a crisp sound echoed, and blood spilled from the corner of Luo Qingqing's mouth. She was directly knocked to the ground by Zhang Chen's slap. Her head was buzzing.
What I want to tell you is, you hit too lightly.
Zhang Chen smiled at Rose, the big white rabbit, and the others. The smile was both charming and cruel.
Ha ha ha, I knew the boss wasn't a lapdog.
Xiaomei cheered happily, and the big white rabbit also showed a radiant smile.
Rose was even more excited, tears welling up in her eyes.
With Zhang Chen treating Luo Qingqing this way, she finally felt relieved.
Wait, why are you crying again? Women are truly an incomprehensible species. Zhang Chen frowned.
He turned away, no longer looking. Something's off. Based on my understanding of lapdogs, this shouldn't be the outcome. Tong Jingcheng muttered to himself, falling into self-doubt. It seems you don't understand enough. Go learn more.
How could the boss be a lapdog? Exactly. This woman is doomed. The crowd was abuzz with chatter, all wearing expressions of glee. You dare hit me?
Luo Qingqing covered her swollen face, her voice trembling. She couldn't believe, nor did she want to accept, that the man who once spoiled her would now strike for another woman.
It was unbearable. She was almost going crazy.
Zhang Chen looked at Luo Qingqing, his eyes filled with coldness and disdain.
Luo Qingqing, have you not recognized reality yet? I am no longer the person you can toy with.
Once, he had willingly served Luo Qingqing like a servant, never receiving a shred of respect.
But what was the result? Luo Qingqing sneered. Do you think I would believe you?
You're just trying to provoke me, wanting me to pay more attention to you. Fine, since you want to play, I'll play along to the end. I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me right now and kill these people, and I might consider forgiving your previous rudeness. Zhang Chen glanced at her coldly. It was his previous tolerance that had made her so foolish.
Like an idiot.
Luo Qingqing, stop daydreaming. The boss has already seen through your true nature. Don't embarrass yourself here. Luo Qingqing glared fiercely at Rose. You little slut. You have no right to speak here.
Shut up.
Just as Luo Qingqing was about to curse, she saw Zhang Chen scold her.
All eyes were now on her. She suddenly felt embarrassed. You dare to yell at me? Zhang Chen, you bastard. You said you would always like me and take care of me. How could you betray me? Was all the kindness you showed me just a lie? Aren't you afraid of retribution for treating me like this now?
Luo Qingqing felt a wave of grievance wash over her, bursting into tears, her eyes red. In the past, whenever she shed a tear, Zhang Chen would comfort her, indulging her every whim. This time would surely be no different. However, what she received this time was a look of disdain from Zhang Chen, along with another slap. Symmetry is beautiful, Zhang Chen said proudly, admiring his creation, a pig's head, his smile growing increasingly unrestrained.
This was exhilarating. It was the most satisfying moment since his rebirth.
Luo Qingqing was momentarily stunned,
then reacted with a terrified scream. She immediately lunged at Zhang Chen, wanting to bite him, but her attacks couldn't even graze his skin. It was all in vain. "You bastard, how can you treat me like this? Do you think you deserve my parents' trust? You promised my parents you would take good care of me." Luo Qingcheng screamed hysterically, tears streaming down her cheeks. She hated herself. Why had she been so blind to fall for Zhang Chen? Uncle, aunt. Hearing her mention family, Zhang Chen couldn't help but reminisce, a look of guilt crossing his face. He quickly returned to his usual demeanor. If it weren't for the fact that her uncle and aunt were still alive, he wouldn't have the heart to let her know that he had personally killed their biological daughter. Luo Qingcheng would have been dead long ago. "Throw her out," Zhang Chen said indifferently. "Who dares?" Luo Qingcheng roared. "I will." The big white rabbit stepped forward, excited. Grabbing her hair, he dragged her out. "You heartless scoundrel, I curse you to die a miserable death. Do you think you can shine in this world? One day, you will regret what you did today. I will let everyone know your ugly face, and you will be ruined." Faced with Luo Qingcheng's insults, Zhang Chen's expression remained indifferent throughout. He walked straight to Zhang Tian, who was preparing to sneak away. "Where are you going?" Fortunately, I didn't continue to back her up. That bitch Luo Qingcheng almost got me killed. Seeing Luo Qingcheng being dragged out by the big white rabbit, Zhang Tian felt that staying here would bring him bad luck. He might get beaten up. He was ready to make a run for it. But just as he moved, he bumped into Zhang Chen's chest. Looking up at Zhang Chen's cold face, Zhang Tian trembled all over. "Boss, this has nothing to do with me. I was also deceived by that bitch Luo Qingcheng," Zhang Tian said with a flattering smile, bowing and scraping. "You deserve to die." Zhang Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. In his previous life, his first set of equipment had been given to this man by Luo Qingcheng. Moreover, he had been humiliated by her multiple times, nearly losing his life to a monster because of it. He would spare Luo Qingcheng for now, but Zhang Tian could not be let go. "Boss, please spare me. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to use your name to swindle again." Zhang Tian's face turned pale with fear, his legs going weak as he fell to his knees. He desperately knocked his head against the ground, the sound of thud-thud echoing as his forehead hit the floor. He thought he hadn't done anything wrong. As long as he showed a positive attitude in admitting his mistakes, Zhang Chen would definitely let him go. Unfortunately, he was mistaken. Zhang Chen remained unmoved, coldly staring at Zhang Tian. With a thud, the sound of a dagger-piercing flesh echoed. Blood gushed from his neck, and the smell of blood quickly filled the air. "You!" Zhang Tian's eyes widened. Until his death, he couldn't understand why he was so decisively killed by Zhang Chen for merely flaunting his power. His body slowly fell, his eyes filled with unwillingness and regret, but he would never have the chance to plead for mercy again. The surrounding job changers gasped at the bloody scene. Filled with awe for Zhang Chen, "Did you just kill him?" The big white rabbit returned to see Zhang Tian's corpse, not afraid, just surprised that Zhang Chen acted so quickly. "Killing him is good. It saves someone from using the boss's name to swindle others." Rose nodded in agreement. Xiaomei and Buhen quickly regained their composure and asked, "Boss, is your mission over? What are we doing next? Have you found the Abyss secret realm?" Zhang Chen asked. "My brother is leading a team to search. Let me check the situation." As she spoke, Rose was about to contact Yi Weiliang but was interrupted by Zhang Chen. "I'll contact him. I happen to have something to discuss with him." This solo mission had brought him immense rewards. After completing the task, he gained a massive amount of experience points, skyrocketing his level to 27. He received a treasure chest that would definitely yield a gold item and a mysterious material pack. Besides these, he needed Yi Weiliang's help to deal with the equipment and materials dropped from the monsters he had killed. He also had one more thing, the most important matter that required Yi Weiliang's assistance. That was to find someone. He needed a reliable and powerful person to help guard the passage. "Boss, your mission is over, and you came to find me?" Yi Weiliang responded immediately upon receiving Zhang Chen's message. "How's the search for the Abyss secret realm going? I was just about to tell Rose and the others about this." Yi Weiliang quickly organized his thoughts. "We found a place that closely resembles the description of the Abyss secret realm, but it is surrounded by several monster nests, with at least tens of thousands of monsters. We can't explore inside." "Alright, let's head over there immediately." Zhang Chen decisively led Rose, the big white rabbit, and the others toward the location provided by Yi Weiliang. On the other side, Yi Weiliang and the other job changers stood on a high slope, their eyes fixed on the area below occupied by monster nests. Each of them looked tense, weapons tightly gripped, ready to engage in battle at any moment. "They're coming up. Monsters are charging up." Suddenly, someone excitedly pointed into the distance and shouted. They saw a dense mass of monsters crawling up the cliff, heading in their direction. "Follow the battle plan. Fight!" Yi Weiliang commanded with a serious face. Yes, everyone responded in unison. In the next second, various skills lit up. A great battle was about to begin. Yi Weiliang took the lead. The other job changers each performed their roles. Despite everyone's best efforts to resist, the tide of monsters continued to surge, gradually overwhelming their defenses. Faced with a horde of monsters that outnumbered them 100-fold, the pressure on Yi Weiliang and the others instantly peaked. Everyone, don't panic, maintain formation, and support each other. Yi Weiliang shouted loudly while fiercely slashing at the monsters in front of him. Once their formation completely collapsed, they would truly be at the mercy of these monsters. When will the boss arrive? We can't wait much longer. At most, in a quarter of an hour, these monsters will reach us. There are quite a few monsters above level 10 among them. We probably can't hold on. The group expressed their concerns anxiously. It'll be soon. Yi Weiliang spoke to stabilize their morale, but he himself was uncertain. They could only hold on. Kill. The great battle is just ahead. Just as everyone began to feel overwhelmed, Zheng Chen descended like a black reaper. He charged into the horde of monsters, executing a dragon breath slash. Wherever he passed, monsters fell one after another, as if he were harvesting wheat. His speed was at its peak. The monsters didn't even have time to react before their throats were slashed. Bro, we're here to support you, Rose shouted, her dragon flame spear swinging without hesitation. The spear tip ignited with fierce flames, and each thrust created a dazzling burst of fire. The nearby monsters were instantly engulfed by flames, letting out piercing screams. The boss is here. Everyone, give it your all. Yi Weiliang felt a surge of joy upon seeing Zhang Chen's figure and shouted loudly. Xiaomei, the White Rabbit, and Bu Han quickly followed suit and joined the battle. With the addition of Zhang Chen and the others, the tide of the battle gradually began to change. Although they were only 5 people, they were enough to alter the outcome of the entire war. The originally dense horde of monsters was cleared out in just 10 minutes. Phew, finally over. Yi Weiliang slumped to the ground, letting out a long sigh. That was too dangerous. The other job changers felt the same, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washing over them, making them feel quite miserable. Thank you all for your hard work. Thanks for saving us, boss. If it weren't for the boss arriving in time, we would have probably been wiped out. The job changers hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Zheng Chen waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be so polite. You all take a break for now. Saying this, Zheng Chen walked over to Yi Weiliang and patted his shoulder. I have some matters I need your help with. I wonder if you're willing? Just tell me what you need, boss. Anything else would be too formal. Yi Weiliang replied with a beaming smile. Collaborating with the boss was guaranteed profit. Just from selling equipment, he had already made a fortune. Good. With that, Zhang Chen took out some extra equipment from his backpack and piled it in front of Yi Weiliang. Help me continue processing this. Boss, your speed of farming equipment is a bit too fast, isn't it? Yi Weiliang looked at the small mountain of equipment before him, his hands trembling slightly. Just a couple of days ago, Zhang Chen had given him a pile of equipment, and now here was another. The other equipment was one thing, but there were still several red items. The total amount of equipment farmed by everyone else in their area didn't even come close to what the boss had alone. No problem, I'll arrange this properly. Yi Weiliang immediately agreed. He was currently emulating the game and preparing to establish a guild. The more equipment, the better. He didn't even need to sell it, he could digest it all himself. Being at the top of the wealth rankings was no joke. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Zhang Chen had great trust in Yi Weiliang regarding this matter. There's one more crucial thing. I need you to help me find some strong and reliable people. I need them to guard a passage. This is of great importance, and the selection of candidates must be done carefully. A hint of seriousness flashed in Zhang Chen's eyes. Yi Weiliang was slightly taken aback and then asked, Boss, can you reveal what kind of passage it is? That way, I can filter suitable candidates based on the situation. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chen slowly said, This is a passage that hides great secrets and treasures. If we can hold it, our area will become the strongest. Yi Weiliang, W, degree, W the strongest area? A fiery light instantly flashed in Yi Weiliang's eyes. He understood what this meant. If what Zhang Chen said was true, then their area would stand out in the entire world, possessing unparalleled status and resources. However, it comes with extremely high risks. If we can't hold it, the consequences would be unimaginable. So the people I need must not only have strong abilities but also a firm will and a loyal heart, Zhang Chen emphasized. At that time, those people would be facing individuals from the central Thousand Worlds. Insufficient strength or being easily swayed would deal a devastating blow to the job changers in their area. I understand, boss. I will carefully filter through my network and find suitable candidates for you as soon as possible. However, such talents are hard to come by and may take some time. Yi Weiliang pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This matter is not urgent, we can take our time. The large-scale arrival of people from the central Thousand Worlds would have to wait until the moon beast descended. They still had more than 10 or 20 days. Completely enough. After finishing the briefing, Zhang Chen's gaze turned to several monster nests below the hillside. Those monster nests seemed a bit quiet after the intense battle just now, but they still emanated an unsettling aura. From the depths of the nests, low roars and strange noises occasionally emerged, indicating that the monsters inside were lying in wait, ready to swarm out again at any moment. That should be the Abyss secret realm, Zhang Chen said, looking past the monster nests towards the distant abyss. To enter the abyss, they first needed to clear out these monster nests. Otherwise, once they ventured deep in, they would be caught in a dire situation, attacked from all sides. An hour passed, and seeing that everyone had mostly recovered, Zhang Chen directly issued the combat orders. Our team will act as the sharp spear, leading the way. The other teams spread out around, forming a surrounding circle. The main responsibility is to be alert for any scattered monsters that might ambush us and eliminate them. Once we engage the main monsters in the nests, you will attack from the sides and rear, coordinating with us to form a pincer attack, maximizing the weakening of the monster's fighting strength. Zhang Chen's gaze was stern, his tone steady, clearly conveying the battle plan to everyone. The group responded in unison, understood, boss. Let's go. Zhang Chen led the big white rabbit, Rose, Xiaomei, and Buhen down towards the monster nests on the hillside. In an instant, the monster nests erupted with thousands of monsters. These monsters varied in form, some resembled wolves but had bat-like wings, swirling and flying in the air, emitting sharp screeches. Others looked like giant lizards, covered in hard scales, leaving deep marks on the ground with every step, and some appeared as twisted, mutated humanoids, exuding a strange aura, wielding rusty weapons, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. Can those 5 handle this group of monsters? Don't worry, you don't know, those 5 can take out hundreds of monsters in a single move in the secret realm. These monsters are nothing. We just need to follow behind and clean up the stragglers, picking up the spoils. What are we still discussing? Charge! Let's go! Kill them! Divine Light Domain, activate! Facing the overwhelming horde of monsters, Rose was the first to unleash her talent skill. Instantly, a golden halo enveloped her, like a brilliant, dazzling sun. Furious slash! The dragon flame spear in Rose's hand became a streak of golden lightning. Each swing of the spear sent out large arcs of golden light. Any monster that came into contact with the light arcs was instantly torn to shreds, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Wherever she went, monsters fell, creating a small vacuum in the midst of the horde. Ha, look at the power of Big White Rabbit. Seeing Rose so fierce, Big White Rabbit was not to be outdone. It summoned hundreds of skeleton warriors in one breath. When these hundreds of skeleton warriors appeared, they quickly formed ranks in front of everyone. The entire battlefield was instantly filled with a thick aura of death. Not only were the charging monsters intimidated, but even their own class changers felt their scalps tingle and their legs tremble at the sight of such a formidable army of skeleton warriors. Go! Big White Rabbit commanded the skeleton army to crush towards the oncoming monsters. In an instant, blood splattered, and screams echoed. Wherever the skeleton army went, not a blade of grass was left. The originally arrogant monsters instantly collapsed. 100 skeleton warriors sent thousands of monsters fleeing in panic. This was the terrifying killing power of a legion. The brutal scene shocked the onlookers among the job changers. So terrifying. Is this the gap between us and the big boss? Why do I feel like these skeleton warriors are scarier than those monsters? Of course, I feel like this skeleton army could wipe out all those monsters. The battle was about to erupt. Rose and the Big White Rabbit, the two-team battle meat grinders, were wreaking havoc in the front lines. Xiaomei continuously provided them with healing and buffs from the back. Everyone is so strong, I can't hold everyone back. She relentlessly drew her bow and knocked arrows. Her damage was high. Each arrow could take down at least 3 or 4 small monsters, but compared to Rose and the Big White Rabbit, she was slightly lacking. She quickly changed her combat mode. Instead of targeting the small monsters, she aimed directly at the more powerful elite monsters. 1 arrow, 1 kill, relieving a significant amount of pressure from Rose and the Big White Rabbit. At this moment, the spearhead formed by the 4 of them had an imposing momentum, as if one man could hold back 10,000. Countless monsters surged forward, but they could not stop their advance, let alone break through their defenses. As a result, the other job changers following behind felt no pressure at all. So strong. The big bosses are amazing. We're not even here to farm monsters. We're just here to witness an extreme slaughterfest. Just watching. I can't contain the burning blood within me anymore. Yi Weiliang also watched Rose, a smile on his face that was harder to suppress than an AK. His sister had grown to the point where she could stand on her own. Where's the assassin boss? Why haven't we seen him? Yeah, we haven't even caught a glimpse of him during the fight. The boss is over there. Holy crap, he actually went alone to the monster's lair. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had just emerged from the crystal, and the boss had already gone solo to block the enemy's spring? Ridiculous. So crazy. As expected of the boss, he's really freaking awesome. Everyone turned to look in the direction where Zhang Chen was. Zhang Chen moved with incredible speed, like black lightning. His figure was impossible to catch with the naked eye. They could only roughly gauge his position by the monsters that kept falling. Zhang Chen's gaze was cold. He had a very accurate sense of his positioning. Decapitation. As long as he dealt with the boss in the lair, the remaining monsters posed no threat at all. Using the Shadow Assault skill, Zhang Chen instantly vanished from everyone's sight. The next moment, he appeared at the entrance of the monster's lair. A few monsters guarding the entrance hadn't even had time to react before their throats were slit by the dagger in his hand, blood gushing out. The boss has reached the lair. So fast. This terrifying solo combat power, who can stop the boss? The god of assassins, truly the god of assassins. It was at least several thousand meters from their position to the monster's lair. Zhang Chen tore open a gap and reached the monster's lair in just a few dozen seconds. I had only heard about how powerful the boss was before, but seeing it with my own eyes, I finally understand what shock means. This speed, this strength, it's simply beyond imagination. Crossing several thousand meters in just a few dozen seconds while killing along the way, I even suspect the boss as some kind of teleportation artifact. Artifact? I think the boss's own strength far exceeds any artifact. Those monsters are like paper in front of him. I wonder what kind of monsters the boss will encounter in the lair. I hope everything goes smoothly for him. Don't worry, the boss will definitely handle it. Who is he? He's a legendary figure in our area. There's nothing he can't handle. Inside the cave, the stench grew stronger, accompanied by a pungent smell of sulfur. Suddenly, a hissing sound came, and Zhang Chen focused his gaze. A giant snake appeared in his line of sight. The snake was at least 20 to 30 meters long. Its body coiled, covered in tough, heavy scales. Its head was hideous and grotesque, resembling a malignant tumor. Its forked tongue flicked out, releasing a foul stench. A pair of green, glistening eyes fixed intently on Zhang Chen. Race, Shadow Evil Scale Python. Boss, level, 25. Talent skills, Shadow Bind, Shadow Burst, Venomous Fangs, Shadow Bind. Spits out shadow threads from its mouth, instantly releasing 5 to 8 shadow threads. Once entangled around the enemy's limbs and torso, it reduces their movement speed by 60% and delays skill release by 3 to 5 seconds. Continuously erodes 200,000 to 300,000 health points per second. Shadow Burst, gathers shadow energy in its body or tail and releases it, forms a shadow sphere with a diameter of 3 to 5 meters that explodes, knocking enemies back 5 to 8 meters, inflicts 80,000 to 100,000 piercing damage and reduces health by 30% to 40%, leaves a shadow zone with a radius of 6 meters after the explosion. Enemies inside have their movement speed reduced by 40% and suffer 15,000 to 20,000 shadow burn damage per second for 6 seconds. Venomous Fangs, its fangs contain potent venom, injecting toxins upon biting the enemy, inflicts 50,000 to 60,000 poison damage immediately and causes excruciating pain, reduces the enemy's attack accuracy by 30% and increases skill failure rate by 20%. The toxin spreads through the blood, causing a loss of 10,000 to 15,000 health points per second, slows recovery speed by 30%, and weakens skill effects by 25%. If not detoxified within 10 seconds, the enemy falls into a coma and dies. Dash! Zhang Chen activated his skill without hesitation, his figure vanishing like a ghost. The Shadow Evil Scale Python twisted its body and pursued him. It opened its massive mouth, aiming to swallow Zhang Chen whole. However, Zhang Chen had anticipated this. As the Shadow Evil Scale Python approached, he leaped suddenly, rolling in the air several times. Bang! The moment Zhang Chen landed, he gripped his dagger tightly, brandishing it like a sword, delivering a spinning kick aimed at the python's head. This spinning kick was both accurate and fierce, targeting the Shadow Evil Scale Python's head directly. Although the Shadow Evil Scale Python had tough skin and thick flesh, it still felt pain from Zhang Chen's kick, letting out a cry as its massive body staggered back several steps. Human, seeking death. The Shadow Evil Scale Python immediately activated the Shadow Bind skill. Several black shadow threads spread out. At the same time, the Shadow Burst skill was also unleashed. Powerful shadow energy gathered at its tail, forming a massive shadow sphere that exploded towards Zhang Chen. Shadow assault. Zhang Chen vanished once more, evading the python's 2 rounds of attack. Where is he? The shadow evil scale python frowned, searching for Zhang Chen's trace. Suddenly, it felt a sense of danger from its back. Not good. The python's pupils constricted sharply as it hurriedly twisted its body, trying to evade the strike. Crack! The cold, sharp blade grazed its spine, spraying a burst of blood. Backstab damage 763W. Godfall critical hit 897W. Blood flow damage 231W. High damage numbers floated up. Zhang Chen's assault did not relent, his wrist flicked, and the dagger sliced through the shadow evil scale python's abdomen like a nimble dragon. Backstab damage 651W. Blood flow damage 123W. Normal damage 89W. In just a few minutes, the shadow evil scale python's health had already been halved, its body marked with numerous wounds, blood pouring out. What angered it the most was that Zhang Chen could clearly control the angle and distance, hitting its weak points with precision every time. Even more horrifying for it was that it could not capture Zhang Chen's position at all. It was like a ghost floating around you, and you had no way to deal with it. This feeling of frustration and powerlessness drove the shadow evil scaled python crazy. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Chen walked out of the shadow evil scaled python's lair. The boss is out? He took down a boss in just 15 minutes. What terrifying monster-slaying speed. If it were me, I'd probably be swallowed by that shadow evil scaled python in less than a minute. Stop talking nonsense. Can you compare yourself to the boss? The corpse of the shadow evil scaled python lay sprawled, its blood staining the soil. Zhang Chen's backpack gained 8 pieces of purple gear, and his account also received 20 divine coins. With the system's 8x teen buff experience boost, his level reached 28. There are 3 more bosses. Once we clear them, the problem will be mostly solved. Zhang Chen looked towards the other 3 boss lairs. Just then, a tremor suddenly came from the direction of those 3 lairs. 3 massive bosses surged towards Zhang Chen's location. Race, Ice Soul Demoness. Boss, level, 25 talent skills, Ice Spike Piercing. Frost Domain, Phantom Ice Seal Ice Spike Piercing. Condenses water vapor to form ice spikes aimed at the target, instantly firing 10 to 15 spikes. Each spike can deal 100,000 to 500,000 points of ice damage, has a 40% chance to inflict a bleeding state on the enemy, causing 50 points of health loss per second for 5 seconds, and reduces the enemy's movement speed by 30%, with wounds being eroded by frost, extending healing time by 2 times. Frost Domain unfolds a domain with a radius of 15 meters. The temperature within the domain drops to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Enemies entering will have their attack speed reduced by 40%, movement speed reduced by 50%, and skill casting speed reduced by 30%. The Ice Soul Demoness ice skills are enhanced by 50%, and she can use frost to conceal her form within the domain, allowing for a teleport attack of up to 10 meters every 30 seconds. Phantom Ice Seal can create 3 to 5 phantom clones, lasting for 10 seconds. When a clone is attacked, it will explode. The explosion has a radius of 3 meters, dealing 150,000 to 750,000 points of freezing damage to enemies and freezing them in place for 3 to 5 seconds. Race, Flame Demon Beast. Boss, level, 25 talent skills, Flame Breath, Magma Shield, Stomp Shockwave Flame Breath. Breathes out high-temperature flames, with a spray width of up to 5 meters and a length of 10 meters. Enemies in the flame-covered area take 50,000 to 300,000 points of flame damage per second, burning for 8 seconds, additionally losing 100,000 points of health per second, with a 20% chance of entering a 3 to 5 second state of action loss. Magma Shield, covered in a magma shield, 1 meter thick, increases the Flame Demon Beast's physical defense by 80%. When enemies come within 3 meters, magma will splash out from the shield, dealing 50,000 to 250,000 points of splash damage to enemies, inflicting a burning state of 50 points of health loss per second for 6 seconds, and reducing movement speed by 40%. Stomp Shockwave stomps the ground to create seismic waves, with a radius of 8 meters, can launch enemies 5 to 8 meters into the air, causing 120,000 to 800,000 points of impact damage upon landing, and stunning them for 4 to 6 seconds. Race, Thunderwing Rock King. Boss, level, 25 talent skills, Thunderwing Assault, Phantom Thunder Wings. Thunder Ray Thunderwing Assault flaps its wings to shoot out thunder feathers, launching 8 to 10 thunder feathers each time. Each thunder feather can deal 100,000 to 300,000 points of lightning damage. Enemies hit have a 35% chance to be paralyzed for 2 to 3 seconds. And every 4 thunder feathers hitting the same target has a 15% chance to trigger chain lightning, deals 50,000, 100,000 points of splash lightning damage to enemies within a 6 meter radius. Phantom Thunder Wings splits into 3 to 5 Phantom Thunder Wings, creating multiple false trajectory directions. Attacking the phantoms results in a lightning counterattack, dealing 100,000 to 600,000 points of lightning damage and a knockback effect, with a knockback distance of 7 to 9 meters. Thunder Ray uses its beak to unleash a thunder ray, with a width of 0.5 meters and a length of 8 meters, possessing 80% physical penetration, dealing 1 million to 2 million damage. 3 bosses teaming up, how shameless. They must have sensed the threat from the big shot, which is why they resorted to such a tactic of overwhelming the few. So what if there are 3? The big shot easily soloed the Shadow Evil Scale Python before. These 3 won't necessarily gain the upper hand. The big shot is amazing. Zhang Chen narrowed his eyes. First, take down the Ice Soul Demoness. Although it wasn't the highest in attack damage, its control abilities made it the most troublesome. Zhang Chen dashed straight towards the Ice Soul Demoness. Human, you dare. The Ice Soul Demoness sensed Zhang Chen's intent and immediately activated Frost Domain. A 15-meter radius domain instantly expanded, and a chilling aura spread out. As soon as Zhang Chen stepped into the domain, he felt his movements severely restricted. The Ice Soul Demoness then unleashed Ice Spike Piercing. Whoosh! Sharp Ice Spike shot directly at Zhang Chen. The dual acceleration of Swift Walk and Dragon Wing Boots stacked together. 270% acceleration. Zhang Chen instantly broke free from the restrictions of the Frost Domain, facing the incoming sharp ice spikes without any thought of dodging. His right hand raised. Dragon Breath Slash. A blazing dragon-shaped energy slash erupted from the Dragon Tooth Dagger, colliding head-on with the ice spikes. The ice spikes and Dragon Breath intertwined. In an instant, the ice spikes shattered and dissipated. The Dragon Breath Slash also weakened slightly due to the impact of the ice spikes but still hurled towards the Ice Soul Demoness. The Ice Soul Demoness did not expect Zhang Chen to break through her skill blockade so easily and launch a powerful counterattack, hurriedly sidestepping to avoid it. The Dragon Breath Slash grazed her body, leaving a charred mark on her ice armor. At the same time, it took away hundreds of thousands of her health points. Damn human, you've angered me. Phantom Ice Seal. The Ice Soul Demoness flapped her wings fiercely. 3 identical clones of her instantly appeared. Where did the human go? Gone? Just as the Ice Soul Demoness prepared to launch an attack, Zhang Chen's figure suddenly vanished. This human has stealth skills? A sense of danger surged in the Ice Soul Demoness' heart. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Ice Soul Demoness felt a sharp pain in her neck. The first strike after Shadow Evasion is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Critical damage 8,920,000. Godfall critical 6,780,000. Blood flow 2,130,000. The Ice Soul Demoness suffered this sudden heavy blow, and her health points plummeted instantly. She let out a sharp, anguished scream, and the chilling aura around her became chaotic. No, this is impossible. The Ice Soul Demoness roared in anger, trying to struggle and counterattack. However, Zhang Chen's assault did not stop. He took advantage of the Ice Soul Demoness' injury and panic. The dragon-toothed dagger in hand darted like black lightning, swiftly weaving through the Ice Soul Demoness. Each stab sent up a spray of blood and ice shards. Normal damage 850,000. Backstab damage 4,560,000. Divine crit damage 5,670,000. The Ice Soul Demoness' health plummeted sharply, her body beginning to sway precariously. Flame Breath. Thunder Ray. The Flame Demon Beast and Thunderwing Pun King, seeing the Ice Soul Demoness in dire straits, unleashed their powerful skills to rescue her. Yet Zhang Chen paid no heed to their attacks. His focus was entirely on the Ice Soul Demoness, his relentless assault causing her health bar to drop ever faster. At this rate, he seemed prepared to perish alongside her. I don't quite understand this playstyle of the big guy. Exchanging life for life isn't worth it. What do you know? The big guy must have his own calculations. Maybe he's confident he can escape this predicament and take down the Ice Soul Demoness. But the Flame Demon Beast's Flame Breath and the Thunderwing Pine King's Thunder Ray are incredibly powerful. How could the big guy possibly come out unscathed if hit? Just as the crowd was buzzing with speculation, the Flame Demon Beast and Thunderwing Pang King exchanged glances, a glimmer of delight surfacing in their eyes. Exchanging the Ice Soul Demoness' life for this human's life is indeed worthwhile. Aren't you going to dodge? Do you really want to perish together with me? The Ice Soul Demoness roared in fear and anger. That human had completely ignored the attacks from the Flame Demon Beast and Thunderwing Pun King, continuing his frenzied assault. Divine crit damage 13,250,000. Damage 650,000. Bleeding damage 2,320,000. Under this series of terrifying blows, the Ice Soul Demoness finally could not withstand it. Boom! The dragon-toothed dagger struck the Ice Soul Demoness at that moment, while the Flame Breath and Thunder Ray simultaneously slammed into Zhang Chen. Bang! That area was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire and blue lightning. The crowd's hearts tightened. What happened to the big guy? He couldn't have really perished, could he? Just as everyone's gaze converged on that area, the flame demon beast let out a deep, painful roar. A torrent of blood sprayed from its spine. What was happening? The crowd, astonished, shifted their focus from the energy-ravaged area to the flame demon beast. They saw Zhang Chen's figure flicker like a ghost, emerging from behind the flame demon beast. A rusty sword pierced through the flame demon beast, chilling it to the core. It turned out that at the moment the flame demon beast and Thunderwing Peng King launched their attacks, Zhang Chen had already used the phantom clone technique in shadow escape. What hit them was merely his clone. His real body had long since crept up beside the flame demon beast. Caught completely off guard, he unleashed a terrifying strike. Weak point crit damage stacked, minus 32,510,000. The crowd, asterisk? When did that happen? When did the big guy teleport over? Damn, that maneuver was slick. Just how monstrous is the big guy's strength? A monster. The rusty sword in Zhang Chen's hand was drenched in blood, that single strike causing the flame demon beast to lose thousands of health points. You damn brat, get down here. The flame demon beast writhed in agony, trying to grab Zhang Chen with its massive claws. However, Zhang Chen was nimble, dodging left and right on the flame demon beast's back as if walking on flat ground. Taking advantage of the flame demon beast's limited mobility, he swung his sword continuously, each strike aimed at the connections between the flame demon beast's back veins and bones. Weak point hit, damage stacked. Backstab crit, 15,230,000 damage, 4,310,000 divine crit, 21,310,000. Roar! The flame demon beast let out a deafening roar. It suddenly turned, slamming its back hard against a nearby small hill. The hill was instantly shattered, rocks flying everywhere, but Zhang Chen had anticipated this. At the moment before the impact, he used his swift movement to leave his original position. Boom! Dust and smoke filled the air, and the shattered stones revealed the enormous, menacing face of the flame demon beast. At this moment, the flame demon beast was covered in countless long, thin wounds, oozing a viscous liquid that was a mix of black and red, resembling lava. In just a single encounter, the flame demon beast had already been severely injured. Its body trembled continuously. Its eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, and its mouth twitched a few times, but it could no longer speak. This was too abnormal. The control this human had over the battlefield was simply outrageous. At this moment, it had already begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. I will assist you. The Thunderwing Peng King, seeing the flame demon beast injured, was anxious. It abandoned its circling in the air and flapped its wings. The innate skills Phantom Thunder Wings and Thunder Feather Skystrike were activated simultaneously, and in an instant, lightning flashed and thunderclouds churned. The Thunderwing Peng King's figure suddenly transformed into numerous afterimages. Thunder feathers, imbued with the power of thunder and the might of lightning, rained down from the sky. Crackled the thunderstorm intertwined, dense and chaotic. Zhang Chen's movements were strange, effortlessly weaving through the torrential downpour of thunder. Thunder feathers, containing the power of thunder, whizzed past him, but always missed, unable to hit Zhang Chen. Meanwhile, the flame demon beast seized this brief moment to unleash a trampling shockwave. With a loud bang, the ground shook violently. The ground within an 8-meter radius of the flame demon beast undulated like waves. Powerful seismic waves spread outwards. Everyone's hearts tightened. If the boss gets hit by this, just a few seconds of dizziness would be enough to put him in danger. The boss is blocked by the thunder feathers. How can he dodge? In the face of everyone's panic, Zhang Chen remained calm and composed. He displayed an exquisite movement technique. The moment the shockwave reached beneath his feet lightly tapped the undulating ground like a dragonfly skimming the water, propelling him into the air. He avoided the dizziness damage from the first wave. Moreover, using the countless thunder feathers as support, he moved like a willow leaf dancing in the wind, light and agile. Did he dodge it? He dodged it so easily? That's too exaggerated. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chen's figure resembled a swimming fish, skillfully and gracefully leaping and weaving above the thunder feathers. The Thunderwing Peng King's attack instead became his stepping stone, providing him with the best environment for maneuvering. Damn bug! The Thunderwing Peng King was furious. This guy actually dared to use it? It glared at Zhang Chen with rage, spreading its enormous wings. The sound of purple thunder echoed incessantly. Screech, the thunder roared in his ears. Lightning scattered. Zhang Chen suffered splash damage plus 10,000 9,000. This amount of damage was nothing more than a mosquito bite to Zhang Chen. At the same time, the special attributes of the Dragon Scale Battle Armor and Dragon Roar Helmet were activated. The Thunderwing Peng King suffered 60% reflected damage. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Dragon Roar Effect.
daze the enemy, causing them to be momentarily stunned for 3 seconds, and reduce the enemy's attack power and movement speed by 15%. The Thunderwing Peng King and the Flame Demon Beast's bodies suddenly stiffened.
Now's the time.
Zhang Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He swung his sword, accurately hitting a weak spot on the back of the Flame Demon Beast. The damage was off the charts. Put! A bright red streak of blood appeared on the back of the Flame Demon Beast and quickly spread throughout its body.
Awah!
The Flame Demon Beast howled in pain, throwing its head back in a mournful cry.
Zhang Chen pressed the attack. The killing intent in his eyes boiled.
Like a shooting star, he swept past in an instant. A sword swept across. The massive head of the Flame Demon Beast flew up in an instant, its scalding hot blood splattering across the entire battlefield. Bang! The enormous body of the Flame Demon Beast crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust.
Everyone looked at that gigantic head, feeling their throats dry, unable to help but swallow. Is that it? One move, and the boss is killed. Zhang Chen went from being in a desperate situation to turning the tables in just a few seconds.
They didn't even realize when the Flame Demon Beast had been hit or why it suddenly stopped struggling. All they knew was that the Flame Demon Beast was dead.
The big shot won too quickly and too casually.
Such a battle was truly breathtaking and astonishing. You have slain the boss Flame Demon Beast, dropping purple gear *1, divine coins *5, ding system 8x team buff activated. Congratulations, you have obtained purple gear *8, divine coins *40, this human is terrifying. The Thunderwing Rock King was filled with fear and apprehension. Without hesitation, it flapped its wings and fled the scene.
Fortunately, this human can't fly, otherwise, I would have perished here today. It secretly rejoiced. Flying is great.
Human, just watch me fly away while you stand there dumbfounded on the ground. The Thunderwing Rock King has run away. What a pity for all that experience and equipment.
There's nothing we can do, the big shot can't fly.
But with these bosses taken care of, the remaining small monsters can be easily cleared by Rose and the others.
The national quest will be starting soon. The Thunderwing Rock King's escape left many feeling a bit regretful.
Zhang Chen looked up at the receding figure of the Thunderwing Rock King, a slight smile on his lips.
Thinking you can escape by flying? How naive.
In the next moment, Zhang Chen exerted force with his legs, his body suddenly launching into the air like a rocket, charging towards the direction the Thunderwing Rock King had flown.
What does the big shot want to do?
He can't be thinking of using his jumping ability to catch up with the flying Thunderwing Rock King.
That's too crazy.
Even though the big shot is incredible, I still don't believe he can do it. Eyes were fixed on Zhang Chen, not blinking as they watched.
How high could the big shot jump? 12 meters, several dozen meters, 100 meters? But so what?
The Thunderwing Rock King was flying at least several hundred meters, if not 1,000 meters high. Even if Zhang Chen's jumping ability was formidable, it would be difficult to cover such a vast distance to catch up with the Thunderwing Rock King. Rose, the White Rabbit, Little May, and Not Harsh also temporarily ceased their attacks. Their gazes were fixed on the big shot. Since the big shot had made a move, there must be a plan.
The Thunderwing Rock King was destined to die.
The only question was, how would the big shot kill it? They felt a hint of anticipation in their hearts. Foolish human, thinking you can chase after this king is simply wishful thinking. The Thunderwing Rock King sensed Zhang Chen relentlessly pursuing from behind. Instead of feeling any worry, it was filled with mockery, ridicule, and derision. It even contemplated how to turn the tables on Zhang Chen.
On the ground, I am no match for you, but in the sky, this is my territory.
The Thunderwing Rock King suddenly flapped its wings. Instantly, a burst of blue-purple lightning radiance erupted, transforming into bolts of thunder that swept towards Zhang Chen.
Kid, die.
In the air, without the ability to fly, let's see how you dodge.
The Thunderwing Rock King wore a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, its smile froze. The onlookers witnessed a miracle. 2 pairs of invisible wings sprouted from Zhang Chen's feet. This was the special attribute of the Dragon Wing boots, allowing for a brief flight of 15 seconds with a 5-minute cooldown. Zhang Chen's body swayed in midair, like a butterfly fluttering. He danced gracefully. The lightning transformed into radiance all fell short. Who said the big shot couldn't fly? The big shot clearly could fly very well. The big shot can actually fly. I knew the boss would have a way. Now the Thunderwing King is in trouble. Rose, the big white rabbit, and the other two exchanged glances, and they could see a hint of shock in each other's eyes. When did the boss learn to fly? Not sure, maybe it's a skill, or perhaps something else. The boss's trump card always leaves people in awe.
They prided themselves on knowing the boss well, but now they realized it was just a fleeting glimpse of the sky. What they saw was only what the boss allowed them to see.
No, this is impossible. How could you have flying abilities?
The Thunderwing King was filled with fear and panic,
desperately flapping its wings. Even if you can fly, you're not level 100 yet. Ultimately, it's external power. You can't catch up to me. The Thunder Wing King struggled to suppress its fear, accelerating in an attempt to create distance between itself and Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, during its moment of distraction, the distance between Jiang Chen and it had already closed to within the range for a shadow strike. Shadow strike. In an instant, Jiang Chen's figure vanished. The Thunder Wing King felt a powerful aura of death approaching from behind. It turned in terror, only to see Jiang Chen's sword almost within reach. How can it be so fast? The Thunder Wing King screamed in despair. In a hurry, it tried to dodge, but Jiang Chen's sword still grazed its right wing. Caw! The Thunder Wing King let out a painful cry. The injury to its right wing caused its flying posture to become unbalanced, spinning in the air. Jiang Chen landed steadily on the Thunder Wing King's broad back. With a swift motion, he brought down his sword, severing the Thunder Wing King's wings at the roots. A torrent of blood gushed forth, forming a mist of crimson in the air. The Thunder Wing King emitted a mournful cry, its voice echoing across the sky. Immediately after, its body plummeted like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Its massive body created a huge crater upon impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. The ground around shook violently from the tremendous force, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Jiang Chen lightly jumped off the Thunder Wing King's back and slowly approached the dying boss. At this moment, the Thunder Wing King's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness, its life force rapidly fading. Jiang Chen stood before the Thunder Wing King, raising the bloodied rusted sword in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung the sword down, ending the Thunder Wing King's life. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. You have slain the boss Thunder Wing King, gained red equipment *1, divine coins *3, Ding Team System 8x buff activated. Congratulations, you have gained red equipment *8, divine coins *24, accompanied by a pleasant notification sound. Jiang Chen's backpack filled with a pile of top-tier equipment. Having too much equipment was also a kind of trouble. Now we just need to clean up these small monsters. Not far away, Rose and the other job changers witnessed this thrilling process. Their minds went blank, and it took them a long time to regain their ability to think. This is too terrifying. The boss is just too amazing. So flying with a sword isn't a dream after all. With the boss leading us, we can't go wrong. In an instant, everyone was filled with excitement, tears in their eyes, wishing they could rush over and cling to the boss's leg. But they couldn't. There was still a horde of monsters between them and the boss. Kill them, charge. Let's take down these monsters. For the chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the boss. What are these monsters? Exactly, charge through. Don't let these guys block our way to the boss. Yi Weilian watched the crowd's fervor and reminded them, everyone, don't lose your formation, maintain order and advance systematically. We need to pass through this monster horde with minimal cost. The crowd responded in unison and began their assault on the monster horde. The clash of swords, the flicker of magical light, and the shouts of battle echoed back and forth. An hour later, all the minor monsters in this area had been cleared by the group. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters and various dropped items. Although everyone appeared slightly fatigued, their faces were filled with the joy of victory. I actually leveled up 4 times in one go. Ha, I leveled up quite a bit too. I'm now level 10. I also picked up over a dozen white gear and a few blue gear. I'm fully equipped. Me too. I'm not lacking anything now. This is the benefit of following the big shots. The group chatted excitedly, their faces brimming with excitement. Just from this battle, they had gained a lot. Everyone's level had generally increased by about 3 levels. The vast majority had a complete set of blue gear. Their overall strength had at least doubled. This not only meant they could handle monsters of the same level more easily but could even challenge some high-level areas they had previously shied away from, allowing for faster monster grinding and leveling up. As for the 4 main forces of this battle, Rose, Big White Rabbit, Not Ruthless, and Little Beauty, their strength had increased even more dramatically. Rose and Big White Rabbit's levels jumped to 21, while Little Beauty and Not Ruthless reached level 20. The Force talent skills had been greatly enhanced. Big White Rabbit gained a new type of undead creature summon. Rose's burst damage increased by more than double. Little Beauty's healing effect and divine protection were boosted by another 150%. Not Ruthless single target damage increased by 100%, with armor penetration and a 200% damage boost. This is the benefit of following the big shots. They exchanged smiles, all revealing genuine joy and relief. Such an enhancement was something countless job changers dreamed of. Our improvements are so obvious. The big shots enhancement must be even more terrifying. Jiang Chen's strength increase was definitely higher than theirs. We must work hard. We can't hold the big shot back. It's time to update my equipment. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. In this battle alone, he had obtained over a dozen red gear, including some top-tier red gear. Moreover, he still had a treasure chest that would definitely yield a gold gear that he hadn't opened yet. Ding, you have opened a gold gear treasure chest, obtaining gold gear *1, gold gear, excellent starry battle armor. This armor is crafted from mysterious starry or indestructible. It can enhance the wearer's physical strength by 70%, power by 40%, speed by 10%, and spirit by 10%. Special attribute, Star Power Awakening. For every 100,000 points of damage taken in battle, 1 point of star power is accumulated, maximum 10 points. When fully charged, it activates a 30-second Star Fury state, increasing physical strength by an additional 30%, power by 50%, speed by 30%, and skill damage by 100%. Attached skill, Starfall releases star power, dealing 150% physical damage to enemy units, with an additional 300% fire damage. Current range is 50 meters, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown time 15 minutes. With this, I can be considered to have a means of large-scale killing. Zhang Chen felt a stir in his heart. The attributes of the gold gear were impressive. Equip it. As for the other equipment, they aren't as good as the previous red gear, so I'll keep them for now. Name, Zhang Chen. ID, Ruthless Killer. Class, Shadow Assassin. Hidden Class, Unique. Level, 29, 1-340-000/12-000-000. Power, 8,380,000. Speed, 9,750,000. Spirit, 7,360,000. Physical, 8,780,800. Equipment, Gold Gear, Fine, Dragon Tooth Dagger. Attributes, Power plus 100%, Armor Penetration plus 50%. Accompanying skill, Dragon Breath Slash. Can unleash a powerful dragon breath attack every 3 minutes, dealing massive damage to enemies. Special attribute, Dragon Might Dread. When the holder wields the Dragon Tooth Dagger, it emits a faint dragon might, causing a certain deterrent effect on surrounding enemies, reducing their attack power by 10% and movement speed by 5%. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. In battle, each successful hit with the Dragon Tooth Dagger will siphon a portion of the enemy's life force back to the holder, enhancing the holder's attack power and stamina recovery speed. Durability 50%. Gold equipment, Excellent Starshine Battle Armor. This armor is crafted from mysterious starshine or indestructible. It can enhance the wearer's physical strength by 70%, power by 40%, speed by 10%, and spirit by 10%. Special attribute, Awakening of Stellar Power. In battle, for every 100,000 points of damage taken, 1 point of stellar power is accumulated, maximum 10 points, and when fully charged, it activates a 30-second stellar frenzy state, increasing physical strength by an additional 30%, power by 50%, speed by 30%, and skill damage by 100%. Accompanying skill, Starfall, unleashes stellar power, dealing 150% physical damage to enemy units, with an additional 300% fire damage. Current range is 50 meters, lasting for 30 seconds, cooldown time 15 minutes, durability 100%. Red equipment, Excellent Dragon Wing Boots. Meticulously crafted from materials of Carl Reynolds dragon wings, the boots have a cool appearance, with dragon wing patterns subtly visible on them. Increases the wearer's movement speed by 70%. Special attribute, grants 15 seconds of flight ability upon activation, cooldown 5 minutes, durability 85%. Red equipment, Fine Dragon Roar Helmet. Crafted from Carl Reynolds dragon scales and horns. Wearing this helmet enhances the wearer's spirit by 40% and physical strength by 40%. Special attribute, when the wearer is attacked, there is a 50% chance to trigger the Dragon Roar, stunning enemies for 3 seconds and reducing their attack power and movement speed by 15%, durability 85%. Special items, Tyrant's Eye *2, special effect unlocked after level 30. Mysterious Treasure Map, unlocked at level 25. Dragon Blood *5, 1 pet egg with 90% hatching progress. Level 30 Magic Scroll *1, Mysterious Material Bag *1, special or %5. Mysterious Wooden Box, Fate Core *1, Embroidered Sword, level unknown. Coordinate Crystal Ball, Teleportation, code 001 Space Node, once a day. Skills, A skill, Shadow Escape, can enter a stealth state for a short time, lasting 1 minute. Cooldown time 1 minute, movement speed increased by 50% in stealth state, and the first attack after exiting stealth will definitely be a critical hit. C-Class skill, Swift Walk, increases movement speed by 200%, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown time, 3 minutes. A-Class skill, Shadow Assault, damage increased by 30%, armor penetration increased by 60%, grants a 3-second concealment effect, teleportation within a 50-meter range, cooldown time 10 minutes. A-Class skill, Phantom Clone Technique, Conjures a clone with 80% of the main body's strength. Equipment skills cannot be shared. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Talent skill. Divine Fall level 3. Critical hit. Each attack has a 70% chance to deal a critical hit. Attacks from behind deal 100% critical hit. Additional effect. Each critical hit increases the damage of the next attack by 150%, speed by 150%, and attack frequency by 150%. Additional attribute Blood Flow. Each attack on an enemy will cause them to enter a bleeding state, continuously losing health, lasting 10 seconds each time. Level 29. The mysterious treasure map should be unlocked now.